Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Become Fleet Admiral with Dual Kamui 1FA Chapter 1 Awakening Sharingan, the angry kid from the pirate's world. See Circle Calendar 15XX Nyen. On the coast of an unknown island in New World, a small boat is slowly approaching the shore in the sunset. At this time, the entire coast was extremely quiet, with only the sound of waves hitting the shore. Suddenly a hoarse and shrill voice broke the silence. Oh, I really want to tear this G world apart. Advertisement. The speaker was the owner of this boat, Bai Ze. A boy of 11 or 12 years old, he was wearing a patched but washed out cloth shirt, with a cold and indescribable look. He exuded an aura of keeping strangers away, and when he said this, he subconsciously clenched his fists. His deep eyes were filled with deep hatred. It's hard to imagine that such world-weary words would come from the mouth of a teenager of this age. Just because he is a time traveler from the blue planet. Everyone says that time travel is wonderful. Bai Ze, an orphan, also felt the same way when he first traveled to this absurd world. Although God didn't give him any so-called cheat. But 10 years ago, Bai Ze traveled to this pirate's world as a child. He had no ability to protect himself, but fortunately he was adopted by a kind couple from an ordinary village. Here, Bai Ze gained family love and friendship that he had never experienced in his previous life. Those days were truly the happiest days in Bai Ze's life. He grew up comfortably while exercising, and began to look forward to his future life at sea. Yes, the naive Bai Ze wanted to be a pirate at that time. He naively thought that the pirates were just like what was described in the original book. They were free and beautiful. They could roam freely on the vast ocean. They were a group of free people. The Marines are evil, they imprison civilians and deprive freedom. In this regard, Bai Ze now feels like vomiting when he thinks of this ridiculous statement. FKU free men. Thieves are thieves, bandits, pirates, thieves are thieves. Freedom, partners, dreams. They are all just a fig leaf for these criminals to cover up their crimes. Because just 3 years ago, Bai Ze met this group of so-called free men for the first time. A group of pirates called the Hope Pirates. They shouted, freedom, and dreams, but pointed their cold butcher knives at these innocent weaklings. On that day, nearly half of the 500+ people in the village were killed for resisting, and those damn bastards also seized everything in the village. They even said shamelessly that this is what they should do. Young ones, for our freedom and dreams, let's have a party. That night, the captain of the Hope Pirates, Karen, stood on a pool of blood of countless villagers, holding a glass of wine and roaring with joy. For freedom. For the dream. A group of hypocritical crew members stepped on the corpses of innocent villagers and shouted Kaido at the top of their lungs. Under the cover of night, more than 200 surviving villagers were tied up. They knelt on the ground and watched this absurd scene numbly. Among them was Bai Ze, who was only 9 years old and was kidnapped for resisting. He looked at this group of so-called free men with dull eyes. Their faces shouting for freedom, their eyes are full of greed and hypocrisy. FK your freedom. Bai Ze smiled sarcastically and then fainted. After that day, Bai Ze's village was completely occupied by this group of pirates, but they did not kill the remaining 200-odd villagers, including Bai Ze's adoptive parents. Instead, they were imprisoned and treated like slaves. In order to leave the villagers a glimmer of hope for survival and freedom so that they don't get destroyed, they let young children like Bai Ze go out to sea to earn protection fees, for them. 1 million Baileys per person per year. If you fail to reach that amount, you will see the bodies of your loved ones immediately. In order to protect his adoptive parents, Bai Ze spent 3 years in a daze. He worked very hard for 3 years to earn the 1 million Baileys a year. Then, after a hasty one-day reunion with his adoptive parents, he was immediately expelled from the island. Advertisement, haha. How ironic. On the boat, Bai Ze slowly began to collect his thoughts. He blew the cold sea breeze and let out a sarcastic smile. But soon his eyes regained their determination, because the days of being slaughtered like pigs and dogs were about to end. 3 years. While Bai Ze worked hard to make money outside, he never forgot to improve his own strength. After 3 years of hard training, he is now confident that he can defeat the Hope Pirates. The demon with a bounty of 10 million. Yes, that demon's bounty is only 10 million, which may be insignificant in the entire new world, but for Bai Ze it is the biggest nightmare. Today, he will lead everyone in the village to escape from the Devil's Cave. Even at the cost of my life, Uncle Jack, Aunt Lan, and everyone, wait a moment, Bai Ze will be here to rescue you soon. Bai Ze muttered softly, his heart filled with suppressed excitement, and his breathing became much heavier. As soon as he got off the boat, Bai Ze ran eagerly to the center of the island. That's where the village is. Snap! Snap! The fallen leaves were flying everywhere, and the dead leaves on the ground made a crackling sound when Bai Ze stepped on them. He couldn't wait to see everyone. He wanted to tell everyone that he, Bai Ze, finally had the ability to save everyone. I'll be there soon. Everyone, wait for me. Bai Ze ran forward while mumbling, but his voice became weaker as he ran. The smell of blood. How could there be a smell of blood? Bai Ze felt a strong smell of blood in the air, and instantly felt a chill running down his spine, with a bad premonition rushing into his heart. No, no, Bai Ze roared and ran forward faster, and then, He saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. Corpses. Corpses and blood all over the ground, just like that day. Grandpa John. Grandma Shueli. Uncle Carl. Brother Niu. Xiaohu. Xiaolon. Everyone. Bai Ze stared at these miserable corpses with dull eyes. They all died with their eyes open. Their eyes were full of resentment. Looking at this scene, those familiar faces began to linger in Bai Ze's mind. Xiao Bai Ze, you have to eat more. Only by eating enough can you grow taller. Those were the words of Grandma Shirley, the oldest woman in the village, who was the friendliest to children like Bai Ze because she felt that children were the future of the village. Bai Ze, we must go out to sea together in the future and become heroes who punish evildoers and eliminate evil. Those were the words his childhood playmate Xiaohu said to him. Xiaohu was 8 years old at that time and had always been his follower when they were little. Brother Bai Ze, can I marry you in the future? I want to be your wife. Those were the words that Xiao Lan, a 10-year-old girl, said to him. Bai Ze remembered that the innocent girl smiled very sweetly. Bai Ze closed everyone's eyes one by one, then continued walking forward with a dead expression. Every time he closed his eyes, Bai Ze spoke softly. Sorry. Bai Ze walked forward step by step, his eyes numb like a dead person. However, his trembling shoulders betrayed the boy's true thoughts. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the sun. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Bai Ze, like a walking corpse, finally stepped into the familiar village. But the familiar village is no longer familiar. The flames rising into the sky and the corpses scattered on the ground are intertwined, just like purgatory on earth. Hey, isn't this my little brother Bai Ze, the god of wealth? He's finally here. But I'm sorry, your 1 million Baileys are useless even if you give them to me now. What a pity, what a pity. Advertisement. Suddenly a sarcastic voice was heard, bringing Bai Ze back to reality. It was Karen, the captain of the Hope Pirates. He was holding a bloody long knife and looking at Bai Ze with a big smile on his face. Next to him were his crew members. Like him, their bodies were covered in blood, with innocent villagers under their feet. Hey, why do you weaklings have to resist? Isn't it better to just serve Lousy honestly? Seeing that Bai Ze didn't reply, Karen spoke helplessly. Bah. Lousy would rather die than have you use our lives to threaten those cute children again. Suddenly a hoarse voice sounded in the middle of the scene. It was Bai Ze's adoptive father who launched the first battle of resistance. Uncle Jack. After 3 years of being treated like pigs and dogs, the survivors in the village can no longer bear it. Rather than influencing their children outside, they would rather just die. Uncle Jack, who had a last burst of energy, lay on the ground and forced a smile for Bai Ze. I'm sorry, little guy. I made you see how ugly I look. I'm really sorry. Big tears rolled down from the corners of the man's eyes. He looked at Bai Ze with reluctance and suddenly spoke in a shrill voice. Run quickly. Bai Ze. Bang. Before he could finish his words, a gunshot rang out. The man lowered his head in disbelief, and blood spurted onto Bai Ze's face and seeped into his dull eyes. In Bai Ze's eyes, the world turned blood red at this moment. Boom. 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 Bai Ze's heart was beating like thunder and his whole body was shaking. Karen said sarcastically with a gloomy face and no idea. Run. That's wishful thinking. Everything in this village will be reduced to ashes today. After killing you insignificant guys, Lousy will continue to sail freely. Hearing this, the crew cheered loudly, hee hee hee. Suddenly, an extremely eerie laugh was heard in the field. Bai Ze, who had been keeping his head down and saying nothing, began to shake his shoulders violently, as if he was trying to restrain his smile. The laughter was so chilling that everyone present felt as if they were surrounded by a chill that went from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. What the hell are you laughing at? Bai Ze suddenly raised his head, his eyes had turned scarlet, and the corners of his mouth were cracked, revealing his white teeth. Freedom. Haha. What af asterisk 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 g irony. A bunch of hypocritical pirates. You are dirtier than sewer maggots. You shouldn't exist in this world. You bastards have ruined everything for me. Today I'm going to ruin everything for you. You. What do you mean? Karen and the others instantly had a bad premonition and subconsciously broke out in cold sweats when they saw the young child in front of them. Bai Ze smiled coldly. Next moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in Bai Ze's mind. Open hollow lens bracket. The host's emotions were detected to be drastically fluctuating, and 3-Tomo Sharingan was successfully awakened. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket. The pirate's killing system has been activated. The initial gift pack has begun to be distributed. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket. Reward. Tenfold physical fitness improvement. Duration 10 minutes. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket. Kill as much as you want, young man. Close hollow lens bracket. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ze's cold black eyes were suddenly replaced by endless blood color, bloody and deep, with 3 black magatama distributed in a regular pattern, making people fall deeply into the endless blood-colored space when they look at it. Next moment, Bai Ze raised his head, his scarlet eyes emitting a frightening light, and his devilish whispers echoed throughout the place. Go to hell. You hypocritical pirates. Chapter 2. The Miserable Pirates, the terrifying Bai Ze. I don't know if it was a coincidence or fate, but just when something strange happened to Bai Ze. A warship has quietly approached this small island that no one has noticed. The tall marine flag flutters in the wind. On the deck, rows of stern-looking marines stood in unison. Their faces were calm, and their auras were extremely deep. Because they are marine soldiers belonging to the naval headquarters, and the owner of this warship is a hot figure in the marine. Sakazuki, also known as Akainu. He has always been a candidate for admiral, but today he is finally going to take off the title and become a real admiral. Today is his first day at the naval headquarters. Huh. I'm finally an admiral. I finally have a measure of the true authority over the marines. On the deck, a tall man with a stern face muttered while smoking a cigar. He was the owner of the warship, Akainu. At this moment, he was in a very happy mood because his position was promoted to admiral, because it was one step closer to his goal. He narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "When I take down the post of Marine Marshal in the future, I will speed up the reform of the Marines and intensify the punishment of those dirty pirates. The current Marine policy is still too weak, a bunch of timid cowards." The group of Marines nearby twitched their lips when they heard their superior's heaven-defying words. Their superior is still so excellent. They were just about to advise Akainu to be careful with his words so as not to let someone with ulterior motives take his words back to the headquarters. "Sir." But he was immediately stopped by Akainu, who suddenly stood up and looked into the distance with a frown. "Such a fierce atmosphere. Is there a battle ahead? It seems like those dirty pirates are doing evil again, damn it." As a man who hated evil, Akainu subconsciously thought that the reason for the outbreak of the war was probably because of the pirates. Thinking of this, Akainu frowned and gave the order directly. "Speed up and head to the island ahead." When Marine heard that he was going to be involved in the pirates incident again, he started to persuade them not to get into trouble. "Sir, this is not the sea area under our management. Let's leave this matter to the Marine in charge of this area. Our top priority right now is to go to the headquarters and take up our post." Bang! Before the man could finish his words, a big hand grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Akainu looked dignified and angrily scolded, "Killing pirates is our duty as Marines. It is the first rule of Marines. Nothing can be more important than this. Do you understand?" The man was so frightened that his face turned pale. Before he could reply, Akainu threw him out harshly. Akainu shouted, throwing his cape with the word, "Justice," written on it. Advertisement. Set off. Yes. The warship began to accelerate instantly, and the tall marine flag fluttered in the sea breeze. In the small village on the other side, I don't know how long it took. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky like a silver snake, bringing a brief moment of brightness to the already dark world. The light illuminated a young man with tears and blood. He just held the short sword in one hand and started a frantic massacre on a group of people in the night. Limbs flew everywhere and blood flowed everywhere. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the pirates with a bounty of 5 million, and you will be rewarded with 5 killing points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the pirates with a bounty of 2 million, and you will be rewarded with 2 massacre points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket drop. Close hollow lens bracket. In Bai Ze's mind, the system's broadcasts continued to ring because of the killing of pirates. Open hollow lens bracket. The pirates killing system inspired by the host's strong hatred is dedicated to killing every hypocritical pirate in the world. The host can gain killing points for each pirate killed, and the killing points can be added at will. Every million bounties is equivalent to 1 killing point. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket host. Bai Ze. Close hollow lens bracket. Physique 80, spiritual power 300. Open hollow lens bracket talent 3 Tomo Sharingan. Advanced, close hollow lens bracket, ninjutsu, none. Current killing point 40. Bai Ze didn't have time to pay attention to this system for the time being, and continued to slaughter with an expressionless face. After a while, there was almost no one left alive in the field, and a group of members of the Hope pirates fell to the ground. A young man stood expressionlessly on a sea of blood and corpses, and he kept muttering, "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to everyone. If only I could become stronger sooner, if only I could come back sooner. Sorry," the young man murmured while shedding big tears, but his tears were blood and therefore looked extremely creepy. The young man was naturally Bai Ze, and next to him were members of the Hope Pirates group. But almost no one has any chance of survival. Looking closely, there were dozens of corpses lying on the ground. All of them had a hole in their chest. Blood was flowing on the ground and gathering together, filling the entire place with a disgusting smell of blood. Their eyes were wide open until they died, full of despair yet revealing a hint of relief. No one knows what kind of abuse they suffered before they died. Kill me, please. Sudden advertisement. The person lying on the ground at this moment could no longer be called a complete person, but rather a bloody corpse. He was struggling to make a sound. His eyes were empty, without any emotion, only the desire for death remained. Kill me. The blood corpse has been muttering mindlessly, and no one can tell that he is the extremely arrogant man just now, Hope Pirates Captain Karen. But the only answer he got was the boy's indifferent reply, and Bai Ze looked at him expressionlessly. "No, you have to apologize to everyone in the village. To Uncle Jack, to Xiaohu, to Xiaolon, you hypocritical and dirty pirates have ruined everything for me, do you know that?" "Ah!" Bai Ze suddenly roared, and murderous intent poured out from him. The murderous intent was like a substance, transforming into a fierce wind that rustled the surrounding leaves. Karen, realizing there was no hope of survival, gave up hope. He spat out a mouthful of blood and spoke. Little brat. You're going to regret everything you're doing now, because I've just reported what happened here to my master. Do you know who my boss is? Haha, you'd never guess. He's from the Three Emperors Pirates. Do you know what the Three Emperors are? Red Hair had not yet become 4 emperors at this time. Karen laughed jokingly. He stared fiercely at Bai Ze's face, trying to see a trace of fear in it. But there was absolutely no such thing. Bai Ze still had no expression on his face and spoke in a calm voice. Oh. The calm answer immediately broke Karen's defense. Could it be that this kid didn't know the Three Emperors? Impossible. In the whole world, from the 80-year-old man to the child of a few years old, who doesn't know the name of the Three Emperors? They represent one of the most powerful military forces in the world. The Three Emperors, right? I will eliminate them one by one in the future. You should take care of yourself first. Bai Ze raised his eyes and smiled playfully. I'll give you 1 minute to escape. You'd better run fast, or I'll catch you. You. Karen looked at Bai Ze with rage. This guy is a madman, a devil. 57, 56. When Karen saw Bai Ze start counting, he was immediately numb. He didn't care about his injuries and immediately started to run away. Run. Run away from this place. Karen ran as fast as a madman, muttering, run, and letting the blood flow all over the ground. 54, 30, 10. Bai Ze looked at this scene with a cruel smile and then tiptoed, chasing after him at high speed. He just wanted to give the other party a glimmer of hope, and then tear that hope into pieces. Let him die in true despair, just like how these guys treat themselves. Uncle Jack, Aunt, Xiaolan, everyone. Bai Ze will avenge you soon, just wait a little longer. Bai Ze chased wildly while letting his tears fall down. Chapter 3 Akainu. Let's join the marine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Karen rushed through the forest desperately, just wanting to escape as quickly as possible. Just wait for me, arrogant boy. After I get out, I will. FK. How come this guy is so fast? Is he a ghost? Karen, who had just run for a minute, thought he had a chance of survival, but he was not happy for long. He saw a dark red figure running towards him at a very fast speed. Who can come and save me? Woo-woo. I really don't want to die. I still have a lot of treasures that I haven't spent. Karen muttered to himself sadly, and then the next moment his eyes lit up. Because he saw a group of people suddenly appearing in front of him. They were tall, holding single swords, and wearing cloaks with the word, Justice, written on them. Marine. It's Marine. Marine-sama, help me. I surrender myself. I am Captain Cullen of the Pirates of Hope. I have a lot of information that may be useful to you. I can tell you everything as long as you save my life. Karen seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and chose to ask for help directly from Marine, the person he hated the most. There is no other way. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. This group of Marines, namely Akainu and his team who had just arrived here, were also shocked by the scene before them. A group of people looked at each other, not knowing what to do. But soon someone spoke up. The merit of capturing a pirate alive is still greater than the merit of killing a pirate. That's right, someone nodded, and Karen was delighted, but the next moment the nightmare-like voice rang out again. Whoever protects him will die. Da. A thin figure slowly walked out from the darkness, his body covered in blood and holding a short sword, his young face filled with unimaginable determination. A group of Marines were shocked for a moment when they saw Bai Ze, who was covered in blood and exuding a strong murderous aura. Especially Bai Ze's scarlet eyes, which seemed to suck people in if they looked at him for a little longer. Considering the corpses seen along the way, it is not difficult to understand that it was the pirates who massacred the villagers, which led to the boys' furious counterattack. Stop making trouble, you arrogant brat. Our Marine is already here. Let our Marine handle the rest. A young Marine stood up and tried to persuade them. This pirates will be much more useful if we bring him back than if you simply kill him. Don't worry, we will enforce justice. Haha. Justice? Is justice delayed still justice? Bai Ze laughed so hard that he bent over with laughter. He covered one of his scarlet eyes and stared at the group of Marines with the other scarlet eye, sneering. When my family was just massacred, where were you Marines who kept saying, justice? When these pirates wantonly slaughtered my family and friends, where were you Marines? Now you come and start to point fingers at me as you please. And you still want to protect those hypocritical and dirty pirates, a group of dirty guys that shouldn't exist. Why? You. The young Marine was so angry that his entire face turned red. The other Marines were the same, but they couldn't say anything. After all, it was indeed their fault. There was only one person whose expression was calm and peaceful. The man was smoking a cigar and suddenly smiled with relief when he saw Bai Ze's hateful expression. Well said, pirates are dirty guys who shouldn't exist. Akainu laughed and clapped his hands vigorously, then, he actually picked up Karen who was still hiding nearby. According to Marine Law No. 1, for killing innocent villagers, you must be executed. As soon as the words fell, Akainu punched out directly, piercing Karen's chest in front of his unbelievable face. Then he threw the latter high up in the air and smashed him into ashes with a lava iron fist. Dirty pirates don't deserve to be buried on this land. Sir. This? A group of Marine soldiers were also shocked by Akainu's brutal act. They didn't understand why the other party did that. Akainu. Bai Ze looked at the man who was known as Absolute Justice and frowned slightly. Advertisement. Who is the Marine responsible for managing this sea area? The matter was not over yet. Akainu suddenly asked again. Yes. Colonel Hank. He is the supervisor of this sea area. The young Marine replied hurriedly. Inform him that he has been fired and ask him to come to Naval Headquarters to see me in a month. I want to have a good talk with him. What is the name of this village? Akainu asked again. Seabreeze Village. Sir, for the record, all the villagers of Seabreeze Village were martyrs who died heroically in the fight against the pirates. They were buried with honor and several Marines were assigned to take turns guarding the cemetery. Sir, this is against the rules. My rules are the rules. Akainu frowned, and the man was instantly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly said yes. A group of Marines, including Bai Ze, were all confused by Akainu's recent series of actions. What do you mean? Bai Ze took a step back cautiously, and Akainu walked forward with a smile. My name is Sakazuki, Admiral of Headquarters. Can you tell me your name, boy? Bai Ze. Bai Ze frowned and answered in confusion. Bai Ze. A nice name. Akainu shrugged and spoke with his eyes slightly narrowed. Would you like to join the Marine? Kill the pirates with me? What? The Hyjins were shocked. They didn't expect that Akainu's actions just now were to recruit this boy as a Marine. Why? Bang. But before everyone could speak, they saw the person involved tremble and then fall heavily to the ground. Sharingan exploded as soon as it awakened. Bai Ze was already at the end of his strength and no longer a threat. That aura disappeared instantly. Help him go back and have a good rest. Yes, Akainu looked at Bai Ze and smiled with relief. He liked this boy. It had been a long time since he met someone who shared the same views on pirates as he did. Coupled with the aura that Bai Ze just exuded, Akainu immediately wanted to recruit him. The next day, inside a small room on a docked warship, a young man wrapped in gauze was muttering to himself. Xiao Hu, let's go fly a kite together. If we fly it 100 meters away, we can touch the sky. Aunt, I will be a good boy in the future, don't worry. Uncle, I will definitely become a man. Buzz. Bai Ze suddenly opened his eyes, and he calmed down and looked at everything around him that was unfamiliar. Uncle, Bai Ze smiled sadly. He already understood that everything that happened yesterday was not a dream. His family, friends, and the village he was familiar with were all gone. Bai Ze was once again a homeless child, a child that no one wanted. Buzz. Bai Ze thought about the Sharingan and subconsciously turned it on. A dazzling red light suddenly appeared. Bai Ze looked at himself in the mirror in the distance. Sharingan, a secret technique from the Uchiha clan of the Hokage world. Bai Ze thought so and thought of the system that had awakened before. Open hollow lens bracket host. Bai Ze close hollow lens bracket, physique, 80, spiritual power, 300. Advertisement, ninjutsu, none, open hollow lens bracket talent, 3 Tomo Sharingan, advanced, close hollow lens bracket. Slaughter point, 50. Thinking about what the system had said about the use of slaughter points, Bai Ze tentatively added slaughter points to his physique. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Adding points successfully. Close hollow lens bracket, current physical fitness, 130. With a slight sound, Bai Ze instantly felt a powerful force surging into his body, and then slowly dissolving into his body. Huh. This belated power is really powerful. Feeling the strangeness in his body, Bai Ze smiled sarcastically, wishing this power had come earlier. This way everyone won't. Damn pirates, you all deserve to go to hell. Bai Ze growled. Even after slaughtering those dirty guys from the Hope pirates, Bai Ze still had endless murderous intent. In his opinion, the fellow pirates like the Hope pirates deserve to die as well. It is this group of lawless lunatics who have created the current absurd era of pirates. They step on the accidents of countless weak people to realize their ridiculous dreams. Let Bai Ze put an end to this absurd era. It will be the best explanation to the dead villagers. It seemed that he sensed Bai Ze's infinite desire for power. The next moment, the system's cold voice sounded in Bai Ze's mind. And it has to have some kind of allure. Open hollow lens bracket ding. The first initial mission is now released. Kill 1,000 pirates within 3 months, including at least one big pirate with a bounty of over 50 million, and you will be rewarded with Mangekyo Sharingan, close hollow lens bracket. Hear about this reward. Bai Ze was stunned at first and then ecstatic, his whole body trembling with excitement. But before Bai Ze could digest this surprising news. Boom. Boom. The door creaked open and a middle-aged man smoking a cigar with a naturally arrogant face squeezed in. Akainu chuckled. You look fine, you woke up so quickly. Bai Ze was speechless and just glanced at Akainu indifferently. Do you want to go see your family? I have buried them all. Akainu was not impressed by Bai Ze's attitude and shrugged his head indifferently. If you don't want to watch it, that's fine. Before he could finish his words, Bai Ze stood up with a bang. I see, interesting little brat. Akainu curled his lips. On the small island, in front of hundreds of newly erected graves of different heights, a young man wrapped in bandages was kowtowing to the ground as if he was risking his life. Boom. 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 Even when blood splattered all over the place, The young man did not stop, and kept muttering these 3 words. Sorry, Akainu, a middle-aged man who always thinks he is cool and stern, who has been watching this scene, also felt a little bit sorry. That's enough, kid. Are you going to die here? If your deceased family knew that you died so hastily, they would be so disappointed. After Akainu finished speaking, Bai Ze finally stopped his crazy behavior. He leaned against the grave, his eyes numb. After a long time, Bai Ze spoke. Thank you very much. Chapter 4 Kill 1000 Pirates. Thank you very much. Bai Ze looked at Akainu and whispered. The latter shrugged and suddenly his eyes became serious. Remember what I said last night? Akainu narrowed his eyes slightly. I want to ask you again what you think about pirates. Pirates. Hearing these 2 words, Bai Ze subconsciously clenched his fists, and his kind eyes suddenly changed. A surge of hostility also rose to the sky. Bai Ze gritted his teeth and said, a thief is a thief, bandits, pirates, or thieves, a thief is a thief. They are just a bunch of dirty hypocrites. The freedom they advocate is just a fig leaf for their crimes. No matter if I'm right or wrong, I'll kill any pirates I see. The last sentence was almost shouted, and Akainu smiled with satisfaction at this. He stretched out his hand and said seriously, join the marine, young man, help me to kill these hypocritical pirates. I need your strength. Why me? Bai Ze looked up at Akainu with eyes that flickered, and the latter smiled slightly, as if he had thought of something interesting. Because you look like someone I know, an avenger who seeks revenge against the pirates, and I need an avenger like you. Join me to destroy this absurd era of pirates. Akainu raised his hand and smiled confidently. I can also give you a platform to improve your strength the fastest, how about that? Bai Ze stared at Akainu. This man he had known a little bit before, but had never met before. Absolute justice. What this guy believes in seems to be particularly suitable for me now. After a moment's silence, Bai Ze sighed softly. I'll join, but I have one condition. Kid, you're getting too far. But, Akainu snorted coldly. Who made me admire you so much, little brat? Tell me, what are the conditions? I will kill 1000 pirates first and use their blood to commemorate my family and friends. Bai Ze said coldly. He did not forget the first task of the system. Mangekyo Sharingan. With this thing, he truly has a foundation to stand on. Crazy Avengers. Haha, interesting. Akainu didn't think too much about it. He just laughed out loud. His laughter was deafening. Advertisement a moment later. What? You said you were going on a mission with that boy. On the marine warship, a middle-aged rear admiral's face changed drastically when he heard that Akainu was going to leave alone with Bai Ze. Sir, you just took office as admiral and you still need to go to the headquarters to receive your rank? Hey, it's just an inauguration ceremony. How can it be as important as killing the pirates? Akainu sneered, looked at the flustered rear admiral and continued. After a while, I will report to the naval headquarters. After saying that, Akainu turned around and walked away, leaving the middle-aged rear admiral disheveled in the wind. Da. Akainu strode out of the deck, then jumped up and landed on a small boat not far away. Do you really want to do something like this with me? Are all you marine admirals so free? In front of the boat, Bai Ze looked at the uninvited guest, Akainu speechlessly. After I just finished talking about my plan, this guy actually became interested and said he wanted to go with me to kill the pirates. Marine admiral accompanying me. This is really a bit weird. Akainu scoffed. You should take care of yourself first. My subordinates just told me that the person behind the captain of the Hope pirates that you killed seems to have some connection with Kaido. It's a big pirate with a bounty of about 80 million. How? Do you want me to help you solve it? After all, I don't want you to die prematurely. To be honest, it was the first time that Akainu was so open-hearted to someone. After all, he was really interested in Bai Ze. Pirates with a bounty of 80 million are probably not something Bai Ze can defeat right now. But obviously, Bai Ze still doesn't appreciate it. He raised his eyebrows and said lightly, thanks, I'll just let me kill that guy myself. After saying that, Bai Ze accelerated directly in the small boat, creating long waves. Akainu shrugged and just looked at this strange boy who interested him. So where are you going to kill pirates now, Sax Island? Kaido, who didn't even turn his head back, seemed to have already known the answer in his heart. But when Akainu heard the name of Sax Island, his brows visibly frowned. Sax Island. Is it the one located in the center of the second half of New World? This island is one of the garrisons of my naval headquarters. Where did the pirates come from? Sax Island. In fact, it is one of the most famous islands in New World, of course not because of its military power but because of its economy. Located in the central area, it serves as a very important maritime transportation hub. As the personnel were complex and difficult to control, the Marines sent important troops to control it. Advertisement logically speaking, there shouldn't be any pirates there. Bai Ze looked at Akainu's surprised expression and gave him a sneer. Where there are Marines, there are no pirates. It seems that as an admiral, you can be naive and cute sometimes. What's the meaning? Akainu asked with a frown. Bai Ze looked at Akainu and continued. Darkness and light sometimes coexist. There are always one or two mice in a place, and these mice tend to grow stronger than other mice. Bai Ze took a deep breath and began to tell Akainu, a hint of the ultimate darkness hidden in Sax Island. A hint of reminiscence flashed across Bai Ze's eyes. Sax Island is indeed a very wealthy island, suitable for all kinds of people to come. But in fact, there is also a pirates group entrenched here that makes a living by trafficking children and committing various crimes. They also have an extremely ironic name, the Reunion Pirates. This pirates group is very secretive. While they are doing charity work, they are also secretly trafficking children. It's simply outrageous and terrifying. During these 3 years, Bai Ze had accidentally offended them, which led to conflicts. That conflict also cost Bai Ze a heavy price. Reunion, isn't it really ironic? Bai Ze, who had witnessed the process of their child trafficking, sneered sarcastically. Bai Ze will send this group of dirty guys to hell today. Let's settle both new and old grudges. I see. After listening to Bai Ze's complete narration, Akainu simply said this and ran to the stern of the ship to enjoy the sea breeze. But his heaving chest and the faint rage he exuded betrayed his true thoughts. Obviously he already believed this matter 80%. Half a day later, after a long time of baptism by the sea breeze, Bai Ze and Akainu finally arrived at their destination. Sax Island. Without any hesitation, Akainu stood up as soon as he landed on the island and walked towards a magnificent building with an expressionless face. Just left one sentence. I'm going to take a look at the Marines here. If these guys are in collusion with those dirty pirates, I will definitely give you and the residents of the island a full explanation. Bai Ze watched this scene expressionlessly. He was very interested in seeing Akainu's absolute justice. What is it like? Chapter 5 Cruel Bai Ze. Now, inside Sax Island, inside a magnificent building, an ugly man with a body as fat as a pig and a face full of flesh is enjoying the ultimate enjoyment that ordinary people can hardly imagine. He didn't notice at all that an ultimate storm about him was quietly approaching him. The obese man was lying on an extremely expensive sofa, eating snacks while watching a group of naked women dancing. The man was none other than Carlo, the leader of the Reunion Pirates group, also known as the Yan Luo Pig. The dancing woman had a struggling look on her face, and it was obviously not voluntary, but this was the expression Karen liked to see the most. Keep the music going, keep the dance going. Carlo laughed and clapped his hands, the fat on his face trembling. When Carlo noticed several women looking at him with hatred, he suddenly became furious. Then they caught the other person and beat him up. You still want to resist? Do you know whose territory this is? Here Lousy is the boss, no one can control Lousy, damn it. Pooh. Karen spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the bruised woman's face. Not only that, Karen also stepped directly on the man's face with his dirty feet. Laughing and humiliating at the same time. The poor woman could only lie on the ground and accept this humiliating moment. Who can come and kill this devil? If it is possible, I am willing to pay any price. The woman lay on the ground, fantasizing sadly as usual. Still not convinced, Carlo saw that the woman was still unconvinced and was about to abuse her again. But the next moment, the door suddenly made a loud bang and then shattered in the next instant. Who? Carlo was furious. His whole fat face looked even uglier when it was squeezed together. Who dared to come to his territory to seek death? Trample. Trample. Following a burst of crisp footsteps, a thin, bloody figure slowly walked out from behind the door. The one who comes to drag you into hell. Bai Ze raised his head, revealing scarlet eyes, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly to reveal a fierce white fang. Akainu went to look for Marine, so Bai Ze came alone to join the pirates group of human traffickers. Although what the human traffickers pirates did was quite hateful, their strength is just so. It's you. That damned little devil. Carlo frowned and instantly recognized Bai Ze as the nasty kid who ruined several of his businesses last year. You dare to come to my door? Then you will die here today. Carlo laughed sarcastically and immediately called on all his men to surround and kill Bai Ze. But it didn't work at all. Advertisement, you. Carlo frowned slightly and looked carefully behind Bai Ze. Only then did he realize that behind Bai Ze were heads of people who had died with their eyes open. The owners of these heads were none other than his men. Even Carlo, who had seen a lot of storms, was frightened and turned pale. Are you looking for your men? Sorry, they have gone to hell before you, Bai Ze said expressionlessly upon seeing this. I'll take you to reunite with them. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ze attacked instantly with the tip of his toes, without any more nonsense. When Carlo saw Bai Ze attacking, he gritted his teeth and went straight to meet him in anger. Fierce fighting soon broke out in the field. A group of maids looked at this scene nervously. We must win. They seemed to have already regarded Bai Ze, the man sent from God, as their savior. And Bai Ze's battle seemed to be a surprising victory. Carlo, the Yama pig, was unexpectedly suppressed by Bai Ze. After just a few simple fights, the former was covered with wounds. You. How can you be so powerful? Carlo wiped the bloodline off his fat face and looked at Bai Ze in disbelief. This boy was chased and beaten by them last year without any chance to fight back. How come he can now rival a big pirate like him with a bounty of 15 million berries? Carlo's answer was still Bai Ze's extremely fierce attack. For Bai Ze, when fighting, you should talk less and fight with all your might. For this reason, Bai Ze directly activated the 3-Tomo Sharingan mode. Strength, speed, all improved. Damn little brat, you forced me to do this. Carlo roared, threw the long knife in his hand fiercely, and then his body expanded rapidly after a short moment. It turned into a 7 to 8 meter long wild boar. This is his devil fruit ability, Zone, Pig fruit, demon form. This fruit is actually a very powerful devil fruit. The user can increase their strength several times or even dozens of times, and become immune to pain. It is simply an extreme pervert. But it also has a weakness. That is, after using it, one will lose some of his sanity and easily turn into a beast that only knows how to kill. But Carlo has no choice but to use this thing now. What a huge monster. Is there really anyone who can defeat this monster? Seeing this, the group of poor maids immediately despaired. Especially the woman who had just been abused, she had already decided to die. Since I've been living like a dog all this time, I might as well, just die. Thinking of this, she was determined to rush towards the monster. It would be good if she could help the savior who suddenly appeared. But the next moment, she stared at the scene in front of her with wide eyes in disbelief. The monster stopped moving, and even knelt in front of the young man. Advertisement. This nice devil fruit ability, exchanging your sanity for the power of the ultimate, but unfortunately, you met me. Bai Ze's eyes were emitting a dazzling red light. He was the Sharingan who had a natural counter to illusions. Although it's not as pervert as the Mangekyo Sharingan, it's enough to deal with enemies of this level. I hate your dirty legs and feet, make it go away. Bai Ze had a cold face and gave orders like a master. Snap, snap, puff, puff. The next moment, the wild boar kneeling on the ground actually bit off its own legs, leaving the bones visible. And blood was all over the ground. I don't want to see your arm either. Bai Ze then gave the order, and the scarlet Sharingan emitted a frightening red light. Snap, snap, puff, and the wild boar monster continued to obey orders and actually tore off its two front legs. Blood splattered on everyone's face. Silence, horror. Boom, boom, boom. A group of women watched this horrific scene, their chests heaving uncontrollably. Is this boy a devil? Why does he feel scarier than Carlo, who is called Yanluo Pig? After suffering such a severe blow, the monster regained its appearance like Carlo, but the latter could only lie on the ground, breathing weakly. Give him back the way he treated you, and let him feel the same pain as you. Bai Ze touched the bloodline at the corner of his eye and spoke in a hoarse voice. Revenge? The group of women hesitated for a moment out of fear, but were soon overwhelmed by hatred. Soon, all the women collectively launched their revenge on Carlo, the Yanluo Pig, lying on the ground. Step, kick, bite, chop. All kinds of methods were used on the men just like they were used on them, and the men could only lie on the ground and roar in despair. Wait until everyone has almost taken revenge. Bai Ze dragged his tired body up and snatched the short sword from a woman's hand. One knife nailed the man's heart to the ground. Dirty pirates, die. Bai Ze said softly. Open hollow lens bracket ding, successfully killed the pirates with a bounty of 15 million, and was rewarded with 15 massacre points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket task progress. 81,000, big pirates with bounties over 50 million, unfinished, close hollow lens bracket. Current killing point. 100, Chapter 6 the last place. While Bai Ze was crazily slaughtering the pirates, Akainu was also not idle. He went all the way to the Marine headquarters on Sax Island in a rage. And directly found the person in charge of the Marine headquarters, Rear Admiral Ron. Then he asked about the reunion of the pirates, and why these guys were able to roam freely in the area where the Marines were stationed. Akainu actually didn't completely trust Bai Ze, so he gave him a chance to explain. But when he saw the other party hesitating and not knowing how to explain, Akainu knew Bai Ze was right. Sax Island, inside the meeting room of Marine headquarters. Bang, bang. With two explosions, Akainu punched the young Rear Admiral named Ron twice, and he lay on the ground, unable to get up. Ahem. Commander Sakazuki, you will be court-martialed for using force against a Marine officer without permission. The young Rear Admiral struggled to his feet and looked at the angry Akainu. Are you threatening me, young man? As soon as he finished speaking, Akainu lifted the ladder up again and looked at him with narrowed eyes. Sheltering the pirates. That guy Sengoku has no right to blame me for this kind of thing. Ahem. The young Rear Admiral was also frightened by Akainu's majestic eyes and could only explain hesitantly. I didn't protect the pirates, it's just that the island is so big, I can't pay attention to every place. Bang. Bang. Before he could finish his words, two more heavy blows landed on the ladder's body, and he hit the wall so hard that he couldn't get it off. You should stay and explain this to Sengoku. I'll just do the work. And starting today, you are fired. You'd better not let me see you again. After Akainu said this, he strode away, leaving the Marine soldiers looking at each other in bewilderment. Not long after, Akainu and Bai Ze gathered on the boat again. Bai Ze noticed that something was wrong with Akainu at a glance. He raised his eyebrows and asked casually. What? Is the Marine you're in not as good as you thought? At this moment, Bai Ze hardly trusted anyone, so everything he said was sarcasm. HMPH, you annoying brat. You don't need to worry about this kind of thing. Do you think I don't know Marine's shortcomings? Akainu snorted coldly, and it seemed that he was not as defensive as Bai Ze imagined. He spoke with a serious expression. The current shortage of Marines is due to management issues. In this chaotic era of pirates, the previous peaceful policies are no longer applicable. In this bloody era, we must resort to bloody means. If we are not willing to sacrifice even a little bit of those old guys, how can we exchange for a peaceful era in the future? Akainu narrowed his eyes and looked at Bai Ze meaningfully. I will take charge of the Marine Corps in the future, and implement my policies, but I still lack a little power. When he first saw Bai Ze, those heart-pounding eyes shocked Akainu greatly, relying on the sixth sense of a strong man. Advertisement. He knew very well that those eyes were not simple, coupled with Bai Ze's tenacious belief in revenge. He knew very well that Bai Ze would become a top-level warrior in the future, so Akainu swallowed his pride and accompanied Bai Ze, just to borrow Bai Ze's power. Hearing this, Bai Ze's eyelids twitched. He didn't expect that Akainu's determination to reform Marine would change so early. Bai Ze recalled the battle between Marshal Aokiji Akainu and the Summit War described in the original work. Isn't that what happened? Don't tell me about this. After all, I'm not a member of your Marine yet. Wait until I kill 1,000 pirates. Bai Ze sneered. Akainu. You annoying kid, then let's do as you wish. Where are you going to kill the remaining pirates? 1,000 pirates is a lot of people. Especially in a place like New World. Do you know what kind of trouble killing 1,000 pirates would cause? If you're not careful, you might die. Akainu didn't know why Bai Ze was so obsessed with killing 1,000 pirates. I'll die if I have to. If I'm going to die in this lifetime, it will be while I'm killing the pirates. Either they die, or I die. Bai Ze's eyes were deep. He must get the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even at the cost of his life. Haha, kid, I admire you more and more. Akainu looked at Bai Ze's stubborn eyes and his personality that was very friendly to his temper, and his face lit up. Killing the pirates is not just talk, he needs the strength to match it. In the next period of time, I will teach you real fighting skills. I hope you can endure the hardship. Hearing that Akainu was willing to teach, a smile appeared on Bai Ze's usually calm face. Of course, he was unwilling to let go of the Marine Admiral's fighting skills. Certainly, Shirasawa laughing. Buzz. The boat sailed away at high speed again, and Bai Ze did not forget to arrange today's harvest during the voyage. Open hollow lens bracket host. Bai Ze close hollow lens bracket, physique. 130, spiritual power, 300. Ninjutsu. None, open hollow lens bracket talent. 3 Tomo Sharingan, advanced, close hollow lens bracket. Slaughter points. 100. Bai Ze thought for a while, and this time he added the killing points to his mental power. Ding. Added points successfully. Current mental strength, 400. Because he found that the opening of Sharingan consumes mental energy, he replaced the chakra in Hokage. As for ninjutsu, Bai Ze narrowed his eyes. He hoped that the ninjutsu given by the system in the future would not disappoint him. Time flies by like a white horse. Rather than saying that the system asked him to kill 1,000 pirates, it would be more accurate to say that it asked Bai Ze to complete all the revenge within 3 months. Because during those 3 years when he lived worse than a dog, he witnessed the purest sin and evil in this world. Advertisement. Although Bai Ze didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with the truly top-level pirates groups at that time, those pirates groups with low bounties are sometimes the real evil. Burning, killing, looting and committing all kinds of evil. How can the strong coexist peacefully with the weak when they have power? This pirate's world is not as friendly as described in the original book. During those 3 years, he had seen far more than 1,000 extremely evil and hypocritical pirates. Among them, there were countless people who had bullied Bai Ze. So, in order to obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan, Shirasawa was the first to approach them. At first, they were confused by Bai Ze's sudden arrival. Little devil, who the hell are you? Why are you here to kill me? Someone cursed Bai Ze angrily, because for them, he had done too many bad things, and people like Bai Ze had too many enemies. So many that they couldn't even remember them all. After all, not everyone could gain the powerful strength to seek revenge on them. Some people who knew Bai Ze were very excited about his arrival. Another Avenger looking for revenge against me. Ha ha ha. The man laughed until tears came out. I just like the way you guys can't stand me but can't kill me. Seeking revenge on me? It'll just mean one more soul will fall under my sword. The man laughed at Bai Ze, who was holding the short sword, and laughed. He died. It was a miserable death. Bai Ze killed him. He was tortured to death with his sword. Blood was all over the ground. But there was neither joy nor anger on Bai Ze's face. He was just eating and drinking normally. And during this period he didn't ask Akainu to help at all, just let him watch from the side. Even if he died, he wouldn't help. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a pirates with a bounty of 5 million, and rewarded with 5 killing points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a pirates with a bounty of 10 million, and rewarded with 10 killing points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket drop. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket. Current task progress. 501 thousandths. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket. Current task progress. 751 thousandths. Close hollow lens bracket. One after another, reports of kills began to echo in Bai Ze's mind. After all, Bai Ze, with the 3 Tomo Sharingan, is no match for this group of low-level pirates. So to them, Bai Ze is no different from a devil. Little guy, pay attention to your emotions and don't turn into a real lunatic. In this regard, the Decisive and Ruthless Akainu couldn't help but persuade Bai Ze, because Bai Ze was a nice guy to get along with normally. But when he fought with the pirates, he seemed like a different person, becoming extremely terrifying and cruel. It was hard to imagine that a boy of only about 13 years old could do such a cruel and brutal method. He doesn't want to work with a madman, I know. Bai Ze looked at Kaido indifferently, and he looked at the system again. Open hollow lens bracket. Current mission progress. 980, 1000, kill big pirates with bounties over 5000, unfinished, close hollow lens bracket. Bai Ze narrowed his eyes and looked at Akainu. Let's go to the last place, after I kill that guy. I will truly join the marine. Where are you going? Punk's Island, the territory of that guy Kaido. My last enemy is there. Bai Ze said in a shrill voice. Chapter 7 Akainu's Justice, more than 2 months. Bai Ze and Akainu killed more than 900 pirates in New World, although most of these guys were ordinary pirates doing low-level things. But it still caused quite a stir in the New World. After all, the figure of Marine Admiral Akainu would be noticed no matter how well he hid. As for Bai Ze, this young boy, actually not many people care about him. Now, Naval Headquarters Marineford. Akainu's absence from the Admiral ceremony, coupled with his sudden disappearance, eventually caused quite a stir. In the meeting room, a group of high-ranking Marine officers were complaining to a tall, dignified man with a mustache. Marshal Sengoku, Akainu is really a bit too unruly. For 2 whole months, he actually didn't come to the headquarters to report for duty for 2 whole months. Not only that, that guy actually followed a kid to the New World to hunt pirates. Does he know how dangerous it is for a Marine's backbone to go out alone? Marshal Sengoku, many missions cannot be carried out without the participation of Akainu. Please bring him back immediately. Marshal Sengoku. The man known as Marshal Sengoku is the supreme commander of the naval headquarters. He holds one of the most powerful powers in the world. But at this moment he seemed so embarrassed, and all this was because of one person. Sakazuki. Akainu. Okay, I got it. I will inform Akainu to report back to the naval headquarters as soon as possible. This guy is really a bit outrageous. Sengoku scowled and waved his hand to stop everyone from complaining about Akainu. Everyone sighed and could only sit back in their original seats with dissatisfaction. After a moment's silence, Sengoku asked, does anyone know the origins of the boy that Akainu followed? It is said that he rescued a boy from a small island. When Akainu Admiral arrived, the boy's entire village had been massacred by a group of pirates. We don't know what happened afterwards. We only know that Akainu Admiral suddenly said that he wanted to follow the other party for some time. A marine who knew the inside story replied, the boy whose entire village was massacred by pirates. Sengoku frowned, then suddenly relaxed and chuckled, as if he had guessed something. No wonder Akainu, this arrogant guy, had followed him to hunt pirates in the past 2 months. This is probably to help the boy get revenge. How much charm does this boy have that can make someone like Akainu do something? Sengoku was curious. Investigate the boy's background and experience for me. Sengoku's face straightened and he suddenly spoke. Advertisement, yes. Everyone obey the order. After resolving this matter, everyone remained seated and no one left, because what was to be discussed next was the most important part of this regular meeting. The meeting room was extremely silent. All the top marine officials looked at each other, but no one spoke. After a long silence, it was Sengoku, the marshal, who broke the silence. Sengoku looked at everyone and continued with a sullen face. Everyone, what do you think of the current situation? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the field became even quieter and someone sighed deeply. The new world is becoming increasingly unstable. The challenges to our marines are becoming greater day by day. For several years, our marines have increased the number of recruits each year, but we are still stretched. When talking about the current situation, the scene immediately became lively, but the words were full of sadness. A group of marine executives all looked unhappy, except for 2 people. A man wearing a white suit crossed his legs and pretended to take a nap in the conference room. The other man was wearing a yellow suit and had a stubble on his face, looking very sloppy. His behavior was even more excessive than the previous one. He was actually whistling, as if he treated this place as a place for fun. Call. Sengoku took a deep breath as he looked at the 2 people who made his blood pressure soar. These 2 guys simply didn't act like marine admirals at all. Yes, that's right. The current situation of our marine is indeed not good. Strong pirates such as Charlotte Linlin, Kaido of the Beasts, and Whitebeard have already established a firm foothold in the New World. Not only that, a pirates group that has recently gained fame is also showing a trend of reaching its peak. The leader of that pirates group seems to be a guy from the old days. The root of all this is. Sengoku took a deep breath, and a guy who was extremely annoying but unforgettable suddenly appeared in his mind. He spoke in a resounding voice. Roger, known as the King of Pirates, brought everyone back to the Great Pirates era with his last words before his death. Everyone was indifferent. Sengoku took a deep breath and spoke in a serious tone. In this era, perhaps our marines should also change some of their policies. Next. What followed was Sengoku's policy deployment that lasted for several hours, and no one knew what Sengoku actually did. All I know is that when everyone left, there was still sadness on their faces. Advertisement the other side. The parties being discussed by everyone, Bai Ze and Akainu, are now sailing quickly in the second half of the New World. Close to the Beast's Pirates Kaido territory, Kid, Are you sure you want to go and seek revenge now? That 80 million pirates guy is not a simple person, at least not to you. At the stern of the ship, Akainu spoke towards a thin figure in front of him while feeling the sea breeze. You are one of the fastest growing young men I have ever seen, but do you know what is the most important thing to become a truly strong person? Yes. Don't die young, do you understand? Da. I understand. The thin figure slowly turned around and revealed a somewhat forced smile. He spoke a little awkwardly. Uncle Akainu. The boy is Bai Ze. 2 months of killing journey with Akainu has made Bai Ze have a slight liking for this man who executes absolute justice. The two of them became both teacher and friend, so Bai Ze began to call Akainu uncle. HMPH, disgusting little brat. Akainu crossed his arms across his chest, as if he didn't want to hear what Bai Ze, the strange kid, called them. However, the subconscious rise of the corners of his mouth still betrayed his true thoughts. If the little guy Bai Ze is in danger, he will still protect him, not only because Bai Ze's power will help him in the future. Bai Ze, who is crazy and obsessed with revenge, is a bit like him in the past. The power of revenge is always unlimited. Akainu looked at Bai Ze's back and murmured. In fact, he once told Bai Ze that it was inaccurate to say that he missed a friend of his, because that friend was either someone else or himself. What few people know is, Akainu, one of the admirals of the naval headquarters, had an incredibly tortuous childhood. The reason why he is obsessed with justice and hates those pirates is because he suffered too much injustice when he was a child. Like Bai Ze, Akainu's family and friends also died because of the pirates, and their deaths were even more tragic. Killing them alone is not a big pirate, they are just a group of unknown small pirates, and there is no reason to massacre them. Just kill them. After all, they were the weak ones at that time, and the strong don't need to reason with the weak. So from then on, he would be obsessed with justice, absolute justice. He wanted to make sure that the strong would no longer be able to bully the weak and get away with it. He wants to let the weak live with dignity in this sea. That day won't be far away. Akainu's eyes flickered, and he slowly withdrew his thoughts. Chapter 8 Akainu's Choice, Declare War on the Beast's Pirates. Bai Ze at the bow had no idea that Akainu had thought so much in such a short time. For Bai Ze at the moment, there is only one thing on his mind: revenge and awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. He looked up at his data panel. Open hollow lens bracket host. Bai Ze close hollow lens bracket, physique. 300, normal is 10. Spiritual power. 950, normal is 10, ninjutsu, none. Open hollow lens bracket talent. 3 Tomo Sharingan, advanced, close hollow lens bracket, open hollow lens bracket task progress. 980, 1000, kill big pirates with bounties over 5000, unfinished, close hollow lens bracket. In just 2 months, his strength has made a qualitative leap. His physical fitness and mental strength have increased several times without any notice. Akainu didn't know that Bai Ze had a system that allowed his strength to improve so quickly, but Bai Ze knew that with his current strength, he could even compete with a Marine Vice Admiral. This is the result of just 2 months. After all, the people in the pirates' world are too strong. Only the real high-end combat power in the Hokage world can suppress the pirates' world. The boat continued to sail towards the target island, which meant that they had truly entered the territory of the beast's pirates. At this moment, there is a breeze above the sea, and it looks particularly calm. Kid, are you sure you want to take revenge now? There's still time to turn around. Although I don't want to admit it, the beast's pirates are really strong. Akainu spoke while standing on the deck smoking a cigar and took a deep breath. A pirates group with nearly 20,000 people, including the real fighter, the numberer, the giver, the laugher, the waiter and other strong guys. As for Kaido as the governor and the annoying big sign 3, it's really a headache. As much as I want to eradicate this cancer in the ocean, but not now. Even the proud Akainu had to admit that Kaido of the Beasts, a survivor from the old times, had become extremely powerful. Even the Marines can't do anything about this guy now. There is no such thing as postponing revenge. When I become powerful, I will definitely avenge the village. I won't tolerate it even for a moment. Shirazawa's expressionless Kaido, Akainu is helpless. Whoosh, whoosh, advertisement. While Bai Ze was thinking, gusts of breaking wind suddenly came towards their boat. It's a cannonball. Bai Ze frowned slightly and was about to take action, but someone was faster than him. I saw a tall figure flash in front of the cannonball in an instant, and then the man slowly threw a punch. The hot magma wrapped around the fist and swallowed it instantly. It seems like trouble is coming to us first. Akainu stopped and looked into the distance, only to see a huge pirate ship slowly approaching from a few hundred meters away. And the flag fluttering on its ship was the flag of the Beast's Pirates, a huge white skull with 8 bones surrounding it, symbolizing the 8 positions in their pirates group, and 2 iconic dragon horns. Not only that, there seemed to be a few black spots in the distant sky. It seemed there were other pirates' ships coming. Tisk. Tisk. The huge pirates' ship slowly approached, and several people with strange shapes and impressive auras on the deck frowned and looked at Akainu and Bai Ze. Akainu, this is our Beast's Pirates territory. You Marines are not welcome. You'd better leave now. A muscular and fierce man spoke first. His name was Pekiwan, and he was one of the 6 Beasts Pirates. A bounty of over 200 million Baileys, and extremely powerful pirates. Akainu is such a sensitive person that his whereabouts have always been monitored by the Beast's Pirates Intelligence Department, so, as soon as Akainu came towards them, they knew it immediately. It was unknown what Akainu's intention was, so high-ranking officials at the level of the Flying Six and even the Three Disasters were all rushing here. After all, Akainu is really too powerful. As for Bai Ze standing aside, he was completely ignored by them. This is the Beast's Pirates. Every mediocre person is really like this. Bai Ze lowered his head and looked at the group of guys gloomily, then his eyes suddenly turned to one person. His hands began to tremble unconsciously. He. What a coincidence. Bai Ze laughed in a low voice, and his eyes subconsciously lit up a little. The other side, Call, being stared at by a group of big pirates, Akainu remained expressionless and took a deep puff of his cigar. Advertisement Random frowned and sneered. Do you pirates have any right to tell me where I go? And Akainu tilted his neck. This sea has never really belonged to you pirates. You. Several people like Peggy Wan, who had a prominent position in the Beast's Pirates, became furious in an instant. Are you Marine going to go to war with this Beast's Pirates? If Akainu wasn't so powerful, they would have taken action long ago. Akainu smoked a cigar without answering, but just looked at Bai Ze with gloomy eyes. What do you mean? Fight or not fight? As soon as these words were spoken, Page Wan and others' faces changed instantly. Does this guy Akainu really want to start a war? And who is this boy? Why did Akainu ask for his opinion? Snap. Snap. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and the Beast's Pirates all took out their weapons. He definitely wouldn't dare start a war. Marine is not ready at the moment. Someone who had a clearer understanding of the current situation spoke through gritted teeth, his words full of confidence. But the next moment, a cold voice instantly shattered his fantasy. Fight, this time, I'm going to kill them all. Bai Ze stood up without knowing it, his scarlet eyes emitting a heart-pounding red light. After this battle, I will completely join the Marine, and from now on I will become the Marine's first knife to slaughter the pirates. Until all the pirates in the world are killed. I've been waiting for you to say that, kid. Akainu laughed and stepped forward. The scorching heat began to fill the entire venue, and Akainu's majestic eyes swept across all the Beast's Pirates in front of him. Said in a cold voice, Today, I, Akainu, declare war on you, the Beast's Pirates. No matter how many come, I will kill them all. Akainu has never gambled before, so let him take a gamble this time. He bets that Bai Ze will not let him down in the future. Advertisement Chapter 9. Kill the Admiral. Today, I, Akainu, declare war on you, the Beast's Pirates. Come as many as you want, I'll kill as many as you want. With a thunderous roar and accompanied by scorching heat, Akainu soared into the sky with a tiptoe. Akainu, are you G crazy? Peggy Wan and the others were shocked. Akainu actually dared to fight in their territory. Are you Marines really going to go to war with this Beast's Pirates? Akainu responded with his fist. His expression was indifferent. Today's battle, he was taking a gamble on Bai Ze's future. Great eruption. The hot magma spread out from Akainu's body, and then spread from his hands to form a huge fist. Then suddenly smashed forward. You are so G. Peggy Wan roared with an ugly expression on her face, and actually went straight forward, then turned around and shouted. All of you get out of here, and he immediately used the power of the devil fruit, and his originally broad body swelled again. With the sound of bones creaking, he turned into a monster with a long giant tail and a ferocious face. This is his devil fruit ability, Zone, Dragon Fruit, Ancient Species, Spinosaurus form. Advertisement looks very majestic. Unfortunately, the opponent he faced was Marine Admiral Akainu. The fruit ability is good, but it's not enough. Akainu's lava iron fist hit the ladder's back directly, making a loud bang. The ladder instantly fell to his knees, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. The entire pirate's ship shook violently with this blow. A cadre of the 4 emperors with a force of 200 million was so vulnerable. Is this the strength of a Marine Admiral? A group of people looked at this scene with dull eyes, but they soon woke up. Peggy Wan, who was knocked to the ground, shouted loudly. He has a hideous face. Hold this guy. He dared to attack us Beast's Pirates. He must die today. Today we will kill the Marine Admiral. After saying that, he rushed forward again despite his injuries. So what if he is a Marine Admiral? Don't forget that this is the territory of the Beast's Pirates. A group of pirates, big and small, rushed forward with anger in their eyes, and swords in hand. Kill. Akainu tilted his head for no apparent reason, looked back and found that Bai Ze was no longer there. He couldn't help but laugh. Advertisement, have you already made your move? That's great, let me see how much strength you have hidden. At the same time, the pirate ships approaching from afar also saw this scene for the first time. After all, Akainu's red figure is really too conspicuous. Damn it, this guy Akainu actually dared to launch an attack. Is he crazy? This is our Beast's Pirates territory. Even Whitebeard wouldn't dare to go in alone. Is this the Marine Admiral? A group of people screamed in horror, but just as they were halfway through they felt someone kick them hard. A huge man walked up. He was wearing an animal skin and had 2 tusk-like things growing out of his mouth. What a fuss. It's just a small scene. Pass the information here to those 2 guys immediately. They said someone came to our house and robbed us today. He snorted coldly with an indifferent expression and then sneered again. Sakazuki, you are called the representative of magma. I want to see how powerful you are. Pass on my order. Speed up. Come closer. Chapter 10 Awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sakazuki. Marine Admiral known as Akainu. Today, all the Beast's pirates who originally looked down on the Marine Admiral finally realize what it means to be the top combat force of the naval headquarters. The entire Beast's pirates vanguard fleet, led by senior officers like Peggy 1, is almost invincible. Even though they tried their best to stop him, Akainu still managed to tear through their defenses with his powerful strength. With the scorching heat in the field, Akainu will take the life of a pirate with one move. Blood splattered all over the ground, he said indifferently. Murder me? Just you? You deserve it? Confident? Arrogant? This is vividly reflected in Akainu. He has hardly ever been defeated since he became a marine. Want to kill him? This group of people is totally not enough, unless... Ahem. Akainu, just wait. The captain and Jack will be here soon. You killed so many of our brothers today, you must die. Peggy Wan struggled to get up and roared with gritted teeth. He really hated that D Akainu at this moment. It was not only because of the latter's overwhelming strength, but also because of the other party's arrogance and indifferent attitude, as if the other party was not afraid of death at all. Oh, I'm waiting. Akainu's indifferent Kaido directly broke Page's defense again. But before Peggy could say anything, Akainu tilted his head and looked at the huge pirate ships approaching in the distance. The flags representing the Beast's pirates were so majestic in the wind. If I really die in battle today, it would be worth it to get back a guy who can change the future of the world. I believe that guy is better than me, so good that I can kill him. Akainu paused and said with a somewhat longing look on his face. All of you pirates, all of you, Akainu, you. Advertisement. Peggy Wan looked up at Akainu with a puzzled look on her face. It would be worth dying in battle just to save one person. Could it be that? Page Wan looked towards other parts of the battlefield in horror. In a corner that he had not noticed, a young man was standing in a pool of blood. Surrounding him were the crew members he brought with him, but they were all dead. The boy looked at him and gave him a kind smile. However, the boy's blood-red eyes and sick smile really had no aesthetic appeal, and made Peggy Wan, a pirate worth 200 million, feel a little scared. You're willing to risk being killed just for this boy? Akainu, are you crazy? Akainu said nothing else, and hit the opponent's back with his lava iron fist again, making a deep dent in it. Just watch. Dirty pirates. Bang, Uncle Akainu, I really don't know how to repay your kindness. On this side, Bai Ze looked at Akainu deeply, his brows slightly frowned. In just a few months, Akainu really helped him so much, helping him bury the people in the village, teaching him how to fight. And now he is risking his life to accompany him to seek revenge. This tough guy, who is considered stubborn and ruthless by many people, actually has his own tenderness. He is willing to protect his absolute justice, which is also a way to protect something else. After this battle, I will definitely not let you down. I will become the sharpest knife for marine to slaughter pirates. Bai Ze retracted his gaze and then looked at the person in front of him whose hands and feet had been cut off. The person was lying in a pool of blood, wailing miserably. He is one of the 4 ghosts, who are numbered, and the pirates with a bounty of 80 million are also Bai Ze's target of revenge and the real instigator of the village disaster. This big pirate's worth 80 million was no match for Bai Ze, so he was quickly defeated by Bai Ze and then abused. Do you know who I am? Bai Ze looked down at the ladder, his bloodshot eyes reflecting his miserable appearance. How would I know about this little B *****************? Could it be my long-lost son? Haha. The 4 ghosts who had been tortured to this point knew that there was no hope of survival, so they just decided to give up. Advertisement. Seabreeze Village. Bai Ze uttered 3 words with indifferent eyes, but the 4th ghost's eyes were still confused. He looked at Bai Ze's hateful eyes and laughed. Sounds familiar. You should be one of the Avengers. Haha, sorry, there are too many people who have grudges against Lousy. I really can't remember. Can't remember? Bai Ze knew clearly that Karen, who killed his villagers, had reported it before he died, but the other party still didn't remember it, as if it was just a trivial matter not worth mentioning. The death of all the villagers means nothing in the eyes of the other party, and they don't even deserve to be remembered? Haha, ha 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 ha, ridiculous, it's so ridiculous. Bai Ze covered his eyes, raised his head and laughed, as if he wanted to laugh himself to death, and laughed until blood flowed down his eyes. Tick, tick, tick. Big drops of blood fell, and the dead ghost looked at Bai Ze's crazy behavior and thought to himself that something was wrong. But before he could react, he saw a blade flash past. His head fell to the ground instantly. Go to hell and repent. Bai Ze spoke with a dead look in his eyes. At the same time, with the death of the 4 ghosts, the nightmare-like voice of the system instantly sounded. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 80 million. You will be rewarded with 80 killing points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Current mission progress. 1000. Kill a pirate with a bounty of 50 million. Completed. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket. The mission is completed and rewards are distributed. Please choose one of the following 6 Mangekyo Sharingan as a reward. Close hollow lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 1. Mangekyo Sharingan Amaterasu. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 2. Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukuyomi. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. C. Mangekyo Sharingan, Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Close black lens bracket. 5. Forbidden Technique Izanami. 6. Forbidden Technique Izanagi. Chapter 11 Awakening Double Kamui. Open hollow lens bracket. Rewards are being distributed. Host, please choose a Mangekyo Sharingan to awaken. Close hollow lens bracket. Along with the nightmare voice of the system, Mangekyo Sharingan of all types from the 6 Hokage worlds were directly brought out. Among them were even the perverted Izanami and Izanagi. The functions of the two are almost the pervert among perverts, which can be said to be unsolvable. Even those guys who are called kings in the pirates' world may not be able to withstand it. In addition, Distinguished Heavenly Gods, which is known as the strongest illusion, is also equally exciting. Amaterasu, a terrifying flame that carries the promise of certain death, is also not weak, and the corresponding ability of Tsukuyomi is also perverted. But I choose Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui. Bai Ze's calm face expressed an answer that seemed to have been thought of long ago, without any hesitation. Open hollow lens bracket. Ding. The host has been selected. The rewards have begun to be distributed. The Mangekyo Sharingan has begun to be bestowed upon the host. Close hollow lens bracket. The system's voice sounded immediately, and along with that voice, Bai Ze also instantly felt an indescribable power in his body. He felt the burning sensation unbearable. His heart was beating like a drum and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. The unimaginable pain in his eyes forced Bai Ze to lower his head and cover his eyes with both hands. Slight drops of blood dripped down between his fingers. Tick. Tick. At the same time, a terrifying aura seemed to be brewing, just waiting for a burst of energy. However, no one noticed Bai Ze's unusual movements at the moment, because the real battle was about to begin. Akainu, who had beaten Page Wan almost to the point of losing his breath, raised his head slightly and looked at the guys who were so close. The pirate's scent is really disgusting. As soon as they came over, I felt sick. Akainu said with a cold face. Next moment, tisk, tisk, tisk. Bang, bang, bang. With a loud crash, huge pirates' ships crashed directly over, accompanied by the sound of fighting. One by one, the powerful Beast's Pirates members filed in and rushed towards a red figure. Kill! They roared, and every member of the Beast's Pirates was half crazy. They did not hesitate at all, even though they knew they might become cannon fodder if they rushed forward. After killing Marine Admiral Akainu, Lousy will see how the boss will reward us. Ha ha! Among the crowd, a man with tusks who was huge in stature and had the most powerful aura did not hesitate at all. He rushed out directly the moment the boat approached. Jack ignored everything and took 2 steps at a time, and rushed straight towards Akainu. He looks confident. Akainu, come and fight with me. He roared, and armament hockey suddenly covered half of his body. Then he threw a punch, the power of which made everyone around him feel palpitations. Advertisement Marine Admiral. Jack was confident that he was no less confident than anyone else. Today, he was going to let his elder brothers and the others know that the Marine Admiral they admired was actually just so. Is it Jack, one of the 3 calamities? Why is he coming to kill me alone? This guy? Akainu frowned slightly and finally got a little angry. Just relying on the current number of people to hunt down Akainu, haha, it is still not enough. I said that no matter how many of you come today, I will kill them all. Akainu tilted his head, and the next moment he tiptoed forward. Great eruption. A pair of giant lava fists were swung out directly, and the lava fruit ability was released without reservation. The scorching heat made the running seawater boil. Are you looking down on me, pirates? Bang. The 2 fists collided. There was an earth-shattering explosion. A group of pirates were directly blown away by the sonic boom between the two, and huge waves were raised on the surrounding sea surface. The momentum was extremely terrifying. The scorching heat emitted by Akainu's lava fruit directly evaporated the seawater. A large cloud of mist rose up, making it impossible for bystanders to see what was happening inside. Ah, is this a fight between truly powerful people? It's really terrifying. It feels like we'll be beaten to ashes if we go up there. As expected of Boss Jack, he is really awesome. That Marine should be beaten to the ground. That's it. That's it. A group of Beast's pirates screamed in shock, but due to their blind confidence in Jack, they all believed that Jack would win the collision. Marine? Over the years, the Beast's pirates have grown so strong that they have begun to look down on Marines. In their eyes, Marine Admirals are just slightly more powerful people. The only ones who truly understand Marine Admiral are the senior officers of the Beast's pirates. Sasaki, who is also one of the Flying Six, and Peggy One's sister Runty. Looking at the center of the battlefield, they talked to themselves with serious expressions. Jack lost. Marine Admiral Akainu is really amazing. Haha. How can the Marine Admiral not be powerful? They are the kind of guys that only our captain can contend with. Without them, the Marine has nothing to fear. As they whispered, the fog on the sea level gradually dissipated, and 2 familiar figures slowly emerged. One of them was kneeling on one knee, with bloodline flowing from the corner of his mouth, obviously injured, while the other was standing as before. But his clothes were slightly dirty and he was breathing heavily. The difference is obvious. The former one who was injured was Jack, and the latter one who was unharmed was Akainu. In the end, Akainu, the Marine Admiral, won the fight between the two. Hateful, Jack roared angrily. He looked at Akainu in front of him with reluctance. This guy was so strong. Then what was the point of bumping into him just now? Jack subconsciously felt a little ashamed. You all. Come together. Advertisement. Akainu was so excited at the moment that he almost forgot what his original purpose was. He only knew. Now seemed to be a good opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the beast's pirates. Let's go together. The two Runti, who were part of the Flying Six, looked at each other and rushed towards Akainu without any hesitation. Jack also attacked angrily. If a one-on-one fight doesn't work, then let's gang up on him. The huge crowd of beast's pirates began to move again. Even if you are an admiral, so what? With so many people around, you will be exhausted to death. Kill. Akainu looked at all the people rushing towards him and he laughed. Meteor volcano. Akainu did not hold back and directly used his fists to throw out countless lava punches. Not only that, but magma also erupted from under many people's feet. The entire battlefield turned into a scorching hell, and anyone who was infected would either die or be injured. This is Marine Admiral Akainu in his prime. Snap, snap, snap. When Akainu defeated many Beasts Pirates members, several senior Beasts Pirates executives such as Jack directly used their fruit abilities. In an instant, they transformed into strange and terrifying monsters. All monsters, this is the full power form of the senior officers of the Beasts Pirates. Even Kaido didn't dare to underestimate these three. They carried the lava and rushed towards Akainu without caring about their lives. Come and die, lousy. Jack transformed into a giant war elephant and charged towards Akainu. Akainu could only raise one hand to block the terrifying attack. At the same time, the huge Triceratops transformed by Sasaki also rushed over, and Akainu had no way to free up another one to resist. But when the battle was about to be balanced, a female voice filled with anger and murderous intent rang out. Go to hell. Marine. The Pachycephalosaur transformed by Runti had already raided Akainu's back, and its huge head attacked Akainu's back without holding back at all. Akainu's expression suddenly became serious. Is this a desperate situation? The three top pirates have joined forces. Even as an admiral, he can't guarantee that he will escape unscathed. Why? Akainu sighed softly when he was about to exchange a minor injury for the lives of these pirates. In a corner that no one had noticed, a young man slowly raised his head. He was covered in blood and had a cold expression on his face. The young man's eyes exuded a faint bloody light, and a strange symbol like a dart was reflected in the pupil, appearing quiet and terrifying. He murmured softly. Kamui. As the sound rang out, the boy's bloodshot eyes, which were inlaid with strange dart-like symbols, trembled slightly. Chapter 12 Kamui shows his power for the first time, shocking everyone. Kamui. As a sudden childish voice sounded in the field, for some reason, the entire battlefield fell silent. Especially on the battlefield where the three major cadres Akainu and Beasts Pirates fought, several top strong men subconsciously felt a hint of chill with their amazing sixth sense. Especially the swollen-headed dragon monster that Runti transformed into, she clearly felt a sense of threat. Does Akainu still have the strength to fight back? Impossible. But she hesitated only for a moment before she determined her goal and thrust her huge head directly towards Akainu's lower back. Seeing that the attack was about to fall on Akainu, Jack and the other man were delighted, and then their eyes were filled with enthusiasm. With this blow, Akainu was either killed or seriously injured. Swish, swish, snap, but just when Runti's attack was about to fall on Akainu, something strange happened. An inexplicable gravitational force actually acted directly on her huge head. The powerful gravitational force expanded at an extremely fast speed from a small point, like a black hole that was about to suck her entire body in. It pulled and tightened, tearing off a large piece of her flesh in an instant. Blood splattered all over the ground. Damn. What kind of power is this? Runti felt the pain and completely lost the desire to attack. She retreated quickly. When she fell to the ground, most of her face had been torn off, and her flesh and blood were blurred. The ugly face of the monster looked even more hideous. Who made the move? Is there anyone else strong here? Could it be? Jack and the other man looked towards a corner in doubt and surprise, staring at a young man. It was him, the young man following Akainu. How is it possible? He is so young, how could he have such strength? It seems that I won the bet. Akainu gave a playful smile. But as if to confirm their guess, Bai Ze's blood-red eyes trembled again, and Kamui attacked again, this time with greater force. Jack and the other man immediately felt a huge pulling force suddenly appearing somewhere in their bodies, as if it was going to tear them apart. Damn it, it's really this brat. Jack and the other man acted decisively and retreated hastily, but they were also badly injured. A large piece of flesh was torn off their chests, and the bloody mess looked quite horrifying. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? Jack looked at Akainu with an unpleasant expression. Is this why you declared war on us Beasts Pirates? Advertisement. Akainu said nothing else but just smiled gently and looked in a certain direction. A young man was walking towards this side slowly. Bai Ze said calmly as he walked, the deal is done. From now on I officially join the Marine. Slaying pirates is my life's mission. Bai Ze, I welcome you on behalf of the Marine. Akainu laughed out loud and clapped his big hands uncontrollably. He had never been so happy as today. Damn these two guys. They dare to chat and laugh in the middle of a fight. They're courting death. Jack roared softly and signaled with his eyes to Runti, who was closest to Bai Ze in the distance, to launch an attack. The latter had been holding back his anger for a long time. With a tap of the toes, the huge figure shot out like thunder, and after leaping in front of Bai Ze, the huge tail swept directly towards Bai Ze. Damn you little brat, you actually dared to disfigure me, go to hell. Death? Ridiculous. Bai Ze seemed to have heard something funny and laughed out loud, and he didn't even move a step while laughing. He stared at the latter coldly, as if looking at a dead person. Want to withstand my attack? Stupid. A sneer appeared on Runti's lips. As a user of the zone fruit, attacking was her strong point. Even if Akainu resisted, he would be injured. Bai Ze remained indifferent, and in front of everyone's eyes, the huge tail swept through Bai Ze's body. Bang! Most of the stern was smashed directly, but Bai Ze acted as if nothing had happened. How is that possible? I clearly hit it. Runti didn't believe it, and she started attacking Bai Ze like crazy. Buzz. 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 The rapid attack speed caused a sound of breaking wind, but Bai Ze remained motionless, and Runti's attack was equally ineffective. Bai Ze's eyes moved slightly, emitting a dazzling blood-red light. Hollow. One of Kamui's innate skills. Runti, one of the top pirates, began to panic subconsciously when he saw Bai Ze's cold eyes, and a bad premonition came to his mind. The fight is almost over, pirates. Next. Bai Ze tilted his head, and a murderous aura filled the entire arena. Advertisement. It's my turn. Buzz. Bai Ze shouted softly, and the Mangekyo Sharingan on his left suddenly shrank. Left Eye Kamui's innate skill was activated again, and this time Bai Ze chose to activate it directly at the heart of the monster transformed by Runti. Snap. Snap. Following a sound of space tearing, Runti actually let out a scream of pain. Her flesh and blood were being peeled off. What the hell kind of ability is this? She suddenly reverted to her original form, and immediately used armament hockey. But the tearing feeling still existed. She was really panicked, staring at the young man in front of her. His face was cold, with no joy or sadness. What exactly is this boy's ability? Oh, this boy is so powerful, who is he? How can you defeat Lord Runti at such a young age? This is terrifying. The Beast's Pirates members looked shocked and whispered among themselves. But Jack, one of the three disasters, looked at this scene with a surprisingly calm expression. He changed his previous reckless look and looked at Akainu evenly. Akainu, this is why you started the war, for this boy. Your chosen heir. Hearing this, Akainu did not comment, but the next moment Jack did smile playfully. What a pity, you all have to die today, including this young man you care about. Akainu suddenly looked shocked, and he looked solemnly towards the distance on the sea level. There was another pirate ship approaching. And that pirate ship was extremely huge, with the Beast's Pirates flag flying in the wind. On the bow, a huge man with a stern face carrying a huge mace was looking over here with a smile. He tilted his head. His expression was filled with unique excitement. That person is Kaido of the Beasts. He actually came. Chapter 13. Bai Ze's confidence. Akainu's face changed drastically and he stared at the man in the distance. The leader of Beast's Pirates, a former crew member of Rock's Pirates, one of the top fighters among pirates. How can we say it? It is because of his strength that the Beast's Pirates have occupied so many sea areas while the Marines can't do anything to them. And it seemed that there were more people coming. Akainu looked from a distance and found two familiar figures standing behind Kaido. Seeing the appearance of those two people, Akainu's expression became even uglier again. Jin and Quinn are here too. Damn, this is really troublesome. Akainu smiled bitterly and grasped his hands unconsciously. Are he and Bai Ze going to die here today? This is absolutely not possible. Akainu made up his mind. Thinking about Bai Ze's terrifying ability just now, if he had such strength at such a young age, what would his future be like, today? Even if he, Akainu, died here, he had to protect Bai Ze. Think of this, Akainu roared directly at Bai Ze. Little guy, I will do my best to stop these guys later, so you just need to run for your life, okay? You must run away. Don't let Laozi's blood be shed in vain. We must kill all the pirates in this world. As he spoke, the hot magma emerged from his body again. It was obvious that Akainu was ready to fight to the death. Running, that's ridiculous. Jack said coldly, you two will die here today. I will hang your head at the door of your naval headquarters, so that everyone will know that those who offend us are Beast's Pirates. Advertisement, desperate. As for that little brat, Jack's eyes gradually turned cruel. I will let him experience the most cruel punishment in the world. You kill someone and then want to run away. What do you think this place is? Buzz. Ignoring Jack's words, Akainu's momentum surged again. He, Akainu, still had the confidence to risk his life to protect a person. Uncle Akainu. Suddenly a familiar voice interrupted his determination to die, and Bai Ze, who was fighting fiercely with Runti, looked over. He gave a calm smile. Just help me hold them back for a minute. Once I've dealt with these pirates, I'll get you out of here safe and sound. No one of us will die in this battle. I, Bai Ze, brought you here to seek revenge and I will bring you back safely. Bai Ze smiled confidently, as if he didn't think this was a fatal crisis at all. But this is a siege by the beast's pirates. Even if the three admirals gather together, there is no guarantee that they can escape unscathed. For some reason, Akainu subconsciously believed what he heard. Okay, I'll hold them off for a minute, advertisement. Akainu replied with a smile, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the swollen-headed dragon transformed by Runti got angry when he saw Bai Ze chatting and laughing while fighting with him. Damn lil brat. You really think you can control me and kill me in a minute? As she spoke, she actually relied on her strong physical strength to forcibly break away from Bai Ze's Kamui power at the cost of losing half of her body. She covered her bleeding chest and looked at Bai Ze angrily. This young kid almost killed her just now, as expected of armament hockey, which can only be practiced by the strong in the pirates' world. Even Kamui's power has been affected a little. Seeing that Kamui did not immediately take the latter's life, Bai Ze was not annoyed. After all, he did not think that he would be invincible in the pirates' world after obtaining a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. What's more, the current Mangekyo Sharingan. Bai Ze touched his eyes, which were slightly stinging, and sighed in his heart. As expected, after advancing to the Mangekyo Sharingan, the speed at which his mental power was consumed skyrocketed several times. With his current mental power, he couldn't hold on for too long. But, killing the guy in front of me should be enough. Bai Ze said this with an indifferent expression and raised a finger. I said within 1 minute, I will kill you. Chapter 14 Akainu. I will take on all of you alone. When the battle situation on Bai Ze's side seemed to be in a state of tension, Akainu finally encountered a truly troublesome existence. Before the huge pirate's ship got close enough, the burly man on the bow had already locked his eyes with Akainu. He tilted his head, and a terrifying aura came directly towards Akainu. Snap. Snap. The sky seemed to become turbulent because of this momentum, and thunder was heard in the clear sky. Not only that, all the sea creatures within 1,000 meters radius fled as if they saw something terrible. Is this the captain's conqueror's hockey? Wow, so cool. A group of ordinary beasts pirates were breathing heavily. They felt so uncomfortable just by being there, so how terrible the pressure would be on the people targeted by the center. But unlike what they wished, Akainu at the center of the storm stood quietly, as if nothing had happened. One is Akainu, the Marine Admiral, and the other is Kaido, the King of Pirates. As soon as the two came into contact, they had a fierce confrontation. Many people have different opinions on who is more powerful, the Marine Admiral or the Captain of the Royal Pirates, but it seems that we can witness it today. A battle that is unique to them. However, regardless of whether he wins or loses this battle, Akainu seems unable to escape the fate of death. Because at this moment he is truly surrounded by senior Beasts Pirates executives. A total of 8 pirates ships had surrounded him tightly, leaving him no chance of survival. Not to mention that Quinn and Jin, the 3 calamities, were both standing behind Kaido, looking at Akainu with murderous intent. To be honest, the main reason they rushed here today was because Akainu's words were too arrogant. No matter how many come, he will kill them all. Who does he think he is? Akainu looked at this huge scene and sighed inwardly. As expected, the Beast's pirates seemed to be stronger than he had imagined. They had gathered so many powerful forces in such a short period of time. The Marine's intelligence was still not good enough. When he returns this time, he will definitely ask someone to take charge of this intelligence. Yes. Even with such a situation, Akainu still believed that he could return safely because it was a promise from the guy he was most interested in. Although the two had only known each other for a few months, for some reason he believed Bai Ze's words without a doubt. He thought about the future and looked at all the Beast's Pirates members surrounding him with a confident smile. Advertisement then yell. You want to kill me? Then come on, what are you pirates waiting for? The sound was so loud that it resounded through the sky. All the Beast's Pirates members were shocked, even Kaido was shocked. He looked at Akainu with murderous intent. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you, Akainu? Even though Kaido is not ready to go to war with Marine, he has to fight since they have come to him. I said. Akainu smiled grimly, please kill me. The voice was cold and dead silent. After a moment's silence, Kaido seemed to have made up his mind. He raised his hand slightly and then swung it down fiercely. Kill them. I will use their blood as a sacrifice today. I'm here to kill Akainu. After you deal with that brat, block all the ways out. Don't let Akainu escape. Snap. Snap. As he said that, Kaido carried a huge mace and charged towards Akainu. Thundering 8 trigrams, and his first move was a killing move. Conqueror's Haki directly wrapped around the weapon and flashed with thunder. It was obvious that he was really angry. He wants to kill Akainu as quickly as possible. You want me to deal with a little brat? Boss, you really underestimate me. I want to see how powerful the Marine Admiral is. Quinn tilted his neck and complained slightly, but he didn't dare to disobey Kaido's order. He pointed his toes and instantly rushed towards Bai Ze. Advertisement. If I can take care of that brat in 30 seconds, I might even have a chance to fight this guy Akainu. He thought to himself, but suddenly a fiery figure flashed in front of him. Kai. Akainu, isn't he fighting with the eldest brother? Could it be? How come the winner was decided so quickly? But when he glanced sideways, he found that his boss was safe and sound and was rushing towards him with an angry look on his face. It seems that Akainu got rid of Kaido and came to stop him. It doesn't look like this guy can fight against so many alone. Akainu, are you really looking for death? Quinn roared in anger, but the only answer he got was Akainu's cold fist. This road is blocked. Bang! Akainu had a cold face and punched him back nearly 100 meters, then he teleported to various places to stop all the people who were about to attack Bai Ze. He stood 10 meters behind Bai Ze, looking at everyone with an indifferent expression. I told you to come and kill me, don't you understand? He paused and continued, I mean, I'll beat all of you by myself. Whoosh! Snap! Snap! As soon as these words were spoken, the sky seemed to be torn apart, and eyes that seemed to want to devour people were looking at Akainu from all directions. One person takes on everyone? P.S. Some people say that I nerfed Akainu too badly. In fact, I think this result is not bad for one person to fight against an entire pirates group. After all, Akainu is not in his prime now. But it was indeed cut a little, after all, it has to serve the plot. I'm sorry everyone, I will try to be more rigorous and less toxic in the future. Chapter 15 Bai Ze. You want to kill my family? I said, I'll beat all of you by myself? Akainu said with a cold face. After saying these extremely arrogant words, Akainu felt a little strange. The corners of his cold mouth twitched. This feels kind of good. Over the years, he seemed to have never been happy. He thought that even if Bai Ze was not able to take him away, he would still gain his revenge even if he died today. Akainu's words immediately ignited everyone's anger. FK it, are all Marine admirals so arrogant these days? He's taking on everyone alone, and he's not afraid of getting his tongue blown away by the strong wind. Brothers, I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to punch that Akainu with all my might. A group of Beasts Pirates members yelled and rushed towards Akainu. Not only that, Quinn and Jin, who originally had no intention of beating up Akainu in the spirit of a strong man, were also furious. Damn it, you really think you, Akainu, are invincible, right? One against many, right? Then don't blame Lousy for just blowing your head off. Quinn pointed his toes and was the first to shoot towards Akainu, followed closely by Jin, who was very good at cultivating his energy. The two's zone devil fruit abilities were fully activated, and in an instant, two super huge monsters appeared and fought against Akainu. This was the first time that two of the three disasters joined forces to attack one person. Meteor Volcano. Akainu was also unambiguous and used his ultimate skill directly. Although fighting in the sea reduced his devil fruit ability a little, Akainu still blocked almost everyone in an instant with his hard power. It would be terrifying to tell others that one person could fight against an entire group of royal pirates. But this deadlock did not last long and was broken by the intervention of one person. Kaido. This truly strong man who had originally planned to duel Akainu alone also became angry at this moment. Advertisement: he plans to beat them up. Since you want to die so badly, I will grant your wish. Kaido squinted his eyes and shook his head, then stepped towards Akainu. Conqueror's Haki. Spread out from him again, it's getting difficult. Akainu's face twitched, but he didn't regret the roar he just made. On the other side, Bai Ze, who was fighting with Runti, saw such a big scene on Akainu's side. The cold face twitched subconsciously. Uncle Akainu, I asked you to stop me for a minute, but I didn't let you do anything. Being besieged by such a group of people, Akainu couldn't hold out for long even as a Marine Admiral. So, he has to hurry up. Think of this. He stared at Runti, who was seriously injured in front of him. As a pirates with a bounty of hundreds of millions, there was no reason for Bai Ze to let him go. Without any hesitation, Bai Ze launched another attack, and the Mangekyo Sharingan containing strange power trembled again. The familiar ripples appeared before Runti's eyes again. Damn it, this weird power again, what on earth is this? Runti screamed and tried to dodge, but her speed could not keep up with Kamui's, and soon she suffered several more injuries. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, she gritted her teeth and attacked Bai Ze. Physical combat is her strong point, and even if she can't win, it's best to die together with the opponent. But she obviously overthought. Advertisement because her attacks on Bai Ze were almost ineffective. Each strike seemed to hit, but also seemed to miss. The opponent was not hurt at all. Just half a minute. On the contrary, she herself was now covered in blood and looked like a nobody and was about to die. On the other hand, Bai Ze's clothes weren't even dirty, just a little bloodline seeping out of his eyes. Dual Kamui. This existence can be described as a bug in the Hokage world. If it were not for the original work, even if these eyes were separated, they would still be almost invincible. What's more, Bai Ze now has a whole pair of eyes. After all, I'm not familiar enough with using this power, otherwise the battle should have ended faster. Bai Ze panted slightly and murmured something, ready to truly end the battle. Buzz. Buzz. Mangekyo Sharingan trembled slightly again, and Runti, who was almost dead in the distance, instantly felt a hint of the breath of death. She looked at the slender figure with a look of despair and non-judgment. I'm actually going to die at the hands of this little brat. Being killed by an unknown boy is really too painful. You dare. Jack finally broke through Akainu's defense line and rushed towards Bai Ze immediately. He was so furious that he wanted to threaten Bai Ze. If you dare to kill her, Lousy will make you wish you were dead. I will also kill all your family and friends, cut them into pieces. Kill my family? Bai Ze looked woodenly at Jack, who was running towards him. He grinned with a scarlet mouth, and the next moment a murderous aura rose into the sky. Chapter 16 Bai Ze's Susanoo. Kill my family? Hearing Jack's threatening words, Bai Ze was stunned for a moment. Family? Uncle, aunt, Shaolon. Bai Ze subconsciously thought of his family members whom he regarded as everything, but they were gone. These days, Bai Ze has been forcing himself not to think about that cruel day, and with Jack's words, he began to loosen up. The death of countless people in the village, the unwillingness in their eyes before death, and the deep despair filled Bai Ze's mind, giving him a splitting headache. Pirates, it was the pirates who destroyed everything for him, and now they're threatening him with his family. He. After a moment's silence, Bai Ze suddenly covered his eyes with one hand, then lowered his head and let out a very sinister laugh. The laughter was so sharp and terrifying that Jack, who was about to rush over, felt his heart pounding when he heard it. This kid. What's wrong with him? Is he crazy? Jack thought Bai Ze was afraid of him and was scared crazy, but Runti, who was closest to Bai Ze, was the one who was most sensitive to the current situation. Danger. Hearing Bai Ze's eerie laughter, Runti was horrified. A sense of death rushed into Runti's heart. This guy is a devil, Runti had never seen such a strong murderous intent in her life. Run. As a big pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions of berries, she had no intention of fighting at this moment and just wanted to run away quickly. But she stopped after walking a few steps with her head raised, because the devilish boy had appeared in front of her without her knowing. Advertisement. The boy covered his mouth with one hand, as if he was trying to hide something. A pair of cold, blood-red eyes were staring at her. Runti was subconsciously stunned. This was the first time she saw these eyes at such a close distance. Those blood-red pupils were so strange, as if they were going to make people sink. This is the source of this guy's power. Runti thought subconsciously, and knowing that her life was hopeless, she subconsciously stretched out her hand, wanting to touch these eyes. Because it's so beautiful, tisk, it's almost there. She stretched out her hand tremblingly and was about to meet those eyes. Snap. Bai Ze stretched out his hand and broke her neck, then threw her high into the air and punched her through the heart. Blood spurted out like a column of water, directly turning Bai Ze into a bloody man. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a pirates with a bounty of 320 million and obtaining 320 killing points. Just before Jack arrived at the last moment, after Bai Ze pierced Runti's body, he slowly turned his head and looked at the latter with a dead expression. I killed her. And then what? Pirates. The voice was extremely cold, without a trace of emotion. Damn you, kid. You. Jack started to curse angrily, but was immediately interrupted by Bai Ze. He spoke in a hoarse voice. From now on, no one can stop me from killing anyone I, Bai Ze, want to kill. Advertisement. Whoever dares to stop me, I will make him pay a heavy price, no matter who he is. As one of the three calamities, Jack has seen everything in the world. He is one of the most powerful people in the world. Who dares to make him pay the price, just like you, a little brat? Jack smiled sarcastically and was about to refute. But the next moment, the pirate's ship suddenly trembled, as if something terrible was about to happen. Jack looked at Bai Ze in astonishment. The latter narrowed his eyes and whispered, Susano. One sound falls. Snap. A huge light blue flame suddenly rose up from Bai Ze's body, and then transformed into a huge light blue skeleton nearly 20 meters tall. Bai Ze was wrapped in a skeleton, the flames making his figure flicker, as if he was a monarch in the dark night. A terrifying wave of fire swept out in all directions with Bai Ze as the center. The beast's pirates members who were unfortunately hit were instantly turned into ashes. What is this? Jack looked at the energy monster in front of him that was emitting a strong aura with astonishment. Bai Ze did not answer him, but just raised his hand lightly. At the same time, the fire giant also moved. A flaming sword suddenly appeared out of thin air, and the next moment, the sword emitting energy heat waves instantly slashed towards Jack. The sound was like the wrath of thunder. Bai Ze, who was standing in the body of the fire giant, looked at Jack and spoke in a shrill voice. Let's fight. Damn pirates. Chapter 17. Akainu is in dire straits. Susano. One of the most powerful talents of Mangekyo Sharingan in the Hokage world. Each different pair of Mangekyo Sharingan has a different power of Susano. But the only thing they have in common is power, which is something only the truly top-level strong ones can possess. The stronger the pupil technique, the larger the corresponding energy body of Susano will be. The complete form of Susano can almost reach several hundred meters in height, which is a complete bug. The Susano that Bai Ze is currently performing is only in the elementary stage, but its first appearance in the pirates' world still attracted everyone's attention. What the hell? What did this kid do? Why did he turn into a big skeleton? Is he dead? Damn you. This must be the power of the devil fruit. Does anyone know which devil fruit has this ability? Who knows? But our top priority isn't to discuss this. Don't worry about that for now. Run, everyone. The monster is coming. Seeing Bai Ze was about to launch an attack, a group of Beast's Pirates members instantly fled in all directions. Not only that, the battlefield on Akainu's side also breathed a sigh of relief because of Bai Ze's sudden outburst. There is no other reason. Bai Ze's momentum is too strange and powerful. The group of people tacitly stopped fighting for a moment and looked over there. Kaido frowned instantly when he saw the big skeleton that Bai Ze had transformed into, and he murmured in a low voice. Why did this brat's aura become so powerful? What happened? Zone demon fruit power. No, that's not right. This isn't Zone's ability, paramecia. That doesn't seem right either. What kind of devil fruit's ability is this? I've never seen it before. Damn, no wonder Akainu wanted to protect this kid, this guy is really extraordinary. Advertisement on Kaido's side, a group of people looked surprised, all of them were shocked by this guy Bai Ze. You know, the other party is so strong when he is still a teenager. What will he be like when he grows up? Boss, we must not keep that brat, otherwise Marine will have another powerful fighter in the future. Jin frowned and looked at Kaido. When he saw the latter nod, he looked at Quinn not far away. Quinn, go help Jack and get rid of that brat as soon as possible. As soon as these words came out, Fei Luduan and others all had extremely strange expressions. A child was actually fighting against two of the three disasters at the same time. If I tell others, who will believe it? But that's the truth. Okay, Quinn, who had already had this idea, answered in a deep voice. He tilted his neck and was about to go forward to help. As expected, the figure that annoyed him the most today stood in front of him again. It was Marine Admiral Akainu. Is this guy crazy? Quinn's face looked ugly, because the guy in front of him was really crazy and stopped everyone, as if he was risking his life. At this moment, Akainu's face was grim, his body was covered in blood and scars, and it seemed that he would fall down in the next second, but the latter still looked at him with determination. Please kill me, Akainu spoke coldly, smashed his palm, and lava fell from the sky. But the power has been much smaller. Obviously the latter has been seriously injured and can hardly use the devil fruit ability. Advertisement, that's right, even Akainu would be exhausted at this moment after stopping more than half of the beast's pirates' strong men by himself. He was really badly injured, the combined attack of the two of the three calamities and Kaido, the strongest creature, was too strong. But he still did not retreat, just for that promise. Huff, Akainu gasped and gave everyone a big smile. Damn, it was a good day today, I killed so many pirates. Don't hold back, kill him first, Kaido began to give orders with a cold face, sentencing Akainu to death. The group of people became more motivated and active again. Akainu, you are one of the few Marines that I don't dislike. Today's battle was won unfairly by Kaido, but you killed too many of my brothers. So, you have to die, even if this is not the way of the strong. Kaido had a cold face and swung his huge mace again. Kaido narrowed his eyes slightly, and the Conqueror's haki that gushed out of his body instantly wrapped around it, flashing a shocking lightning. Thundering 8 trigrams. Kaido swung at Akainu with a cold face, carrying the power of destruction. Little guy. Lao Ze may break his promise, so you must remember to fulfill Lao Ze's dream. Akainu smoked his cigar without changing his expression, then raised his slightly trembling hands and fought back. The power of the lava fruit erupted again. Even if Akainu really had to die, he had to die miserably. Chapter 18. Bai Ze standing in front of everyone. He single-handedly fought against several powerful men whose bounties amounted to over 100 million or even over 1 billion. Akainu may be the only one in the pirates' world who can be proud of himself even in death. In addition to Kaido's thundering 8 trigrams, Quinn and Jin each used their own killer moves, with the assistance of other cadres with bounties exceeding 100 million. The overwhelming momentum made people despair, even Akainu seemed a little insignificant at this moment. It can be said that with this blow, Akainu will definitely die. But the latter, who was in the center of the storm, remained calm. Akainu tilted his head while smoking a cigar and blew out a big smoke ring. It's a good show, and it's enough to send Lao Ze off. I just don't know what Sengoku will think when he knows I'm dead. When Akainu was dying, his mind was wandering to who knows where, but he didn't think about death at all. I have to say, he is really generous, this Marine, is really good. A group of pirates looked at Akainu like this and subconsciously felt respect for him, but they did not stop their attacks. The attacks that covered the sky and the earth began to attack Akainu. Go to hell, Marine. Even though Akainu used all his strength to resist, he could only hold on for a few seconds, and was knocked away by a heavy blow. Akainu flew away with blood gushing out, his pupils began to dilate, but the countless attacks still followed and attacked him. Just when the final fatal attack was about to fall on Akainu. The next moment, something strange happened. A huge light blue figure came towards this side at a high speed. The figure was as fast as lightning, and seemed to teleport to the opposite side of everyone, that is, in front of Akainu. The man raised his hand slightly, and the giant's big hand also rose up. I'm sorry, Uncle Akainu, I'm still a little late. You're already seriously injured after stopping them just now. Advertisement, leave the rest to me. The man spoke without even turning his head. Ahem. Bai Ze. Looking at the familiar figure, Akainu forced himself to cheer up. Bai Ze actually arrived so quickly, that Jack. Where did he go? Not only Akainu was confused, Kaido and others were also confused. Wasn't Jack responsible for dealing with the kid in front of them? Why did he let him come here when the problem hasn't been solved yet? Could it be that? Someone looked back in shock and saw a pirate's ship in the distance that had been smashed to pieces, with Jack's figure clearly there. However, the latter's situation was not very good, because Jack was covered in blood at the moment. One of his arms was cut off at the root, as if it had been pulled out by someone. Jack. His hand is broken. They had no idea what was going on. They only knew that the beast's pirates members who had witnessed the battle had their pupils trembling and their faces turned pale. It's terrible, really terrible. Only those who actually witnessed the battle between Bai Ze and Jack knew how terrifying Bai Ze was. That guy is supposed to be a monster. Because Bai Ze and Jack's attacks just now happened in a flash. The huge light blue skeleton attacked Jack like a monster, and its huge body seemed to gather unparalleled power. It's almost as powerful as Jack, one of the three calamities, using his zone devil fruit ability. However, when the two fought each other, something strange happened suddenly, and a force of Uzumaki suddenly emerged from Jack's right arm. It was even scarier than before. The terrifying pulling force made the latter's face change drastically. Advertisement. He looked up at Bai Ze, and saw that Bai Ze's blood-red eyes were surprisingly bright at this moment. Even if the latter is shedding tears of blood at this moment. Kamui. Bai Ze used the power of the Sharingan he had just acquired like crazy. Even though his head was splitting, he didn't stop. He wants Akainu. Bai Ze screamed madly in her heart. She couldn't bear to watch Akainu die. After living together for several months, Akainu had become his best bond in this world. Ah! Snap! As Bai Ze's Mangekyo Sharingan continued to rise, Bai Ze forcibly held Jack's armament haki and used Kamui's spatial power to pull the latter's right arm apart. Bang! Then he knocked the latter away with an elbow strike and rushed towards the battlefield on Akainu's side regardless of everything. Huff! Standing opposite Kaido and others, in front of Akainu. Bai Ze was surrounded by Susanoo's power. At this moment, his face was pale, like a dead man, and the blood in the corners of his eyes was flowing more and more. The newly acquired Mangekyo Sharingan is used unlimitedly by Bai Ze. In this world without chakra, Bai Ze can only use his own mental power. But the mental strength accumulated in just 2 months has also reached its limit at this moment. Kamui is too strong, but its consumption is also different from other Mangekyo Sharingan. Bai Ze took a deep breath, without any hesitation, raised his trembling right hand and roared again. Kamui. Chapter 19. Kaido's defense is broken. Kamui. Bai Ze, who was standing next to Susanoo, shouted softly, and his blood-red eyes trembled again. A group of confused Beasts Pirates members looked at Bai Ze standing in front of Akainu and immediately sneered. There was no other reason. No matter how strong Bai Ze was, he would die under this blow. Do you think that you can stop this attack just by defeating Jack by chance? Ridiculous. Bai Ze. Get out of the way. Akainu shouted anxiously at Bai Ze's back. You'll die. Damn it. Knowing Bai Ze's potential at the moment and his belief in slaughtering the pirates, Akainu didn't want Bai Ze to die early even if he died. He forced himself to rush over to help Bai Ze resist. But after just taking a few steps, I heard Kaido and others who were so arrogant just now suddenly exclaimed in the distance. How is it possible? At this moment on the battlefield, Bai Ze's voice rang out. Suddenly, Kamui's spatial force surged again, forming a small black hole in front of Bai Ze. The first long-range attacks such as knife blades or sword beams that arrived, were all pulled into the Kamui space, and half of the attacks were resolved in an instant. Everyone's face suddenly changed, and some people even started cursing. Shit. What the hell is this devil fruit ability? How come this guy has endless abilities? Careful. Advertisement. Jin, who was at the front, suddenly frowned and shouted as if he sensed something. While everyone was wondering, they saw the strange space fluctuations appear again in front of them. It seems like something is about to come out. Kaido, Jin and others who awakened observation haki suddenly felt something was wrong. Get out of my way. Kaido stopped charging instantly, frowned, picked up his weapon and swung it forward. Thundering 8 trigrams. Bang. What is the boss doing? As everyone looked puzzled, the next moment the black hole burst out with endless energy. It was the attack that had just dissipated, and now it had returned exactly as it was. It contained the attacks of the 3 calamities, and Kaido's own power. Jin and Quinn both changed color. This is so F**************** G fake. Bang. Kaido swung his weapon and collided with it violently. Instantly, with a tearing sound that shook the world. Countless seawater exploded to the side, and all the pirate ships were shaking. It was so hard that people couldn't open their eyes. Everyone's mouth was wide open in shock, as if a duck egg was stuffed in it. What I just absorbed has returned again. Is this a transfer attack? Damn, this ability is too perverted. This boy is too perverted. Kill. Must kill this guy. Advertisement soon. The huge storm began to calm down, and after the smoke cleared, Kaido's sturdy figure was revealed. That's right, Kaido took on this horrific attack all by himself, but he was not feeling well at the moment, with half of his body emitting burnt smoke. Little devil. Lousy will definitely kill you. Kaido, who had just come to his senses, suddenly let out a terrifying roar, and the murderous intent surging in him was visible to the naked eye. He had hardly ever been so embarrassed in his life, and he was actually injured by his own strength. That damn kid must not survive today. He never had the thought of killing anyone, and the same was true for the other Beasts Pirates members. But just as they were about to take revenge, they were horrified to discover. No one. There is no trace of Bai Ze anywhere in sight, and the people who activated observation haki can't sense Bai Ze's presence at all. The Beasts Pirates member who was on edge spoke out tremblingly. That boy, after launching that wave of attacks, came to the side of that marine, and then the two of them disappeared right where they were, as if they had never existed. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. This damn kid actually escaped unscathed after the fight, taking Akainu with him. This. Bang, bang, bang. Those who couldn't find Bai Ze could only vent their anger on the seawater in frustration and anger. The earth shook suddenly. Damn little devil, I will kill you. Earth-shattering roars rang out one after another. Chapter 20 Akainu. Marine welcomes you, Bai Ze, on an unknown island. Animals in an archipelago are engaging in fierce conflict over territory. But the next moment, the two sides that were originally fighting suddenly stopped at the same time, and the eyes of the wild beasts, big and small, were all staring at a certain direction with nervous expressions. Buzz. Buzz. Following a fluctuation in space, two people suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the place where there was originally nothing. Surprisingly, it was Shirazawa and Akainu who used Kamui to escape from the battlefield. Bai Ze knew very well that it was a pipe dream for him to defeat the beast's pirates by himself, so at the moment the explosion happened, he transferred Akainu and himself to the nearest island. This place is not within the scope of beast's pirates, so it is safe for the time being. As soon as the two of them landed, they sat on the ground without any airs. It's nothing. The injuries were too severe, especially Akainu. At this moment, his chest was sunken and he didn't have the strength to lift a muscle. Bai Ze wasn't in much better condition at the moment. He had overused the Mangekyo Sharingan, and as soon as he sat down, he suddenly lowered his head. He covered his eyes tightly with his hands, his whole body was shaking slightly from the pain. Damn. Why does it hurt so much? Bai Ze's entire face was twisted together, because the pain from overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan was really a very strange pain. The kind that penetrates deep into the bone marrow. No wonder the Mangekyo Sharingan is so powerful, these damn side effects are incredible. After all, Bai Ze currently does not have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and cannot use the Mangekyo Sharingan frequently, no matter how powerful his mental power is. But the double Kamui is really powerful. Even if Bai Ze is blinded, he is unwilling to give up. How can I use two Kamui forever? Bai Ze looked a little confused. But before he could hesitate for long, the familiar system appeared in his mind again. Ding. Because the host completed the previous task at a high level. A high-level task is open for the host. Ding. Kill at least 1/7 Warlord of the Sea within 3 months. The reward depends on the completion of the task. The more you kill, the richer the reward. The initial reward is Hashirama Cell. Open black lens bracket current host panel close black lens bracket open black lens bracket host. Bai Ze close black lens bracket advertisement. Open black lens bracket constitution. 300 close black lens bracket, spiritual power, 950, talent. Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan, advanced. Ninjutsu. None. Slaughter point, 680. Listening to the dreamlike voice, Bai Ze instantly felt the pain in his body alleviated a lot. It's simple. The mission reward is too generous, Hashirama cells. This is something that only the man known as the god of ninja in the Hokage world has. His powerful recovery ability can be called a pervert. As long as you don't actively seek death, you will not be killed. Bai Ze was a little excited. With Hashirama's cells, he thought that with his powerful recovery ability, he would be able to use Mangekyo Sharingan frequently. As for killing the 7 warlords of the sea, this shouldn't be too difficult for me now. Apart from the real pervert guy among them, he really didn't take the others seriously. After putting away his excitement, Bai Ze noticed the eye-catching 680 massacre point again. Bai Ze was a little sad. He didn't expect the gains from this battle to be so great, almost comparable to what he gained in the previous few months. As expected, killing powerful pirates was the most cost-effective. Bai Ze's brows were frivolous and his eyes were full of coldness. To him now, he no longer regarded the pirates as human beings, but as rewards. Being human, they don't deserve it. Bai Ze collected his thoughts and quickly added all 680 slaughter points to his mental strength. For now, his physical fitness was no longer of much use. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Adding points successfully, current mental strength 1630, normal people have 10, close hollow lens bracket. In an instant, Bai Ze felt that the pain in his body was reduced a lot. It turned out that mental power was closely related to Mangekyo Sharingan. After recovering a few points, Bai Ze subconsciously wanted to raise his head to look around, and then he saw a familiar big face in front of him. His brows were furrowed and his face was full of worry. Akainu. Uncle? Bai Ze spoke in surprise, because the latter was still bleeding. This. Looking at Akainu's slightly nervous face, Bai Ze felt a warm feeling flow through his heart. Advertisement, ahem. It's nothing. I just noticed that you looked a little strange. I was a little worried. Noticing Bai Ze's strange look, Akainu looked away awkwardly. What's wrong with me? Why'd I care so much about a child? Really? After thinking about it, Akainu smiled and started to change the subject. Ahem. Little guy, you really have so many abilities. Before. Akainu was a little sad. First, it was the terrifying skeleton giant and then this teleportation ability. This is simply powerful. Akainu stared at Bai Ze and asked a soul-searching question. Is this your devil fruit ability? What type? Bai Ze frowned slightly. How to explain this question? His ability does not come from devil fruit, but from the ability of Otherworld. But he didn't want to deceive Akainu either. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Akainu waving his hand and he smiled slightly. You don't have to tell me. Everyone has their own secrets. As long as this power is safe for you, that's fine. Akainu. Uncle, Bai Ze's expression was a little moved. Is this trust? The trust of the man in front of him. Bai Ze sighed a little. It seems that the latter's kindness is really hard to repay. From today on, first I'm a Marine. Bai Ze suddenly grinned, and as soon as these words came out, Akainu's brows were immediately overjoyed, and his mouth was wide open. He stood up and hugged Bai Ze, patting the latter's shoulder with a laugh. Marine welcomes you, Bai Ze. Chapter 21 Akainu's request. Above the majestic sea, a small boat is sailing slowly against the sea breeze. There were two people on the boat. One looked like a teenager but looked a little weird with his cold face. The other was tall and wore a somewhat tattered Marine uniform. The word justice is clearly written on the military uniform. The two people are Akainu and Bai Ze. After resting for a while, the two of them took the safe side. After all, Kaido's beasts pirates were not very far away from them. So the two of them immediately built a small raft and set sail against the sea breeze, heading directly to the naval headquarters. The raft was very small and could barely seat two people, plus there was the task of rowing, so the tall Akainu took on the task. And they're the kind that people rush to do it. It's nothing. Akainu is so happy today because Bai Ze has truly become a Marine. Hey, Akainu, who was rowing at the bow, occasionally let out suppressed laughter from his stern face. He looked at the vast sea and began to fantasize. With such a powerful fighter like Bai Ze joining the Marine, maybe, his dream will really come true. Kill all the pirates and bring permanent peace to this sea area. No one will have to live in fear anymore, and tragedies like what happened to himself or Bai Ze will never happen again. Many people have the prejudiced view that Akainu is extremely warlike, but who can understand his true thoughts? Akainu. Uncle, it's time to eat fish. I'm using the unique cooking method of our sea breeze village. It tastes great. Suddenly, a familiar voice brought Akainu back to reality. Akainu turned around and saw Bai Ze's big smiling face. The latter held two grilled fish and shook them at him proudly. Although Bai Ze's smile was a little stiff, it was still a smile. Advertisement except when facing the pirates and acting a little crazy, Bai Ze is still very normal at other times. Akainu was a little moved. This little guy might not have laughed for a long time. Delicious. Bai Ze, you are such a genius. Akainu took the grilled fish, took a bite and praised with a slightly blushing face, while Bai Ze smiled and shook his head. I sat at the stern of the boat with the grilled fish, looking at the sparkling sea boredly. He was still thinking about the task just issued by the system, to kill the 7 warlords of the sea. Who should he kill, and when? Bai Ze considered it carefully and first ruled out the guy with a sword. Bai Ze is not sure that he can defeat Mihawk, the Hokage, who is known as the best swordsman in the world. Secondly, Bai Ze temporarily ruled out the Empress and the Tyrant Bear, because both of them have some pervert abilities, and they might fail if they are not careful. After excluding these 3, the remaining. Bai Ze subconsciously raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a dangerous smile. The remaining guys will become Bai Ze's prey. Kill for the sake of killing. Bai Ze doesn't care about anything else, this little fellow. Akainu, who was eating grilled fish nearby, subconsciously caught a glimpse of Bai Ze showing that dangerous smile again. Akainu was slightly shocked. Which unlucky guy was targeted by Bai Ze again? That guy is in trouble. Bai Ze, after you report to the naval headquarters, don't leave yet. Akainu thought for a moment and then looked at Bai Ze and spoke. Advertisement? Why? Bai Ze was a little surprised. He was in a hurry to kill 7 warlords of the sea. I know you're keen on killing pirates, but don't be too hasty. Do you remember what I said to you? Which one? Bai Ze frowned slightly, only to see Akainu shook his head, patted his shoulder and spoke in a serious tone. Only a living genius is a genius, a dead genius is nothing. Hearing this, Bai Ze frowned in thought. Akainu thought for a moment and continued speaking. Although you are strong now, your combat skills are still a little rusty. Stay at the naval headquarters for a month. I will have someone teach you various techniques, such as the Marine 6 styles or the use of Haki. We Marines are still very advantageous in learning systematic things. Akainu really felt that Bai Ze was acting too hastily, so he wanted him to slow down. But before Akainu could continue to persuade him, Bai Ze smiled. Okay, I promise you, Uncle Akainu, I will study hard at naval headquarters for a while. 3 months is plenty of time to kill 7 warlords of the sea. It's also a good idea to study at the naval headquarters. Of course the most important thing is, Bai Ze doesn't want to refuse Akainu's request. You little brat. Akainu shook his head and smiled helplessly, then started rowing again. Target. Naval Headquarters. Chapter 22 Everyone's expectations gather in Bai Ze. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. It is a big city located in the central area of the second half of the Grand Line. It stands in this sea like a fortress on the sea. The world's true top powers gather in this sea fortress all year round, such as Sengoku, known as the Marine Marshal, or the Marine Hero Garp. The Marine Admiral also stays there all year round. He is like a stabilizing force in this sea area, and is the basis for the Marine to compete with all the pirates. Therefore, it is regarded as a holy place in the hearts of all Marines, and countless young Marines with ideals want to go here. At this moment, a young boy with a somewhat childish face was standing on a small warship, looking at this stunning city and subconsciously exclaimed in amazement. This is Naval Headquarters Marineford, it's really a bit. It's magnificent. The young man was Bai Ze. During the sailing time of several days, he and Akainu went to a marine base and got a warship there. He arrived here so early, and as soon as he saw it, Bai Ze subconsciously exclaimed in admiration. There is no other reason. This naval headquarters marine fort is so magnificent, with rows of artillery, and rows of determined eyes, powerful marine soldiers. It was completely different from what he thought when the Summit War was destroyed by Whitebeard. Little guy, let's go, you'll be in trouble if you go in. Advertisement. Akainu, who had been standing next to Bai Ze, laughed when he saw this. For some reason, he liked seeing Bai Ze's eyes like this. You should have the spirit of youth at a young age, why do you act so mature all the time? With the arrival of Akainu and Bai Ze at the naval headquarters, it immediately caused quite a stir within the organization. Emergency notice, Akainu Admiral who fought against the Beast's pirates some time ago has finally returned, and he has a young boy with him. Emergency notice. Urgent notices were sent to the highest office. At this moment, in that office, a middle-aged man with a resolute face and wearing a Marine Justice uniform spoke with a slightly melancholy expression while drinking coffee. Akainu finally came back. Why didn't he just die outside? The middle-aged man who was the Marine Marshal is a little angry at the moment. After all, Akainu's behavior in recent times has been too extreme. First, he missed the Admiral appointment ceremony, and then he lost contact for about 2 months. And then recently, this guy actually ran to the Beast's pirates' territory and started a war. Almost single-handedly, Sengoku was stunned when he heard the news. If a Marine Admiral were to fall, who knows how much of an impact it would have on the Marines. But what made Sengoku a little relieved was that the situation in that battle seemed to be good. According to reports from the front, Kaido of Beast's pirates seemed to be very angry and frustrated after that battle. Advertisement. The kind that hasn't eaten much in a few days. Hey, let me see what kind of charm this boy who Akainu values so much has. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, Sengoku laughed and walked out of the office door. There are several other places with similar situations to Sengoku. Garp, who was called a Marine hero and had semi-retired in Marineford, also received the news. Interesting boy. Lousy has to go take a look. Garp ate senbei and swaggered towards that place. He had only taken a few steps when he saw 2 figures running towards him faster than him. He frowned slightly and looked at. One was a man with a wretched face wearing a yellow suit, and the other was a lazy man wearing casual clothes. The 2 of them had droopy eyelids, but their steps were not slow at all, and the direction they were walking was the same as Garp's. Kizaru, Aokiji? Were these 2 lazy guys also attracted here? Garp felt a little funny. I hope this boy won't disappoint them. The 3 admirals gathered together, plus Sengoku who was the Marine Marshal and the attention of this old man himself. There are not many people in this world who are treated like this. Chapter 23. Marine Marshal, Sengoku. The naval headquarters corridor at this moment. Akainu and Bai Ze walked one after the other. Because of Akainu they received a lot of attention along the way. Several Marine Vice Admirals stopped to talk to the 2 and then looked at the new boy carefully. Sir, you do have a good eye. This boy does look quite good. A tall Vice Admiral praised with a silly smile, and Akainu also smiled and nodded in response. Of course, that's the one Lousy chose. His words were full of pride, which surprised the Vice Admiral. Why did Chief Akainu seem a little different? Why are you so? Laughing. Facing everyone's admiration, Bai Ze just remained silent with a cold face. No matter how good the other party's attitude was, Bai Ze still showed a polite smile to Akainu's face. Bai Ze knows clearly how he gained this strength, so he doesn't want to let it become his source of pride. As for everyone's attitude, Bai Ze doesn't care. The only kindness Bai Ze has left at this moment is only for Akainu. The boy Akainu brought here is not simple, but his temperament is a bit cold, perhaps because of his pride. Soon, some information about Bai Ze spread out, and everyone was quite dissatisfied with it. Proud? What are you proud of? This is naval headquarters. There is no shortage of talent here. After walking for a few more minutes, Bai Ze and Akainu finally arrived at their destination. In some solemn meeting hall, advertisement, little guy, I'm going to take care of something first, you stay here alone for a while. As soon as he arrived, Akainu had to leave in a hurry. After all, he had been gone for several months and there were still a lot of messes for him to deal with. Bai Ze didn't refuse, but after Akainu left, the polite smile on his face disappeared immediately. His expression returned to its cold and expressionless state, as if he didn't want anyone to approach him. Looking at the solemn meeting room, Bai Ze sighed. I didn't expect that after traveling to the world of pirates, I would become the Marine that I was a little disgusted with at the time. It's really ironic. Luffy, Zoro, Pirate King. Those names that had made his blood boil at the beginning seemed a little ridiculous now. Pirates? Freedom? They're just a bunch of hypocrites. Haven't these self-proclaimed free adventurers also hurt many innocent people in the name of freedom? Bai Ze shook his head and said to himself, this world should not be dominated by those lawless free men. Only the current Marine can become the real leader, but it's not enough. Very not enough, but it doesn't matter. I will help him perfect it. Since he joined the Marine, Bai Ze not only wants to use the identity of Marine, he also wants to borrow the power of Marine. Marine Marshal. This position is interesting. Bai Ze was thinking this, when suddenly a dull but hearty voice broke his thoughts. Well said, Marine should be the leader of this world because he represents the will of the people. At some point, a middle-aged man with a square face had walked behind Bai Ze and heard what Bai Ze said. Advertisement Sengoku instantly felt relieved. Bai Ze looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a little surprise. He had a tuft of mustache and looked like a very kind guy. Sengoku? My name is Sengoku, and I mean the current Marine Marshal. Without waiting for Bai Ze to speak, Sengoku took the initiative to introduce himself, his face full of smiles. May I have your name, Bai Ze? Bai Ze spoke in a calm voice, with no joy or sadness in his eyes. As if he, the Marine Marshal, was not something very remarkable. Interesting boy. It seems like this Akainu guy has finally found the right person. Sengoku looked at Bai Ze's calm expression and thought to himself, this young man is not bad. Boy, are you interested in joining me as my personal soldier? I can teach you everything I know. Sengoku suddenly said, yes. He looked at Bai Ze, a talented person, and wanted to recruit him. Believe me, my resources are far richer than you think. Sengoku threw out benefits one after another. His eyes were fixed on Bai Ze's. Laugh. Finally, Bai Ze moved. He slowly stood up and spoke to Sengoku seriously. I refuse. Chapter 24 Garp's Test, Bai Ze's Arrogance. I refuse. The young man's clear voice echoed throughout the empty meeting room. Decisive. Straightforward. He rejected the invitation of one of the most powerful people in the world without any hesitation. Sengoku looked at the stubborn expression of the boy in front of him. He smiled. Then he put his hands behind his back and spoke loudly. Akainu, you really found a nice little guy this time. Of course. A hearty voice suddenly sounded. Bai Ze looked at it in surprise, and a smile appeared on his face again. Akainu. Uncle, yes. Akainu had returned to the meeting room without knowing when, and happened to hear Sengoku saying those words to Bai Ze. Invitation. Actually, it was also a test. This is the last test from Marine Marshal to entrust him with an important task. If Bai Ze really agrees, he may not be reused by Marine in the future. But this time, Bai Ze obviously passed. Not bad, little guy. You are worthy of being the one I picked. Akainu put a big hand on Bai Ze's shoulder and laughed. After laughing, he looked at Sengoku with a playful look, which meant something like, you must be envious. This is Laozi's man. Sengoku was not annoyed, but looked at Akainu who was laughing so happily and shook his head and laughed to himself. Akainu seems to have really changed because of a teenager. This is really... Bai Ze looked at Akainu and Sengoku with his eyes slightly narrowed, and the corners of his mouth inadvertently curled up a little. Temptation. Bai Ze, who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, has a perception far stronger than that of ordinary people. How could he not know that there is someone behind him? Advertisement. But Shirazawa did reject Sengoku's question. Not only because he didn't want to betray Akainu, but also because Sengoku and he had different ideas about pirates. The latter is a bit too kind to the pirates' ideals, at least for people like Akainu and Shirazawa. Okay, everyone come in. While Bai Ze was thinking, Sengoku suddenly clapped his hands and looked at the door with a smile on his face. Trample, trample, trample. Following a burst of crisp footsteps, soon, 3 familiar figures from the Marines filed in. A burly old man walked slowly towards them while eating rice crackers, followed by 2 middle-aged men on his left and right. Both of them were wearing standard Marine uniforms, and both had lazy looks on their faces, but the one with the stubble on his face had a more vulgar air. They are none other than Garp, Kizaru, Aokiji. Add to that Akainu and Sengoku beside Bai Ze. All of a sudden, how come all the top combat forces of the Marines were gathered in such a small meeting room? Is this the true strength of Marine? It is indeed powerful. Bai Ze stared at them intently. Bai Ze, who was in the room, clearly felt a sense of oppression. Marine's peak combat power is indeed impressive, definitely far superior to the so-called 3 disasters. Bai Ze, right, he is indeed a good little guy. As soon as he came up, Garp treated Bai Ze kindly and gently like a neighbor grandfather. How can the big palm pinch Bai Ze's shoulder? Another test. What is it this time? Physical strength. Feeling the great force in the other party's palm, Bai Ze quietly tightened his muscles. In an instant, Bai Ze's body became as hard as steel. What a strong physique. How can this kid be so young and so strong? Is he a genius? Advertisement Garp thought to himself, and secretly added some strength to his hands. He wanted to test Bai Ze's limits. This is also one of their goals today. To let Akainu watch the little guy and see if he has the ability for their Marine to spend resources to train him. Snap. Snap. Garp's expression gradually became serious. Akainu on the side frowned as he watched this scene. Almost ready. Akainu couldn't stand it anymore and tried to stop it. But Bai Ze, who had been calm until now, suddenly waved his hands. No need, Uncle Akainu, I can handle it myself. After saying that, Bai Ze looked at Garp and the others with firm eyes. There was a hint of murderousness and anger on his face. Testing, testing. The testing is never over, right? Then let you try it out once and for all. Buzz, buzz. Bai Ze took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. This is, Akainu's eyes widened when he saw such a familiar scene. Choke. The next moment, a surge of murderous energy instantly surged from Bai Ze. Not noticing for a moment, Sengoku, Kizaru Aokiji and the other three were shocked and took a step back. What happened? They all looked forward, and instantly discovered that the strange boy's eyes were now blood red. That terrifying murderous aura also emanated from the young man's body. No need to test me anymore, don't you want to see my strength? Let's just try a sparring match, Marine Hero. Bai Ze raised the corner of his mouth slightly, clasped Garp's big hand with one hand, and spoke with a somewhat evil tone. Chapter 25. Everyone is shocked. Bai Ze is serious. The change happens in just a moment. No one present expected Bai Ze's reaction to be so great, and they felt the terrifying murderous aura in the field. Sengoku and the others all frowned. This young man's aura was too explosive. What was the reason? Sengoku looked at Bai Ze for a while, and finally his eyes stopped at Bai Ze's conspicuous blood-red pupils. Sengoku spoke up. What kind of devil fruit ability is this? Does anyone know it? I don't know him. I haven't seen it. Kizaru and Aokiji drooped their eyelids. Kaido and Sengoku rolled his eyes at them both. Damn it, he shouldn't have asked these two guys. The other side. Garp was also startled by Bai Ze's sudden change. He watched as Bai Ze's strength suddenly increased, and he actually pried his hands apart. His old brows furrowed into a frown, and then slowly relaxed. This little guy has a bad temper. Garp chuckled and also wanted to compete with Bai Ze. He stretched his body and spoke. Little guy, as long as you can break my defense, I can make an exception and give you a gift. Garp narrowed his eyes as he spoke, and his aura instantly rose. As speed visible to the naked eye, armament haki covered his entire body. He was all dark, so scary, he tilted his head, looking like I'll let you hit me as you like. Garp, this old guy, is trying to trick the young guys again. Even I can't break this old guy's defense. Advertisement. Sengoku, who was watching the game, frowned and said, it's not that he didn't think highly of Bai Ze, it's just that Garp is too strong. Kizaru and Aokiji both looked in agreement, but Akainu, who knew Bai Ze better, sneered. Garp is going to bleed a lot. Gift? Bai Ze gave Garp a wicked look. This gift from the Marine Hero. Judging from the other person's personality, he shouldn't be bad. Then I will refuse it disrespectfully, Bai Ze said calmly, then tilted his head. The Mangekyo Sharingan with Kamui's power instantly looked straight at Garp. Kamui. Bai Ze's cold voice rang out from the field. Snap. Kamui's spatial force suddenly exploded from Garp's body, like a small black hole. It kept pulling Garp's body, trying to bring him into Kamui space. What kind of power is this? Garp looked at the sudden pulling force on his arm with astonishment. As if to tear it into pieces, this power was eating away at his body, and Garp frowned slightly. He groaned and increased the strength of armament haki again. I really don't believe this force can break Laozi's defense. As expected of a man who is known as the one with the strongest armament haki, he is indeed quite impressive. Bai Ze stared with scarlet eyes. The armament haki in the pirate's world did have a great effect on the physical body, and could even resist a trace of Kamui's spatial force. Advertisement. Bai Ze thought about it and sneered. But it only had a slight effect. Bai Ze took a deep breath and increased Kamui's strength again. Not only that, a faint flame suddenly rose from Bai Ze's body, and a skull with faint ghost fire burning all over its body suddenly appeared. Susanoo. Since they all want to test my strength, let them test it to their heart's content. Bai Ze must use all his strength to earn the resources he deserves in the future. Kamui. God's arrow. While Bai Ze used the power of Kamui, he condensed a giant bow. Bai Ze pulled it hard. An arrow flew out instantly, attacking Garp with unparalleled force. You. Garp's eyes widened in anger and he quickly raised his fists to fight back. Get out of the way. Sengoku screamed and immediately fled the battlefield. Kizaru Aokiji was pleased. As for Akainu, he had already left. Next moment, a huge explosion suddenly sounded in the field. The sound was earth-shaking. All the Marine soldiers at the naval headquarters looked back in shock. An exclamation. Oh no, there's an enemy attack. Chapter 26. The tilt of all Marine educational resources. A violent explosion sounded from the naval headquarters, and a group of Marine soldiers including senior Marine officers were instantly attracted over. Enemy attack. Several burly Marines didn't believe this answer. This was the naval headquarters. Who could call without making any noise? They went there together just to see what was going on, but they were just a few steps away from the meeting room where the explosion occurred. A middle-aged man with a square face walked out with a leisurely pace. He waved his hand. It's nothing, don't worry. As he said this, he stopped everyone in front of him, obviously not wanting anyone to enter. Several vice admirals looked at each other, with the corners of their mouths twitching. Marshal Sengoku, you lie without thinking? There is still smoke coming out of your head now. But they felt that it was really no big deal, so they quickly and tactfully left. After the few people left, Sengoku, who had been smiling all the time, suddenly turned into a bitter face. He touched his hair that was still smoking, and was speechless. This little guy is so amazing. Sengoku shook his head and chuckled, opening the door and walking inside again. At this moment, the smoke from the explosion has dissipated, revealing two figures fighting inside. One on the left, one on the right, one old, one young. The young man was Bai Ze. At this moment, he had already exited the Mangekyo Sharingan mode and was breathing softly. It seemed that the previous attack had consumed a lot of energy for him. Advertisement. The old man on the other side, that is, Garp, was not in a very good condition at the moment. His marine uniform was now tattered, especially the front, which had several big holes showing the strong muscles inside. And those muscles were also flowing with bloodlines. It was obvious that his defense was broken. His defense was broken by the attack of a young boy, and this was when Garp was giving it his all. What a powerful kid. Where did you find this guy Sakazuki? Aokiji and Kizaru's eyes both lit up slightly at this moment, and it was obvious that they also had a real interest in Bai Ze. Sengoku stood at the door and held his forehead with his hand and smiled. It seems that Marine has his successor. Akainu was not as shocked as the others. He just looked at Bai Ze with relief, as if to say that this was how it should be. After a few seconds of silence, ha ha ha, a hearty laugh suddenly rang out. It was Garp. At this moment, he seemed not to mind his injuries at all. His laughter is like the sound of a drum. It is true that every country has its own talents, and the new generation is better than the old one. Today Garp, was killed by a young man, but I am happy. Little Bai Ze, right? Today I recognize you. Don't worry, the gift I give you will not disappoint you. Recognizing the virtuous is the fine tradition of the Marine. There is almost no jealousy here, they just want to make the Marine stronger. Bai Ze smiled but said nothing, but he felt a little more in agreement with Marine. Bang! Advertisement. 2 loud claps were heard, and Sengoku walked forward with a smile and looked at Bai Ze. Before you came, Sakazuki told us that we Marines would spare no effort to train you. Spare no effort. I was a little hesitant before. But after this battle, you made me realize that you were qualified, so next. Sengoku announced in a serious tone, word for word. All the educational resources of the entire Marine will be tilted towards you. Marine Vice Admiral and above will be your teachers. Including me, Garp, Akainu Kizaru, and Aokiji. In the next 6 months, we will teach you all the skills we are good at. Sengoku's voice is not loud, but every word he says is earth-shaking. The entire Marine education resources have been tilted towards this for 3 months. This is the first time in all these years. The boy in front of him deserves it. What worries Marine Marshal Sengoku the most is that the Marine is in a period of transition. The arrival of Bai Ze just makes up for the shortcomings of the new generation of Marine. Bai Ze smiled slightly and shook his head. It won't take that long. I just need you to teach me for a month. 1 month? Sengoku looked a little surprised, thinking that Bai Ze was too young to understand the value of this thing, so he advised, do you know how precious the teachings of us old guys are? How can 1 month be enough? But Bai Ze still shook his head and spoke in a firm tone. In just 1 month, I will learn all the skills I need. The tone was extremely confident. This gave Sengoku a headache. After hesitating for a moment, he gave a bitter smile. Then let it be as you say. I hope you can give us another surprise. Chapter 27. Turmoil in the New World. The collective test of the Marine executives finally ended with Bai Ze's victory. The final result was also very surprising. It turned out that Bai Ze received the collective support of Marine educational resources. The time limit is 1 month. This news quickly spread throughout the naval headquarters. A group of Marine soldiers who had never seen Bai Ze wanted to see what kind of magical power this young man had that made the Marine brass treat him like this. Marine didn't seem to want to hide the news, but instead promoted it widely. As if to build momentum for something. Are you planning to train the next successor to Marine? Some spies from various forces stationed in the naval headquarters passed this secret report back. And the name Bai Ze was emphasized. The first to receive this news were several royal-level pirates groups. Oh, it seems that Marine has recruited a good boy this time. Not bad, not bad. The burly man with wrinkled face lay in the chair and sighed. However, this sigh had a more indifferent tone, simply because this man was known as the strongest man on the sea. Whitebeard, Newgate, advertisement. Just a young Marine genius. He didn't attract much attention, because in his era, what we lack the least is talent. But Whitebeard looked at his wrinkled hands and body full of tubes, hesitated for a moment and shouted to the side. Marco. There, Dad, soon. A man with a sunny smile and a pineapple hairstyle came over. There's a good guy in the Marine Corps. The ocean will probably be a bit uneasy recently. Tell your people to be more careful during this period. Whitebeard said calmly. He knew he was old. Thinking about the days when he would no longer have his protection, he decided to put away a little bit of his edge so that his family would have less trouble in the future. Okay, Dad, Marco replied. In addition to Whitebeard, the Bugmom Pirates, which is also a royal-level pirates group, also responded to the news from Marine. Charlotte, who is Big Mom's second daughter, Kakuta issued an order. Tell all members to be careful during this period, in case of any big moves by Marine. Advertisement. But at this moment, Wanokuni is also a major maritime force. The Beasts Pirates, also a royal-level pirates group, have a completely different policy from the other two groups. Their policies seem much more tough. Kill. Hunt that brat down without any conditions if you see him. This brat must not be allowed to grow up. Otherwise, you will suffer the chaos in the future. Kaido and others, aware of Bai Ze's potential, immediately issued a brutal killing order. The young man Bai Ze must die, not only because he played a trick on all of them, the Beasts Pirates. It's more because of his terrifying potential. As long as he's alive, the Beasts Pirates will be uneasy. The new world was in turmoil. all because of the huge impact of this news. But at this moment, the real owner of this matter seemed very calm. Naval headquarters, an empty playground. A young boy and an old man were sitting on the ground, feeling the cold wind. And next to them were only some gravel and bumpy floors. It is obvious that a big battle has just taken place here. Chapter 28. The Demonic Sword and the Weeping Ghosts. The young man is Bai Ze, and the old man is Garp. He was Bai Ze's first teacher at the naval headquarters. Garp, whose defense was broken by Bai Ze, volunteered to come and teach Bai Ze. First, he wanted to get back his position, and second, he wanted to teach Bai Ze how to use armament hockey. And fighting is the fastest way to teach. Garp started practicing combat with Bai Ze while teaching. I don't know if Bai Ze is a genius or if Garp can teach him something, in just 3 days. Bai Ze has learned armament hockey and its hardness is comparable to that of some Marine vice admirals who have practiced for a long time. He really is a genius. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. Garp looked at Bai Ze helplessly. This young man was really ridiculously strong, not only in combat power but also in learning ability. It seemed like I understood everything right away. After a few days, I had mastered most of Garp's strengths. As for the remaining time, Garp couldn't use it anymore, as Bai Ze still had to learn the skills that others were good at. Bai Ze noticed Garp's gaze and raised his eyebrows slightly, then explained after hesitating for a moment. Maybe it's because you taught me well, that's why I can learn so quickly. Bai Ze boasted against his conscience, but in fact, learning this thing mainly relied on Sharingan, which was a bit like a cheat. With Sharingan's powerful observation ability and the most important skill, that is, imitate. With this skill, Bai Ze can easily learn many skills. This is one of the real powers of Sharingan. Only, Bai Ze touched his sore eyes and sighed. This world without chakra is a bit troublesome, and there are great restrictions on the use of Sharingan. Hashirama Cell. Bai Ze is becoming more and more eager for this thing. By the way, little guy, come here for a moment. I have prepared a gift for you. Suddenly, Garp stood up and spoke with a smile, then slowly walked in a certain direction. Gift? Advertisement. Bai Ze then recalled that Garp did owe him a gift. Garp's gift. What will it be? Bai Ze was a little curious and hurriedly followed. The two came to an old door, and with a creaking sound the door opened. The two of them walked one after the other into the old house. It's been a long time since I came to this place. As soon as he came in, Garp sighed, his old eyes looking around at the things around him. It was as if everything here meant something to him. Bai Ze followed behind and looked the room up and down. Based on his memories of his previous life, he was sure that he did not recognize this small room. This room is interesting. There was a hint of strange color in Bai Ze's indifferent eyes. It seemed that the pirate's world where he was reborn was becoming more and more interesting. What a pity. Bai Ze's eyes dimmed again. Bai Ze subconsciously recalled some past events. If they were still there, he could take them to see this wonderful world. Cough cough. Finally, Garp, who had been silent all the time, started to move. He searched left and right in this dusty house and finally found what he wanted in a corner. Snap. I saw a slender box about 1 meter long being held in Garp's hand. This is, Bai Ze was a little puzzled, and then he saw Garp rushing to speak. His face was full of nostalgia. This thing was one of my trophies when I was young. It was something I almost paid for with my life. Many people died in that battle. Garp talked to himself for a while, and Bai Ze listened calmly. After a few minutes, he understood. It turned out that Garp was talking about the battle with the Rock's pirate. Advertisement. Bai Ze had also heard of this famous battle, but from Garp's narration it seemed that the battle was even more brutal than he had imagined. Many of Garp's men died in that battle. So the box in front of you is. The box slowly opened, revealing a straight knife. It was pitch black and exuded a faint demonic aura. Its appearance instantly caused the surrounding temperature to drop by several degrees. It's called Ghostly Weeping. It's Rock's sword. Even ghosts and gods are afraid of this sword. It seems that something ominous is sealed inside. It's also one of the supreme swords. It's a truly great sword. I will give it to you today, Bai Ze. Garp's voice sounded slowly, his eyes staring at Bai Ze firmly. I think you'll be his new master. Demonic sword, ghosts and gods cry. This is the gift that Garp thought about giving to Bai Ze again and again. He thinks that the temperament of this knife is very suitable for Bai Ze. A good knife should be matched with a strong person. Of course. The prerequisite is that Bai Ze can truly gain the recognition of this magic sword. Snap. Before Garp could finish his words, a hand reached out and picked up the straight knife. Of course. Bai Ze just spoke in a calm voice while holding the guishenki, but the next moment a surge of murderous energy emerged from the magic knife. The entire blade was shaking. The devil's sword devours its master, little guy. Garp's face suddenly tensed up. He hadn't taught Bai Ze how to suppress the knife yet. Something might happen to this guy since his hands were so quick. Quiet. But Bai Ze's pupils turned blood red at some point, and he said 2 words with a cold face. Laugh. The magic sword seemed to be frightened by something and suddenly became quiet. Chapter 29. Thank you. Uncle Akainu. Quiet. Bai Ze just whispered 2 words, and the originally vibrating magic sword instantly became quiet. Bai Ze's eyes turned blood red, and a murderous aura emanated from him, which was several times stronger than the magic sword. Garp. who was watching from the side, was deeply shocked. This sword was a black sword that had been stained with Rock's armament Haki. Logically, it required absolute armament Haki to control it. But Bai Ze didn't seem to use this method. Instead, he used his own murderous aura to suppress the murderous aura of the magic sword. Garp stared at Bai Ze's somewhat immature but resolute face. He slowly recalled one piece of information about Bai Ze. The village where he depended for survival was slaughtered, leaving only this young boy. It's really hard to imagine what this young man is carrying behind his back. Old man, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. I have to go to Kizaru Admiral to study. Bai Ze's voice brought Garp back to reality. The latter now had a smiling face as if nothing had happened. The magic sword Shen Dei was also slung across Bai Ze's waist. Bai Ze was very satisfied with this magic sword, because it temporarily made up for Bai Ze's shortcoming in close combat. Little guy, you haven't rested much in the past 3 days. You are so anxious to rush to learn the next one, you should rest for a while before going. After hesitating for a while, Garp persuaded and said. Garp still had a good impression of this hardworking boy. Just like his naughty grandson, no, but Bai Ze just smiled and waved his hand, speaking in a very matter-of-fact tone. People like me don't deserve to rest now, don't deserve to rest. Carrying the blood feud of the whole village. Bai Ze's obsession in this life is now to kill all the pirates and nothing else. He just wanted to become stronger and stronger so that he could kill more pirates faster. Little guy. Smile more. Looking at Bai Ze's cold expression, Garp suddenly smiled like a naughty boy. Seeing such a dramatic scene of Garp, Bai Ze couldn't help but twitch his lips. I know, old man. Bai Ze was stunned and smiled Kaido. He looked at this hot-tempered but kind old man. This is a nice old man. Bai Ze thought so. Bai Ze left. Walking towards the sunset. Garp, who was standing at the old door, kept staring at this interesting young man until he disappeared from his sight. What a lovely and interesting young man. Advertisement. Garp leaned against the wall and smiled foolishly. After saying goodbye to Garp, Bai Ze strolled alone in the naval headquarters. Along the way, we met many marine soldiers or officers, but without exception, these people stayed away from Bai Ze, as if Bai Ze would eat them. Have you heard? The boy that Admiral Akainu picked up as a pervert. The kind who likes to torture and kill people, just like a pirate. Really, wouldn't it be dangerous to stay close to him? Of course. On his first day here, he got into a bad temper and had a fight with his superior? If this kid wasn't so talented, there's no way our marine would have accepted him. You still have a stinky face every day, what are you trying to show off for? A group of marine soldiers were whispering, their words were full of prejudice and humiliation towards Bai Ze. But if you look closely, you will see that apart from ridicule, there is also a hint of envy on the faces of these people. Bai Ze walked and listened. With Bai Ze's super perception, he could hear the discussion of this group of people. As expected. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. In this naval headquarters where there are so many marines, Bai Ze, an airborne recruit marine, has obtained such huge resources. Anyone would be jealous. In addition, Bai Ze was only focused on practicing and had no intention of making friends with other people, which made the situation even worse. Although I know I shouldn't get angry over such a small matter, why'd I still feel so unhappy? Bai Ze slowly stopped, his eyes gradually becoming violent. His eyes were fixed on the marine soldiers in front of him who had the loudest voices. These marine soldiers were thin and had no murderous aura. These guys may not even have killed pirates, so what right do they have to accuse him, Bai Ze? Why? When these marine soldiers saw the person they were discussing looking at them, they were instantly frightened and their legs went limp, unable to move. Just when Bai Ze was about to resort to lynching, a pair of big hands patted his shoulders. Little guy, teach me how to do this annoying thing. At some point, a man in a marine justice uniform was standing in front of him, smoking a cigar. Akainu smiled gently at Bai Ze. Hearing that Bai Ze was being mocked, he was really furious. Do they know what Bai Ze has done? He spoke with a dignified look to the marine soldiers who were gossiping. Have you ever killed pirates? This sentence made several marine soldiers stand there awkwardly, their faces flushed and they all spoke in a low voice. Advertisement, report to the commander. No, no. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Akainu slapped him in the face, lifted him up with one hand and yelled at him. No, you are mocking others. As a marine who has never killed an enemy in a battlefield, how dare you mock others? Akainu pointed at Bai Ze and said loudly, do you know how many pirates the man you humiliated has killed? 1,000. 1,000 were killed in just 1 month. Brutally murdered. Brutally murdered your mothers. All pirates deserve to die. Why do you care how they died? 1,000 pirates, you know what that means. How many of our compatriots will survive because of this? Ah. Akainu Admiral's voice was so loud that it attracted all the marines within a few hundred meters. All of them leaned over to look over here. Hearing that Bai Ze had killed 1,000 pirates and achieved such a great military achievement, immediately a group of people lowered their heads in shame. Now let me ask you one more question, is Bai Ze worthy of the marines' allocation of resources to him? Akainu looked at everyone with his tiger eyes, worth. A group of people looked up and laughed loudly. At this moment, all marines had come to their senses. The young marine soldier in front of them was a hero, and they had just humiliated a hero, they deserved to die. Akainu then spoke, "Now, everyone here, run 10 laps around Marineford. Complete it before dark, or dinner tonight will be cancelled." "Yes. Report to the commander. I will run an extra lap as a token of my gratitude to brother Bai Ze." "I'll run 3 more laps." "I 5 laps." A group of marine soldiers shouted in a scattered manner, and then immediately started to run. "I'm sorry, brother Bai Ze. We didn't know this before. Next time I'll buy you a drink and come to apologize to you." "I'm sorry." Everyone will say sorry when passing by Bai Ze. And most of them are sincere. Bai Ze was stunned. This. Bai Ze slowly looked towards the tall figure, the unruly man smoking a cigar. "Thank you, Uncle Akainu," Bai Ze said with a smile, revealing a big white fang. Chapter 30. Half crying, half laughing, clown mask. Including his previous life, Bai Ze was just a young man who had not lived to be 30 years old. Bai Ze has all the ambitions that young people have, but he hides them very deeply. Originally, Bai Ze was planning to deal with those guys by himself, but Akainu's intervention saved him a lot of effort. "Because this is an extremely annoying thing, little guy, remember to smile more." Akainu did not choose to talk to Bai Ze anymore. Instead, he left after saying this. "Smile more." This was the second time Uncle Akainu reminded him, and Bai Ze took out a mirror and looked at himself with a hissing look. "Do I rarely smile?" Bai Ze's mouth curled up into an arc, and a very strange smile appeared on his face. Ugly. This was Bai Ze's first thought. In fact, Bai Ze used to love to laugh, and was once considered the village's funny guy. But since that group of demons came to the village a few years ago, Bai Ze has almost never laughed again. The only times he smiled were just polite smiles. Bai Ze frowned slightly and sighed softly, thinking that his expression was a bit too troublesome. After a slight hesitation, he came to a store in the naval headquarters. This is a special store of naval headquarters, and the goods inside are all available. As soon as he entered the store, Bai Ze made what he thought was a friendly voice. "Do you have any masks for sale, boss?" Buying a mask was just the method Bai Ze thought of. Since others always care about his expression, he might as well just put on a mask. Yes. A fat boss wearing a tattered marine hat came out. He is a retired marine who opened his shop when he had nothing else to do. "Which one do you want, little brother?" He doesn't care about worldly affairs, so he doesn't know Bai Ze. But he can feel that the young man in front of him is not simple. Soon he pulled Bai Ze to a shelf filled with all kinds of masks, including bullheads, pig heads, and some curious ghost masks. The fat boss, with a smile on his face, wanted to introduce these masks to Bai Ze. But Bai Ze raised his hand to stop him. Advertisement. Bai Ze walked slowly to a corner and reached out to pick up a dusty mask. The mask is half black and half white, half crying and half laughing. It looks extremely weird, and it is creepy if you look closely. It is a kind of curious mask. Since the boss bought it, everyone has liked this weird mask. "Boss, I want this." Bai Ze suddenly spoke in a calm voice, then stretched out his hand and put the half-crying, half-smiling clown mask on his face. This mask seemed to be made for Bai Ze himself, just covering Bai Ze's entire face, leaving only a pair of bright eyes. Coupled with the somewhat cold eyes and the Gui Shen weeping sword slung across his waist, Bai Ze has a somewhat indescribable temperament. When people see it, they will be attracted to it. "How much, boss?" Bai Ze spoke, but the stunned boss had completely lost interest in collecting the money. He waved his hands hurriedly. "No need for money, little brother. I'll give you this mask as a gift. My name is James. Let's be friends." For some reason, the boss named James had such an idea. He felt that the young man in front of him would become a great legend in the future. "Thank you, my name is Bai Ze." Bai Ze squinted his eyes and replied, then turned around and walked out of the store. "Bai Ze. It's a really nice name," James murmured as he looked at Bai Ze's back. Bai Ze walked into naval headquarters wearing a clown mask that looked half crying and half laughing. As expected, after putting on the mask, there were fewer people pointing fingers at him. After all, no one knows him anymore. Feeling good, Bai Ze decided not to take off the mask. Without any hesitation, he walked all the way to Kizaru's office. I gently pushed the door open and saw a middle-aged man with a stubble on his face lying on the sofa with a lazy look on his face. Bai Ze looked at the man and said, "Admiral Kizaru, I've come to learn observation hockey from you." The middle-aged man called Kizaru Admiral rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked over. He squinted his eyes slightly and looked at Bai Ze. Although Bai Ze's outfit was a bit strange, Kizaru recognized him quickly. "Ghost Cry. Rox's saber. This is the gift Garp gave you. He's really generous." Advertisement. Envy. Envy. Kizaru recognized the magic sword slung across Bai Ze's waist at a glance and immediately started to tease him. But Bai Ze didn't have time to waste arguing with Kizaru. He repeated calmly, "Admiral Kizaru, please teach me observation hockey." As a user of the sparkling fruit ability, he has absolute speed in the pirate's world. His observation hockey is also extremely powerful because of this, and Shirazawa's observation hockey teacher is designated as Kizaru. "Hey, another boring brat. Don't you know to take some rest when you have time?" Kizaru stood up helplessly, sighing as he looked at this kid that everyone valued. With all the Marine's educational resources allocated to him, plus the boy's own potential, I don't know what kind of monster will be cultivated. Kizaru thought to himself, if the boy in front of him could really stand on his own in the future, Would he have more free time? While Kizaru was daydreaming about the future, Bai Ze was also looking at Kizaru and thinking. The man in front of him who had a somewhat wretched temperament was actually very strong. He almost never used his full strength. It seemed unnecessary, or maybe he was just lazy. But even so, this man has almost never been defeated and is an absolute top-level expert in terms of speed. What a pity. Too lazy. Bai Ze thought to himself that if he took control of Marine in the future, he would definitely make use of this guy. He would never let him get away with it. Bai Ze said in his heart. The two people's eyes slowly met, and both of them smiled knowingly. Without much nonsense, Kizaru quickly took Bai Ze to the training ground he specially prepared for Bai Ze. It was an extremely open area, and in order to allow Bai Ze to practice, all the people were dispersed during these few days. It can be said to be a huge formation, but shortly after Bai Ze and Kizaru left, a slightly thin figure suddenly appeared where they had been standing before. The man had a long, thin scar on his face, which made him look very ferocious, and the military rank on his shoulder revealed one thing. That is, he is the Rear Admiral. The Marine Rear Admiral half closed his eyes and looked at the backs of Bai Ze and Kizaru leaving in the distance, and murmured softly with a twitch of his lips. Bai Ze. As he spoke, he took out a notebook from his arms and wrote something down, after finishing these things. The man returned to the darkness, as if he had never appeared. Chapter 31 Assassinating Bai Ze. Observation right, armament right, conqueror's right. This conqueror's haki is the standard equipment of the truly strong. In the eyes of the truly top-level strong, there is actually no distinction between devil fruit abilities. The real victory or defeat almost all depends on how strong the haki is. Conqueror's haki has its own advantages. Armament haki enhances defense and attack, and the strong ones can even become invulnerable to swords and guns. Observation haki enhances perception and can predict sudden attacks. If practiced to ultimate, one can almost see a glimpse of the future. The most powerful conqueror's haki is almost omnipotent. It can enhance yourself or suppress others. Bai Ze has benefited a lot from receiving the true teachings of armament haki from Garp. Because he magically discovered that the armament haki from the pirate's world seemed to be able to combine with his own Susanoo. Which means he could put a layer of shield on his Susanoo. This discovery made Bai Ze very excited. As expected, no matter what plane it is, some special things are common. And since armament haki has conquered Susanoo, what about observation haki? Observation haki is the ultimate perception. You need to feel every movement around you and react as quickly as possible. Just like this. In an empty field, Kizaru, with his hands behind his back and a lazy expression, began to explain the secrets of observation haki to Bai Ze. Haki is almost always passed down orally, except for the original inventor. It is really difficult for you to understand it on your own. What's more, Bai Ze is an outsider. Kizaru said this, and took out a handful of silver needles with one hand and asked Bai Ze to throw them into the sky, and then he would catch them. Let me throw it. Bai Ze caught the silver needles with a strange expression. He looked at the silver needles and suddenly smiled. Then I'll just throw it away. Bai Ze moved his shoulders and threw out the silver needles one by one with great arm strength. As fast as lightning. Buzz. 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 Dozens of silver needles flew into the sky at an extremely fast speed, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Advertisement. Seeing how hard Bai Ze threw, Kizaru's mouth twitched subconsciously, but he didn't dare to say anything. Kizaru still stood there obediently. Dozens of seconds later, Kizaru's sleepy eyes suddenly became sharp. He just pointed his toes and shot out. Bai Ze watched the scene with his eyes slightly narrowed, and saw that the silver needles that had just been thrown out were predicted by Kizaru to land one by one. Then he took them all, and during this time Kizaru didn't even look up at the sky. You have to know that Bai Ze added some cleverness to these silver needles. Even Bai Ze himself couldn't predict the flight trajectory. Of course, that was without using the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kizaru squinted his eyes and looked at Bai Ze, and yawned slightly. That's what my teacher taught me. This is one of the fastest ways to master observation haki. You have to feel the speed of the wind. You have to chase every sound of the target. These silver needles are for you. Kid, aren't you talented? I'll give you 3 days. You have to predict where more than half of these silver needles will land, and then I'll teach you more. It took me about 5 days. I hope you can surpass me. Kizaru shrugged and then reminded. By the way, during this period, you can't use your weird eyes. Those red pupils are the source of Bai Ze's power. As Sengoku Garp, the top combat force of the Marine, the 3 admirals have already seen through his true nature. This pair of eyes is very strange, and it doesn't seem to be a devil fruit ability, but everyone tacitly agreed not to delve into it. This is a tacit understanding and trust. They dare to give Bai Ze privileges, so they naturally truly trust Bai Ze. In the spirit of Shirazawa truly wanting to improve himself, he wouldn't need Kizaru's reminder. He wouldn't cheat with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Soon, Kizaru gave some instructions and then went back to his office to slack off. Although he is a Marine Admiral, he likes to be lazy the most. He will rest whenever he can. This is something that the entire naval headquarters knows, but few people have any objections. After all, they are all human beings. No one owes Marine anything or has to give everything for Marine. People say that what Akainu promotes is absolute justice, while Kizaru is lazy justice. Kizaru really likes people's comments about him, lazy justice. It's a good name, after all, he is indeed lazy. Too lazy to fight, too lazy to do anything, even being a Marine was a half-hearted decision. But Kizaru himself believes that his justice should be more appropriately called balanced justice. In fact, he, Kizaru, has always been committed to a balance. Whether it's Marines or pirates, some are good and some are evil. In fact, the two are essentially the same. Kizaru believes that the two should coexist. If one is gone, there will be big problems. That's why Kizaru is so lazy during Marine's strong period. He actually doesn't want to see a situation where one company dominates the market. Advertisement: there are too many disputes in this huge Marine. He doesn't like it, and he doesn't want to care about it. Whatever happens, just don't provoke him. Kizaru walked out of the training ground slowly, but just before leaving, Kizaru suddenly stopped. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked somewhere out of the corner of his eyes. Boring, Kizaru said something in a voice that only he could hear, and then he quickened his pace to leave. Long after Kizaru left, a thin figure slowly emerged. There was a long scar on his face, and he spoke with a frown. Have you been discovered? The man whose real name is Enzo, Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, but whose real identity is Beast's pirate, spoke secretly. But soon he shook his head. He had only followed them twice. How could he be discovered so quickly? After all, he was the user of the fragrance fruit. With the ability to hide his aura and his own hidden means, this is impossible. It seems that I have to kill that brat as soon as possible. That brat must not be left alive. A sinister look appeared on Enzo's face, and he took out a photo. If Bai Ze was here, he would suddenly find that the portrait in the photo was himself. A Marine Rear Admiral actually wanted to kill himself. Kill Bai Ze. This is the mission that the Beast's pirates gave to me, a traitor who has been acting as a spy for a long time, but it is the first time I have used it. Assassinate a person at the Naval Headquarters, who is currently a hot figure in the Marine Vice Admiral. In other words, this is actually a mission that is certain to end in death. No matter success or failure, but Enzo didn't care. A gentleman will die for his friend. Kaido has done him a great favor. It doesn't matter if I die, as long as I can complete the task given by the other party. Go to hell, kid. This is the only useful thing I can do for you, my lord. Enzo looked at Bai Ze's photo and smiled sinisterly, then disappeared into the darkness again. Chapter 32: Marine should respond to Bai Ze and prosper. Ever since Kizaru left, Bai Ze has been practicing alone in this empty field. Practice from day to night without any rest. It's still not enough. My reaction is still too slow. Bai Ze, who was already sweating profusely, still murmured with a frown on his face. Even though his physique was dozens of times stronger than that of an ordinary person, he was still a little tired at this moment. After all, the training that Bai Ze arranged for himself was of pervert difficulty. In one day, he could only receive 1/3 of the silver needles. It was really too slow. At least that's the case for him. Bai Ze knows how fast the strong people in this turbulent pirates world become stronger. It is now around 1511 in the Hyuan calendar. If nothing unexpected happens, one of the future 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks, will truly become the emperor. The most mysterious man among the 4 emperors grew powerful in just a few years, and in the end, his absolute strength convinced everyone in the New World to recognize his status. As for Luffy becoming the emperor within 3 years in the future, let alone. In short, this is a world that cannot be estimated by common sense. When Bai Ze becomes stronger, they also become stronger synchronously. So in order to truly destroy all the pirates, Bai Ze must finally be before the real big pirates timeline, which is Luffy's timeline. Kill them all. So he had to get stronger quickly, faster, and faster. This turbulent era will definitely be ended by me, Bai Ze, definitely. The world doesn't need pirates. Advertisement. Bai Ze's eyes regained their determination as he looked at the bright night sky, and spoke secretly to himself. Bai Ze, you are not worthy of rest, and you have nothing to lose. Try to become stronger. Become strong enough to tear everything apart. Buzz. 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 Bai Ze started practicing again in the night. If he failed once, he would try 10 times. If he failed 10 times, he would try 100 times. In the dark night, the young man practiced alone. What Bai Ze didn't know was that in the dark nights of the past few days, there had been a pair of eyes looking over here from a distant rooftop. The man was wearing a cloak of justice and had a lit cigar between his lips. Talented and hardworking, this little guy seems to be born to be a strong man. It was Marine Admiral Akainu. Akainu's majestic eyes softened a little as he looked towards Bai Ze. The more he looked at this young man whom he had only known for a few months, the more he was satisfied with him. He was even better than his previous self. So Akainu really spends a lot of time on him. After finishing his work every day, he will sit here and secretly watch Bai Ze for a while. My Marine will prosper because of you, Bai Ze. I will watch the day you wipe out the pirates. Akainu looked at Bai Ze's resolute figure and was in a daze for a long time. Advertisement. Another day passed, and Bai Ze finally succeeded without relying on the Mangekyo Sharingan. Through my own efforts, I received almost all the silver needles. At that moment, Bai Ze clearly felt that his body seemed to have opened up, and everything around him began to become clear. Especially Bai Ze's eyes, he felt that he could see things more clearly without the Mangekyo Sharingan. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully learning observation hockey. Your mental strength is increased by 100. Close hollow lens bracket. And the familiar system voice also sounded at that moment. I didn't expect that this observation haki could actually improve my mental strength. Bai Ze's eyes lit up all of a sudden. Open hollow lens bracket host. Bai Ze close hollow lens bracket open black lens bracket constitution. 350 close black lens bracket, spiritual power, 1730. Talent. Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan, advanced, observation haki, armament haki. Ninjutsu. None, open black lens bracket slaughter point. 0 close black lens bracket chapter 33 Hey, brother Bai Ze. Bai Ze looked at his current data panel and was silent for a while. Mastering the two-color haki in such a short period of time might be an exaggeration for outsiders, but for Bai Ze, it was still not enough. This is still not enough for him to be able to compete with Kaido and the others. Hashirama Cell. Bai Ze thought of those tempting rewards. After learning the most basic things about the pirate's world, he wanted to hurry up and get this heaven-defying thing. As long as it can greatly increase my current combat power. But one must eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Without hesitating for too long, Bai Ze took a deep breath and decided to continue practicing. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha, Bai Ze continued to train his observation haki, and his mental strength was slowly rising. Strong, talent and hard work are both indispensable, and Bai Ze happens to have both. The next day, Kizaru soon arrived at the training ground after learning that Bai Ze had exceeded his requirements. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the young man. Compared to a few days ago, Bai Ze's aura had changed again and he looked a little more profound. Kizaru thought to himself that this guy's talent was too exaggerated. In fact, Kizaru didn't tell the truth. It actually took him about 10 days to complete the task. And Bai Ze only took more than 2 days, which is simply horrible. After spending a few more days, Kizaru taught Bai Ze the further techniques of observation haki training. Then Bai Ze easily learned it again, still without using those strange eyes. Kizaru was completely impressed by Bai Ze's talent. Little ghost, I really don't know what your brain is made of, but fortunately. Kizaru's lazy face also showed some joy. He patted Bai Ze on the shoulder and said happily, fortunately, you are from my marine. Otherwise if you were a pirate, it would be troublesome. Please don't compare me to those hypocritical guys. Bai Ze frowned and interrupted, then waved his hand and said. And don't mention my talent anymore, I'd rather not have this talent. A trace of sadness appeared on Bai Ze's face, and Kizaru took a deep look at this interesting boy. Observation haki is actually a little harder to learn than armament haki. The original plan was to give you about 10 days to learn the basics, but now, you've clearly exceeded that standard. I know you're in a hurry, so, next time you can meet me, no matter what method you use. I will assume that you have passed my level, and you can move on to learn the next thing. Advertisement suppressing Bai Ze's learning progress was the tacit choice of several Marine senior executives, but Garp on armament haki's side was not easy to suppress. Kizaru can only put pressure on them. They want Bai Ze to stay in the naval headquarters and train for a while longer. Good, Bai Ze nodded and agreed. He also knew that he still had to practice on his own for the subsequent observation haki. But his desire to slaughter the pirates began to stir again. In just a few days, my mental strength has increased by more than 100 points because of this. But just running into Kizaru was enough? That simple? Soon, the two of them stood at the two ends of the open space. Kizaru put his hands behind his back, with a lazy and arrogant look on his face. Then he raised his hand and hooked it to signal Bai Ze to attack. Arrogance, ultimate arrogance. But Kizaru also has the capital to be arrogant. With Sparkling Fruit's ultimate speed and powerful observation haki, it is really difficult for Kizaru to be touched if he deliberately dodges. But when Kizaru saw Bai Ze's confident eyes, he suddenly felt panicked. Did he forget something? Bang! Without waiting for Kizaru to think too much, Bai Ze narrowed his eyes slightly and shot towards Kizaru on tiptoe. The speed was as fast as lightning. A huge hole was blasted directly on the ground. Yo yo yo. Good speed, but not enough, Kizaru chuckled, and his body quickly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The ability of Sparkling Fruit was activated, causing Bai Ze to miss his target, and Kizaru had come behind Bai Ze without him knowing, with a playful expression on his face. Either Kizaru's speed overpowers him, or observation haki is stronger than him, otherwise, how could he touch him? But Kizaru kept laughing, and soon he couldn't laugh anymore, and a familiar murderous aura erupted in the scene. And a pair of scarlet eyes had been staring at him without knowing when. No way. Kizaru felt something was wrong, and saw Bai Ze attacking him again with his toes, and his speed increased a bit. Buzz. But Kizaru still relied on the ability of Sparkling Fruit to dodge at a faster speed, turning into a stream of light and quickly escaping. Fortunately, Laozi is more skilled, it was a close call. After running far away, Kizaru patted his chest and said with a frightened look on his face, Bai Ze's eyes are really too scary, especially when he is close, the feeling is even clearer. Oh, really? Advertisement. A cold voice suddenly rang in Kizaru's ears. Kizaru wanted to escape, but the next moment he felt a light on his neck. The magic sword Ghostly Weeping was already across his neck without him knowing. Kizaru smiled helplessly and subconsciously raised his hands in surrender. Oops, Bai Ze, with bloodshot pupils, stood aside and gave Kizaru a polite smile. Sorry, but with the Mangekyo Sharingan plus the observation haki, plus the power of pervert Kamui, it really isn't that hard to catch up with Kizaru. I lost. Kizaru gave a helpless smile, his lazy eyes gleaming with a glimmer as he looked at Shirazawa's Mangekyo Sharingan, which was so close. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He was so careless that he forgot to forbid Bai Ze from using this strange ability. However, this strange ability is also part of Bai Ze's strength, so Kizaru can't say anything. He began to walk out with a slightly bleak back, speaking as he walked. I hope you won't let us all down, certainly. Hey, Kizaru laughed twice, his eyes fixed on a certain corner, but after hesitating for a moment, he strode away without saying anything. So far, Kizaru's teaching officially ended, and together with Garp's teaching, Bai Ze spent a total of 7 days to master observation haki and armament haki. So what's next? Should we go to Sengoku or Aokiji first? Bai Ze was pondering on the spot, weighing the pros and cons. But at this moment, a few crisp footsteps were heard. Bai Ze looked up and saw the end of the road. A slim young man named Marine was walking towards this side and looking at Bai Ze, with a kind smile on his face. Hey, brother Bai Ze. The man with a long scar on his face greeted with a smile. Chapter 34 Bai Ze. I want to kill someone. Hey, brother Bai Ze. The man with a long scar on his face greeted Bai Ze with a smile. It was Enzo who came from the future to assassinate Bai Ze, and he was also the traitor of the Beast's pirates in Marine. After 7 whole days, he finally found the opportunity to strike. Kizaru was already very far away, and Akainu happened to be out for something today. As for Sengoku, Garp and others, they were not good at speed and would definitely not be able to come to the rescue in time. So this assassination opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. My name is Enzo, and I'm one of the rear admirals of our naval headquarters. I heard that a young genius has come to our naval headquarters recently. I've always been curious about this. I just happened to see it today, so I thought about getting to know him. Enzo smiled widely and made up a contrived excuse to talk to Bai Ze. He knew that the reason was lame and abrupt, but it didn't matter. His goal was just to stay in front of Bai Ze for a few minutes. Because he is the user of the fragrance fruit. This fragrance is actually the fragrance emitted by the flowers on a strange island in the pirate's world. In addition to concealing the scent, it actually has a more important characteristic. That is poison. A poison with the ultimate calming effect. It only takes a few minutes to make a top warrior lose his combat effectiveness. It can be called an absolute weapon for assassination. 1 for 1 is almost a sure win. Today he would use this ability to kill Bai Ze. It would be a win-win if he traded 1 for 1 with this top marine genius. As the saying goes, you shouldn't hit a smiling person. Bai Ze and Enzo had the same reaction as expected. He just looked at him with surprise, looking him up and down, but was in no hurry to urge him to leave. Sure enough, he is still a teenager after all. Enzo was delighted and thought to himself. He moved closer to Bai Ze again, wanting to continue the conversation shamelessly. 3 minutes, just 3 minutes. The young man in front of me can be slaughtered by me. Who sent you to kill me? However, Bai Ze's mouth, which had been silent all this time, uttered something that horrified Enzo Ultimate. You. What are you talking about? Enzo's smile froze on his face and he said with a wry smile. But Bai Ze still asked with a frown. I say. Who sent you to assassinate me? The voice was cold and without any emotion. Silence. The field was suddenly silent. Enzo had never expected that Bai Ze would easily discover him, and then fall out with him. Is it Kaido? Or, oh no, it should be him. After all, I should only have enemies with him now. I didn't expect him to move so quickly. Bai Ze ignored Enzo's silence and spoke on his own, his expression terrifyingly calm. Enzo stared at the strange young man, and his eyes gradually became gloomy. Advertisement. Can you tell me how you found me? This is the first time I've betrayed Marine. It is impossible for you to know that I am a traitor to Marine before. I didn't know you were a traitor to Marine before, but... Bai Ze narrowed his eyes and continued, as for assassination, no one in this world should be better than me now. Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan. Who can be sure of Bai Ze's assassination? Enzo was discovered by Bai Ze on the first day he arrived because Bai Ze was particularly sensitive to the murderous intent directed at him. The field was quiet for a few seconds. Enzo's face became panicked at a speed visibly visible to the naked eye. Damn it. The young man in front of him was too unexpected. Of course, what annoyed Enzo the most was the way Bai Ze looked at him. Contempt, ultimate contempt. This boy doesn't even take me seriously. How dare he? Go to hell. Finally, Enzo, who was completely panicked, chose to kill directly. He raised his hand with a short sword and thrust it hard towards Bai Ze's heart. Snap. But the next second, a crisp sound was heard. Bai Ze also drew his sword and slashed. Shengyu was unsheathed and broke its short sword in an instant. Then he chopped off the opponent's arm with another blow. Neat and simple. No drag at all. The strength of Marine Rear Admiral is really not enough for Bai Ze now. Hey, unexpectedly, Enzo, whose arm was chopped off, let out a low laugh, which was extremely sharp. Bai Ze frowned, and saw Enzo laughing crazily. My blood is also highly poisonous. Anyone infected will lose all their strength within 1 minute. Haha. I won this battle after all. Bai Ze's eyes were filled with panic. He actually felt that he was losing strength. How could this be possible? Enzo stood up tremblingly, his face full of madness. With the ability of the fragrance fruit, he was born to assassinate. How is it possible that he died without even one successful assassination attempt? Go to hell, you damn brat. Blame it on yourself for provoking Lord Kaido. I don't know what expression this Marine would have when he knew that you, who you put so much effort into, had died. Enzo smiled sinisterly, then raised the knife and stabbed it hard into Bai Ze's neck. Advertisement tisk. 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 With one cut after another, blood spurted onto Enzo's crazed face. The real warmth of the blood shocked Enzo's heart. He actually succeeded in the assassination, so easy? Bai Ze's body collapsed limply on the ground, his face full of helplessness and despair. To be on the safe side, Enzo stabbed the sharp knife into Bai Ze's heart again. Dead. He's really dead. Enzo laughed wildly, like a madman. Is the illusion really so real? But the real scene was that Bai Ze looked at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him with scarlet eyes, panicking for a while and laughing at the same time. Yes. An illusion. Enzo was caught in the illusion of Shirasawa Mangekyo Sharingan the moment he made contact. There were no expected waves, nor the imagined battle of assassins. There was only a weak man with pitiful fantasies attacking a strong man. An easy counterattack in return. Bai Ze's eyes showed no joy or sadness. He gently pulled out the ghost god's cry and stabbed it into the opponent's heart. Then he cut off the opponent's head with one knife, and the latter's expression was smiling until his death. Seeing the other person still smiling after dying, Bai Ze's thoughts suddenly became confused. A true illusion. What if I use an illusion on myself? Is it possible? The village, his family, everything that he couldn't let go of could come back in the illusion, and he could hug Shaolon again. Go fishing with Uncle again, eat Auntie's noodles again. Bai Ze's expression gradually became happy, but soon sank again. Because he remembered that this was exactly the same as Project Tasuki no Mi in the Hokage world. Fake. All fake. Everything he had was truly ruined by the pirates. Bai Ze took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. What the hell am I thinking about? There was silence again for a few seconds. Bai Ze shook his head, his eyes changed several times again and finally looked in a certain direction. I want to kill someone. Bai Ze spoke to the middle-aged man who had been watching this side. Chapter 35. Bai Ze smiled. I want to kill someone. Bai Ze spoke to the man on the rooftop in the distance, his eyes firm and calm. He knew that the man had been keeping an eye on this place, and Enzo's assassination of this level was actually a clown's move from the very beginning. Carrying out assassinations at the naval headquarters, he is indeed so naive and cute. Bai Ze's voice was neither loud nor soft, just loud enough for the square-faced man standing on the rooftop with his hands behind his back to hear. The two people's eyes met in the air. Silence. Sengoku, the Marine Marshal, was silent. He had been paying close attention to this boy just like Akainu, but the meaning was different. Sengoku simply wanted to see how great the boy's potential was. What a great help to the future of Marine, and after observing for the past few days, Bai Ze's potential is indeed ridiculously strong. So when that guy launched the assassination, Sengoku wanted to see how Bai Ze would respond, and it turned out that Bai Ze was too powerful, unlike people of his age. The assassin died so easily. After hearing Bai Ze say that he wanted to kill someone, for some reason Sengoku mourned for the force behind the assassination. If they mess with Bai Ze, these guys will be in trouble. Buzz. Buzz. While Sengoku was thinking, he saw a space wave shaking in front of him, and Bai Ze had already come in front of him using the power of Kamui. Advertisement. Then he handed him a bloody note. The power of space? Sengoku was subconsciously shocked, then took the bloody note. There were names written in blood one by one on it. Sengoku frowned. What is this? This is a spy planted by the Beast's pirates in the Marine. I got it from the guy who just tried to assassinate me. Bai Ze spoke calmly, having just used illusion to know the kill order issued against him by the Beast's pirates. Anyone from the Beast's pirates must kill Bai Ze when they see him, at any cost. When Bai Ze heard this, his anger instantly rose. Are they coming to kill him, Bai Ze? Ridiculous. Then let's see who will kill whom. What? Sure enough, Sengoku exclaimed when he heard that this was actually a list of traitors, because there were dozens of names written on the note that Bai Ze handed over. There were also several who looked very familiar to him. Sengoku knew that there were spies from other forces within Marine. After all, planting spies for the enemy was a routine operation, but Sengoku did not expect there were so many. Okay, I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Assassinating you at this time is the greatest violation of my Marine's dignity. Sengoku took a deep breath and looked at Bai Ze seriously. Thank you for the information. Sengoku did not question the authenticity of the information because Bai Ze had no reason to lie to him. This information is really important to Marine, and the more Sengoku reads it, the more satisfied Bai Ze is. Advertisement. So what are you going to do now? Sengoku shrugged and looked at Bai Ze, who seemed a little abnormal, and asked, this young man just said he wanted to kill someone. How is he going to kill, and who is he going to kill? I said, I want to kill people, kill pirates. Bai Ze's answer was simple. He wanted revenge. You want to go into Beast's pirates alone? No, absolutely not. Sengoku's expression changed instantly. How could Bai Ze possibly fight against the Beast's pirates alone now? Isn't this asking for death? Little guy, you have to know how important you are now. Don't be hasty about revenge. Sengoku was afraid that Bai Ze would be unhappy, so he hurriedly tried to persuade him earnestly. Bai Ze is now the treasure in the palm of their marines' hands, the kind that they are afraid will melt if they hold it in their mouths. So they would not let Bai Ze leave the naval headquarters if possible. But Sengoku had just said a few words when Bai Ze interrupted him with a wave of his hand. As long as I don't provoke the beast's pirates, I can kill other pirates at will. Sengoku hesitated for a while, and then spoke again. Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates are not good enough. Okay. Bai Ze grinned. This was exactly what he was waiting for. Sengoku looked at Bai Ze's faint smile, and for some reason he felt panic in his heart. Did he forget something? Chapter 36 Excited Akainu? After discussing with Bai Ze again, Sengoku's expression became more serious. After separation, Sengoku quickly rushed back to the office with the list given by Bai Ze. Then he immediately issued an order, asking everyone on the list to report to the naval headquarters immediately before the intelligence was leaked. It didn't take too long for the spies from the beast's pirates to arrive at the naval headquarters in bewilderment. But when they gathered together one by one, the group of people immediately looked at each other and understood something. Their traitor identities have been exposed. They wanted to make up an excuse to run away, but it was too late. Kill. Sengoku, the Marine Marshal, didn't even hesitate and wanted to kill them all, accusing them of being traitors. A group of people were stunned for a moment, because several of the people here are mid-level executives of the Marine, and even if you, Sengoku, are a marshal, you can't just kill them like that. Soon this incident caused an uproar within Marine, and a group of Marine executives came after hearing the news. Everyone advised Sengoku not to get so excited, but Akainu, who arrived, looked at Sengoku with a thoughtful look on his face. I am innocent, Marshal. What evidence do you have to prove that I am a traitor? If there is no evidence, you can't just kill me. I won't accept it. Some people are trying their best to give it a try and voice their doubts, betting that Sengoku has no absolute evidence. But in the face of doubts, Sengoku calmly told the big and small things that these traitors had done in collaborating with the enemy over the years. Advertisement. This made everyone despair. How could this be possible? In front of the naval headquarters gate, everyone knelt in a row with their heads down. Snap. The knife slid down, and the traitors fell to the ground in despair, with blood flowing all over the ground. This was the first time in all those years that the Marine had killed so many traitors. There were actually some spies from other forces in the field, who were looking at each other in bewilderment, and were extremely panicked. Where on earth did Sengoku get the evidence? Anyone who collaborates with the enemy will be killed. Sengoku glanced at everyone with a cold face, and then strode away. Bai Ze. Bai Ze, how many secrets do you have? Sengoku smiled helplessly and said that of course the information was obtained by Bai Ze through illusion, but Sengoku didn't know what Bai Ze's devil fruit was. Spatial ability, and that weird skeleton, plus this mind control. Sengoku is becoming more and more curious about Bai Ze. That little fellow Bai Ze told you the information just now, right? Just then, a familiar voice interrupted Sengoku's thoughts. When he turned around, he saw the familiar arrogant face. Akainu, advertisement, I really don't know how you, Akainu, got the luck to find such a magical little guy. If he didn't come to be a Marine but a pirate, then our Marine would be in danger. Sengoku replied with a smile, looking smug as he watched Akainu's mouth twitch. Bai Ze is not your man. Why are you so proud? By the way, where did that little guy go? I need to find him for something. Akainu just came back from a mission outside the house and got a nice little thing, which he wanted to give to Bai Ze to play with. That's right, just for fun. Akainu just likes Bai Ze, so this time he made a new and unique toy for the first time and wanted to show it to Bai Ze. After all, in his eyes, Bai Ze is still a child, just a little bit stronger. Bai Ze. He went to kill the pirates. This little guy is good in other aspects except that he has a bad temper. This assassination attempt must have angered him. He should be ready to take revenge. But this guy promised me not to mess with Kaido's royal pirates. Sengoku replied with a pout, but his face remained normal. It would be good to have more opportunities for actual combat. It's not a big problem. Listening to Sengoku's words, Akainu, who knew Shirasawa well, gradually looked unhappy. Bai Ze would be so honest. There is something fishy. There is something fishy. Akainu casually said goodbye to Sengoku and immediately left the naval headquarters, after learning about Shirasawa's target information. Without any hesitation, he drove the warship to chase after them. It's simple. This kid Bai Ze will definitely make something big. He's going to watch it. Chapter 37 Excited Bai Ze. It turns out that Akainu was right. Bai Ze is indeed going to make a big move. After saying goodbye to Sengoku, Shirasawa set off alone in the marine warship. Target. Dressrosa. That is the territory of Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. As a time traveler, Bai Ze knows some secrets the Marine does not know at this stage. That is, Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, actually has a very important partnership with Kaido's Beast's pirates, which is the artificial devil fruit. A devil fruit that can be produced infinitely, allowing countless people to master the forbidden power of devil fruit. As the underground emperor of the pirates' world, Doflamingo has the ability to study such pervert things and use some living people for experiments. In his previous life, when Bai Ze saw the big-headed dolls appearing on the screen, he felt a little sad. Those children would only laugh no matter how painful they were. Laugh. Laugh until you die. And the extremely ironic thing is, the person who did such an evil act was also sought after by thousands of people. Many people liked Doflamingo's cruelty and decisiveness, and his heroic ambition. But, what would they think if Doflamingo trampled on them? Bai Ze is very curious. On the majestic sea. Advertisement. Wearing the Marine Justice uniform, Bai Ze, with his hands behind his back, looked at the vast sea. His eyes were slightly fixed. It has been 13 years since I traveled to the pirates' world, and exactly 3 months since the incident happened. Along the way, Bai Ze realized that this world was so distorted that good and evil were almost reversed. When I, Bai Ze Mirai, came to this world, I actually didn't see the end of this world. But no matter what, even if the Straw Hat Boy's naive dream of becoming the Pirates King really came true, it would not change the nature of this world. So. Bai Ze's eyes deepened as he murmured, so, let me, Bai Ze, give this deformed world a perfect ending. After his experience at the naval headquarters, Bai Ze has developed a deep faith in the Marine, even though the Marine is not perfect. But, Bai Ze is not panicking, because he will change everything. He, Bai Ze, wants to be the Marine Marshal. I wonder what Uncle Akainu would think if he knew I would take away his future position? Bai Ze subconsciously smiled when he thought of Akainu. After all, Akainu still had a strong desire for power. Oh, here we are. He didn't think too much about it because he had finally arrived at his destination. Dressrosa. Advertisement. Looking into Bai Ze. There are tall buildings everywhere and people scattered on the streets. It is such a prosperous scene. This is Doflamingo's territory. This guy seized Dressrosa and became the king, but this move was tacitly approved by the world government. After all, Doflamingo holds the leverage that even the world government dare not underestimate. So, a kingdom ruled by pirates was born in a strange way. Looking at this prosperous scene, everyone might think that it is not bad for the kingdom to be managed by pirates. But only Bai Ze, who is looking at all this, knows the evil hidden beneath this prosperity. Hiss. My heart that is eager to kill someone is starting to tremble again. The dirty pirates vibe really turns me on. Looking at all this, Bai Ze's gentle eyes disappeared in an instant, and were replaced by a look of brutality and a slightly twitching face. Pirates. Bai Ze can't calm down whenever he comes into contact with these guys. His smiling face will never open when facing pirates. Bai Ze gently put the clown mask on his face, leaving only a pair of cold eyes. Half crying, half laughing, the first stop of revenge starts from now. Chapter 38. People who are prejudiced against Marine. 7 Warlords of the Sea. Some pirates' forces specially approved by the world government are officially recognized and granted some privileges. They will not be hunted down but must obey the Marine's orders at critical moments. In other words, 7 Warlords of the Sea is actually an ally of Marine, but this alliance is rather strange. As a Marine, it was taboo for Bai Ze to kill the 7 Warlords of the Sea, so Bai Ze designed to make Sengoku say that sentence. 7 Warlords of the Sea. Bai Ze must get rid of them, not only for the system's rewards and Hashirama cells, but also to pave the way for the future. He wants to speed up the progress of history and abolish the 7 Warlords of the Sea system earlier. He wants to kill Doflamingo as Marine, what Sengoku Akainu dare not do. He Bai Ze comes. As soon as he stepped into the land of Dressrosa, Bai Ze felt a lot of eyes looking at him. Was Bai Ze's plan to assassinate Doflamingo discovered? No, it was simply because of Bai Ze's identity. This was the first time that Bai Ze wore a Marine uniform and appeared in front of outsiders as a Marine. And the Marine is exactly one of the people that the people of Dressrosa hate. They looked at Bai Ze, the young Marine, with unfriendly expressions. After all, Bai Ze was not tall, and even with the mask on, one could tell he was not very old, and whispered to each other. Another hypocritical Marine has come. It makes me want to vomit. He is probably colluding with those pirates again. Of course, all Marines in the world are the same, hypocritical. Advertisement. Grass. Doflamingo had not actually ruled Dressrosa for long at this time, so he had no time to impose his will on these ordinary people. The persecuted people in Marine also resented Shangla. After all, neither side was on their side. Bai Ze looked at this group of ordinary people indifferently and didn't care about their insults. This was what they should do, and his purpose of coming here was very simple. Kill Doflamingo, that's all. But the problem is where Doflamingo lives, and he can no longer remember some details of his previous life. Does anyone know where Doflamingo is? Bai Ze thought for a moment and decided to ask directly. He was in a hurry. He had to kill Doflamingo before the information about his arrival in Dressrosa was leaked. It's Marine, the dog that got together with Doflamingo. Damn. Don't tell him, let him find it himself. When the group of people heard this, their expressions became even uglier, and no one answered Bai Ze's question. Take me there, I can pay you, 10,000 Baileys. Bai Ze's expression remained unchanged. Everyone in the field was still doing their own thing and no one paid any attention to Bai Ze. Advertisement. 10,000 Baileys is actually a lot, but the people in this place are too prejudiced against Marine. Bai Ze is very tolerant of ordinary people. After all, he was once a commoner. He sighed and prepared to spend some time looking for it himself. A weak voice suddenly sounded in his ears. If I take you to find Doflamingo, I can get 10,000 Baileys. Is that true? Bai Ze looked down in surprise and saw a skinny little girl with a pale face not far away, looking at him stealthily. The little girl is very thin, so thin that it's scary. Jasmine, what are you doing? He's a Marine, how can you help him? Someone who knew the little girl immediately started to scold her. But the only one who answered her was the timid voice of the little girl. She lowered her head to look at her feet and whispered softly. But, I'm hungry, so hungry. After hearing this, everyone fell silent. They knew the background of the little girl in front of them, so the group of people stopped talking. It's true. Bai Ze looked at everyone without changing his expression, then extended a hand to the little girl. There were some coins in his hand. Thanks, the little girl smiled and bowed solemnly to Bai Ze. Chapter 39. Will this kingdom get better? After taking the money given by Bai Ze, the little girl named Jasmine soon became Bai Ze's guide. Taking Bai Ze, they began to travel through the streets and alleys of Dressrosa. According to the girl, Doflamingo lived in the royal palace, which was quite a distance from here. The long distance also meant a little difficulty. Bai Ze was a little suspicious of the girl at first, but unexpectedly, this little girl seemed surprisingly familiar with such a big kingdom. It seemed as if she had traveled there many times, which made Bai Ze slightly surprised. The only bad thing is, are you really afraid of me? Is it because I look too scary? Bai Ze felt speechless as he looked at the little girl who was several meters away from him. Am I that scary? No. Jasmine looked panicked for a moment and quickly waved her hands to explain. The pale and thin face seemed more prominent at this moment because the girl was really too thin. She seemed particularly afraid of everything. Wait a minute. After Bai Ze stared at the girl for a few seconds, he sighed and came to a snack stall and spoke lightly. Give me some food. Fill it up. Yes, guest. Jasmine looked at Bai Ze's actions in confusion. This young Marine was a little weird. Give. Advertisement. While she was still thinking, a bag full of bread was thrown towards her the next moment, and Jasmine caught it subconsciously. After seeing what was inside, he waved his hands quickly. No. I can't take adult things. No, then throw it to the dogs. A cold voice came over, and Bai Ze turned around and left with an expressionless face. Jasmine held the bag tightly in her hands, looked at Bai Ze's back, and spoke in a low voice. Thanks. After the bread incident, Jasmine didn't stay so far away from Bai Ze when she was with him on the road. And during this long journey, Jasmine also had more communication with Bai Ze. Just as Bai Ze thought, Jasmine was indeed afraid of Bai Ze, but what she was afraid of was Bai Ze's identity as Marine. In the past, the people of Dressrosa actually respected the Marines very much, believing that they represented justice and could protect the weak like them. But when that man came a few years ago, everything changed. Our country is beginning to be different from before, although it looks prosperous behind the scenes. You can't say bad things about Doflamingo in this country, or you'll die. Bai Ze listened silently to the little girl in front of him telling him some secrets of Dressrosa that he did not understand. The tragedy that happened in this kingdom is much more tragic than what is shown in the anime. Do you really think that a pirate who is one of the 7 warlords of the sea can govern a country? Advertisement. All they know is to exploit and control. Jasmine's parents were once members of the royal palace, and like some cliched tragic stories, they were killed while resisting Doflamingo's policies. The originally happy family of 3 was now left with only this poor little girl and her younger brother, who relied on everyone's help to survive every day. The journey was short, and after another hour, Bai Ze finally arrived at his destination. Jasmine held the 10,000 Baileys in her hand and looked at the strange young Marine timidly. He seemed different from the Marine she knew. Looking at the magnificent palace in the distance, Bai Ze was unusually silent. He did not rush out immediately. He lowered his eyes. Tell me, if I just killed Doflamingo so easily, would your life be better? Jasmine looked at Bai Ze a little confused. What did this strange Marine just say? Kill Doflamingo? How? How is this possible? After a few years, the people of Dressrosa had become desperate to defeat Doflamingo because he was too strong. It should get better, at least I think it will. Bai Ze suddenly smiled and touched Jasmine's hair. Remember to run farther later. After saying that, Bai Ze strode into the palace with a resolute momentum. Jasmine, on the other hand, stared at Bai Ze's back, in a daze. Chapter 40. Doflamingo. Give despair to everyone. After saying goodbye to the poor little girl Jasmine, Bai Ze walked into the palace alone. Bai Ze under the mask. His face was slightly cold, and his brows were tightly furrowed. Revenge. Murder. This is the tone that Bai Ze has set for the rest of his life in the past few months, but as he sees more and more things. Bai Ze had some other thoughts in his mind, especially when he saw the thin little girl named Jasmine. The thought became even stronger. Because her eyes are very similar to my own back then. Sometimes I don't understand myself. I always tend to put some responsibilities on myself for no reason. Do you think that this kingdom will become better if you think about what you just said? Bai Ze felt a little sad in his heart, after seeing some tragedies. He was a sentimental person and got used to proclaiming himself as a savior. It's a bit contradictory. Stop, Marine. No outsiders are allowed in here, you. The voices of several fierce-looking guards interrupted Bai Ze's thoughts. Buzz. Snap. Before they could finish their subconscious threats, they saw a figure rushing towards them very quickly, and was actually lifted up by the Marine in an instant. And then they were extremely shocked. Several pirates fell down slowly and weakly. After casually crushing one of the heads, Bai Ze continued to walk forward, but his expression under the mask became a little colder. Sure enough, killing is the easiest thing for me now. After Bai Ze killed this first group of people, the enemies behind him gathered towards him in groups like a hornet's nest. They held swords and looked excited, all wanting to kill Bai Ze, the invader who had finally arrived. They want this hard-earned credit. Bai Ze didn't waste any time when facing this group of pirates. He didn't choose to use Sharingan, but took out the magic sword Devil's Cry. One cut at a time. Send these pirates off. The sounds of fighting, shouting, shaking the earth. This made some powerful people who were very close to the palace look up. This is. Someone attacked the palace. Who is so bold? This is the territory of Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Looking for death, it seems like another ignorant brat. A group of people looked over there and whispered, their faces full of mockery. There was only a skinny little girl who spoke in disbelief, holding the coins in her hand. Is it you, big brother? And when Bai Ze was launching an endless killing spree. Advertisement now. On the top floor of Dressrosa Palace in a magnificent room. One of the real rulers of this kingdom, several senior officials under Doflamingo, did not care about this news. A marine came to our side and started a fight. What does this mean? Lying on a sofa, a sloppy-looking middle-aged man with a runny nose spoke lazily. Aren't we 7 warlords of the sea allies with the marine? The eyes of this sloppy uncle wrinkled slightly, making him look even uglier. But how come such an ugly guy is indeed one of Doflamingo's senior cadres? Trable, the user of the sticky fruit. Who knows? It's probably some young marine who doesn't know how to live or die. A clown-like man hugged a sword and leaned against the windowsill, curling his lips. His name is Diamante, the user of the flying fruit. A confident smile appeared on his face. He's just a marine who doesn't know his place. Why don't we just kill him? Those marines won't dare to do anything to us anyway. Killing marine, the man said as if it was a common occurrence. The other people in the room also kept their expressions unchanged when they heard this, and it was obvious how they felt. Then send those guys up to take care of that reckless marine as soon as possible. Of course, if we can capture him alive, we should do our best. He killed so many of us, so it would be a bargain for him to die like this. After a few casual words, the few of them quickly decided on a solution. No one took Bai Ze, the strange marine, seriously. After all, they had seen too many similar incidents over the years. Forget about that guy, let's go check on the young master first. Good. Several senior officials of Doflamingo waved their hands and walked lazily to the door of a dark room. This is one of Doflamingo's secret rooms, where he often solves problems that are not easy to put on the table. As soon as they arrived here, they heard a barely perceptible scream coming from the room, but their expressions remained unchanged. Master, can we come in now? After knocking on the door, Torbol forced a smile and asked. After a few seconds of silence, 2 words came from the room. Come in. The voice was extremely indifferent. They looked at each other and slowly opened the door. The next moment, a strong smell of blood rushed towards them. The few of them curled their lips as if they had expected this and looked forward, only to see that there were only 2 people in the dark room. A man wearing a white suit was sitting on a sofa with his legs crossed. The pink coat draped over him made him look a bit funny, but with the sunglasses on his face and the smile on his face, he had the temperament of a nobleman. And this person is the real master of this kingdom, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo. In front of him was a naked man kneeling, but the man's situation was in stark contrast to Doflamingo's. Advertisement because the man kneeling on the ground was covered in blood, with almost no good flesh on his body. Looking closely, the man's right arm was actually broken off neatly, as if it had been chopped off by something. The man knelt on the ground, his body shaking uncontrollably as if he was hiding some great pain. The bloody smell in the room came from this man. Can you tell me now? Baron, you have exhausted my patience? Doflamingo looked at the man lazily, and after hearing these words, the man who had suffered great pain spat out a mouthful of blood. He spoke with a sarcastic look on his face. FKU, Doflamingo. Do you think Lao Ze would betray his brothers? Lao Ze won't, even if you kill Lao Ze. Lao Ze won't. The man was a little unclear when he said this. Torbol, who was standing by, took a closer look and discovered that all of the man's teeth had been pulled out. Tisk tisk. As expected of the young master, he is so cruel. Hearing this, Doflamingo's lazy expression slowly faded, replaced by a hint of cold murderous intent. In fact, the miserable man in front of him was a big pirate with a bounty of tens of millions, but he had a conflict of interest with him. So he took some time to tie this guy up, and tortured him in the hope of making him tell the secret, and betray him so that he could catch him all in one fell swoop. But this man is a bit tough. Are you sure you don't want to tell me? Doflamingo suddenly asked, the latter still looking ready to die. Dream on, kill me if you dare. Oh, I'm really sorry. Doflamingo suddenly smiled jokingly and raised his sunglasses. I heard that in a place called Shuiyu village on Aga's island, there is a very beautiful woman. This woman is not only beautiful but also very kind. She often donates leftover food to the elderly in the village. The people in the village call her the fish girl. Doflamingo looked at the man in front of him and suddenly smiled playfully. I brought her to see my place a few days ago, and she said she liked it very much. You. The man who had always been ready to die suddenly struggled violently when he heard this. His eyes were full of fear and tears. Doflamingo, you are a beast. You. The man cursed and then quickly explained, no, No. I am the beast. I agree to your terms. Please let her go. As long as you promise to let her go, I can agree to any of your conditions. The man looked hopeful, but Doflamingo shook his head. I suddenly changed my mind. I don't want to hear from you anymore. After all, without your news, I can still wipe out those guys who are in the way. He looked at the man with disappointment and turned away. Throw this guy into the sea to feed the fish, and bury that woman. Yes. Ignoring the man's desperate shouting, Doflamingo left the room with a cruel smile. He loved to hear the desperate voices of these people. He was so excited to see their tearful faces. In the future, Doflamingo will make more people despair, because when he was young, that's how that group of people gave him despair. Chapter 41. Only strength can remain unchanged forever. Inside the Dressrosa palace, a very bizarre scene was happening at this moment. Hundreds of pirates holding various weapons were surrounding a young marine. However, in the face of such a crushing numerical advantage, Doflamingo's extremely bloodthirsty subordinates were reluctant to step forward when facing this young marine. Aren't you guys coming up yet? The surrounded boys suddenly smiled at everyone, revealing a row of cold teeth. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked again. They could hardly hold their swords steadily. A group of people looked grim but did not dare to step forward. It was because the young man in front of him was a little too cruel. Everyone killed by him died in great pain. This young man seemed to have a bad taste. He could obviously kill them, but he only cut off their hands or feet. Let them bleed to death. Despair. The thought of taking credit was long gone, and if it weren't for the fear of Doflamingo, they would have run away long ago. Is this guy really a marine? Those who didn't know Bai Ze's purpose of coming here began to doubt Bai Ze's identity. Could this guy be disguised as a marine and come here to kill people? Hey, since you won't go up, then go and die anyway. Bai Ze, under the mask, suppressed a morbid smile, and once again raised the magic sword, ghostly weeping, and rushed into the crowd. Soon, the familiar sounds of fighting and shouting were heard again. A few minutes later, Bai Ze walked out from the sea of corpses and blood again. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 5 million, and rewarded with 5 killing points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 4 million, and being rewarded with 4 killing points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket drop. Close hollow lens bracket. Advertisement. The familiar system prompt sound rang in Bai Ze's mind. Bai Ze narrowed his eyes and continued to walk forward. Killing a group of minions really wasn't challenging at all for him right now. How can you ignore an intruder, Doflamingo? Have you lived too comfortably these years? That made you develop such an arrogant habit. Bai Ze felt a little disappointed with Doflamingo, who had not yet appeared. He fought his way up from the first floor as a marine, just to attract Doflamingo's attention. But it was obvious that the other party didn't take him seriously. Bai Ze felt that this kind of guy was not worthy of his serious defense. But it doesn't matter, let's just kill them. Bai Ze was walking on the corridor thinking. Suddenly, Bai Ze stopped as if he sensed something. He tilted his neck, and the brutality that he had just suppressed appeared on his face again. Da-da. A crisp sound of footsteps came from a very far distance, accompanied by a slight sense of oppression. Of course, this feeling of oppression is meaningless to Bai Ze. Bai Ze tilted his head and looked at the person at the end of the corridor. A guy who looked like a middle-aged man, wearing an extremely childish baby outfit and with a somewhat funny pacifier in his mouth. After Bai Ze had been killing for nearly 20 minutes and had dealt with hundreds of pirates, the first cadre-level figure under Doflamingo finally appeared. Senor. Bai Ze squinted his eyes and looked at the funny man in front of him. This guy was one of the few men who left a deep impression on Bai Ze in his previous life. Known as the representative of love among pirates. He originally had a wife who loved him very much. He concealed his identity and went on missions as usual. But that day, their child got a fever and fell ill. Advertisement. His wife couldn't find him, so she had to go to the hospital alone with the child. However, there was thunder and heavy rain that day, and it seemed that God was targeting that woman. Eventually an accident happened. Their child died, and his wife became a vegetable and never smiled again. When the man returned home, it was too late. Full of guilt, he tried every means to wake his wife up first. Finally, by chance, he found that his wife was laughing when he was making a funny face in baby clothes. From that day on, this man who loves to wear formal clothes and is used to being meticulous, put on baby clothes and a pacifier to make his comatose wife smile, and never took them off. The two stood in front and behind the corridor, confronting each other. The Pirates King's love representative? He. At this moment, Bai Ze looked at the somewhat familiar man in front of him, but he had a different feeling. Because he traveled to this pirate's world, he had an additional perspective, because this representative of love was actually accompanying Doflamingo on a mission on the day he lost his wife. And what is Doflamingo's general mission? It's killing, it's plundering. Bai Ze tilted his head and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face under the mask. This man may have killed other men on the day he lost his wife, and those men also had gentle wives at home who hoped their husbands would return safely. They have cute kids too, so there is no difference. Strength is king. Only the strong can protect their wives and children at home. Bai Ze thought about it and took a step forward. His pupils changed in a familiar way, and Tomo's Sharingan appeared again. With murderous aura rising to the sky, Bai Ze rushed towards Senor with a knife in hand. Only by being strong can you remain forever. Chapter 42 Death of Senor. While Bai Ze was still fighting fiercely, in a sea area 100 miles away from Dressrosa, two warships were coming towards this side from different directions at a very fast speed. One of the warships was led by Akainu, who was the first one to come here after learning the intelligence about Bai Ze. At this moment, he was standing on the deck with a serious expression, listening to his subordinates constantly reporting the situation and analysis. After a long time, Akainu sighed softly while smoking a cigar. This is a bit troublesome. Looking at the situation, Bai Ze is preparing to attack Doflamingo. Killing one of the 7 warlords of the sea? That would cause quite a stir. If Sengoku knew about it, he would probably curse again. After Akainu analyzed Bai Ze's actions, he felt a little overwhelmed. He knew that Bai Ze hated the pirates very much and was very impulsive. But he didn't expect him to be so impulsive. He had only been in the naval headquarters for more than half a month, and he went to kill Doflamingo quietly. This was really a surprise for him. Akainu. That's right, Akainu really believed that Bai Ze could kill Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Akainu was only worried about what will be the consequences of killing Doflamingo. What will the other 7 warlords of the sea do when they hear the news? There is a great possibility that these guys will rebel. Thinking of this, Akainu frowned even deeper. When the marine soldier in charge of intelligence saw Akainu's appearance, he subconsciously felt disgusted with this reckless marine named Bai Ze. This Bai Ze is just acting recklessly because you think too highly of him, sir. He is simply being spoiled by your favor. I suggest that we catch this guy and give him a severe punishment. He will not be able to disobey the decision of the superiors at will. The marine soldier decided to flatter Akainu with a fawning smile, but the next moment he felt a chill beside him. When he looked up, he saw Akainu looking at him with a gloomy face. Is he someone you can talk about casually? Sir, The marine soldier stammered and tried to explain, but was picked up by Akainu and thrown to the back. Also accompanied by Akainu's cold words. If you're going to spend more time talking about other people, you might as well spend more time practicing, becoming stronger and killing more pirates. From today on, double your daily training volume. The marine soldier, whose original name was Jim, nodded bitterly and said yes. He was a little speechless in his heart. Advertisement Commander Akainu is so hypocritical, as if whatever the young marine named Bai Ze does is right no matter what. He doesn't know right from wrong. The current chief Akainu has really changed. Akainu here had no idea that the marine soldiers below had so many inner thoughts, but even if he knew, Akainu would just smile casually. Regarding Bai Ze, he is indeed hypocritical, so what? Do you really think that Akainu is against killing the 7 warlords of the sea? No, on the contrary, he supports it, because Akainu was one of the first people to oppose the 7 warlords of the sea system. After all, Akainu really hates cooperating with pirates. So Akainu has always had those little thoughts about 7 warlords of the sea over the years. If he hadn't thought too much, Akainu would have been the first person to take action against 7 warlords of the sea. Bai Ze, I hope you can be more careful when making trouble, or I won't be able to handle you anymore. Akainu murmured with a conflicted expression, because his sixth sense told him. This guy Bai Ze will definitely make more and more trouble, and the speed will be faster than he expected. Putting aside these chaotic thoughts, Akainu raised his hand and shouted. Target Dressrosa, full speed ahead. Yes, sir. Buzz. The warship quickly disappeared in this sea area. What Akainu didn't know was that there was actually a marine warship in an area of sea more than 10 miles away from him that had issued the same order as him. Full speed ahead, target Dressrosa. A man with a deep breath and a resolute face, wearing a marine justice uniform, stood on the deck and issued orders. The man whose real name is Virgo, the current Marine Rear Admiral and real identity as a senior Doflamingo cadre, has a worried look on his face at the moment, because as a spy, he learned a special piece of information today. That is Bai Ze, the hottest character in naval headquarters recently, who is going to Dressrosa. Considering the fact that this boy had once gone to Kaido's place and made a scene, Virgo realized that something was wrong at the first time. Because he was an intelligence agent, he knew that Bai Ze, this young man, had an extreme hatred for the pirates. Without the slightest hesitation. Normally, he reports to Doflamingo in person, so he can't use Den Mushi. So he has to notify Doflamingo as quickly as possible to get ready. I hope. My guess is wrong. The boy in the rumor won't be so foolish as to attack the 7 warlords of the sea. Virgo looked grim and could only pray. It would not be a good thing to fall out with Marine at this moment. Advertisement, now, Dressrosa Palace 3rd floor. A long bloodline stretched from the end of the corridor to the end of the corridor. The bodies of pirates holding various weapons were scattered all over the ground. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. It's hard to imagine such a horrible and bloody scene happening in this place, because this is the territory of Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. It is one of the real top forces in the world. The culprit behind this tragic scene was a teenager who was just over 13 years old. At this moment, Bai Ze looked at all this calmly. The mountains of corpses and the sea of blood before him could not affect him at all. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a pirates with a bounty of 580 Baileys, and the reward is 58 killing points. Close hollow lens bracket. Current killing point. 430, added to my physique. Bai Ze hesitated for a moment before issuing the order. His physical condition was a bit low compared to the people in the pirates' world, whose overall physical condition was perverted. Open hollow lens bracket drip, add a little success. Close hollow lens bracket. Bai Ze felt a familiar sense of extra strength in his body. After adapting himself to it, he shrugged his shoulders and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yes, killing is indeed more suitable for me. Of course, hockey training at the naval headquarters is also extremely useful. Bai Ze thought about it and looked to the side again, his eyes slightly narrowed. That's right, Senor who had just appeared was now dead. He killed her in less than 3 minutes. I have to say that although this man is not very strong, he is very tenacious. Even when he realized he was no match for himself after a fight, he did not retreat at all. Bai Ze knew that these Ming cadres were absolutely loyal to Doflamingo and were willing to die. It is indeed ironic that a villain has teammates who are willing to die for him. But Bai Ze didn't feel that there was anything wrong, they just had different positions, but now he, Bai Ze, was stronger, so, they had to die. Looking at the man's body, Bai Ze hesitated for a while, picked up the pacifier that had fallen nearby, and put it back into the man's mouth. I hope you won't be a pirate in your next life, otherwise I will kill you again. Bai Ze said coldly, stepped over the other's body, and walked to the next level with the sword in hand again. The killing continues. Chapter 43, Kill Diamante instantly. Killing a pirates, Bai Ze will get the corresponding slaughter points, which means that Bai Ze will become stronger and stronger over time. The later Doflamingo noticed him, the more miserable the former's death would be. But just when Bai Ze was becoming increasingly disappointed with this so-called hero. When Bai Ze slaughtered everyone on the 3rd floor and stepped onto the 4th floor, he was accompanied by several heavy footsteps and an aura far more majestic and powerful than that exuded by Senor, coming towards him from afar. The man was wearing a pink cape and ill-fitting shoes, and he walked slowly towards Bai Ze with his signature arrogant steps. Doflamingo, the real protagonist of today's incident, has finally appeared. Not only that, but behind him were 3 top officials standing in a neat line. But the faces of these 3 people looked very ugly at the moment. Obviously, Bai Ze's strength was a little beyond their expectations. They had originally not taken Bai Ze seriously, but when they learned that he had killed Senor, they were instantly shocked. But the 3 of them were still careless and thought that sending one of them to kill Bai Ze would be enough, and they didn't even want to trouble Doflamingo. But let's go together. This marine is not simple. Maybe today is the most dangerous day for Lousy. Doflamingo appeared out of nowhere and interrupted their thoughts with a serious expression. He even notified some of his top-secret troops and started rushing over. Young master, is it necessary to make such a big scene? Could it be that a marine admiral is coming? Torbo looked puzzled all the way, and so did the others. But Doflamingo only replied with one sentence. When the time is right, we will attack the invader at all costs, even if it means exchanging our own lives for his. Everyone who knows Doflamingo's character well understands that this time he is not joking. Their pirates group is really in a big crisis today. Gathering their confused thoughts, Torpal and his companions looked at each other and began to look for the best position for a sneak attack. Doflamingo's expression, which had been solemn throughout the journey, was replaced by a calm one with an elusive smile. Looking at Bai Ze holding a bloody knife and sensing the latter's aura, Doflamingo smiled slightly. Interesting, I didn't expect it was really you who came. Bai Ze, a young marine who was given the greatest educational resources by the marine, is an exception. A guy who was highly valued by Akainu. You came to Lousy to kill people. Is it the idea of your marine seniors? The first thing Doflamingo said was some secret information about Bai Ze. If Virgo was here, he would definitely be surprised. After all, he hadn't had time to tell Ming. Bai Ze tilted his head and gave a wicked smile, looking at the guy who finally appeared. Advertisement interesting. He is indeed the underground king of the pirates' world. His intelligence power is truly unmatched by ordinary people. Bai Ze didn't say anything. He hugged the magic sword Guishenki and began to look at everyone with interest. It seemed as if he didn't take anyone present seriously at all. This guy is so arrogant. Who is he? Doflamingo's expression remained unchanged, but his face became more serious. He thought to himself that the aura of this young marine seemed to be even stronger than he expected, even though his intelligence department had already reminded him that Bai Ze was an extremely powerful marine. But the opponent was really too young, and Doflamingo couldn't help but look down on him, but now, that's gone. Diamante, who didn't know Bai Ze's information, showed an angry look on his face, and his right hand slowly touched the sword at his waist. Someone actually dared to look down on him. Later he will definitely chop off the head of this annoying marine and make it into a toy, and play with it every night. The scene was filled with a strange atmosphere and silence for a few seconds. A cold voice finally broke the silence. The young marine standing in the sea of blood and corpses began to walk towards the crowd. First, I'm a marine and I want to kill you pirates. Do I need any reason? The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Doflamingo's smile froze on his face. Aren't we 7 warlords of the sea pirates recognized by your world government? We are allies with your marine. Torpal, who sensed something was wrong, asked, staring at Bai Ze. Is this marine crazy? They haven't even discussed anything yet, and they're already falling out so quickly. Oh, the only answer he got was Bai Ze's extremely indifferent words. His only job now was to kill people, and he didn't have time to think so much as for the consequences. Let's talk about it after we kill these people in front of us. After saying that, Bai Ze tiptoed and rushed towards Doflamingo. The latter stared at Bai Ze calmly, then uttered 2 words. Get started. Buzz. Buzz, Diamante, who had been prepared, rushed out at the first opportunity. With the ability of the flying fruit, he could use his speed to the ultimate. Advertisement, arrogant little brat, die, his eyes burst into tears and he roared. The huge Pika and Torpal looked at each other and attacked together. Doflamingo has already informed them in advance that the guy in front of them is no simple matter, so they will not be careless and hold back now. 3 people attacked Bai Ze from 3 different angles. Too slow, not enough strength, crude technique. Bai Ze emitted a calm indifferent sound, and the slowly flowing 3-tomo Sharingan changed again. Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui was activated. As the space twisted, Bai Ze stood still, causing all the attacks from the others to fail. Some of them even collided with each other. What the hell, what happened? Why did my attack miss? Damn it, several people expressed the same exclamation as the Beast's pirates did that day. But their strength is not as strong as those people from Beast's pirates. Shut up. Bai Ze cursed coldly, and Armament Hockey instantly covered the demonic sword devil's weeping. Then he slashed directly at the nearest Diamante. As fast as lightning, snap, under Bai Ze's cold eyes, the latter was instantly split into 2, and was actually cut in half. His eyes were wide open before he died. How could it be? How could it be so fast? How can he be so strong? Bang! The corpse fell heavily to the ground, and blood was all over the floor. Doflamingo, Torpal, Pika were silent. Chapter 44 Doflamingo's Conqueror's Hockey. Kill a big pirates with a bounty of tens of millions in one strike. What does this mean? Torpal stared at the young marine intently. This was an absolute crushing victory. Is it comparable to Admiral's strength? Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the pirates with a bounty of 99 million Baileys, and the reward is 99 killing points. Close hollow lens bracket. The first one, an indifferent voice came from Bai Ze's mouth, as if killing such a great pirates was a trivial matter. This is the fact. With Bai Ze's current strength, pirates of this level are really not enough. He, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a burst of crazy laughter abruptly rang out from the scene, and Bai Ze looked forward with interest. At this moment, Doflamingo held his forehead with one hand, and laughed like a madman, a laugh that was comparable to Bai Ze's previous laughs. Young master. Torpal looked at Doflamingo a little uneasily. He seldom saw the young master in this state. But whenever he saw him in this state, terrible things would happen without exception. All of you step back. Let me handle the rest. Doflamingo laughed crazily for dozens of seconds, and then stopped abruptly. There was a cold light on his face as he stared at Bai Ze, as if he was hiding endless murderous intent. Your cold and hateful eyes really make me feel familiar, as if it is the person I once hated the most. Doflamingo looked at Bai Ze, and his mind unconsciously recalled what happened many years ago. That day he didn't want to recall. He lost his mother and killed his father, just to survive. Madman, the young man in front of me has similar eyes to me. Both are paranoid madmen. But for a madman like him, he hates people like him the most, because he just wants to be the only one. Doflamingo raised his hand slightly. Countless silk threads began to erupt from his palm. The ability of string fruit exploded instantly. Doflamingo said coldly, "You are one of the few people I hate so much, Marine. Today, only one of us can walk out alive." The sound carries the ultimate murderous intent. He, Doflamingo, had gone through endless pain to get to where he is today, and now someone wanted to kill him. And take away everything from him. How could he bear it? He, ha 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 ha. The next moment, an equally cold and sinister laugh was heard. It was Bai Ze. At this moment, he was holding the magic knife Guishenki and his body could not stop shaking. The coldness of it made Torpal and the others frown. What's going on with this marine? Interesting, really interesting. Advertisement. Bai Ze was reminded of the painful memories by Doflamingo's words. Pain. Is Doflamingo's pain as deep as his own? Like Doflamingo, Bai Ze also extremely hated this guy who was similar to himself at this moment. He wanted to kill him today. He didn't know whether it was for the system reward or for himself. He hated guys like Doflamingo, who claimed to be righteous but attacked innocent people. As for revenge, one should be more generous. Bai Ze himself doesn't think he is a good person. He killed innocent pirates, but what does that have to do with him? Bai Ze looked calmly at Doflamingo as he used a smaller version of birdcage. He didn't move, just watched quietly. Soon, countless silk threads shot upwards, then slowly spread out. An area of 1,000 meters in radius was soon completely covered. Outside the palace, a group of people looked at the sky with confusion. What happened? Why are there so many lines in the sky? Damn it. I can't get out. Soon the silk threads began to move, and countless houses began to collapse slowly. Seeing this, the crowd quickly panicked. They didn't know what was going on. And at this moment in the palace, Doflamingo looked at the birdcage that had already taken shape, slowly withdrew his hands, and looked at Bai Ze with murderous intent. Torpal felt greatly encouraged when he saw the birdcage taking shape. Marine, You actually forced the young master to use this trick. You are F*** G dead. You. Before he could finish his words, he saw Bai Ze looking at him coldly. Toripal was so frightened by Bai Ze's eyes that he ran away quickly. Birdcage is really good, do you have any other tricks? Bai Ze suddenly spoke in a calm tone, which shocked Doflamingo. How could this Marine know about birdcage? Marine, you are arrogant, but arrogance has a price. Being arrogant does come at a price, but, Bai Ze suddenly grinned, I just happen to have the capital to be arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, Doflamingo's eyes narrowed slightly, he felt something was wrong. Next moment, Bai Ze opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and slowly raised the magic sword armament Haki to cover it again. Bai Ze grinned under the mask, advertisement in his full form, he took action, attacking Doflamingo with several consecutive slashes. So fast, Doflamingo was secretly surprised, and with one hand he raised several sharp threads that appeared out of thin air, blocking several of the slashing attacks. Bang! Bang! But with a few explosions, a figure appeared in front of him, it was Bai Ze. Being tough, sometimes you have to pay a price. Doflamingo did not panic but sneered, and the silk threads that had been set up in ambush instantly stabbed towards Bai Ze from behind. If he gets stabbed, Bai Ze will be crippled if not killed. But Doflamingo was obviously disappointed, and the thread went straight through Bai Ze's body just like the joint attack by Toripal and others on Bai Ze just now. Totally ineffective. Doflamingo's face looked grim. He refused to believe it and tried to move his body a few more times, even condensing armament Haki to attack Bai Ze. But, it still doesn't work. Damn it, what the hell is this devil fruit ability? None of my attacks are effective against him. How is this possible? Doflamingo, who didn't know the principle of Kamui, was finally a little panicked at this moment. He stared intently at the Marine in front of him who was wearing a half-crying, half-smiling clown mask. The uneasiness in his heart reached its maximum. Bai Ze felt very relaxed at the moment. His Kamui really restrained Mingji's string fruit ability. In addition, Mingji's birdcage consumed the opponent's strength, and he no longer had any hope of turning the tables. In that case, Bai Ze grinned, his blood-red eyes fixed on the other's heart this time, and the Mangekyo Sharingan began to shrink slightly. Kamui. Bai Ze directly used the power of Kamui on the latter's body. He wanted to end this battle. Buzz. However, the next moment Bai Ze suddenly discovered that there was a considerable resistance counteracting Kamui's spatial force. Bai Ze frowned and took a look. He saw that Doflamingo had completely lost his previous panic, and instead had a domineering aura. The airwaves condensed into substance spread out in all directions, and sand and stones flew everywhere. Doflamingo smiled confidently. This is Conqueror's Haki. Bai Ze's expression became serious for the first time. Chapter 45 Go to Hell. Doflamingo, Conqueror's Haki. Bai Ze looked at Doflamingo, who was emitting a fierce aura, with some surprise. Of course. His surprise was not that Doflamingo possessed Conqueror's Haki, after all, he had known that for a long time. His surprise was that only the true king of this pirate's world could master Conqueror's Haki. It was actually able to counteract his Kamui power, either due to the delaying destruction of armament Haki or simply resisting this force of space. Sure enough, Kamui's power alone can't make me invincible in this world. Bai Ze said this with a smile. He did not feel disappointed. Perhaps becoming the strongest step by step is what he, Bai Ze, should do. Buzz. 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 While Bai Ze was thinking, Doflamingo had already launched an all-out attack, not holding back at all. Countless people carrying the thread of Conqueror's Haki attacked Bai Ze. Damn you, Marine, Doflamingo gritted his teeth and roared. It's a little troublesome, but not much. Bai Ze's eyes became more serious. He could use Kamui to dodge but it would be a waste of energy, so. He chose to rely on his speed to dodge, and on anticipation with the help of the Mangekyo Sharingan and observation Haki. Without hesitation, he tiptoed and started to speed up. Bang. 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 The silk thread that contained great power was always one step behind Bai Ze, making Doflamingo's face even uglier. Damn it. Damn it. Damn little devil. Doflamingo was so furious that he started attacking randomly without caring about anything. For a moment, the heaven and earth shook. Toribal and Pika were stunned. The young master was crazy. The young master was crazy. The two also began to flee in panic. They had never seen anything like this, Doflamingo. But the palace was not so lucky. Under Doflamingo's attack, it soon began to collapse. After another heavy blow, the huge palace collapsed directly. Bang. Bang. Countless huge rocks began to fall down along with the eaves. The palace collapsed? What on earth happened inside? People looked on in confusion, and those who were trapped by the birdcage couldn't run away. They could only watch in despair as the palace collapsed towards them. Advertisement. Shit, I'm dying. Damn it. Lousy's wife is still waiting for me at home. Lousy doesn't want to die. The people who were already panicking outside were now even more furious. In the crowd, a girl was holding a piece of bread that she hadn't finished eating. She stared at the boulder that was about to fall on her without moving. Since she couldn't even run away, she might as well die. She had lived a very tiring life. Death. Maybe it's good. Jasmine smiled miserably and closed her eyes, waiting to die. But after waiting for a long time without feeling any pain, She opened her eyes and her small eyes suddenly widened. A somewhat familiar figure had appeared in front of her without her noticing. The man held a knife and stood in front of her like a pillar. None of the attacks from the sides could threaten him at all. Jasmine stared blankly at the bread in her hand, and then looked at the man. "It's you. Hi. Marine brother." Jasmine murmured in disbelief. She had not expected this person whom she had only met once would save her. "Why? The days ahead should be good. You can try to stay alive. Do you believe me?" Without answering the little girl's words, Bai Ze turned around and looked at the little girl, took off his mask, and revealed a kind smile. Okay, the smile is a bit forced, probably a bit ugly. "Believe." Jasmine looked at Bai Ze and nodded vigorously. This strange marine really gave her an inexplicable sense of peace of mind. "That's good. Thank you very much, Kamui." Bai Ze looked at the latter, his eyes moved slightly. With a fluctuation in space, Bai Ze actually teleported him out of the range of the birdcage. Doflamingo, who was far away, saw this scene and his teeth were about to break. Damn it, this boy could actually crack his birdcage. How is that possible? Was it the battle between this marine and Doflamingo that caused the collapse of the palace? Haha. Great, Marine is finally going to take action against Doflamingo, our nightmare is going to end. Some people looked at Bai Ze and were instantly ecstatic, but some people poured a bucket of cold water on him. Advertisement. This marine looks so young, how could he possibly be able to defeat Doflamingo, the 7 warlords of the sea? Let's not even think about it. A group of people were in an extremely contradictory state of mind and began to watch the battle between Bai Ze and Doflamingo. Doflamingo is standing in the sky with the power of string fruit. Countless silk threads and the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki make him look extremely powerful and invincible in the eyes of everyone. On the other side, Bai Ze was simply standing on the ground, holding a seemingly ordinary knife in his hand. His thin body looked very weak, as if he would fall down if the wind blew. Doflamingo. Bai Ze put the mask back on his face and suddenly spoke to the sky. Doflamingo looked down with a puzzled look on his face, and saw Bai Ze took a slight step forward and said coldly. "You have brought suffering to this country. Today, you will be returned to me." Suffering, what a ridiculous thing. In this world, the strong are kings, and it is the will of heaven that they submit to me. Doflamingo sneered loudly. Doflamingo has no regrets in his life, he is right. He will never be wrong. Laugh. Bai Ze didn't say much, but the Mangekyo Sharingan that sealed Kamui's power glowed even brighter at this moment. "Susano." Bai Ze said softly, and a strange light blue flame suddenly rose from Bai Ze's body. As everyone was shocked, a pale blue skull several dozen meters tall appeared out of thin air, emitting explosive energy. What the hell is this? Doflamingo was shocked again. He found that this strange thing was not affected by his Conqueror's Haki at all. Bai Ze stood under the skull, looking at Doflamingo with cold eyes. He raised his hand and a huge bow appeared instantly. Bai Ze pulled the string hard and faced Doflamingo. The latter was startled, and a sense of death instantly rose to his heart. He wanted to run, but felt that he could not escape. It's a good saying that the strong submit to the weak, but today, I am the strong one. Buzz. The arrow with armament Haki and Kamui's power flew towards Doflamingo at an unparalleled speed. This is Bai Ze's true all-out attack. Die, you ugly creature. Chapter 46. Doflamingo is nailed to the wall. I don't know how long it took. Dressrosa coast. A marine warship slowly approached the shore facing the setting sun, and as soon as this huge warship docked, a man with a resolute face jumped off. He is one of Doflamingo's senior executives, Virgo. He accelerated as fast as he could but still reached Dressrosa faster than a Kainu. There shouldn't be any trouble yet. Virgo looked at the calm coastline, and saw that there was no turmoil as he had imagined. He was slightly pleased. It seemed that the marine boy had not had time to take action yet. It should still be in time for me now. Thinking of this, Virgo slowed down and began to walk towards the palace. Along the way, he looked around carefully. He hadn't been back to Dressrosa for half a year, and looked at the familiar facilities on the street. Virgo thought to himself that the young master's ruling power was becoming increasingly powerful. It's Marine, everyone. Suddenly a joyful voice interrupted Virgo's thoughts. He turned around in confusion, and saw a girl looking at him happily. Virgo frowned slightly. He remembered that Dressrosa was very disgusted with Marine. I must have heard it wrong. That little girl shouldn't be looking at me. Virgo thought to himself and wanted to leave this place, but was stopped by someone. The group of people took a lot of fruits and vegetables and threw them to him frantically, and started talking in a bustling manner. Marine-sama, thank you so much this time. Thank you for getting rid of that demon and giving us freedom again. Thank you. Thank you so much. A group of men and women thanked him crazily with tears in their eyes, leaving Virgo dumbfounded. Thanks. Marine, what the hell is going on here? His stern face began to look ugly, and he raised his hand and overturned several baskets. Roll. He coldly shouted everyone away and quickly ran towards the palace. Damn. His uneasy feeling grew stronger, and a bad premonition came to his mind. What is this Marine-sama doing? A group of people had their fruits and vegetables knocked over, but they only expressed a little dissatisfaction because today was truly a happy day. That man. Things like this happen in the streets of Dressrosa, and wherever Marine shows up, she's treated favorably. Advertisement. Virgo strode towards that direction, and encountered the same situation many times along the way, and the further he went in that direction, the worse the situation became. When they finally arrived very close to the palace, Virgo stopped. He looked there with a dazed look on his face. What does he see now? The towering palace actually collapsed. This was where his young master lived. What did it mean that it had become a ruin now? Virgo seemed to be choked by someone and couldn't speak. His face turned red. The people around looked at this strange marine without saying anything. They just frowned slightly and started to move away from him. Virgo continued to walk towards there with red eyes, but every step he took was extremely difficult, as if it was filled with lead. Finally, after a few minutes, he arrived at the place. Dressrosa Palace. Although the Dressrosa Palace is in ruins at this moment, tens of thousands of people have gathered below it. They shouted this slogan at the top of their lungs. Freedom, freedom. The sound resounds through the sky. Virgo's heart was numb. He ignored Jongren's roar and just searched around for the figure. His young master, Doflamingo. What happened to him now? After looking around and searching in vain, Virgo finally moved his gaze upwards. Then, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. In the ruins of the Dressrosa Palace, a man's body was nailed to the wall by a steel pillar. The man was wearing a pair of scarlet sunglasses and a cloak that had long been dyed red. It was Doflamingo who had ruled this kingdom for several years. After he died, his body was nailed to the wall, for the people he once looked down upon to watch and mock him. His blood just kept flowing along the wall. Not only that, there were actually 3 corpses nailed next to him. One was wearing clown makeup, one had a big snot, and one was huge. They all died in a tragic way. There were a total of 4 bodies nailed to the wall. They were all well-known figures in this world. It was hard to imagine who could do such a thing. Boom. Boom. Virgo watched this scene with his heart beating like a drum. He listened absent-mindedly to everyone laughing and discussing this matter. Advertisement. Finally, I gradually understood what had happened and heard the familiar name from their mouths. Bai Ze. This young marine killed Doflamingo with one strike in full view of everyone. Torpolpika and others who realized something was wrong wanted to run away, but were also easily killed. Doflamingo is dead. From now on you are free. The boy wearing a marine justice uniform and a clown mask spoke to everyone. To everyone's shock, the young man continued speaking. This kingdom belongs to you, and its royal family will not change. Next, first, Marine. A group of people just listened in a daze as the young man announced policy after policy. During the period, he even helped them find the former royal family who had been hiding, saving them a lot of trouble. No one doubted whether the boy was qualified to say these words. Because killing Doflamingo has proved a lot. An unknown amount of time had passed, but when they came to their senses and wanted to thank the marine boy, they found that he had already left. The bodies of Doflamingo and others were suddenly nailed to the wall. Virgo put these messy thoughts aside, took a deep breath, and his eyes regained their determination. Now that the scary boy is gone, then, he looked up at the bodies of Doflamingo and others nailed to the top. He wanted to take back the young master's body and bury him properly. Virgo pushed through the crowd and began to walk forward. When he got close to the ruins, many people came to their senses. Damn it, this guy wants to steal the bodies of Doflamingo and others. Everyone stop him quickly. Stop him. They will not allow others to take away the bodies of Doflamingo and others and nail them there. This guy must be nailed there to atone for his sins. The powerful people in the crowd began to intercept Virgo. You bunch of ants. Get out of here. Virgo didn't even bother to look at them. Armament Hokage instantly covered his entire body, and he knocked one down with one punch, and then kicked a group of them away. Soon he broke through everyone's encirclement. No one present could stop him. They could only watch as the man got closer and closer to the bodies of Doflamingo and others. Young master. Just when Virgo was about to touch the bodies of Doflamingo and others with joy, a cold yet majestic voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Stop it. Chapter 47. Akainu's apology. Stop it. A familiar and majestic voice made Virgo stand still. This familiar voice is. He turned his head numbly and saw a middle-aged man in a red suit and a cloak of justice smoking a cigar and looking at him coldly. Marine Admiral, Akainu, he spoke with a cold face. What I, Akainu, hate most in my life is traitors, especially when that traitor is pirates. As he said that, Akainu slowly raised his huge fist. Sensing something was wrong, Virgo instinctively raised his armament Hokage to its peak state. In an instant, his entire body turned dark, and he looked indestructible. But soon, Virgo was dumbfounded, because his proud armament Hokage was as fragile as paper under Akainu's attack and broke at the touch. Bang! Akainu punched through Virgo's body with one punch, and then, seeing the latter's dazed look, he twisted off his head with his backhand. After thinking about it carefully, he picked up a steel bar from the side, threw Virgo's body up, and then continued to throw out with the steel bar in his hand. Laugh! It was firmly nailed to the side of Doflamingo. At this point, the Doflamingo cadre group, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was completely wiped out. A group of Dressrosa looked at this scene with dull eyes. Most of them still didn't know this somewhat cruel marine. But some guys still recognized the name Akainu, and they immediately retreated timidly. They knew that Akainu was a bit arrogant and unreasonable, and would take action if he was not satisfied. While they were still hesitating, a kind and majestic voice suddenly sounded in the field. Don't worry, everyone. I'm Admiral of Headquarters Akainu. The speaker was Akainu, and at the moment he had a big smile on his face. Totally different from his previous look with a cigar in his mouth and a cool look on his face. A group of people looked forward with wide eyes. Is this Akainu? For some reason, as Akainu's friendly atmosphere unfolded, the whole audience fell into a sense of awkwardness, including the large number of Marine soldiers who came with Akainu. The corners of their mouths were twitching at this moment. Advertisement, ahem. Akainu, who was smiling from ear to ear, actually felt a little embarrassed at this moment. This was indeed the first time he did this. But Marine owes this to the people of Dressrosa. Just after Akainu stepped into Dressrosa's territory, a skinny little girl with a pale face came and claimed that she was entrusted by Bai Ze to deliver a letter to him. In that letter, Bai Ze said a lot. He emphasized how bad Dressrosa's previous situation was and that their Marine did nothing about it. From Bai Ze's words, Akainu could feel Bai Ze's deep disappointment with the current Marine, especially when he saw the sentence Bai Ze wrote. Uncle, can we Marines really bring fairness and peace to the civilians? Akainu was blown away when he saw that. How could Akainu not know what was going on with Bai Ze? His village was also massacred by the pirates because of the Marines' poor protection. He knew that Bai Ze was very dissatisfied with the Marine before. Now he finally managed to bring Bai Ze to Marine, waiting for him to change Marine, but now Dressrosa and her group of good-for-nothing Marines are trying to put a dent in his eyes. The angry Akainu immediately dealt with several Dressrosa's garrison Marines. He collected his thoughts and began to look at the tens of thousands of Dressrosa citizens. As a strong man, he could easily detect the fatigue and depression in these people's eyes. Akainu's expression was a little grim, because he knew that Dressrosa used to be an excellent kingdom. It changed after Doflamingo came. The reason for all this? A deep sigh sounded from the crowd, and the next moment the people of Dressrosa once again witnessed an unimaginable scene. The Marine Admiral Akainu, who was known as the Absolute Justice, bent 90 degrees towards them. He took off his Marine hat. He said loudly with a sincere look on his face. I, Akainu, on behalf of all the Marines, apologize to you all. The sound was very loud, loud enough for everyone to hear it. Bang. Bang. After seeing their superior apologize, some Marines looked at each other, took off their hats, bowed and apologized. Sorry. Row after row of Marines bowed and apologized. This advertisement. The people of Dressrosa looked at this scene with dull eyes. Marine Admiral Akainu, this man actually apologized to them. Today is really a dream. They looked at the demon's body nailed there, then looked at Akainu who bowed and apologized, and everyone was silent. They knew that the source of all this was because of one person, that strange Marine boy. Does anyone remember what this Marine boy once said? Will their lives get better in the future? Now, looking at everything in front of them, they wanted to tell the young man confidently, yes. Their lives will get better, we forgive you. The people of Dressrosa, who had been dissatisfied with Marine for so many years, all disappeared with Akainu's bow. After a long while, Akainu looked up at the way Dressrosa was looking at him, and he was a little moved. It was the first time he saw people looking at him with gratitude rather than fear. You taught me a lesson today, little one, you were indeed right. Akainu smiled bitterly and murmured, Sir, Doflamingo was one of the 7 warlords of the sea after all. Now that he has been killed by brother Bai Ze, it may have serious consequences. What should we do? A Marine Rear Admiral hesitantly stepped forward and reminded Akainu. He actually supported what the boy did, but the consequences were a bit serious. As a result of, Akainu sneered when he heard this. From now on, I, Akainu, will be solely responsible for what Bai Ze did. His decision is my decision. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a terrifying murderous intent was released. If he has any opinions, let him tell me. The Marine Rear Admiral was shocked by Akainu's reaction, and in his mind he gave Bai Ze, the young Marine, a higher level again. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with me. Chapter 48. The powerful Hashirama Cell. No one could have imagined that the boy who caused such a big commotion in Dressrosa was already very far away from here. Even left this sea area, as if those things had nothing to do with him. Now, an extremely ordinary ship was sailing on a sea covered with thick black fog. The visibility was extremely low. Plus there was almost no sound around, so it seemed particularly terrifying. This is a very special area on the Grand Line, the Devil's Triangle. It is the only way to the Fishmen Island and a very important route. The reason why it is scary is that the mysterious fog here is so thick that the sunlight cannot directly penetrate into this sea area, making it very eerie and scary. In addition, hundreds of ships disappear here for no reason every year, which adds a bit of horror to this place. But even in such a gloomy and terrifying place, there is a man wandering alone in this dangerous sea in a small boat. The man on the boat, wearing a Marine Justice uniform and a half-crying, half-smiling clown mask, stood on the deck with his head back. He seemed to be completely unconcerned about everything around him, and his mysterious temperament seemed to fit in perfectly with this sea area. If someone looked closely, they would be horrified to find that this person was none other than the young Marine who had caused such a big commotion in Dressrosa not long ago, Bai Ze. I wonder if Uncle Akainu will follow my recommendation. That shouldn't be the case. After all, that matter is indeed a bit difficult for him. I don't know how long I walked, but Bai Ze, feeling bored, subconsciously started talking to himself. He felt a little funny when he recalled what he had said in the letter to Akainu after finishing Dressrosa not long ago. In the letter, he actually advised Akainu, the proud guy of Ultimate, to apologize to the people in exchange for their trust and forgiveness. Thinking about it now, it is indeed a bit sad, but Bai Ze did not regret his unnecessary action. What he was thinking about was the future. He was unwilling to give up every bit of power he could use, including those seemingly insignificant civilian powers. Huh. Doflamingo, I won that battle after all. Bai Ze suddenly thought of something and sneered. That tyrant who was equally proud to the core and enjoyed trampling on civilians eventually died at his hands, and with just one blow. Bai Ze still remembers the despair and confusion in Doflamingo's eyes at that time. Bai Ze knew how unwilling the other party was at that time. The dream of the Pirates King was shattered by Bai Ze himself. Moreover, Bai Ze nailed his body to the wall for people to watch and humiliate him, just like how he treated others. Advertisement: the winner takes it all. Bai Ze didn't think he had gone too far. If one day he, Bai Ze, was killed by someone, then it wouldn't be surprising if he suffered any kind of humiliation after his death. He, Bai Ze, admitted it. It is the way of heaven that the strong rule over the weak, Doflamingo. What you said does make sense, but how do you know that the one you think is weak won't one day become strong enough to kill you? Bai Ze shook his head and murmured in a low voice. This battle made him feel once again how important strength is to you. There is no absolute power. You are nothing in this world. Buzz. Buzz. As Bai Ze thought about this, Mangekyo Sharingan emerged subconsciously. The scarlet blood light seemed particularly abrupt in this dark fog. After feeling his current physical condition, Bai Ze smiled with satisfaction. After activating the Mangekyo Sharingan, the feeling of pain has really been greatly weakened. In other words, he can already open the Mangekyo Sharingan for a long time. And all this is because of open hollow lens bracket Hashirama cell close hollow lens bracket. The moment he killed Doflamingo, the nightmarish voice of the system instantly rang in Bai Ze's mind. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing 7 warlords of the sea and obtaining the initial reward Hashirama cells. The current mission progress is 1x, and there are 40 days left for the mission, close hollow lens bracket. As the voice sounded, Bai Ze felt a strange power spreading throughout his body, and in an instant, some of his old injuries from previous battles were immediately restored, and even the pain from the Mangekyo Sharingan was greatly reduced. The powerful recovery ability of Hashirama cells, simply pervert. Open hollow lens bracket host. Bai Ze close hollow lens bracket, physique. 950, spiritual power, 3250. Open hollow lens bracket talents. Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan, advanced, armament haki, observation haki. Hashirama cell close hollow lens bracket. Ninjutsu. None, slaughter point, 0, advertisement. Bai Ze looked at his data panel calmly. This trip to Dressrosa had indeed brought him a lot of gains. He felt that his current combat power was almost reaching the threshold of the peak combat power in this world. Marine Admiral and 4 Emperors level combat power. Bai Ze is not completely sure of winning now, but Bai Ze is also confident that he will not be killed by them. As for those whose combat power is lower than theirs, Bai Ze thought about it and smiled contemptuously. No one is unkillable. What he lacks now is some more powerful means of attack, such as the advanced version of Susanoo, the complete Susanoo. Kamui made him invincible, but the attack power was still not enough. After obtaining the Hashirama cell, Bai Ze had a vague guess about the reward for this unfinished mission. If the facts are really as he imagined, then he will truly enter the ranks of top powerhouses, and the best of the best. That's why Bai Ze set off immediately after the Dressrosa incident without stopping for a moment. He wanted to race against time. He looked at the strange fog around him and tilted his head. His target of this trip is the next 7 warlords of the sea. Gecko Moria. This guy with mysterious whereabouts has been floating in the Devil's Triangle with his terrifying 3 ghost sailboats. Many people are unfamiliar with the 7 warlords of the sea, which has a low presence. Some even considered him the weakest of the 7 warlords of the sea. But at this moment Bai Ze wanted to say, yes, that's right, this guy is the weakest 7 warlords of the sea. At least at this stage, according to my own calculations of the timeline of the current pirates world, after the young Gecko Moria was defeated by Kaido, all his subordinates died. Having lost his strong heart, he became obsessed with the immortality technique. He wanted to create a group of immortal companions. This was almost a dead end, and this stubborn guy walked on this path for many years. At this stage, the opponent is in an awkward situation where he has neglected to practice physical skills and has not yet mastered the immortality technique. Gecko Moria is at his weakest right now. Bai Ze thought about it, and his cold eyes slowly raised up. Bai Ze, will take his life. 2FA Chapter 49 Brook is also lonely. It turns out that the Devil's Triangle is even bigger and weirder than he imagined. Bai Ze sailed in this foggy sea for several days, and not only did he not see any trace of the 3 terrifying sailboats, he didn't even see a human figure or creature. There were only a few faint blue lights in the mist. Damn. This is a bit troublesome. On the boat, Bai Ze had an ugly expression. He was indeed a bit reckless this time. He should have found a guide earlier. But as soon as he finished speaking, a faint sound of a boat passing through the sea came from afar. Although the sound was small, Bai Ze, who had full perception, still noticed it. And the direction the ship was sailing was exactly towards him. The ship should not be big, so it is not his destination, the terrifying Sangui sailboat. But there are almost no marines in this sea area, so... Pirates? Bai Ze tilted his head, his right hand was already on the knife at his waist, and his eyes began to become dangerous. Bai Ze stood on the deck and waited quietly. Crash. A few minutes later, as the sound became louder and clearer, a huge ship several dozen meters long slowly appeared in front of Bai Ze. And the other party seemed to be about to stop in front of Bai Ze. Trample, trample, trample. The sound of light footsteps gradually reached Bai Ze's ears, as if someone was approaching him. Bai Ze narrowed his eyes slightly. The ship was very old and broken, and Bai Ze could smell a rotten smell from a long distance away, and a faint stench of corpse. Feeling a sense of familiarity, Bai Ze slowly looked up, and met a pair of empty eyes. Yes, empty eyes. Because the other person had no eyeballs at all, the entire eye socket was empty. He was a skeleton. The skeleton was wearing a black and blue tuxedo, a tall hat that seemed to be very specially made, and holding an object similar to a cane in one hand. The skeleton that should have been dead a long time ago was smiling at Bai Ze. Brook. Bai Ze spoke subconsciously, but he regretted it as soon as he opened his mouth. Brook, huh? How do you know my name? The skeleton asked in surprise. He had been wandering alone in this sea for decades. Logically, no one in the world should know him. Advertisement. Bai Ze didn't say anything, just looked coldly at this familiar stranger. One of the members of the Straw Hat Pirates in the original work, the user of the Yomiuri fruit, Soul Singer Brook. His identity is pirates, and the pirates must die. Snap. Bai Ze suddenly pulled out the magic knife ghost god cry, and a killing intent slowly spread out. Sir. You? Brook was a little confused as to why there was such hostility when they just met. He looked carefully at the other person's clothes and only frowned slightly when he saw that the other person was a marine. In his era, the marines and the pirates were not the kind of enemies who would fight to the death when they met. But seeing that Bai Ze was about to kill him, Brook did not surrender. He suddenly drew out his weapon. No song. A chill immediately emerged. Call out. Bai Ze pointed his toes and shot directly towards Brook, and Guishenki and Bai Ze collided heavily. But after only a short stalemate, Brook was defeated. Bai Ze's tyrannical strength was totally beyond his control. Bang! Brook flew backwards and smashed many wooden boards. He couldn't stand up for a while, and Bai Ze continued to walk slowly towards him with Guishenshu. Brook's backward flying ability is really not good enough for Bai Ze at the moment. The bloody light of Mangekyo Sharingan shone on Brook's face, making the latter look extremely solemn. This marine boy is very strong, and it seems that he really wants to kill me. I'm sorry, I really can't die here. I still have a promise that I haven't fulfilled, and it's still waiting for me. Brook stood up slowly, and his aura changed. He suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Bai Ze, and then immediately moved behind Bai Ze at the moment of fighting. He put the Bai Ze sword back into its scabbard and said in a deep voice. Nisuga Sanding. Laugh. A trace of blood instantly burst out from Bai Ze's abdomen, but it was only a trace of blood. Brook turned his head and saw that the wound he had inflicted with great difficulty on the marine boy was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Advertisement. He looked down upon the boy's face beneath the mask, but he had a feeling that this boy was invincible. Trample. Trample. Brook watched Bai Ze continue to walk towards him with a knife in hand. Am I finally going to die? Decades of hard waiting, endless loneliness every day. Is this the final outcome? Brook felt a little sad. He hoped that the little whale named Laboon had not been foolish enough to believe in the agreement. He would feel better then. Snap. But unexpectedly, the knife did not fall on him. The young man, who exuded a murderous aura, looked at him level for a few seconds and then spoke. Feel sorry. Brook was confused and didn't know what to apologize for, but before he could finish being surprised. The young man raised the strange knife again, but this time his target was himself. Laugh. The young man stabbed himself in the abdomen, and blood instantly flowed all over the floor. Brook stared blankly, and saw the young man pulled out the knife nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened. Brook was very confused by such a self-harming behavior. He looked at the boy and asked. Why? Because you were a pirate. I once said that I would kill all the pirates I saw, but I don't want to kill you. Bai Ze said calmly, this is my punishment for breaking my promise. Both of them were silent, looking at each other at this somewhat strange stranger. Bai Ze's eyes were a little confused, because Brook was the first member of the Straw Hat Pirates he had seen in this world. Once upon a time, the Straw Hat Pirates were Bai Ze's faint belief, but after he came to this world, he found that they were not as good as he imagined. Although they did not kill innocent people indiscriminately. But he is not a good person. Just like Brook in front of him, Bai Ze knew that the other party was a member of the Rumba Pirates from decades ago. In that relatively peaceful era, these people should not be called pirates, but adventurers. The chaotic and sinful era of pirates was brought about by this guy Roger. That's why Bai Ze was so conflicted when facing Brook. Should he kill him or not? After a mental struggle, Bai Ze finally decided not to kill. Because this person is just as lonely as him. Chapter 50 Freedom? Ridiculous stuff? The word, loneliness, seems to accompany Bai Ze throughout his life. Whenever he possesses something precious, God will cruelly take it away. For example, Regarding the village that he regarded as a treasure, Bai Ze would sometimes wonder if it was his bad luck that brought disaster to them. So it is difficult for Bai Ze to make friends with others happily now, as he is afraid of bringing disaster to other people. Brook seemed to be the same as himself. He had just stepped into the Grand Line and made an appointment with a destined little whale. They set out on the journey with full expectations. But an accident happened soon. Because the ship's doctor died first, they lost the battle tragically. The entire pirate's ship was wiped out, and only Brook survived because of the power of the Yomi Nomi. However, due to some accidents, when he regained his movement, his body had turned into a skeleton, so he survived alone in this sea as a skeleton. Just for that promise, loneliness will always accompany him. Bai Ze took a deep breath and looked at this guy who had actually been dead for decades. The identity of pirates no longer counted after it was lost that day. Bai Ze thought so, but the more important reason was. Can you do me a favor? Bai Ze spoke in a calm voice, and Brook was stunned. What's the matter? This young marine is really weird. First he wanted to kill him, then he didn't kill him and hurt himself. Now he's asking for his help. Take me to the terrible 3 ghost galleons. What? You're going there? Brook looked at Bai Ze with a little surprise, and asked after hesitating for a moment. What are you doing there? It's very dangerous. Brook kindly reminded him out of gratitude for Bai Ze's willingness to spare his life, as he had been to that place before and almost lost his life there. Even if he escaped, he was forced to leave his shadow there, so he could never be exposed to sunlight again and could not leave this devil's triangle. Don't worry about that. Just take me there. Bai Ze raised his eyebrows, looking indifferent Kaido. The biggest reason why he didn't kill Brook was that he let Brook be his guide to the Terror 3 Gui sailing ship. He didn't have time to waste here. He must kill 2 or even 3 7 warlords of the sea within 3 months, so he can lower his bottom line a little. Brook is now optional for Bai Ze. Advertisement: if he doesn't kill him, he can get some benefits in return. Bai Ze doesn't plan to let him go either. After saying that, Bai Ze leaned on the guardrail beside him to rest. Although Hashirama cells have strong recovery ability, they're not invincible. He needs rest too. Alright, Brook is helpless with Kaido. This young marine is really a bit difficult to get along with. Squeak. Squeak. Brook had no choice but to walk over to the control panel and skillfully start turning the pirate's ship. But after being alone for so long, he couldn't resist the desire to talk to someone, so he asked while operating. By the way, little brother, how do you know my name is Brook? Am I famous? Brook was somewhat happy. He thought that their Rumba Pirates band might be very famous in the future. Yeah. In order not to reveal his identity as a time traveler, Bai Ze answered against his conscience. Aren't you surprised that a skeleton like me can talk? Brook asked again. Bai Ze nodded, surprised. How perfunctory. Brook laughed. This young marine was really interesting. He seemed to know his situation very well. Who was this guy? Can you tell me what's going on outside? I haven't been out for many years. I'm a little curious. Although he knew that Bai Ze disliked him a little, Brook couldn't stand the loneliness and continued to chat with him. Bai Ze glanced at Brook coldly and chose not to answer his question. Why? Brook wasn't annoyed. It was normal for Marine to hate pirates, and it looked like this young Marine seemed to have a huge prejudice against pirates. He picked up an empty coffee cup and began to shake it and talk to himself. Little brother, although I don't know what happened between you and the pirates, in my era, the relationship between Marines and pirates was not that incompatible. Marines were responsible for maintaining order, and we pirates just wanted to be free and go to a better place. Advertisement. Brook seemed to have thought of something, and a hint of hope appeared on his bony face. Freedom is the most beautiful thing in the world. The world is big, and everyone should have a chance to see it. Our Rumba Pirates is like this. Each of us is a musician, and we want to bring our songs to every corner of the world. No one has talked to him for decades. Brook finally found someone and wanted to have a good chat. However, after just a few words, the Marine boy stood up again. His blood-red eyes were filled with murderous intent, and Bai Ze squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Don't talk to me about freedom. You pirates' freedom is a sham. You're just a bunch of hypocrites. The sound was not loud, but it made Brook subconsciously take a few steps back. Little brother, what's wrong with you? He didn't understand why Bai Ze went crazy again. Bai Ze sneered. You said that your Rumba Pirates group was only there to spread the songs and seek freedom. Then I want to ask you, where did all the resources and money spent on your voyage come from? Those foods. Have you really never killed an innocent person? Just one sentence made Brook freeze in place. Brook remained silent on the question of where did the resources and money they consumed come from. Because the cost of the voyage was extremely high, the money and resources they brought with them did not last long before they were used up. And there are not some unknown treasures in every place for them to take, so whenever they're out of money and food, they only have one way. That is plunder. Brook opened his mouth, wanting to explain that they usually picked out some villains passing by the island to rob them and steal their money. He also felt that it was natural and that he was helping the weak and suppressing the strong. But Brook suddenly couldn't say it, because he found that this was actually a bit self-deception. It was essentially a robbery. Sorry. Brook waved his hand dejectedly. He suddenly felt that something he had been holding on to in his heart began to break. He came to the deck in a daze, leaned against the railing, letting the cold sea breeze hit his face. Bai Ze put away his murderous intent and watched all this indifferently. Freedom? He. Sometimes there are things that are far more painful than killing someone. Chapter 51 Hogback and Gecko Moria. Ever since Brook's topic was sharply ended by Bai Ze, the atmosphere on the ship was instantly brought to the lowest point. Brook was driving the pirate's ship absent-mindedly, while Bai Ze was leaning on the Gui Shenqi fake camera and squinting his eyes. During this time, the two of them never spoke a word to each other. Time passed bit by bit, and finally half a day later, Bai Ze, who felt a slight movement, slowly opened his eyes while pretending to squint. With the ultimate vision of the Sharingan, he could vaguely see a huge black shadow in the distance, like a big ring, slowly drifting in the sea. This is Thriller Bark, the largest pirate ship in the pirates' world. No one knows how it can have such a large area. Are we finally here? Bai Ze slowly stood up, stretched his muscles, and his eyes gradually became serious. Gecko Moria is one of the 7 warlords of the sea after all, and Bai Ze doesn't want to suffer a setback. He wants to use all his strength to kill the opponent as quickly as possible. Brook glanced at Bai Ze and remained silent. He continued to drive the pirate's ship slowly towards the terrifying 3 ship. Finally, after a few minutes, we reached the shore. No hesitation, Bai Ze walked down, and just as he went down, a huge fishy smell accompanied by the smell of decay hit him in the face. Bai Ze squinted his eyes and looked forward. There were grave mounds all over the ground. Bai Ze shrugged his shoulders. He roughly knew where he was. Just as Bai Ze was about to take a step forward, he heard a familiar sound of footsteps behind him. "Can I follow you for a while?" Brook said calmly. Bai Ze stared at Brook for a while. After bringing himself to the terrifying 3-ghost sailboat, Brook had lost his effect on him. Without saying anything, Bai Ze turned around and left. Brook hesitated for a moment and immediately followed without refusing. It shouldn't be a problem to follow for a while. He looked at the back of the marine boy. His mind was extremely complicated. He was indeed confused by the boy's words, so he wanted to follow this strange boy to see what he was going to do. Thriller Bark is huge, therefore, it is difficult for the small group of Moria pirates to notice anyone boarding the ship, and even if they do, most people can only be robbed of their shadows by Gecko Moria, and then live miserably in the dark. Days like this are even more miserable than death. Snap. Snap. When Bai Ze casually dealt with 2 mummies, who had accidentally awakened, Bai Ze's murderous intent towards Gecko Moria increased. In order to research the immortality technique, you turn so many people into something that is neither human nor ghost. Is this what you pirates call freedom? Bai Ze suddenly spoke, and Brook on the side felt even more responsible, because he knew that Bai Ze was mocking him. He argued weakly, "Not every pirate is like this." Oh, what responded to him was Bai Ze's indifference. It was obvious that Bai Ze didn't want to argue about this issue with Brook anymore. A few minutes later, advertisement Bai Ze finally arrived at the center of the 3 terrifying sailboats. Along the way, Bai Ze tried his best to reduce his breath, so he did not make any big noise. Bai Ze looked up at the huge castle. He knew that Gecko Moria should be inside the castle. After thinking for a while, he looked at Brook again, and the latter looked at Bai Ze a little confused. What are you doing?" Bai Ze hesitated for a moment and then said, "I want you to do me another favor." "What's the matter? Help me make some noise here." Bai Ze tilted his head and spoke in a somewhat cold tone. "I want to kill someone." Hearing this, Brook looked at Bai Ze and fell silent again. At this moment in the dark castle, just as Bai Ze guessed, his target, Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is here right now. But now he is very busy, because the immortality technique he is researching is about to have a breakthrough. A dark little room, filled with strange bottles and jars. At this moment, a bloated guy about 5 meters tall wearing an ill-fitting tuxedo was laughing loudly. "Success, success, Laozi's dream is about to come true. Immortality, Laozi can finally realize this dream. My friend will never leave me again." Gecko Moria looked at the man on the experimental table in front of him, his eyes full of excitement. After being defeated by Kaido and losing his subordinates, he vowed to create a group of immortal subordinates who would follow him forever. He didn't want to experience the feeling of loss anymore. "Ahem. Boss, you better not get too excited." A somewhat sharp voice came out of the room at an inopportune time, and soon, a middle-aged man wearing a perverted silk stockings and a top, his whole body was bloated, and his face looked like a devil walked out from the dark corner. Gecko Moria stared at the latter with an unfriendly look. "What do you mean?" The middle-aged man, whose real name was Hogbark, raised his eyebrows calmly. "I said that although there has been a breakthrough in the immortality technique, it is still not enough to achieve the ultimate goal." "What? Didn't you say a few years ago that it was almost done?" "It's coming soon. I have a feeling that day will come sooner or later, but not now." Hogbag replied calmly that the death of his beloved woman Zindwali a few years ago made him extremely sad, and he urgently wanted to revive the latter, even at any cost. Gecko Moria had the same goal at the time, so the two hit it off and reached a collaboration. However, the difficulty of resurrecting to eternal life is much more difficult than he imagined. There has been no significant progress for several years. Only today did he have a hint of inspiration, and he quickly ruled Gecko Moria. Hateful. Gecko Moria took a deep breath, but still refused to believe it and asked Hobgook to show him his latest research results. The latter couldn't refuse, so he pulled Gecko Moria to a brand new operating table. On the table lay a man who was fixed tightly. Advertisement: that was a person who accidentally broke into their pirates group. This unlucky guy could serve as their experimental subject. Are you ready? The two looked at each other and started to work as usual, with Hobak in charge of the operation and Gecko Moria providing the shadow. After being busy for a while, the two of them stared at the corpse. Stand up. Gecko Moria gave the order. Buzz. The corpse immediately stood up as if it were alive. Gecko Moria was a little happy and immediately issued several other orders. The latter still did the same thing, as if he had really been resurrected. Who are you? Gecko Moria then asked. This is the real difficulty of resurrection, memory. A person without memory is just a dead body. Gecko Moria looked at the latter eagerly. He was expecting. The same thing happened to Hobgoback. What if? But silence. Silence. The corpse is the same as the usual test subjects. It cannot speak. It is just a dead body that can only understand simple commands. Gecko Moria and Hobgoback were both silent. Sure enough, this technology is still immature. They need to continue researching it. In the future, I will get you more corpses to study. I hope your research progress will be faster. Gecko Moria said solemnly, and Hogback grinned. Certainly. What he lacks most is corpses. In his eyes, corpses are the best works of art to construct. Sudden. A dull sound interrupted their reverie, and a soldier knocked on the door to report. Oh no, that guy is causing trouble here again? Gecko Moria frowned. Is it that strange skeleton? Yes, they were all getting a little tired of that skeleton these days. It's not easy to kill him, after all, the opponent's shadow is of some use to him. But as it happened so frequently, Gecko Moria began to get a little angry. He shouted, let Absalom and the swordsman go and beat that guy up. It would be best if he could be crippled. I don't want to see that guy again. Chapter 52 Assassin Bai Ze, third update. Outside the castle, a scene is happening that would make anyone who see it feel a little weird. That is, a skeleton is fighting with a dozen mummies. The two parties should have died, but now they are fighting so fiercely. Close combat. Making a series of noises. The skeleton who was fighting against many enemies alone was Brook. In the end, he did not refuse Bai Ze's request and chose to help the other party. After Bai Ze knew that Brook agreed, he disappeared. Yes, disappeared on the spot. Brook was very confused when he saw it, but he still reacted subconsciously and thought that it was probably the magical ability of a devil fruit. Before disappearing, Bai Ze said to Brook, after this is done, I will tell you a secret that is very important to you. Brook was a little curious about what Bai Ze meant by this sentence. What secret? Without hesitating for too long, Brook quickly took action. And according to Bai Ze's request, make as much noise as possible. Although Brook didn't understand why, he still did as he was told. Relying on his previous experience, he quickly came to the gathering place of some zombie soldiers, and then started to provoke trouble. Soon he attracted a large group of zombie soldiers to attack him, causing quite a commotion. Snap. Bang. But there weren't enough zombies to fight against. Brook killed them in a few moves and only a few were left. Just when Brook was thinking about how to make another big move, a familiar figure stood in front of him again. That man also looked like a dead body. He was wearing an ancient warrior's outfit and had a knife hanging from his waist. He looked out of place with the other corpse soldiers. And the look he gave Brook had a hint of meaning. His eyes looked contemptuous as if saying, why you again? This is troublesome. Brook felt a little troubled when he saw the person coming. He didn't expect that he would attract the other party so quickly this time. For a moment, Brook didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, because he couldn't beat that guy. After hesitating for a while, Brook gritted his teeth and rushed forward. After all, he agreed to the other party's request, and he didn't want to be a guy who broke his promise. Oh, possessed by Brook's shadow, Longma sneered subconsciously. He also shot out with a tap of his toes. Advertisement. The ancient warrior's instinct made him warlike, and the guy in front of him was also a good opponent, but a little weak. Bang. 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 The sound of swords clashing rang out instantly, and as soon as they started fighting, Brook secretly cried out inwardly. His strength was indeed one level weaker than the opponent's. He didn't understand what level of strong man the guy in front of him was when he was alive, to be able to use his shadow and defeat him. The other zombies were not idle either, and they also followed Longmen to attack Brook. Now, Brook was even more passive. He had tried to use his special move, No Song Sando, but Ryoma also knew the same move, so it was completely useless. After struggling for a while, he was finally knocked away dozens of meters by Longma's sword. Bang! Many walls were smashed and fell down, and Longman obeyed Gecko Moria and quickly walked towards Brook with a knife in hand. Obviously he was going to destroy Brook. Brook stood up quickly. He didn't want to sit there and wait for death. Just when he was about to make a desperate fight, he found that the dragon horse that was walking towards him suddenly stopped. Brook looked forward carefully with a little shock. I saw Longma's body being pierced by a straight knife from behind to the front. A masked boy wearing a marine uniform, holding a straight sword, stood behind Ryoma. It was Bai Ze who had just disappeared, standing on the power of Kamui and hiding in the Kamui space, and then launching a surprise attack. This skill is almost specially created for assassins. Bai Ze finalized this plan as soon as he entered the island. This time he wanted to assassinate Gecko Moria, instead of killing Doflamingo in a swagger like Dressrosa did. The latter is because he needs to establish the prestige of Marine and utilize those people, but here, Bai Ze doesn't need to consider this issue at all. His only goal is to kill Gecko Moria, and assassination is currently his fastest and safest method. Laugh. Bai Ze had a cold face, cut off Longma's head with one knife, and then disappeared into the Kamui space again. It's as if he had never appeared. If Brook didn't have eyeballs, his eyes would have bulged out at this moment, because Bai Ze's movements just now were too fast. From the time he showed up to the time he killed Ryoma and then disappeared, it took no more than 3 seconds in total. This marine boy is simply terrifying. Brook was stunned for a few seconds, and he finally realized Bai Ze's plan. He would be responsible for attracting attention, and Bai Ze would be responsible for the assassination. The strength of Gecko Moria's subordinates is not enough to make the marine boy go to such great lengths, so the boy's real purpose is kill Gecko Moria. Advertisement. Yo hoo hoo. Brook suddenly burst into laughter. He didn't expect that he could be involved in such an interesting thing. After decades of loneliness, he suddenly felt a little alive. Let me lend a helping hand. Brook quickly did the same thing again to attract a large number of zombies, and this time the momentum was even greater. Boom. Boom. More and more zombies crawled out of the soil, or crawled out of the castle, making a very loud noise. Soon, Absalom, one of the 3 weirdos, as well as the zombie soldiers and the commander of the zombie general, were lured out. Where's the ancient warrior? Absalom felt something was wrong as soon as he appeared on the scene. He remembered that he had sent that somewhat weird ancient warrior to fight, and the opponent should be stronger than him. Why is it gone now? Forget it, never mind. Lousy can take down this annoying guy himself. He cursed and rushed towards Brook with his weapon raised. Brook met him without hesitation. But at the moment when the two were about to fight, Absalom suddenly disappeared. He activated the ability of the transparent fruit and gave a sarcastic smile while hiding in the darkness. He can become invisible, and fighting him is simply courting death. Today he is going to crush this damn skeleton to pieces. Bang. Bang. Soon, Absalom, relying on the pervertibility of the transparent fruit and the cooperation of several zombie generals, defeated Brook. Go to hell. Absalom sneered, and he had already walked behind Brook, and directly thrust out a knife. With the determination to win, he was too lazy to use the ability of the transparent fruit at this moment. Snap. Yo-ho-ho-ho. You're done. Brook, who was in danger, suddenly laughed, leaving Absalom confused, and then. Familiar scene. Bai Ze appeared behind the other person, stabbed him in the heart with one knife and chopped off his head with another, very smoothly. Next, Bai Ze, with a cold face, escaped into the Kamui space again. Chapter 53 Perona's Sneak Attack, 4th update, inside the castle. Gecko Moria and Hobgoback are still discussing their visions for the future, resurrection and immortality in the laboratory. It seems like they will never finish talking about this topic. The noise outside seemed to have nothing to do with them. After all, Gecko Moria doesn't take Brook seriously at all. To him, the latter is just an ant. Why hasn't Absalom brought the skeleton here yet? But Gecko Moria, who had been waiting for no one to come, finally felt something was wrong. It's been a bit too long. Gecko Moria spoke with a somewhat unpleasant expression. They won't have any accidents, right? How about, let's go out and take a look. Although Hogback didn't care about the life or death of Absalom and the others, he just wanted to go out and get some fresh air. Soon the two of them walked out of the castle together. Hobak was smiling all the way, because he saw many experimental subjects that satisfied him. For example, Shin Duali, come here. Hogback gave orders to a woman who had been standing behind the door, and the latter immediately walked towards him mechanically. Smile. Shin Duali soon smiled, and the smile on her face covered with silk threads looked very strange, but in Hobak's eyes it looked so satisfying. Because the woman in front of him was his former love, but some small accidents happened, so Hobak just turned her into this appearance. She is more obedient than before. Hogback, and you like her like this. You have such a beautiful smile. Hogback gently stroked the woman's face, like a couple in love, but she didn't notice the slight struggle on the woman's face. Okay, stop wasting time here, go out and take a look. Gecko Moria glanced at Hogback with dissatisfaction, and strode away. The latter had no choice but to follow immediately. Outside the castle at this moment, although Bai Ze helped to assassinate some powerful enemies, the fierce battle for such a long time still made Brook a little exhausted. He gasped as he looked at the seemingly endless number of zombie soldiers and generals. Why hasn't that guy come yet? If this continues, I'll be exhausted. Oh, I forgot I was already dead. I won't die, yo-hoo-hoo. Without his companions, Brook can only entertain himself as usual. Buzz. Advertisement. Brook thought so, but the next moment, he suddenly felt a gust of wind coming towards him, and a huge figure slowly appeared in his eyes. Gecko Moria grabbed Brook with one hand with an angry look on his face. The latter quickly used his nose to block, but Brook was really out of strength. After a moment of stalemate, he retreated more than 10 steps, and Gecko Moria directly rode on him. Grab his body and throw him to the ground. It directly smashed a deep hole in the ground. Damn you, you killed my friend, a-hole. As soon as Gecko Moria came out of the castle, he saw Absalom with his head and body separated not far away. He was immediately furious. These were one of his few companions, how could they die? I will hammer your bones into powder. Gecko Moria roared furiously, and Brook had no strength left and could only endure being hit hard by Gecko Moria. Ahem. I feel like my bones are about to break. Am I finally going to die? Oh no, I think I'm already dead. Yo hoo hoo. Brook's nonchalant attitude made Gecko Moria break down. He raised his hands high, gathered tremendous strength, and was about to hit Brook. This blow would surely turn this damn skull into powder. A full power attack also means a huge flaw. As an assassin, how could Bai Ze waste this good opportunity? Buzz. Buzz. As the space trembled, Bai Ze's figure slowly appeared behind Gecko Moria. He raised the knife slightly and stabbed fiercely. Careful. Hogback on the side noticed it, but it was too late. Snap. Swish. The demonic sword Devil's Cry, which possessed a strange power, stabbed directly into Gecko Moria's heart, making the latter freeze in place. He turned his head in disbelief and met Bai Ze's scarlet eyes outside the mask. Gecko Moria, you're weaker than I thought, Bai Ze said coldly, then he yanked his sword upwards fiercely, directly throwing away a large area of the opponent's flesh and blood spurted out. Gecko Moria, who was stabbed in the heart, staggered backwards, but finally stood up thanks to his strong physique. He will not die for a while, but his fighting power is greatly reduced at this moment. It's you. Marine, you killed my friend, I'm going to kill you. Gecko Moria had blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and he roared angrily at Bai Ze. He now understood that it was this Marine boy who did it. There was no way that Skeleton could be that powerful. He should have thought that the other party had helpers. But after years of neglecting his training and never fighting against any strong men, he really has lost his former agility. Hear Gecko Moria roar. Advertisement. Bai Ze cursed angrily. What I hate most are pirates like you. When you took away other people's companions, you didn't consider the pain of others losing their companions. Now that your companion is dead, you righteously blame me. Are you sick? Bai Ze roared and attacked Gecko Moria again. He, holding the magic sword Devil's Cry, is no match for the seriously injured Gecko Moria. Sizzle. Clatter. Gecko Moria's flesh and blood soon flew all over the place. Feeling the threat of death, he spoke to Bai Ze in a somewhat weak tone. Laozi is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Are you crazy to come and kill me as a marine? Being isolated from the outside world on the terrifying Sangui sailboat, he didn't pay much attention to information from the outside world, so he didn't know that Doflamingo, who was also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had been killed by the marine boy in front of him. But the next moment, Bai Ze's answer made him freeze in his tracks. After a while, there will no longer be a 7 warlords of the sea system. Bai Ze spoke calmly, as if he was saying something that was as it should be. You. Gecko Moria, who didn't know Bai Ze at all, was completely frightened. Who is this marine boy in front of him? He was really panicking at the moment. He had finally obtained the 7 warlords of the sea, and he thought he could rely on this title to stay peacefully in this dark corner. He studied his method of immortality and resurrection, and planned to take the entire pirate's world by storm when he succeeded. But now this man wanted to destroy everything he had. How can that be? Gecko Moria struggled to use his ultimate move, which was to absorb the power of 1,000 nearby shadows. Although the final consequence might be death in his current state, it was worth it to kill the boy in front of him. His eyes gradually became more sinister, and he was about to secretly gather the power of shadow. But in this world, Bai Ze can be said to be one of the few people who knows the power of Gecko Moria very well. How could he let him use the terrifying 1,000 shadow technique? Kamui. Demon slaying. Bai Ze directly attacked with all his strength, interrupting the latter's spellcasting process. Damn it, damn it, Gecko Moria's face was filled with despair. How could the guy in front of him know what he was thinking? Is he really going to die? He is unwilling to do so. Whoosh. Whoosh. Just when Gecko Moria was in despair, he saw a few ghosts with distorted expressions suddenly floating in the distance and quickly attacking this side. This is, Gecko Moria's eyes sparked with life, and he watched those familiar ghosts enter Bai Ze's body at lightning speed and then penetrate out. At the same time, a girl who had been hiding in the corner smiled triumphantly. Great, I did it. Chapter 54 Kill Gecko Moria and Get Wood, Style, 5th update. Very good. Perona, who had been hiding in the corner, almost jumped up in excitement when he found that his attack hit Bai Ze. She is the user of the ghost fruit. The ghost that just attacked Bai Ze is one of her killer moves. Negative Ghost. Can greatly increase the opponent's negative emotions. Most people who come into contact with it will be controlled by it for a few seconds. And a few seconds are enough to decide the outcome between the strong. How could Gecko Moria miss this good opportunity? He looked sinister. He quickly gathered up his little strength and slapped Bai Ze's chest with one palm. Go to hell. Huh? But as soon as he slapped it, he was horrified to find that Bai Ze was not affected by the negative ghost at all. He tilted his head and spoke calmly. What is negativity? I haven't known it for a long time. The sufferings over the years have already made Bai Ze's heart as hard as a rock, coupled with the unique spiritual power advantage of Mangekyo Sharingan. This level of mental attack from the negative ghost really has no effect on Bai Ze. You can go die now. Shirazawa finally issued a death notice to Gecko Moria, and Kamui crushed the latter's heart, who had no power to resist. Then Bai Ze calmly cut off the head of Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Boom. The huge head fell to the ground. His eyes were full of unwillingness, but it was useless. This guy who was brave in the early stage but fell out of the first echelon in the later stage is still dead. He died on the eve of pursuing his dream, he would never need immortality in this life. A tall, headless body, blood pouring down like a rainstorm. Bai Ze did not dodge or evade. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 320 million Baileys. Reward: 320 killing points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing another 7 warlords of the sea. The current kill count is 2, and the rewards are starting to increase. Close hollow lens bracket. A series of system prompts popped up in Bai Ze's mind, and the next moment the reward given by the system made Bai Ze grin. Open hollow lens bracket. Reward the host with all wood-style ninjutsu except S-level wood-style ninjutsu, and unlock the right to redeem wood-style S-level ninjutsu. Close hollow lens bracket. Just one sentence made Bai Ze excited again, just like when he obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan. He had expected that Hashirama cells were compatible with the wood style. There was no reason for the system not to give them to him. Sure enough, when he killed the second 7 warlords of the sea, the reward amount was increased, and Bai Ze finally had his real ninjutsu. Wood-style ninjutsu, a bloodline ninjutsu in the Hokage world that can only be used by those who possess Hashirama cells, is a powerful ninjutsu that is independent of other ninjutsu. Its power is comparable to Sharingan. Bai Ze quickly paid attention to the last few words the system said. Open the exchange and redemption privileges for S-rank wood-style ninjutsu. Bai Ze concentrated slightly, and the next moment a phantom that looked like the data panel appeared in front of him. Open hollow lens bracket wood style. The tree world is born. 500 slaughter points are required for redemption. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket wood style. The flower tree world descends, and the required massacre points for redemption are 500. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket wood style. Wooden golem jutsu. Exchange required 500 slaughter points. Close hollow lens bracket. Advertisement. One after another, ninjutsu that made Bai Ze's heart palpitate began to appear. Each of them was a ninjutsu that could be called a pervert. A ninjutsu belonging to Hashirama, the god of ninjutsu in the Hokage world. But their price is also extremely expensive. 500 massacre points means a bounty of 500 million, which is almost equivalent to killing 7 warlords of the sea. But Bai Ze didn't feel bad when he saw the price, because it was worth it. He looked at his current killing point, slaughter point 420. Because many of them were corpses, Bai Ze did not gain any slaughter points from them. The current accumulated slaughter points were not even enough to exchange for an S-rank wood-style ninjutsu. Open hollow lens bracket host. Bai Ze close hollow lens bracket, physique. 960, spiritual power. 3250. Open hollow lens bracket talents. Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui, advanced, observation haki, armament haki, Hashirama cell, close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket Ran Shu. Wood style Mu Ding Bai. Wood style 4-pillar prison, wood style 4-pillar house, wood style wood clone, wood style Mu Ti Shen, close hollow lens bracket. This is Bai Ze's current data panel, which is another huge improvement. Temporarily putting aside his chaotic thoughts, Bai Ze turned his attention back to reality. The scene at this moment is already in ruins. There were a lot of corpses scattered everywhere. The Moria pirates were destroyed. Oh no. Not yet, it seems. Bang. Bang. The sound of fleeing in the distance attracted Bai Ze's attention. He turned his head slightly and saw a strange girl with an umbrella, making a bitter face and trying to escape at full speed. There was another person beside her who was also running away in a hurry. It was Hogbark. The two men now discovered that their boss was dead and no longer had the heart to fight with Bai Ze. They just wanted to escape. Bai Ze glanced at them coldly, then put his hands together and began to make hand gestures. Wood style, 4-pillar prison. Tender sprouts emerged from the soil over there, and then grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it became a huge cage that imprisoned the two of them together. Waves of panic sounds one after another reached Bai Ze's ears. 2 minutes later, Bai Ze threw 2 bodies next to Gecko Moria, one female and one male, which were Perona and Hobak. Both died very quickly. It's a joke for pirates of this level to try to avoid Bai Ze's pursuit, as his neck is broken. And Bai Ze would not be so stupid as not to kill women. In his eyes, there is only a distinction between enemies and non-enemies. At this moment, Bai Ze's killing point finally broke through 500 and reached 551. After hesitating for a while, Bai Ze chose to exchange for wood style, and the flower and tree world arrived. Advertisement: this large-scale killing ninjutsu is more suitable for him at the moment. Bai Ze was somewhat delighted with such a huge improvement in strength, but for some reason he felt like he had forgotten something. Ahem, Your Excellency, could you please stand up for me for a moment? Otherwise, I'm really going to die, although I seem to be dead already. Yo-ho-ho, it hurts. A skeleton under his feet made a miserable sound, which made Bai Ze feel a little embarrassed. I almost forgot about Brook, the tool man. After resting for half an hour, Brook finally regained some energy and immediately looked at Bai Ze and exclaimed. You are the most talented marine I have ever seen. You are the first one to have such powerful strength at this age. In his era, people were not so warlike, so the strength of the strong was average. Bai Ze ignored Brook's compliment. He suddenly picked up the pen and paper he carried with him and started writing. Brook was a little confused. What was this strange boy doing? After Bai Ze scribbled on the paper for a while, he finally stopped writing. He slowly folded the paper and then spoke. Didn't I tell you a secret if you do me a favor? Uh-huh. As if something was going on, Brooke nodded. What's written on the paper is the secret I want to tell you. Don't worry, what's written on it will not disappoint you. Brooke was a little surprised, and subconsciously wanted to take over and open it to have a look, but Bai Ze stretched his hand back and then spoke seriously. But you still have to do me a favor. That is to help me guard here for a while, and when I come here next time, you can leave. Guarding here? Why, I have my reasons, Bai Ze interrupted coldly. He didn't want to owe the pirates a favor, nor did he want the pirates to owe him a favor. The 3 terrifying sailboats were full of corpses. There are even some corpses that were extremely powerful when they were alive. Bai Ze knows that sooner or later he will have the opportunity to obtain that ninjutsu. Reanimation jutsu. He doesn't want to miss this treasure land in front of him, so he needs someone to help him guard it and keep it as it is. I promise you. After hesitating for a while, Brooke nodded. After all, it was the other party who helped him find his shadow and gain freedom. This is as it should be. Bai Ze threw the note to Brooke and walked away without looking back. We're even now. Chapter 55 Arrival at Alabasta, Target Crocodile. Many days later. Naval Headquarters Marineford. In a solemn meeting room on the top floor, a dignified man with a square face was sitting at the table, looking carefully at the intelligence in his hands. His expression was meticulous. But from his sleepy eyes and noticeable dark circles, it is not difficult to tell that this person's mental state is very bad. The red eyeballs have proved that the man in front of him has not had a rest for several days. UF $*******. $. But soon, this meticulous man twitched his mouth and started cursing. As if he had seen something that made him very angry. Outside the meeting room, several Marine soldiers were no longer surprised by the verbal abuse coming from inside. Because it has been like this for a while. While the people in the room were still cursing, the 2 Marine soldiers guarding the door also took the opportunity to chat. How many days has it been since Marshal Sengoku had a rest? I don't know. Maybe 4 or 5 days, but there's nothing we can do. The situation at sea during this period is really too complicated, and it all has to be handled by Marshal Sengoku. That's right, especially the Dressrosa incident a while ago. The 7 warlords of the sea were killed by our own Marines. This was a huge event. Many regions were in turmoil after hearing the news. That Marine boy named Bai Ze is really a troublemaker. If Admiral Akainu hadn't spoken up for him, he would have been punished. Of course, don't you see who he is? And that red hair pirates, he also made a big move, that guy actually. The 2 of them began to discuss the recent situation in the world, not only the New World but also the chaos in other parts of the world. The 7 warlords of the sea fell, the red hair pirates attacked the beast's pirates and other powerful forces, and then escaped unscathed. One big event after another. It is hard to imagine what happened in Bai Ze just 2 months after leaving naval headquarters. It's so scary. The 2 of them were chatting more and more happily, completely unaware that a tall figure had appeared in front of them. The man was smoking a cigar, looking domineering, and said in a deep voice. While on guard duty, you're doing 2 things at once. You 2 will have to double your training this week. Ah, the 2 people who reacted looked at the figure in front of them, were instantly frightened and broke out in cold sweats, and quickly nodded in response. It's Admiral Akainu. Akainu ignored the 2's sorrow, opened the door and strode in. Sengoku. You. Advertisement before Akainu could finish his words, a newspaper and a series of other things were thrown at him. What are you doing? Akainu caught the item and cursed in displeasure, but Sengoku was annoyed with Kaido. Just look for yourself. What the good boy you brought back did. Damn it. I knew this guy was crazy, but some people didn't expect him to be this crazy. 7 warlords of the sea. It's fine if this guy kills 1. I can still explain to the others that Doflamingo crossed the line and went too far. My goodness, I just explained it to them, and he killed Gecko Moria in the blink of an eye. I really am. Akainu looked at the information while listening to Sengoku cursing, the latter's tone full of helplessness and anger. Because Sengoku also had high hopes for this interesting boy, Shirazawa, but the latter's behavior disappointed him a little. He was simply a more arrogant and brainless Akainu. Why don't you discuss these important matters with Sengoku before doing them? After discussing this with you, will you agree with this decision? Akainu asked back, and Sengoku remained silent. He was a conservative. Akainu, who actually had a bit of a temper, listened to Sengoku's scolding without getting annoyed. Instead, he forced a smile and tried to persuade him. It's come to this, there's nothing we can do. We've already killed them, so let's just go all the way. I didn't agree with the establishment of the 7 warlords of the sea system. Cooperating with a bunch of pirates is like courting wolves. Well done to Bai Ze. As he said this, Akainu shrugged his shoulders, and spoke loudly without caring. I've said it before, Bai Ze's decision is my decision. If there's any problem, I, Akainu, will pick it. If the remaining 7 warlords of the sea dare to rebel, I'll lead the way to destroy them. You, Sengoku looked at Akainu helplessly, and after a few minutes of silence, he spoke a little sadly. Do you think I don't know that cooperating with those pirates is courting disaster? But what can we do? Since Roger's death, the great pirates era has completely begun. Powerful pirates have sprung up in countless corners. How can first, a marine, suppress them? Not to mention the Whitebeard pirates who occupy one side, and Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. founding the 7 warlords of the sea is not a solution. Sengoku and Akainu looked at each other and fell silent. This is the general trend, pirates prosper and marines decline. This is an indisputable fact, and the gap may become larger and larger in the future. The only variable at the moment is the boy that Akainu brought by chance. That's why Sengoku went to such great lengths to make Bai Ze stronger and avoid taking detours. It's a pity that this young man is too opinionated, which is both a good thing and a bad thing. Let's take a gamble. Let's bet that Bai Ze will create a miracle for our marine. A one-of-a-kind miracle. Akainu looked at Sengoku, who remained silent. After hesitating for a long time, Sengoku sighed deeply and spoke. That's the only way. The matter is settled. Sengoku can't give up on Bai Ze, so this is the only way. Advertisement as for what the future path will be like, the future of marine. Sengoku is hard to predict. When will that kid come back? It's been more than 2 months. Sengoku looked at Akainu again and asked unhappily. Bai Ze didn't send him any accurate information. It seems that he still doesn't trust himself enough. He only trusts the rough guy Akainu. It should be soon, right? Akainu replied uncertainly and Sengoku frowned. Is this kid going to hunt the 7 warlords of the sea again? But, maybe, Akainu replied with a guilty conscience. Hearing this, Sengoku was stunned for a moment before bursting out with a burst of swear words. Is this kid done yet? The facts turned out to be just as they guessed? Bai Ze is indeed preparing to hunt down the third 7 warlords of the sea. With 3 days left in the mission, he finally arrived at his destination by boat. Alabasta. The target person is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the sand crocodile. Crocodile. He is also a hero. In his prime, he fought against people like Bullet and Whitebeard. In the end, he was defeated and came up with a different idea. That was a secret he knew by chance. The whereabouts of Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons, was in Alabasta. For this reason, he began to frequently appear in Alabasta, performing some deeds and even being hailed as a hero, all in order to master Pluton. And finally, through his unremitting efforts, he gradually took control of the country and became the uncrowned king. At this moment, Bai Ze has taken off his marine uniform. I found a piece of clothing that was more suitable for this country and put it on, and I blended into the country smoothly. Looking at the imperial palace so close, Bai Ze pulled up his sun hat and spoke in a slightly excited tone. We're finally here, Chapter 56 Crocodile's Dream, Utopia. Crocodile can be said to be the 7 warlords of the sea that Bai Ze knows best. After all, in the original work of the previous life, this person was the one with the most descriptions. Brave and resourceful. In Bai Ze's eyes, this person's threat level is even higher than Doflamingo, so Bai Ze put him in 3rd place. After he killed 2 7 warlords of the sea and his strength increased dramatically, Bai Ze was even more curious about what it would be like if he killed another one. What rewards will I get? Time is running out, but it should be enough. Bai Ze relied on Kamui and slowly disappeared into the palace. Of course, he did not choose to use Kamui to launch a surprise attack directly in front of Crocodile. Bai Ze had tried it before. The observation Hokage in this world had a premonition of his kind of surprise attack. Otherwise he would not have asked Brook to attract attention in the previous assassination of Gecko Moria. Then he will kill with one blow. After using Kamui to enter a similar position inside the palace, Bai Ze slowly walked out of the Kamui space. Try your best to suppress your breath to the lowest level, and rely on Ultimate's anti-reconnaissance ability to move towards the direction you remember little by little. While on the road, Bai Ze was not idle. He began to think about something. They are the 3 super ancient weapons, Pluton, Uranus, and Poseidon. Do these 3 legendary things with the power to destroy the world really exist? Something that has been passed down for thousands of years, but no one has ever seen it. There is only a little bit of information recorded, and it is really hard to believe that such a thing exists. Bai Ze was a little curious. He had a natural curiosity about such a powerful thing. What's more, this thing could even threaten him. Such a powerful thing must either be mastered by Bai Ze, or destroyed directly. He doesn't want anyone to have the means to kill him. Not at all. Bai Ze's eyes gradually became more dangerous, and the slight aura he exuded was just noticed by the guards who were walking towards him. Just as he was about to ask, he saw a red light coming, and then, he didn't know what he was about to do. He left with a confused and dazed look in his eyes. Advertisement. Bai Ze retracted the Sharingan illusion, looked forward, and found that he was almost at that place. After thinking for a while, Bai Ze's mouth curled up into an arc, and his figure slowly disappeared from the spot. Now in a secret room in the Alabasta Palace. 2 men well known to the people of Alabasta were sitting opposite each other. From the expressions on their faces in the dark room, it seemed as if they were discussing something secret. Mr. 1. How is the task I assigned to you going? At the main seat, a man with a noticeably deeper aura spoke. He had a golden hook on his left hand, a horizontal scar on his face, wore a furry black coat, and often had a cigar in his mouth. It is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea and the actual ruler of Alabasta. The stern man called Mr. 1 hesitated for a moment before speaking. Boss, I've been to all the places you mentioned, and I didn't see any strange traces. I also investigated the people around me, and they didn't have the information you mentioned. Is that so? Crocodile took a puff of his cigar and spoke as if he had expected it. Then go look for it in the other places I gave you. Alabasta is so big, it's normal that you can't find that thing right away. Boss, what exactly are you looking for? Mr. One, who had always been following Crocodile's orders, asked subconsciously, because for so long, Crocodile had been asking him to find something in Alabasta. And that thing seemed to be particularly important to the boss, so Mr. One was a little curious. Crocodile stared at his most trusted subordinate for a while and then said, "You, don't ask this question, I will tell you when the time comes." In the end, he still did not tell the other party his purpose of looking for Pluton, because this thing involved too many things, he didn't dare to take the risk. After chatting about other things in detail, Mr. One quickly chose to leave. Peace soon returned to the dark secret room. Crocodile sat on the sofa, staring blankly at the empty stone wall. Advertisement. After a long moment, Crocodile sighed and began to talk to himself. "I have spent so many years controlling this country, but I still can't find you. Pluton, are you real or fake? I can't wait any longer. I need your strength. This world is too chaotic. Whitebeard's remnants from the old days still exist. Only with you can I destroy them and create a perfect world in my mind." When it comes to the words, perfect world, there is clearly a different color in Crocodile's eyes. Because this is his dream, and his dream is to create a country without war, he calls it, utopia. It may be hard to imagine that this is the dream of an ambitious 7 warlords of the sea, but this is the truth. If one wants to create a country without war, the first and foremost goal is to be aloof from the outside world, that is, he must master the power that everyone fears. Only with this power can true, permanent peace be achieved. After pondering for a long time, Crocodile put away his chaotic thoughts and started to walk out of the secret room, but as soon as he stood up, his brows suddenly frowned. After a moment of silence, he sat back down, his eyes were fixed on the dark gate in front of him, and he said in a deep voice, "Since you are here, please show yourself, sir. It is not a good habit to hide your head and show your tail." Da, da, da. After a moment of silence, a sound of unhurried footsteps suddenly appeared in the field, and a young but immature boy slowly appeared at the gate. "How did you find me?" the boy asked, seeming a little surprised. Crocodile did not answer the question, but instead asked a rhetorical question. "You must be the marine boy who killed Doflamingo and Gecko Moria." Crocodile's voice was not loud, but it made Bai Ze slightly stunned. He murmured with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Interesting. Chapter 57. Doubtful Crocodile, interesting. Bai Ze looked at Crocodile and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. This man was indeed a little more powerful than he had imagined. Crocodile understood everything after looking at Bai Ze's expression. "So, you're here to kill me today, right, Marine?" Crocodile's expression seemed a little ugly. "In just 2 months, 7 warlords of the sea were killed by your Marine. It's hard for me not to believe that this is not the true intention of your naval headquarters. So I asked the world government and naval headquarters for an explanation, while I've stepped up my current vigilance, but I still didn't expect that I would be your next target." He stood up slowly, his tall body revealing a hint of majesty. The ability of the logia fruit, sand fruit, gave him a unique advantage, and that was the environment. The abnormal moisture. So he knew that he would be discovered if he got close to him, but he still didn't expect that Bai Ze could actually walk right up to him before discovering him. The marine boy in front of him was truly terrifying. "Interesting marine boy, can you tell me, why do you specifically attack and kill the 7 warlords of the sea? What does naval headquarters mean, or is it something that you can personally benefit from?" Crocodile asked in a deep voice, but the answer he got was naturally Bai Ze's silence. How could he answer Crocodile? However, Crocodile was smart and thought of a different reason: Bai Ze's personal interests. He indeed prioritized the system reward when he attacked and killed the 7 warlords of the sea. A dead person doesn't need to know so much, right? Bai Ze spoke coldly. Crocodile narrowed his eyes slightly. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense. "In that case, then go to hell," Crocodile suddenly shouted, and Bai Ze's deadly move, which had been set up for a long time, was instantly launched. A dozen scissors formed by fine sand suddenly emerged from under Bai Ze's feet and pierced Bai Ze directly. This is a gift that Crocodile has prepared for possible assassins. Whoosh! 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 The sand knife stabbed towards Bai Ze quickly, but Bai Ze's pupils flickered slightly, and the sand knife went straight through him, as if it hit him but not completely. Hollow. As expected, Crocodile was not surprised. During this period, Bai Ze had taken action so many times. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he had somehow obtained some secret information about Bai Ze's abilities. It seemed that this young man could dodge any attack. But it seems there is a time limit, and he can't launch an attack when dodging an attack. Although Crocodile doesn't know the principle, he understands that Bai Ze is not invincible. As long as you are not invincible, you can fight. Advertisement. Bang. 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 Crocodile raised his hand, and countless fine sands swarmed towards Bai Ze. He was just dragging. He used the unique advantage of the logia fruit ability to wear down this boy. Bai Ze was being dragged and gradually felt that something was wrong. Although he had the endurance of Hashirama cells, the time he could hollow was indeed limited. Kamui's characteristics can't be hidden for too long. Bai Ze frowned, and after hesitating for a moment, he chose to give up hollow dodging and instead use his own speed and body skills, making the fine sand attack one step slower than him. During the gap, Bai Ze subconsciously launched an attack. Kamui. The blood-red pupils trembled again, and the familiar spatial fluctuations spread violently from Crocodile's body, expanding from a small dot. Feeling that strange power, Crocodile narrowed his eyes slightly, but he did not dodge. The power of space exploded, but the body destroyed by Kamui's power turned into tiny bits of sand. Then it condenses into a new body again, as expected. Logia-type fruit abilities have a natural immunity to Kamui's power. Bai Ze was not annoyed when he saw this. After all, he had already guessed that the Logia devil fruit abilities in the pirate's world were indeed unique abilities. Almost every Logia demon fruit power would not be weak. But that's also why it's so rare. Bai Ze's eyes were still calm as always. He slowly looked down at his waist, and the next moment, the magic knife Ghost God Cry was pulled out by him and held in his hand. The pitch-black blade seems to be emitting a sinister demonic aura, which is the result of Armament Hockey's continuous infection. And Armament Hockey just happens to restrain the Logia fruit ability user. Crocodile also realized this. He looked at the golden hook in his left hand, then shot out with the tip of his toes. Bai Ze did the same. He raised his knife and rushed forward. In an instant, the entire secret room was shaken by an overwhelming tremor, and the entire secret room was shaking. Such a loud noise naturally alarmed Mr. One, who had not walked far. Huh? Why are there sounds of fighting in the secret room? Damn, is someone attacking the boss? There was a frost on Mr. One's face, and the ability of the quick slash fruit was activated. His arms, ankles, and sharp blades actually grew directly out of his body. Blade Man. Mr. One quickened his pace and rushed into the secret room aggressively. Whoever dared to attack his boss must die. But just as he was about to reach the door of the secret room, his strong instinct made him sense a hint of danger. He hurriedly stepped back, and then saw an empty space in front of him. Following a subtle spatial fluctuation, a figure slowly appeared before his eyes. It was a young man with a sword on his waist. His pupils were blood red, emitting a strange power. Who are you? Advertisement. Mr. One felt something was wrong and spoke subconsciously, but the next moment the boy rushed towards him, without any hesitation. Bang! A knife came down directly at him, and even if he tried to block it, it was too late, and his strength seemed to be completely not on the same level as the other party. Sensing the fight inside and the powerful enemy in front of him, Mr. One's expression was extremely ugly. A group of people came to surround and kill the boss? Soon, Mr. One fell in a pool of blood with confusion and despair, and the figure disappeared again after killing someone. The field was calm again, inside the secret room at this moment. Crocodile and Bai Ze's battle continued without noticing the strange movements outside. Instead, because of the conflict between Logia Sand Fruit's ability and Kamui's ability, both sides consciously avoided using those abilities meaninglessly. Instead, they used physical skills to fight against each other. As for the confrontation between physical skills, how could Crocodile, who had fought for decades, lose to Bai Ze, who was only in his teens? After a few minutes of fighting, Bai Ze began to lose the upper hand and began to retreat. Crocodile stood firmly at the top, as if the balance of victory was about to tip towards Crocodile. But at this moment, Crocodile's expression did not show the joy of victory at all. Instead, his brows were furrowed and he looked confused. Is this the only strength of the boy who killed Doflamingo and Gecko Moria? Even if his strange abilities are useless to me, it shouldn't be like this. This guy seems to have a powerful move that can condense energy to explode, but why doesn't he use it? Crocodile said secretly while beating Bai Ze. He was really puzzled. He had spent all his efforts to deal with the possible assassin. But he didn't expect that the opponent's strength didn't seem to be as strong as he imagined. On the contrary, it was strangely weak. Yes, it was strangely weak, which made him nervous all the time, and distracted him from fighting. Crocodile frowned as he looked at Bai Ze, who was struggling to resist in front of him. Why was this guy getting weaker and weaker? Like a deflated balloon. What's going on? Bai Ze, who had been struggling to resist, saw Crocodile's dazed expression. But his mouth curled up, as if he had been waiting for this moment. He swung his huge sword fiercely. At this moment, he was full of flaws. It seemed as if he was willing to exchange his life for another's. Crocodile finally got a little angry after seeing this. Maybe he was too worried. The marine boy in front of him was able to restrain Doflamingo and the others and kill them, but the other party couldn't do anything to him. Read this. Crocodile let out a low roar, and thrust out the golden hook in his left hand that was ready to strike. Go to hell. Annoying little devil. Chapter 58 Death of Crocodile. Go to hell, you annoying little devil, Crocodile said with a cigar in his mouth and a happy face, and stabbed the hook in his hand directly into Bai Ze's chest. The knife and the hook collided in the air quickly, but Crocodile's power seemed to be obviously greater, and soon the knife was forced back. Then insert it straight into Bai Ze's abdomen. It was inserted straight in this way, and Crocodile's face showed joy but then immediately dropped. Because the strange thing was that there was no blood spurting out. Not good. He instinctively felt that something was wrong and was about to step back, but the Bai Ze, who was stabbed directly, restrained Crocodile's body with both hands, temporarily freezing him in place. And accompanied by a strange fluctuation behind Crocodile, another Bai Ze stood behind him, which made Crocodile's scalp tingle. 2 Bai Ze. How many abilities does this guy have? Why didn't the intelligence tell us? Go to hell. Bai Ze behind him said indifferently, and stabbed out with the magic sword ghostly blade soaked in armament hockey in his hand, even though Crocodile tried his best to dodge. The knife also pierced through the abdomen. Sand fruit lost its effect due to the suppression of armament Hokage, and blood flowed all over in an instant. At the same moment, the Bai Ze in front of him turned into a piece of wood with a bang. Yes. Just an ordinary piece of wood clone technique. This is one of Wood Style's signature ninjutsu. The clone can temporarily possess a portion of the original body's power. But as the number of clones increases, the power will also weaken. Now Bai Ze only summons one clone, and the power is just enough to barely fight Crocodile for a while. Just wait to finally control the opponent, and then let Bai Ze appear instantly with the help of Kamui space, and then give a fatal blow. This is the Logia demon fruit power that Bai Ze thought of to assassinate Crocodile. It is the simplest and least risky method. Ahem, advertisement Crocodile, who was severely injured, coughed up a large mouthful of blood and stared at Bai Ze in front of him. The previous knife attack still injured his heart. Feeling his vitality slipping away, Crocodile was silent for a while, then gritted his teeth and laughed at Bai Ze. I thought of many possibilities for you, but I didn't expect this one. Lousy lost this battle. I surrender. There is no anger after losing, nor dissatisfaction after being ambushed. As a hero, Crocodile has the self-esteem of a strong man. Lost. Just lost. There is nothing to say. Looking at Bai Ze's indifferent expression, Crocodile also felt that he would die today. He also sat on the ground with an open mind. Kid. Your name is Bai Ze, right? You are a boy that a Kainu rescued by chance in a village. I didn't expect it, it's only been a few months. Who would have thought that such a boy would have such strength so quickly? Killing 3-7 warlords of the sea in a row, ha 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 ha. Crocodile seemed to be extremely well informed about Bai Ze, and chattered on like an old friend. The situation may be changing now. Bai Ze ignored Crocodile's chattering. He still held the magic knife Ghost God Cry and stared at the latter intently. Always on guard against the opponent's dying counterattack. Crocodile seemed to not care about Bai Ze's indifference at all and continued to speak on his own. Little ghost, I'm going to die anyway. Actually, I still have one wish that I haven't fulfilled, and I don't want it to be buried here. Otherwise, I'll tell you how. After all, this has been my obsession for many years. Bai Ze still didn't speak, and Crocodile seemed helpless to continue speaking. Do you know Pluton? One of the 3 super ancient weapons. It is said to have the power to destroy the world. It is somewhere in Alabasta. I have information about it, which can help you better control it. Want it? Crocodile sat on the ground and spoke with a sharp gaze. Pluton? When he heard the name, Bai Ze's expression obviously changed. Crocodile was secretly delighted. With weapons of this level, no one could resist his temptation. But the next moment, Bai Ze shook his head slightly and spoke with sarcasm. Advertisement, not interested. I don't want to bet everything on external forces. I'm still used to relying on my own strength. Bai Ze had already figured out the matter about Pluton before he met Crocodile. He didn't need this thing. The power in your hands is the real power, you. Crocodile was about to try to persuade him when Bai Ze interrupted him coldly. Okay, stop doing this meaningless thing. Are you ready for your final trump card? If not. Bai Ze looked at Crocodile coldly, then you can die now. Tisk. Tisk. Crocodile was silent. The power that had been gathered in his hands began to slowly dissipate, and he laughed at himself. The marine boy in front of him was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. His strong heart was too strong. Only relying on my own strength? Haha, did I take the wrong path? Crocodile smiled bitterly. He had been thinking about borrowing Pluton's power in the past few years. He didn't know if what he said was right. If he relied on his own practice, it would be too much. Perhaps secretly thinking of his own talent, the outcome of the recent days might be rewritten. Crocodile took a deep breath, and took a deep look at the boy in front of him. In all these years, you are the first boy that I feel truly afraid of. In this chaotic era, Marine suddenly has someone like you. Haha, this is really interesting. I have a feeling that the future subworld structure may change because of you. Unfortunately, I probably won't have the chance to see that future. Crocodile rambled on and on, which was enough to prove his unwillingness, but he was helpless. Finally, he stood up with difficulty and launched a final attack on Bai Ze. Then, he died, and there was no reversal. His body fell beside Bai Ze. There was only one person left in the entire secret room. A young man stood upright with a dazed look in his eyes. I don't know what he was thinking. Advertisement Chapter 59 Bai Ze's only bond a Kainu. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 81 million Baileys. Reward. 81 killing points. Current killing point. 185 inches at the moment Bai Ze killed Crocodile. The system voice that Bai Ze expected also sounded, and this time the voice was also quite long. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing another 7 warlords of the sea. The current kill count of 7 warlords of the sea is 3. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for exceeding the target of killing at least 7 warlords of the sea. The reward is starting to increase. The reward is being calculated. The reward is starting to be distributed. Close hollow lens bracket. The mission took 3 months, including the travel time. Killing 7 warlords of the sea in 3 months is not an easy task. You have to know that each of the 7 warlords of the sea is not a weakling. They will not stand and let you kill them. If you are not careful, you will capsize in the ditch. So Bai Ze guessed that his system might not have thought of it, so the reward this time might be extremely generous. Bai Ze thought so, and soon the system voice, which had been silent for a while, sounded again. Open hollow lens bracket ding. The mission rewards have started to be distributed. The qualification to exchange forbidden ninjutsu has been opened. Close hollow lens bracket. Forbidden ninjutsu. Bai Ze's face changed. Could it be? He began to look at the system again, and saw that just like when he exchanged the S-level wood-style ninjutsu, there was an additional shadow in his eyes. Bai Ze looked at them one by one. When he saw those names, Bai Ze became excited. Because those ninjutsu were exactly what he had been seeking. Open hollow lens bracket reanimation jutsu. Price. 2,000 massacre points. Function. Revive the dead and give them all the power they had when they were alive. Requires their intact corpse. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket 8 inner gates technique. Price. 1,000 massacre points. Effect. Greatly increases the user's physical strength. Up to 50 times. This ninjutsu consumes a lot of energy from the caster, so use it with caution. Close hollow lens bracket. Shinra Tensai technique. Sold for 1,000 massacre points. Planetary devastation technique. 6 paths of death. Sold for 2,000 massacre points. Each ninjutsu is a bug-level ninjutsu in the Hokage world, and its ability is simply pervert. Bai Ze felt a little sad. He hadn't been given any ninjutsu skills before, but now he was given the best one. I really didn't know how to describe Bai Ze's mood at the moment. However, the exchange price of these forbidden ninjutsu is also extremely expensive. The most expensive one requires 2,000 massacre points, which is equivalent to killing a pirates with a bounty of 2 billion. Bai Ze frowned slightly, but the next moment the system's voice rang again unexpectedly. Open hollow lens bracket. Due to the completion of the host mission penultimate, additional rewards are now released. The massacre points required to exchange forbidden ninjutsu are halved. Close hollow lens bracket. In an instant, the phantom panel was turned to the side again, and the exchange of ninjutsu like 8 inner gates also became 500 massacre points. Advertisement. The massacre points required for exchange were directly halved. This unexpected surprise made Bai Ze's serious face smile a little more. These 3 months have been really worthwhile. Bai Ze took a deep breath, temporarily put aside his chaotic thoughts, turned his head and looked at Crocodile, who was already lifeless. This is another person I killed who had an impact on the history of the pirates' world. With the sudden death of the third 7 warlords of the sea, Bai Ze could foresee how turbulent the situation in this sea would be. It is still about 6 years away from the normal timeline of the Straw Hat Pirates that he knows a lot about, so Bai Ze is not very clear about what will happen in the previous 6 years. However, with the death of these important figures, history will definitely change. As for what it will become, Bai Ze doesn't know. He looked at his hands, his eyes still as determined as ever. No matter how things change, as long as he has enough strength, he won't panic. The supreme power can change everything. It's time to go back, Bai Ze thought for a while and said to himself. It has been about 3 months since he came out of the naval headquarters. There are only a few days left in the mission and he has no chance to kill another 7 warlords of the sea. So it's just right to go back now. After all, Bai Ze hasn't forgotten. The time limit of his entire marine education resources has not yet been used up. Ignoring Crocodile's body, Bai Ze used Kamui to quickly and quietly leave Alabasta's palace. Soon he was on his ship again, setting sail, this time to his destination. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. After hesitating for a while, Bai Ze took out something that looked like a snail from the box. Den Den Mushi. This unique item in the pirates' world can be exchanged freely across distances. After killing Gecko Moria, during the time he was in Alabasta, Bai Ze took the time to make a Den Den Mushi and contact Akainu in order not to worry Akainu. To report that he was safe. Uncle Akainu, I finished my work and am on my way back. The Den Den Mushi was connected quickly, and Bai Ze immediately reported his safety to Akainu. Finally I'm coming back, so great, advertisement. A dignified voice that deliberately suppressed joy soon came from the other end of the phone, but Akainu, who had come to his senses, asked with a twitch of his mouth. But, your matter is settled, which means, Crocodile has been killed by me. Bai Ze replied quickly, and the person on the other end of the phone fell silent immediately after hearing this. Akainu. Akainu, who was at the naval headquarters at the moment, had a very interesting expression on his face. On the one hand, he was amazed at Bai Ze's speed. This guy had just told him that he would kill Crocodile in a few days, and now he had done it. Just like killing a chicken, on the other hand, I was worried about the consequences of the killing. 7 warlords of the sea were killed. Turmoil was almost inevitable. After a moment's silence, Akainu laughed at himself. When did he become so indecisive? He cleared his throat and continued. Kill him if you want, but you better come back to naval headquarters as soon as possible. I will bear all the consequences. Akainu finished his words briefly and hung up the Den Den Mushi. Bai Ze looked at the Den Den Mushi that had been hung up and thought about Akainu's words again. After a long silence, Bai Ze gave a bitter smile. Uncle, the debt I owe you is really growing. Why? Some of Bai Ze's bad thoughts and even conspiracies towards Marine disappeared as Akainu protected him without reservation time and time again. This thought has become increasingly faint. He didn't know when Akainu had become Bai Ze's only bond. Bai Ze couldn't imagine what would happen to him if Akainu was gone one day. Think of this scene. Bai Ze's murderous aura could not be stopped from overflowing, if there really came such a day. This world doesn't need to exist. Chapter 60 The Formation of the Four Emperors Pattern. Bai Ze encounters Shanks. Sometimes great historical moments happen unexpectedly. During the time that Bai Ze was rushing back to Naval Headquarters Marineford by boat, the death of Crocodile, one of the third 7 warlords of the sea, was finally exposed. And some people with bad intentions directly pointed out that the Marine who killed 7 warlords of the sea was the new genius Marine Bai Ze from the Naval Headquarters. For a while, the name of the young Marine Bai Ze became a hot topic in every corner of the Grand Line. All kinds of information about him, whether true or false, were spread everywhere. But even so, there are people in the black market who openly offer a bounty for Bai Ze's head, and the price is ridiculously high. Not only that, because within 3 months, 3 consecutive 7 warlords of the sea died because of Marine, even though Marine tried his best to control it, but it was still useless. The remaining 7 warlords of the sea declared independence and no longer accepted orders from the world government or the Marines. At this point, the 7 warlords of the sea system promulgated by the world government is now in name only. After hearing the news, Marshal Sengoku of Naval Headquarters Marineford had a headache for a whole day and night. The white hair was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, but this was not the only thing that completely broke his defense. Now, Hyuan calendar year 1511, people from all over the Grand Line looked up at the sky, watching the carrier pigeons in the sky dropping the latest newspapers to the ground as if they were free. They stood there in a daze, took the newspaper and looked at it, only to see a few large words written brightly at the top. The establishment of Pirates 4 Emperors, the pinnacle of the Great Pirates era. It clearly records that during this period of time, a pirate group called Red Hair Pirates directly stepped onto the stage of history with the momentum of a king. This pirates group that has been sailing on the sea for many years has finally grown strong at this moment. It first challenged many top forces on the sea, and won their stunned recognition with its absolute crushing strength, and since then it has gained control over a large number of sea areas. Then he visits the 3 real kings of the New World in succession: Kaido of the Beasts, leader of the Beasts pirates among the Wanokuni, Charlotte Linlin, the lord of all nations and the user of the soul fruit, and Whitebeard, Edward, Newgate, who is known as the strongest man on the sea. No one knows what happened in the end. All we know is that the Red Hair Pirates visited the latter one after another and escaped unscathed. And the major forces also tacitly told their subordinates not to provoke the Red Hair Pirates. Directly acknowledge the powerful position of the Red Hair Pirates. From then on, the pirates' territory in the New World was divided into 4 territories, led by 4 unparalleled emperors. Called the 4 Emperors. 4 Emperors? Advertisement. Countless people stared at this brand new word in astonishment. They will never forget this historic moment. After today, history will be divided into 2 parts. One is the early Great Pirates era started by Pirate King Roger. In that era, Marine was still the absolute king. One is the current situation, where there is a tenuous balance between the remaining 7 warlords of the sea, the newly established 4 emperors and the Marine. This is an unprecedented era of chaos. Who will be the last one laughing? The news about the establishment of the 4 emperors situation quickly overshadowed the fact that Bai Ze had killed 7 warlords of the sea. At this moment, people in every corner of New World are talking about it. A potential crisis seems to be brewing. Now, in a sea area of New World, in this turbulent time, a huge pirate ship is sailing against the wind towards the sunset. On the deck of the ship, several people with completely different figures, looks and even temperaments are drinking and eating meat comfortably, accompanied by loud laughter as if they are having a banquet. This group of people didn't seem to worry at all that they were in such dangerous waters. Just because they are. One of the people currently standing at the center of the world's public opinion storm. Captain, 4 Emperors. I didn't expect those guys would give us such a name. It sounds pretty nice. Ha ha ha. A fat man with a belly as big as a wine barrel bit a big duck leg and laughed at a man who had been sitting on the deck. His name is Lachilu, the Red Hair Pirates chef, and one of their top brass. The person he was talking to was none other than the leader of the Red Hair Pirates, the red-haired Shanks, who was discussed by countless people. Although he is one of the 4 emperors today, but this top king seemed a little different. He was wearing a pair of very ordinary slippers, and his messy long red hair was casually draped around his ears. Plus the large flowered shirt on his body, he looked like a sloppy uncle. It is also worth noting that this man has one arm, and his left sleeve is empty. No one knows who can take this man's arm away. Shanks had a big smile on his face at this moment. 4 emperors. Ha ha ha, that does sound nice. I like this name too. It's worth it that Lousy has been around for so long. Advertisement. Shanks smiled like a heartless man. Otherwise, if I meet Buggy and Luffy in the future and find out that I am doing so badly at sea, it will be so embarrassing. After that, Shanks drank another bowl of wine, and like an ordinary drunk man, he began to talk in his sleep to everyone at the party. Everyone, we will definitely realize our dreams. Go to every corner of this world and see the end of this world. Raftel. Everyone put down their glasses and listened quietly to their captain talking about his dreams. In fact, these dreams belong not only to Shanks, but to all of them, because Shanks will not forget the dreams of any of them. Belch. Shanks was drinking wine and talking about his dreams when he suddenly burped and fell asleep, making everyone twitch their lips. Captain, this guy is really... No one cared about this unreliable captain. Everyone continued to eat and drink, and the banquet continued. After this went on for most of the day, a man whose nose was much longer than the others suddenly frowned and put down the wineglass in his hand. He walked to the bow and began to look into the distance. With his excellent eyesight, he could vaguely see a small boat coming towards them in the distance. And on that small boat, there was only a young man. After Usopp carefully looked at the boy, his brows slightly frowned. Because this young man has influence, at this moment, the young man in the distance seemed to sense Usopp's gaze, and he slowly turned his head to look over here. That boy even smiled. Usopp frowned and was about to react when someone patted him on the shoulder. Shanks, who had woken up at some point, was standing next to him. Don't talk. Shanks spoke with a serious expression, completely different from the playful and joking state he had just had in the battle. Chapter 61 Bai Ze's Conqueror's Hokage, Don't Talk. Shanks, who had woken up at some point, shouted softly. Usopp was shocked when he heard Shanks' heavy tone. As one of the people who knew Shanks very well, he knew what kind of pride this seemingly unruly man had in his heart. Ordinary people simply don't get his attention. Even if they provoke him, he will ignore them. After all, strong people generally don't bother with children. It is very rare to see Shanks's expression as solemn as it is now. Usopp looked forward. The marine boy a few miles away, the one who was rumored to have killed 7 warlords of the sea in 3 months. This character is indeed not a simple one, thousands of meters apart. Bai Ze and Shanks just stared at each other, and the air seemed to be frozen at this moment, as if something extremely terrifying was brewing. These two most prominent figures in the current pirates' world just met by coincidence. I wonder if it was fate. Thousands of meters away, Bai Ze stood on the deck and stared at the one-armed man in front of him. If Akainu was nearby, he would be surprised to find that Bai Ze's expression at this moment was terrifyingly solemn. Ever since the village incident, Bai Ze usually had a blank expression. No matter how big the matter was, he would not panic, even when he first faced the 4 emperors Kaido of the beasts. But at this moment, Bai Ze's face was so solemn for the first time, because the person he was facing was the red-haired Shanks, the youngest of the 4 emperors. However, Bai Ze believes that his strength is the most unfathomable among the 4 emperors, and the pinnacle of the pirates' world's top fighters. Since Roger's death and Whitebeard's aging, there has been a leader. The perverted conqueror's Hokage and the ultimate swordsmanship allowed the one-armed man to still sit firmly at the top of the world even after losing an arm. Is it destined? Bai Ze looked at Shanks with narrowed eyes, and his Mangekyo Sharingan had already subconsciously started, and his entire momentum skyrocketed. This meeting with Shanks was really a coincidence. There are so many routes back to the naval headquarters. Bai Ze doesn't understand why he met this man. Kill him? Bai Ze looked at the one-armed man, with a hint of madness at the corner of his mouth. If this man was killed, it would definitely be a heavy blow to the pirates' forces. Bai Ze began to count his trump cards: Pervert Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan, and S-level Wood-style Ninjutsu, Wood-style, Flower World coming, Susanoo. Bai Ze ignored the low-level Wood-style Ninjutsu. Bai Ze knew that this level of ninjutsu would not pose a threat to the top powerhouses. Bai Ze was very conflicted at the moment. On the one hand, he was really interested in Shanks' life. Advertisement, but Bai Ze's intuition told him that his current strength was still no match for that man. Bai Ze's throat rolled. He looked at Shanks with murderous intent. He didn't want to fight now, but it also depends on whether the man is willing. If there is a battle, Bai Ze is no less capable than others. When he decided to kill all the pirates in the world, Bai Ze was ready to die. There is no reason in this world that others can die while he, Bai Ze, cannot die. Is this marine boy the Bai Ze mentioned in the rumors? Interesting. At this moment, Shanks stared at Bai Ze in the distance and whispered softly. Just now when he was in a coma, his instinctive reaction to the crisis woke him up instantly, and then he saw the young man. The name Bai Ze. Shanks has heard it many times in recent times. Marine's recent legendary young genius seems to be brought back from outside by Sakazuki. I originally thought that the rumors about this young man might have been exaggerated, but now it seems that young man is far more terrifying than I imagined. In that case, Shanks' eyes gleamed with sharpness, and an astonishing might began to be released. The Conqueror's Hokage, which he had been suppressing, began to roll towards Bai Ze at an extremely fast speed. Shanks doesn't mind eliminating some potential threats when he can. Captain. Usopp on the side looked at Shanks in surprise. He didn't expect that Shanks would be so decisive in taking out the Conqueror's Hokage when facing the boy. Such a big commotion soon attracted the attention of other senior officers of the Red Hair Pirates. Feel the pressure of Shanks' Conqueror's Hokage. In just a moment, several senior officials threw away the wineglasses in their hands, and their playful expressions immediately turned into murderous intent and majesty. What happened, Captain? Was there an enemy attack? A fight is about to break out. Haha, Lousy's hands have been itching for a long time. Advertisement. A group of people were about to come over as they spoke, but Shanks raised his arm slightly and spoke calmly. Don't move. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. I want to see how that boy will respond. Bang. Bang. The entire sky seemed to be affected by Shanks' powerful Conqueror's Hokage. The sky above the sea level within a radius of several thousand meters suddenly became dark, as if thunder was about to fall at any time. This is the role of the top-level Conqueror's Hokage, which can affect everything around it. Even attack enemies. At this moment, Bai Ze felt the overwhelming pressure pouring down on him. He tilted his head and muttered to himself with a smile. Is this the true strength of the top fighters in the pirates' world? This really puts me under a lot of pressure? The pressure Shanks put on him was much greater than when he faced Kaido before. This was the most powerful enemy Bai Ze had faced so far. If Bai Ze wants to kill all the pirates in the future, he must destroy this mountain in front of him. Feeling that the pressure on him was getting stronger and stronger, and even wanted him to surrender, Bai Ze became uncontrollably angry. Just relying on Conqueror's haki, he wanted Bai Ze to surrender. Bai Ze looked at Shanks fiercely and grinned. You are worthy? Snap. Snap. Bai Ze frowned suddenly. He seemed to feel that something in his body had broken free from its shackles, and a strange power began to surge out of it. That power seemed extremely violent, as if it didn't want anything else to touch it, it wanted to be the only. When it sensed the Conqueror's haki acting on Bai Ze, it was like coming home from work and seeing his wife being r******d by someone else. Suddenly I became even more furious. The Conqueror's haki acting on Bai Ze disappeared in an instant. A burst of black lightning suddenly emerged from Bai Ze's body, emitting an extremely powerful pressure. Shanks, who was thousands of meters away, saw this scene and his expression became more serious again. The others did the same, squeezing out a few words from between their teeth. This is Conqueror's haki, Chapter 62. Red-haired Shanks sees the terrifying future. Conqueror's haki. In the pirates' world, only the true top kings can possess special skills. There may be only one such person in a million people, and each of such people has the qualifications to become a king. In the entire pirates' world, the number of people who possess Conqueror's haki can be counted on one hand, and each of them is a big shot who can make the new world tremble with just the stomping of his feet. I didn't expect that the marine boy in front of me was also. Among the senior officers of the red-haired pirates, Usopp was the most surprised, because he had clearly felt that the marine boy did not have Conqueror's haki. In other words, the Conqueror's haki at this moment was awakened under the pressure of his own captain. It's so scary. Now, Bai Ze was also a little surprised when he looked at the black thunder around him, the Conqueror's haki that had condensed into substance. He didn't expect that Conqueror's haki would be like this as soon as he awakened. Extraordinary tyranny. Bai Ze chuckled and his eyes met with Shanks in the distance again. The two of them tacitly kept silent, just like a pair of familiar old friends. But the next moment, they both stepped forward, and their respective Conqueror's haki exploded violently towards each other. The strong wind generated by this unparalleled momentum blew on everyone's faces, making a rustling sound. The red and black Conqueror's haki collided with each other in an instant, and a huge sonic boom was heard in an instant. The surrounding sea water was blown up dozens of meters high, and some unlucky fish turned into blood mist. Not only that, the entire sky seemed to be split in two because of this blow, and the clouds kept rolling and turning into two long rivers. It seems like there's no clear winner between the two. The red-haired pirates stared at all this, and although everything seemed to be a draw and no one could do anything to anyone, but they were sharp-eyed and could still see that their captain had the upper hand. Because Shanks' expression did not change at this moment, it was obvious that the fight just now had no effect on him. On the other hand, Bai Ze on the opposite side. The sharp-eyed Usopp could see that the marine boy's face was pale at the moment, and he was obviously at a disadvantage. But the problem is that the boy has just awakened Conqueror's haki, and he is so strong right after awakening. After that, Usopp's expression was solemn, and he subconsciously picked up his weapon while thinking this. And over there in the distance, Bai Ze, as expected of a guy who has mastered the world's best Conqueror's haki. Advertisement Bai Ze did not feel ashamed because Conqueror's haki battle was at a disadvantage, on the contrary, he became more excited. The strong must draw their swords against the stronger ones. Bai Ze suddenly pulled out the magic sword Devil's Cry, and along with the violent release of Conqueror's haki, Bai Ze's Mangekyo Sharingan also added a touch of magnificence at this moment. The fusion of the top powers of the two worlds is really amazing. As time went by, Bai Ze's boat was very close to Shanks' pirate ship, and it seemed to be less than a kilometer away. The two are heading in opposite directions, so meeting is inevitable. War seems inevitable. Fighting against the entire Royal Pirates group by himself. Bai Ze seems to be the second person after Akainu to fight against the Beast's pirates alone. But Bai Ze's current level of danger seems to be even greater. Bai Ze put on a half-crying, half-laughing clown mask, revealing only a pair of scarlet eyes, and his whole demeanor changed again. Let's fight. The red hair pirates are also ready to go. Usopp, Beckman and others all took out their weapons with serious expressions. But they were not nervous at all because of the war. Isn't it too much for us to use such a big force to deal with a child? Indeed, that guy seems to be only 13 years old, a little kid. Tisk tisk, if other people knew that a group of people bullied a child, they would definitely laugh their heads off. Several people were interrupting each other, but everyone understood that the Marine boy seemed to be no simple man, and they would not be foolish enough to hold back if a fight broke out. After so many years of experience at sea, everyone's hearts have been sharpened to unimaginable sharpness. In order to achieve the ultimate goal, they have killed some innocent people, even children. Time passes by little by little. The distance between the two ships was getting closer and closer, 800 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. Bai Ze stood on the boat expressionlessly, letting the wind and waves hit his face. Beckman and others were looking at the red-haired Shanks who had been silent at the bow. They were just waiting for their captain to give the order. Then the battle could begin. The atmosphere became increasingly solemn. Shanks gently raised the long sword hanging at his waist, and everyone stared at him intently, as if he was about to shout out the start of the fight. When the horizontal distance between the two ships was about 100 meters. Advertisement, but Shanks put down the long knife he had just raised gently. Clang. With a crisp hissing sound, the long sword was sheathed again. And as the long sword was sheathed, the pervasive pressure of Conqueror's Haki also dissipated. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to have dispersed a little. Captain. This is it. Usopp and others looked at Shanks in confusion. What did this mean? No more fighting. They had been waiting for so long, but they didn't want to fight. Everyone didn't understand. However, due to their absolute trust in Shanks, everyone hesitated for a moment before putting away their weapons. In an instant, the solemn and murderous atmosphere in the air was reduced by more than half. Not only Usopp and the others were puzzled, but even Bai Ze was very confused at this moment, because he had already prepared for a desperate fight. Why at this moment? The other side gave up first. Bai Ze looked up at the man with the missing arm. Monkey's expression was still so calm. Even Bai Ze didn't know what the other party was thinking at this moment. The sudden crisis for both sides seemed to have passed. Bai Ze's boat just passed by the red hair pirates, and no one took action or spoke a word. They just looked at each other. Usopp and others lamented that this marine boy was really young, while Bai Ze lamented how valuable the heads of these red hair pirates were. It's such a pity that we just passed each other by. The two sides gradually moved away with their own thoughts, until Bai Ze's ship disappeared at the end of their sight. Usopp and the others came to their senses and asked Shanks, who remained silent. Captain, why didn't you fight just now? After a few seconds of silence, Shanks raised his eyebrows and said something incoherent. Because you will die. Shanks, who has a glimpse of the future, suddenly saw the terrifying future after the war with that boy before the war. In that terrible future, he won, but all his crew will die. In other words, the young man could replace the capital of all the people under him with just one person. Chapter 63 White Devil. Bai Ze, we're going to die? Usopp and others were shocked to hear Shanks' answer. They knew about some of their boss's strange abilities, so when Shanks said this, no one doubted its truth. Several senior officials of the Red Hair Pirates looked at each other, their expressions becoming serious. Because they knew what this meant. That marine boy had the capital to compete with the Red Hair Pirates before he had fully grown up. What would happen in the future? They dare not think about it, nor do they want to think about it. If you encounter that young man again in the future, don't be reckless. Retreat first and try not to conflict with him. Ben Beckman, the think tank of the Red Hair Pirates, took a puff of his cigarette and spoke solemnly to everyone. They had studied the intelligence about Bai Ze and knew what kind of conflict he had with the pirates. If they met again next time, it would be a fight to the death. No one objected, and they all nodded silently. The atmosphere was full of depression, and there was no longer the relaxed atmosphere before. Shanks at the bow ignored the people whose thoughts were scattered, but looked out at the boundless sea and whispered to himself. Bai Ze, Marine. Conqueror's Haki, strange spatial power, seems to have various abilities. Such a young man is really troublesome as an enemy. Shanks's calm face could hardly hide his worry. Apparently, this chance encounter with the marine boy had made him feel a real sense of crisis. As a crew member of the former pirates King Roger, and after some adventures, Shanks always thought that he would become a king and be able to travel the sea freely. Even though Kaido and Whitebeard were the strongest men of the old times, Shanks did not put them on the same level as himself, because it was only a matter of time before he surpassed them. He had the confidence and strength to do so. But that young man just now, Shanks recalled the boy's eyes and the unique temperament he possessed. For the second time in his life, he felt that he was not as good as him. The last time was with his Captain Roger, and this time, it was with that young man. Shanks exclaimed. This sea is about to become chaotic again. It's time to plan for the future. Bai Ze on the other side didn't know what Shanks was thinking. The sudden encounter with Shanks is Bai Ze's biggest crisis so far. It was not until the two separated and the crisis was truly resolved that Bai Ze's tense expression finally relaxed. The Conqueror's Haki, along with the Mangekyo Sharingan, began to slowly subside, and Shirazawa's aura gradually returned to its normal form. Bai Ze took off his mask and looked in the direction he had just been looking at. He shrugged and smiled evilly. With the clown mask he was wearing, he did look a bit morbid. Advertisement, Shanks. This is your only chance to defeat me in this life. If you miss this chance, you will never be able to kill me again. And next time, I will definitely kill you. Bai Ze said in a somewhat crazy and cold voice. He hated the feeling that the situation was not under his control, even if the other party was the real top king in this world. Bai Ze took a few deep breaths and gradually began to calm down. Bai Ze had some guesses about Shanks' sudden giving up. As a time traveler, he knew that Shanks, one of the most mysterious men on the sea, had an extremely terrifying territory. That is, he could predict a glimpse of the future, although it was only a few minutes, but it was also extremely terrifying. The reason he gave up just now was probably because he could only accept the consequences of going to war with himself. In other words, Shanks is scared. The youngest 4 emperors in the world got scared when facing Bai Ze, the young marine admiral. If other people knew about this, it would probably become big news. If a war had really started just now, would I have died? What does death feel like? Thinking that Shanks could foresee the future, Bai Ze looked at his hands blankly. He was really curious about the feeling of death. The corners of Bai Ze's mouth gradually formed a strange arc. After killing so many people, Bai Ze's respect for life has reached a point of indifference. In fact, he is a bit perverted and cold-blooded, whether towards others or himself. Since I didn't die this time, then next time, you will be the ones to die. 4 emperors can also be killed. Bai Ze's obsession with becoming stronger and slaughtering the pirates is getting stronger. And it seemed that as Bai Ze's obsession grew, the system's voice also rang at this moment. Ding! I have noticed that the host's killing intention towards the 4 emperors has increased. Now I am issuing a corresponding mission. Open HoloLens bracket top mission. Successfully kill one of the pirates' 4 emperors within 6 months and be rewarded with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Close HoloLens bracket. Hearing this voice, Bai Ze suddenly fell silent. He felt that his pirate's killing system seemed to be truly intelligent. It is eagerly pushing itself to grow. Killing 4 emperors within 6 months, is this a joke? You have to know that 4 emperors is not just one person, he has the power of the entire pirates group. Bai Ze asked himself if no one in the world could take on the emperor-level pirates group alone. As for the reward, eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Bai Ze murmured in a low voice, his expression gradually becoming excited, because obtaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan not only means that he can use Kamui at will, but also means that he can use the complete version. Susano. This is a real killer weapon that can completely determine the outcome of a battle. Advertisement as expected. High risk means high rewards. Although Bai Ze knew that this thing was dangerous, he was still prepared to take on this task. He was determined to kill the pirates' 4 emperors. So Marine's power. It's time for him to use it. With confused thoughts, the boat set sail again. Half a day later, Naval Headquarters Marineford. In front of the majestic gate, a middle-aged man in a red suit stood here early. The man was smoking a cigar and looking eagerly at the sea ahead. As if he was expecting something, looking forward to it eagerly. It was a complete reflection of the man's inner feelings at the moment. What is hard to believe is that this man is Marine Admiral Akainu, known as the Raging Magma. You have to know that in everyone's eyes, this man is ruthless and has a very bad temper. Some Marine soldiers patrolling above the gate who were unaware of the situation looked at this scene and raised questions. Hey, isn't this Admiral Akainu? Why is he there alone? Is he waiting for someone? Hiss, it seems like. That guy can make Admiral Akainu wait so long, and judging from the commander's expression, he seems to be looking forward to it. Strange, so strange. Could it be that Admiral Akainu has been replaced by someone else? A group of people were whispering, and only a few people who knew the truth silently interrupted their wild thoughts. A young Marine with a sword said in a serious tone, Admiral Akainu is indeed waiting for someone, and the person he is waiting for is. He kept everyone in suspense, which made everyone very impatient. Someone couldn't help but kick him. The young Marine rubbed his butt and said unhappily, that's the guy who killed 3 Shichibukai in a row. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately came to their senses. After all, the name Bai Ze is really famous, and they have given Bai Ze, the god of killing, a nickname among their people. God of killing. White devil, look, there's a boat coming. There's a young man on it. One of our own, he seems to be. Someone exclaimed, and everyone leaned over to look. On the sea level, a young man was standing on the deck of a ship, waving vigorously at someone in the distance. From the shape of his mouth, it seemed that he was saying, Uncle, I'm back. The middle-aged man standing outside the gate also pulled his clothes tighter to make himself look more dignified and neat. His face was filled with smiles as he looked at the young man in the distance, with unspeakable joy in his eyes. Chapter 64 The Marine Senior Management launched an attack. In the spacious corridor leading to the meeting room, Bai Ze and Akainu walked together. No one disturbed them here, and both of them were filled with happy smiles. 3 months of not seeing each other did not affect the bond between the two at all. Now Akainu is the only one in the world who understands Bai Ze, and Bai Ze is the only one who understands Akainu. Along the way, Bai Ze told Akainu in detail about his experiences over the past 3 months, but the dangers were simplified by Bai Ze. But the smart Akainu still guessed it. Seeing Bai Ze's relaxed look, he patted Bai Ze on the shoulder and spoke seriously. You don't have to be alone next time, okay? It doesn't make sense for such a big marine to put all the responsibilities on a child. Bai Ze is Akainu's hope, but he doesn't want to exchange Bai Ze's life for his own. He would rather the process be slower. And Bai Ze looked at Akainu's slightly worried face, nodded seriously. Not only that, he shrugged and smiled slightly, revealing a few big white fangs. At this moment, Bai Ze no longer had the violent look he had when facing the pirates, and looked like a normal teenager. Akainu was particularly satisfied with this. It seemed that the 3 months of training had made Bai Ze think a lot more clearly. He should not be blinded by hatred all the time. The two continued to move forward, and Akainu took the opportunity to explain the current situation to Bai Ze. Now, the separatist forces in the New World have begun to produce an unprecedented chain reaction following Bai Ze's blow. Mahawk the Hokage and Hancock the Empress, who were originally one of the 7 warlords of the sea, have become independent one after another and occupied a large area of sea. Marines are not allowed to enter. And with Shanks's enthronement, the division of the 4 emperors' territories and power began to improve. Now, in the second half of the Grand Line, nearly half of the sea area is ruled or threatened by them. However, the Marines are now beginning to reduce their forces and are not showing any signs of conflict with the other side. When Akainu said this, his expression obviously became much uglier. After all, he was a real warmonger. I just don't understand why those old guys in Sengoku are always trying to avoid war. They keep avoiding war and are almost making those bastards in the pirates think that our Marines are weak and can be bullied. If we let Lousy manage the Marines. The first step is to kill a group of pirates and strengthen the military's prestige. Bai Ze listened to Akainu swearing and expressing his belligerent opinions. Bai Ze supported it but not completely. Advertisement all-out war is impossible now. Bai Ze also guessed a little about Sengoku's thoughts. He just wanted to win by playing it safe and nibbling away at the opponent step by step. The two chatted with each other and soon arrived at their destination. Naval Headquarters top-level meeting room. The moment Bai Ze came back, Sengoku had already notified all the senior executives of the Naval Headquarters to come here for a meeting. This is the first time that such a big fuss has been made just for a teenager. The door opened with a creak. The high-ranking Marine officers who had been waiting in the conference room for a long time all looked at Bai Ze. The air is filled with a sense of oppression. This is the power of the top boss. The first thing Bai Ze saw was Sengoku sitting in the first seat. At this moment, his face was dignified and serious, and he looked like a Marine marshal. On his right sat the nonchalant Garp, who was picking his nose and seemed somewhat out of place with the surrounding atmosphere. Sitting next to him were two people that Bai Ze was more familiar with, Aokiji and Kizaru. At the moment, both of them were looking at Bai Ze with a playful smile, as if something interesting was going to happen soon. Sitting next to them were rows of unfamiliar faces. Bai Ze didn't recognize these guys, but it was undeniable that each of them had a deep aura. And it was obvious at first glance that they were people of considerable strength. After all, those who can sit here are the pillars of Marine. There was silence for a while. Bai Ze looked at everyone with indifference, and for a moment he didn't know what they were going to do. Just then, at the end, a dignified, white-haired old man with a long scar on his face suddenly stood up and shouted angrily at Bai Ze. You still have the nerve to come back. Do you know how much trouble your actions have caused our Marines? The current situation is so chaotic and so many people have died. Advertisement. The old man started scolding Bai Ze, and soon 2 or 3 other people also stood up and criticized Bai Ze. No one in the field tried to dissuade him. It seemed that they were tacitly approved or something. These senior Marine officers were all conservatives. Bai Ze's actions really disrupted their plans. All the previous plans failed, so they were so angry with Bai Ze, even though they knew that Bai Ze was highly valued by the Naval Headquarters. At this moment, a group of people looked at Bai Ze with wide eyes, wanting to see Bai Ze's reaction, including Sengoku. In fact, he is not a conservative, but he is not a warmonger either. He is still very satisfied with Bai Ze. But Bai Ze is really a little too jumpy and needs to be suppressed. Otherwise, Sengoku felt that Bai Ze might secretly kill the 4 emperors at some point. It will be too late to regret then. Bai Ze watched with interest as everyone attacked him. He wasn't particularly angry, he just thought some people were a little funny. They really thought their plan was so awesome. Bai Ze, who knew the original plot of the future, knew how embarrassing Marine's situation was. Bai Ze's slightly sympathetic look made the expressions of those who had just spoken look very ugly. What does this arrogant boy mean? Just as they were about to speak again, they saw a familiar and majestic figure standing before them. Do you all take Lousy's words as bullshit? I told you. If you have any problems, come to Lousy. Akainu spoke word by word, his tall body blocking Bai Ze directly. The atmosphere in the field was instantly brought to its highest point. Many Marine bosses who disliked Akainu stood up and stared at the latter with their tiger eyes. Akainu, what kind of occasion is this? You're a little too arrogant. Chapter 65. Arrogant Bai Ze, Conqueror's Haki revealed. More than half of the 20 people in the conference room stood up at this moment, all staring at Akainu with dignified eyes. These people are all representatives of the conservative faction. The arrogant Akainu is the type of person they dislike the most, so they all target Akainu whenever they have the chance. Sengoku was sitting in the main seat, watching all this with a frown on his face. His eyes were wandering. No one knew what he was thinking about. Garp, on the side, was still sitting with his legs crossed and picking his nose, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Kizaru and Aokiji on the left and right yawned. Both of them seemed to have no intention of interfering in this matter. There are actually many pro-war factions here, but the relationship between these people and Akainu is not that good, because the proud Akainu has no intention of getting along well with others. So now there is an awkward situation where many people are besieging Akainu and Bai Ze. Akainu, who do you think you are? It's not your turn to make the decision in Marine right now. The burly old man looked at Akainu angrily. He was also one of the Marines of the old era, and ranked among the top in terms of seniority. He is also a staunch supporter of the conservatives. He gets angry when he sees Akainu protecting Bai Ze, who has caused such a big disaster. That Bai Ze is a replica of Akainu, maybe even an enhanced version. The old man half closed his eyes and spoke like a superior. All you think about every day is war, 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 war. But have you ever thought about the consequences? Do you know how many civilians will die in war? Do you know what will happen if we lose the war? What will our Marines do then? Don't think about starting a war without absolute certainty. Starting a war will come at a price. Can our Marines afford this price now? The old man's words are the central idea of the current conservatives. Generally speaking, don't fight a battle without absolute certainty, and be as stable as possible. After all, no one wants Marine to be defeated by their own generation, otherwise they would become sinners for all eternity. Akainu sneered disdainfully when he heard these words that were so familiar to him. A bunch of old guys who don't seek to adapt, who have no courage at all, and who only care about their insignificant achievements. Haha. It's actually nothing. Akainu's words made all the conservatives look upset. Akainu, what the hell do you mean? The dark-faced old man in the lead asked, and Akainu just crossed his arms and said Kaido faintly. Advertisement, what I mean is. Bai Ze is right. What have we, the Marines, gained in return for all our concessions over the years? Tell me. It only made the pirates more reckless and caused more trouble on the sea. Bai Ze's killing of the 7 warlords of the sea just enhanced the reputation of our Marine. Akainu was interrupted before he could finish. The old man angrily shouted, 7 warlords of the sea is a policy issued by the world government, and it has a significant impact on the situation at sea. You attacked them without warning, causing chaos, and you think you were right. So the sins committed by these 7 warlords of the sea don't need to be dealt with? Akainu retorted, and the old man choked. In fact, everyone here knows a little about some of the dirty deeds done by the 7 warlords of the sea, but let's just talk about them in private. After all, it's for the sake of the greater good. Put it on the surface. Seeing that neither side could win the argument, the situation became deadlocked again. Bai Ze stood behind Akainu's tall body, a smile on his young face. It feels really good to be protected by someone. He looked at the tense atmosphere and had anticipated the current situation before he killed the 7 warlords of the sea. Steady. It would be better to say that the current Marine is a bit timid and afraid of fighting. The reason why I am afraid of fighting is very simple. Trample. Trample. Bai Ze walked quickly to the front of the stage, which surprised everyone. Little guy, just go to the back and let me handle these things. Akainu said with a wooden face that he had promised Bai Ze not to let him get involved in such disputes. But Bai Ze waved his hand to indicate that it was not necessary, and then looked at everyone with a calm expression. With Bai Ze's appearance, Sengoku and the others had sat up straight without knowing when, no longer slacking off. Even Garp stopped picking his nose, and a gleam of light appeared in his old eyes. Obviously, he was very interested in what Bai Ze would do next. What do you want to do, you arrogant brat? This is. The old man tried to use his seniority to pressure others, and the other conservatives also looked unhappy. But the next moment, Bai Ze's eyes turned blood red, and a terrifying murderous aura suddenly rose up, and he said coldly. Quiet. Advertisement buzz. All the conservatives were frightened by the sudden pressure, and just as they were about to speak, they met Bai Ze's blood-red pupils. The strange symbol of Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotated from the pupil, emitting a heart-pounding light. All the conservatives were actually stunned by Bai Ze for a moment. This made them look pale. They didn't expect to be scared by a child. Shirasawa opened his Mangekyo Sharingan, intimidated the whole crowd with his murderous aura, and then began to speak. I know why you are afraid of fighting. It's simply because you are afraid that when the war starts, you don't have enough high-end combat power. If there is no one to deal with the 4 Emperors-level pirates, will it cause huge casualties? Or maybe the battlefield is too big, the Marines are short on manpower, and it's hard to deploy them. Bai Ze began to list the concerns of these conservatives one by one. In summary, the current strength of the Marine is not enough, especially in terms of high-end combat power. If they really go to war with all the pirates, their high-end combat power will be superior to theirs. If this problem cannot be solved, heavy casualties will be almost inevitable. If problems like 4 Emperors and pirates were solved, then so many problems like all-out war. Conservatives wouldn't be a bad idea. Marine can't wait any longer. The sooner we start a full-scale war with the pirates, the better. We have no way out. Either we destroy or we fight. Bai Ze, who was well aware of the future trend of pirates, said coldly that he just wants to force Marine into having no way out. But our Marines are not strong enough at the moment. Someone spoke weakly. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ze stomped his feet suddenly, and a powerful aura even more powerful than the murderous aura just now surged out of Bai Ze's body. Snap. Snap. With black thunder surrounding him, Bai Ze's aura at this moment is no less than that of a Marine Admiral in his prime. Is that enough now? Bai Ze said in a deep voice, showing his current strength to everyone. This is Conqueror's Hockey. A group of people stared at each other with their eyes almost popping out. They knew what a Conqueror's Hockey owner meant. It meant that Marine had another top powerhouse. Conqueror's Hockey, you know, we Marines only have Marshal Sengoku. Someone whispered, but Sengoku, who was sitting in the main seat, might have smiled if he heard this. Because he was not the only one in the Marine who had Conqueror's Hockey. Sengoku looked at Bai Ze with interest. This little guy was becoming more and more interesting. He wanted to see what Bai Ze was going to do. Chapter 66 All-Out War. Bai Ze's sudden display of Conqueror's Hockey completely shocked everyone. At this moment, no one regarded Bai Ze as a little kid anymore, but regarded him as someone on the same level as themselves. Silence. There was a sudden silence in the entire conference room. No one interrupted Bai Ze anymore. Everyone looked at this amazing young man. They felt that this young man, who had only been at the naval headquarters for a few months, might give them a big surprise, or a big scare. Boom. 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 Everyone suppressed their violently beating hearts. If I say I can kill one of the 4 emperors, Can Marine declare a total war on all pirates? Bai Ze suddenly spoke, scanning everyone present with his sharp eyes. With just one sentence, the atmosphere of the entire venue was once again raised from quiet to its highest point. What did you say? You have the power to kill Kaido of the Beasts and the others. A figure who advocated war suddenly stood up and looked at Bai Ze while breathing heavily. If we can get rid of Kaido's few remnants from the old days, then there's no point in hesitating about all-out war. Laozi has been putting up with those guys for a long time. At this moment, all the pro-war factions had their faces almost writing "I want to fight" on their faces, especially Akainu. The look he gave Bai Ze was full of relief. This little guy Bai Ze just understands me. Start the war, start the war. Laozi wants to start a war. Sengoku, Garp and the others looked serious and glanced at each other. Does this little guy have the fighting power to fight against the four emperors? They had personally taught Bai Ze a few months ago. At that time, Bai Ze's fighting power was far from being able to compete with the four emperors, and it's only been a few months now? Bai Ze, do you really have the strength to kill those guys from Kaido of the Beasts now? Sengoku finally couldn't hold back and spoke, not now. Bai Ze spread his hands and answered honestly, you. The atmosphere that had just been stirred up by Bai Ze suddenly stagnated, and several pro-war leaders lost interest and were about to sit down again. But the next moment, Bai Ze changed the subject and continued. Advertisement, but give me another half year, and I'll have it. By then, I'll place each of their heads in front of you. Can we fight then? Anyway, the system has given him this task. Bai Ze doesn't mind using it to gain other benefits. He will definitely use the power of Marine. How long will it take him to kill so many pirates by himself? Only an all-out war can eradicate the pirates. When Bai Ze said this, he was extremely calm and confident, as if killing four emperors within half a year was no big deal at all. You have to know that this is pirates' four emperors, not some cats and dogs. Even though the Marine high-ranking officers present were all top Marine fighters, they also truly recognized the strength of those who were crowned kings in the New World. After Bai Ze threw out this statement that sounded like an empty promise, the conservatives in the conference room all fell silent in tacit understanding. All-out war. This might be a major event that will truly change the course of history, and they cannot afford to joke about it. All the quarrels just now are nothing compared to this matter. They looked at the boy standing in the middle of the field, calm and confident, they thought. Can this guy really do it? The war faction is slightly better, but they are still a little hesitant about Bai Ze's behavior of making big promises. At this moment, Sengoku, who was sitting at the main seat, stood up. He leaned over and looked at everyone and spoke word by word. We can fight. The Naval Headquarters Marshal expressed his attitude, which was to support Bai Ze. Bai Ze has said so much, it would be a bit unreasonable for a Marine Marshal to be so cowardly. Killing four emperors in 6 months, this sounds a bit ridiculous. But Sengoku somehow has an inexplicable confidence in Bai Ze, this interesting boy, because he is different from everyone else. So, he also bet, we can fight. Another majestic voice sounded, this time it was of course Akainu. He looked at Bai Ze with satisfaction on his face, he would not refuse Bai Ze's decision. We can fight. Another voice sounded, this time it was Garp. He picked his nose and looked at everyone with disdain. Damn, if we don't fight now, when will we fight? We can fight. We can fight. Two lazy voices sounded at the same time, this time it was Aokiji and Kizaru. Even though they were trashy, they were still reliable when it came to serious matters. Advertisement. The top bosses have expressed their opinions, what else can the rest of us say? We can fight. As long as the problem with Kaido of the Beasts is solved, we can fight as we want. I support it, we can fight, support, we can fight. In an instant, more than half of the people in the conference room expressed their opinions one after another, and the conservatives were no longer foolish enough to sing a different tune. We can fight. The old man, the leader of the conservative faction, looked at Bai Ze with a pair of majestic tiger eyes and said, I hope you can fulfill your big words. After saying that, the old man stood up and turned to leave the meeting room. The main issue of this meeting had been resolved. There was no need for him to stay here. Soon, one after another people began to leave the meeting room. People from both factions would take a serious look at Bai Ze before leaving. They couldn't understand the future path of this young man. When Aokiji and Kizaru left, they both patted Bai Ze's shoulders and reminded him. Remember to come see me in a few days, I still have something to teach you. They are happy to show some goodwill to Bai Ze. Good boy, I think you can do it. Show me Kaido of the Beast's head in a few months. I hate that guy the most. Garp patted Bai Ze on the shoulder and left laughing. Soon, Akainu, Shirasawa and Sengoku were the only ones left on the field. Bai Ze has now restrained his violent aura and put on the appearance of an innocent boy again. Why are you all looking at me so seriously? It's unnecessary. Bai Ze laughed and looked at Sengoku with a headache. Is this the same person who was so rebellious just now and threatened to start an all-out war? Sengoku glanced at Bai Ze unhappily, then put the thing he had prepared long ago on Bai Ze's right shoulder. Because of your penultimate military achievements, from today on you are the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters. Codename, White Devil, Chapter 67 Furious Kaido. Vice Admiral. Bai Ze looked at the armband on his shoulder a little confused. Wow, it's only been a few months and he's already become Marine Vice Admiral. It's a bit dreamy. You deserve this. Sengoku looked at Bai Ze, who was a little confused, and immediately explained, "You have killed the 7 warlords of the sea. This is an indisputable fact, and the evidence of their crimes has been collected. This is indeed your military achievement. Add to that the 1,000 pirates you killed earlier, and being a Marine Vice Admiral, that's enough. You have to know that Marine has high hopes for you. If you make any big moves next time, I hope you can trust Marine." As Sengoku explained, he began to teach Bai Ze earnestly. It was because he recognized Bai Ze's strength, but his temper was a little too active. This Marine Vice Admiral is also a matter of course. Although Bai Ze's qualifications are too shallow, special treatment is given in special times, and Sengoku looked at Akainu, who was grinning, a little speechlessly. This guy's efforts behind the scenes also played a big role. "Bai Ze, let me ask you again. Are you sure you have the strength to kill Kaido and the others in a few months?" Sengoku looked at Bai Ze with a serious expression, and Bai Ze nodded decisively. "Can. Then I'll have no problem." Sengoku smiled and reminded Bai Ze, "My previous promise to you is still valid. Marine's educational resources are unlimited and will be tilted towards you. If you need anything, you can just ask me directly." After saying that, Sengoku left with his hands behind his back. Kakuzu had a smile on his face until he left. It was obvious that Bai Ze's performance today made him very satisfied. Sengoku's repeated promises made Bai Ze a little sad. This Marine Marshal was really different from what he had imagined. "I thought Sengoku was the indecisive type, but I never expected him to be so tough. He said he would support himself, so he supports himself. Isn't he afraid of ruining Marine?" Bai Ze looked at Akainu, who was grinning beside him. Akainu's personality was also different from what he knew. "Is it because of me?" Bai Ze thought to himself a little uncertainly, but soon he shook his head. He had only been in contact with the other party for a short time. How could he have changed so much? Bai Ze thought, "This is the real them, little guy. What are you going to do now?" Advertisement. Akainu looked at Bai Ze with satisfaction for a long time. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. It was a long time before he remembered to ask about the main business. "Practice." Bai Ze answered simply that he planned to continue training at the naval headquarters for a while to integrate the new skills he had acquired during this period. After all, his current skills are really a bit mixed. The Kamui that comes with the Mangekyo Sharingan and the powerful Genjutsu type skills, plus many wood-style ninjutsu, and Conqueror's Haki. Although Bai Ze is gifted, he is not that talented. He still needs to figure out the combination of these skills by himself. "That's right, you do have too many abilities. It's time to calm down and integrate them properly." Akainu nodded affirmatively, but after looking at Bai Ze's eager eyes, he immediately spoke with a firm look. "But before you start practicing, you have to rest for a few days." "Ah, this. Uncle, I don't have time. Don't give Lousy no time. You have to listen to me during this period." "All right." In this way, Bai Ze was forced by Akainu to rest for a few days. Although Bai Ze was helpless, he was still happy. And of course Akainu himself was also happy. Akainu himself is also a workaholic, but compared to Bai Ze, the slightly crazy little guy, he is still a little behind. And when Marine was gradually becoming prosperous, the Beast's pirates far away in Wanokuni were in trouble at this moment. Inside the magnificent palace, at this moment, more than half of the senior executives of the Beast's pirates have gathered. For example, Sanzai and others, all sat in the second seats. They looked serious, as if something bad had just happened. The man sitting in the main seat is naturally Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, the man known as the strongest creature in the world. His expression was extremely ugly at the moment, and his violent breathing echoed in the palace. At this moment, the atmosphere in the palace was terribly depressing. Some low-level cadres had already lowered their heads for fear of causing Kaido's displeasure. After a few minutes of silence, Kaido finally broke the silence in the palace. He smashed the stone bench next to him with one punch and roared. "Can someone explain to me where the head of the young Marine who broke into my Beast's pirates 3 months ago is?" Advertisement. Why is it that the killing order issued by Lousy has no effect at all? That boy returned to naval headquarters safely without any incident, and even killed Lousy's partner during the trip. That's right, the Beast's pirates gathered here today. Unexpectedly, just like the top leaders of the naval headquarters, they all gathered here for one person. Bai Ze. The young Marine who broke into Beast's pirates 3 months ago really d off Kaido that day, so he beat Bai Ze as soon as he returned. When Kaido accidentally discovered that the destruction of the other party's village and the tragic death of his family were ultimately caused by the fault of a cadre of their Beast's pirates, he knew that boy in the future would definitely fight to the death with his own Beast's pirates. And based on that young Marine's terrifying potential. So Kaido immediately issued a kill order, at any cost. He even mobilized the spies who had been hiding in the naval headquarters. Unfortunately, it has no effect. When he was about to use other means to assassinate Bai Ze, the young man had already left the naval headquarters, and the next time news of Bai Ze appeared came from Wanokuni. Kaido was dumbfounded at the time. Bai Ze actually killed Doflamingo, who was his partner in his biggest plan. His death was a heavy blow to the Beast's pirates. Revenge. This is definitely revenge against them, the Beast's pirates. Hearing Kaido's furious question, the Beast's pirates who were in charge of the assassination were so frightened that they dared not raise their heads. After a long time, someone brave enough to speak out and explain. Boss, it's not that we didn't contribute, it's just that the boy's anti-reconnaissance ability is too strong. We weren't even ready yet. We were discovered. And, the man tried to explain with a bitter face that it was not that they were weak but that Bai Ze was too strong. Although his group could assassinate those strong men whose bounties were hundreds of millions higher than theirs. Even cadres like the three disasters would fall into their hands if they were not careful. In the past 3 months, we have actually encountered Bai Ze several times, but each time it was almost like sending. That boy is such a pervert. Moreover, the opponent's rhythm was ridiculously fast. They would attack one place and then change positions immediately. They had no time to set up their killing weapons. It is absolutely impossible to succeed in the assassination. Waste. Kaido no longer wanted to listen to explanations at this moment. He walked down with calm steps, and was about to punch these pieces of trash to teach them a lesson. But fortunately, at the last moment, a black figure teleported over to help the man block this unexpected disaster. Jin looked at Kaido and said solemnly, "Calm down, boss." Chapter 68 4 Emperor's Alliance. Jin's position in Kaido's heart is very different. He has been with him since the beginning, and Kaido has always regarded him as his right arm, so his words are very convincing to Kaido. After taking a deep look at the man, Kaido took a few deep breaths, and quickly walked back to the main seat. This is the first time in a long time that Kaido is so angry that he wants to kill his own people. Although Kaido is very irritable, he is still very good to his own people. That's why there are groups of people who are willing to accompany Kaido through thick and thin. And they also know the root cause of all this today. It's because of Bai Ze. The opponent's growth rate in the past 3 months really shocked them. When killing the first 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo, the boy still had a hard time, but the third time, when killing Crocodile. It seems like he's already getting the hang of it, because the other party killed the 7 warlords of the sea without making any big noise, which shows that the strength of the two sides is no longer on the same level. Inside the palace, a group of people looked at each other in silence. The one fact they didn't want to admit was that they could no longer suppress the young man's rising power. If he wants to kill that boy, Kaido may have to do it himself. The power of the 3 disasters is no longer enough to suppress Bai Ze. Except for Jin, Quinn and Jack, the 3 of you will stay. Everyone else please leave. Kaido calmed down and gave orders to everyone to leave. Everyone was a little confused by Kaido's actions, but they followed his instructions anyway, and began to leave one by one. Soon, the magnificent palace became extremely empty. Only Kaido and 4 others were left. What do you say about that marine boy? Without the interruptions from others, Kaido, who was the only one left on the field, began to become casual. He looked at a few people and asked questions directly. Although I really don't want to admit it, the young marine named Bai Ze has indeed become a force to be reckoned with. According to my intelligence department, a few days ago, the young man met the red-haired Shanks and his group at sea, and the result was. Quinn soon took over and sighed. As he was in a very high position, he had access to more detailed information that the lower-level people could not access, so he was more aware of Bai Ze's terrifying strength. Advertisement, what's the result? Kaido frowned and asked. They didn't fight. Quinn replied with a grim expression. Shanks seemed to be afraid of Bai Ze. At the last moment, he actually gave up fighting the boy. Red-haired Shanks. The few people present had all dealt with this man before. They knew very well that the other party was not simple and were even afraid of that man. And even the other party did not dare to start a war with Bai Ze at will, which was enough to prove how terrifying Bai Ze's current strength was. 3 months. This growth rate is too terrifying. Kaido's face twitched for a while and he said in a deep voice. We can't let that boy grow up, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Only one of us beasts pirates and him can exist. Why is it that for the first time in many years, Kaido is a little afraid of others? The young man named Bai Ze really scared him. It is the first time in more than 10 years that he has felt such a sense of crisis. Give the other party some time. Although the extremely proud Kaido didn't want to admit it, by then he might not be a match for the boy. He sighed and continued. He puts more pressure on me than Roger did back then. It was the same with Roger decades ago. No one took him seriously back then. But just a few years later, he was able to challenge Rock's Pirate, where I was at the time. Quinn and the others took a deep look at Kaido. Rock's Pirate, this thing was one of their boss's taboos, and he usually wouldn't talk about his previous time at Rock's Pirate. Saying it now. What does it mean? What's there to be afraid of? Lousy is not afraid of him. Next time I meet that guy, I will kill him. Jack, who was a thick-skinned man standing nearby, made a disdainful sound. There was no word, fear, in his dictionary. Quinn looked at the B**************** D with one arm missing beside him with a dark face. This guy is so stupid. It's shame to be associated with him. Okay, no need to argue. Advertisement Jin, the real brains of the Beast's pirates, spoke with a sullen face. That boy has become something powerful. Rather than waiting for him to grow up to be as powerful as Roger, the king of pirates, and then come to fight us, it is better to kill him now at all costs, even if it means going to war with the Marines. Jin looked at Kaido meaningfully and said, we need the intervention of other forces. Other powers. Jin spoke very seriously. Kaido looked at the latter with narrowed eyes. He knew what the other party was referring to. That was Charlotte Linlin, who was also one of the 4 emperors like himself, the old woman who had been on the same boat with him. That girl's strength was no weaker than his own. If the two sides join forces, he will not be outmatched even if he goes to war with the current Marine. But taking the initiative to join forces with the other party really hurts his face. Kaido had a grim expression, he was a little hesitant. The three calamities all looked at Kaido with serious expressions, waiting for the answer. In 3 days, we will set off, heading for Wanguo. I'm going to visit that old woman I haven't seen in many years. Finally, for the sake of the overall situation, Kaido took a deep breath and compromised. He won't be able to sleep or eat unless he removes this thorn in Bai Ze's heart. The three disasters all had different expressions when they heard this, which meant, now that the 4 emperors have just been established in New World, the situation is about to change drastically, and no one knows what kind of storm the alliance between the 2 emperors will bring about. And the person who facilitated this alliance was a Marine boy. I have to say it's a bit absurd. Chapter 69. New uses of Conqueror's Haki, 3 days later. At Wano-Kuni Harbor, with a loud horn sounded, the Beast's pirates' main ship, which was almost full, plus 2 auxiliary ships set off. On the main ship, there were rows of figures standing there, including the leader of the Beast's pirates, the 4 emperors Kaido, and the 3 disasters representing the ultimate evil, Jack, Quinn, and Jin. They had serious expressions and no one knew what they were thinking. There were also many Beast's pirates officers standing on the 2 auxiliary ships. Such a large scene made the ordinary Beast's pirates crew members who were unaware of the truth couldn't help but fantasize. Who are we going to war with? Great, we're going to fight. They were excited inside, as Beast's pirates. Their favorite things were plundering and war, especially big wars. They liked them even more because it meant military merit, and military merit meant an increase in status and strength. Compared to the unrealistic fantasies of ordinary Beast's pirates crew members, some insiders on the warship had unhappy expressions, because they knew what today's mission was. That is to set off to Wanguo and form an alliance with the Bigmom pirates, a pirates group that is also at the level of 4 emperors. Taking the initiative to form an alliance meant that the Beast's pirates were at a disadvantage, and they couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. And then thinking about the reason why they formed an alliance, it was even more embarrassing, because they were forced into an alliance because of a Marine boy. It's such a shame, but when they thought about the scenery and situation after the alliance, they became excited again. After the 2 emperors formed an alliance, they should be the undisputed #1 force in the pirates' camp. Just like this, a group of people had all kinds of thoughts in their minds, including excitement, anger, sadness and hesitation. They gradually sailed away from the harbor and disappeared into the horizon. In front of the harbor, some Beast's pirates members in the corner looked at each other and then left quickly. These spies from other forces had to report this information back quickly. They looked excited. Beast's pirates are making a big move. As Kaido and others set off for Wanguo, the news of their departure quickly reached the ears of the top leaders of other forces. For example, Marine. At this moment in the naval headquarters, Marineford, in Sengoku's office, Sengoku looked at the intelligence about the Beast's pirates in his hand with a puzzled expression. Kaido suddenly made such a big scene. What on earth does he want to do? Damn it, why am I increasingly confused about the current situation? Advertisement: the spy that Sengoku planted in the Beast's pirates is of a high level, but the other party only knows that their destination this time is to go to Wanguo. That is the territory of 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin. Sengoku doesn't understand why Kaido brought such a big team there. Is he going to start a war? Sengoku would never believe that Kaido would go to war with the Big Mom pirates, who are of the same level, but other than starting a war. What other reason does this guy have to suddenly go to the opponent's territory? It's not Sengoku's fault that he's stupid, it's just that the 4 emperors alliance is so shocking, he could never have imagined it. Boom. Boom. A gentle knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in. Sengoku quickly put away the intelligence and put on a stern expression again, but when he saw the person coming, the stern expression changed into a good-natured smile. Just because this person is Bai Ze. A stern expression was not suitable for dealing with someone like Bai Ze, so Sengoku poured a cup of tea and spoke with a smile. Little guy, what do you want from me? Bai Ze, who was forced by Akainu to rest for a few days, was in good spirits at the moment. He shrugged and went straight to the point. Marshal, I want to improve my Conqueror's Haki. I feel like my Conqueror's Haki seems to have reached a bottleneck. Conqueror's Haki. The top skill in the pirate's world. It's almost on the same level as the Sharingan. There's no reason for Bai Ze to waste it, so he immediately came to ask Sengoku for advice. Conqueror's Haki's bottleneck. Sengoku looked at Bai Ze deeply. What a monster. He just mastered Conqueror's Haki and he has reached the threshold of Conqueror's Haki's entanglement? This is a skill he mastered after studying Conquerors for a long time. Sengoku took a deep breath and quickly led Bai Ze to an open field. He took a deep breath and said, "You look." After saying that, Sengoku narrowed his eyes slightly, and a Conqueror's Haki similar to that of Bai Ze surged out. This aura did not have Bai Ze's tyranny and domineering, but it had an extra meaning that belonged only to Sengoku, that is righteousness. Snap. Snap. As several bolts of lightning burst out from Sengoku's body and then wrapped around Sengoku's dark arms, he swung his fist and punched the ground hard. Bang. Advertisement. Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded, and a huge hole with a diameter of several dozen meters was created on the granite floor as if it was made of paper. This is called Conqueror's Haki entanglement. It is a higher level of power used by the master of Conqueror's Haki. Sengoku quickly began to explain everything to Bai Ze in detail, demonstrating and teaching at the same time. Sengoku still has great potential to teach. Bai Ze understood very well what he heard, and had a better understanding of Sengoku's strength. The man in front of him was probably only inferior to the one-armed man, the red-haired Shanks in terms of Conqueror's Haki. As for if the two really fight, Bai Ze cannot predict the outcome. After Sengoku's demonstration and explanation, Bai Ze found the feeling in just half a day. Black thunder began to emerge from Bai Ze's body, and then began to squeeze, compress, and condense. The originally terrifying power became even more terrifying after being compressed in this way. Bai Ze frowned slightly, drew out the magic sword ghostly weeping. Conqueror's Haki began to entangle it. Sengoku on the side looked at Bai Ze's operation with a serious expression. What a genius. He felt more confident that Bai Ze would kill one of the 4 emperors within 6 months as he had said before. Sengoku doesn't understand how Bai Ze can master everything so quickly, and only Bai Ze himself knows that he is blessed by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Bai Ze slowly dispersed the Conqueror's Haki. He didn't intend to become fat in one breath, and he suddenly had a new idea about how to use the Conqueror's Haki. What if Susanoo is entangled with Conqueror's Haki? Bai Ze thought to himself that this was indeed feasible, but he didn't plan to try it now, not because he didn't trust Sengoku standing beside him. Rather, they are afraid that this trump card will be leaked by some people with ulterior motives. After all, there is not unity within the naval headquarters. Marshal, something bad has happened. Suddenly a scream was heard in the ears of the 2 men, and a messenger hurried over. All our troops stationed on Krake Island and Daughter Island have lost contact. What? Sengoku's expression changed drastically. How could he not know these 2 familiar island names? This was the island where Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and Empress Hancock lived. Lost contact. Most likely killed in action. Sengoku rushed to his office with an angry face. These guys are looking for death. Bai Ze narrowed his eyes and watched Sengoku's back as he walked away. It seemed that the situation at sea changed a little faster than he expected. Bai Ze looked at his hands, clenched them and murmured. I have to go faster. Chapter 70 Kaido's meeting with Ant. The other side, after a few more days of sailing, the Beast's pirates led by Kaido finally arrived at the central island of 10,000 nations, where Charlotte Linlin lived. Cake Island. A group of Beast's pirates members looked at the towering buildings in a daze. The unique sweet smell of candy in the air made everyone's expressions change slightly. Apparently, this is indeed the same as what the outside world says. The buildings here are all made of food. The Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates are both 4 Emperors-level pirate groups, but in fact, there is almost no communication between the 2 groups. No communication means no conflict, which is good for both sides. What's more, if they hadn't informed the other side in advance of their large-scale coming here, the other side would have thought that they were going to start a war and would have started a fight. Kaido frowned as he watched all this. It was actually his first time here. Looking at the various races of people walking on the street, Kaido thought to himself. Is this the paradise that the old woman wanted to build where people of all races can live in harmony? As someone who had worked together at Rock's Pirate, he understood the old woman's ideals. She once told him that she wanted to create a paradise where all races could live in harmony. That is, the world of nations. Now the other party seems to have successfully realized this dream. Many people would think so if they saw the appearance of Wan Guo in front of them. But Kaido, with his sharp eyes, saw the essence of it at a glance. Living in harmony? Kaido doesn't think that different races can live in harmony, because the strong race will inevitably oppress the weak race. This is the truth. How can the strong share the same resources with the weak? How far is the old woman's ideal from being realized? As for my own ideal? Kaido narrowed his eyes slightly and subconsciously thought of an annoying figure. He quickly shook his head. He had to solve the crisis at hand before he had the qualifications to consider the future. While Kaido was thinking, the 3 pirates' ships have docked together, and the welcoming team that has been waiting for a long time at the harbor has come up. Everyone, welcome to the world of nations. Mom has already prepared a banquet in the palace to entertain you. A tall man holding something that looked like a lollipop stuck out his long tongue and saluted very gentlemanly. Advertisement. His name is Charlotte Perisparrow, the eldest son of Charlotte Linlin. His arrival also demonstrates the importance that the Ant attaches to this event. Behind him stood a row of impressive figures, such as the second son Charlotte, Katakuri, the third son Charlotte, Daifuku, and the fourth son Owen. And Charlotte Linlin's eldest daughter, Charlotte, Comperte, the second daughter, Charlotte, Monde, the third daughter, Charlotte, Armand. Half of the Ant's dozens of children are present now. This grand occasion is simply unprecedented. Of course, this is not only because of his respect for Kaido, but also because he is prepared for any eventuality. After all, Kaido is leading too many people. Kaido didn't reply. He just walked forward with his eyes slightly narrowed. Jin, one of the 3 calamities, was the first to greet Perisparrow. Kings are at the same level as kings. Perisparrow is not yet serious enough for Kaido to take him seriously. The arrival of Jin, one of the 3 calamities, is just right. Oh, Perisparrow glanced at Kaido's back with a slightly cold look, but soon recovered and began to greet the Beast's pirates together with everyone else. Without too many episodes, the Beast's pirates and the Big Ant pirates headed towards the palace together happily. The pedestrians on the street had already been driven away, so they could only watch all this from afar. Isn't that Kaido of the Beasts? What is he doing in Wanoku? Fighting. What kind of fight is this? Can't you see that the other person was greeted by the enemy? I feel like something big is going to happen today, everyone should be prepared. A group of people were whispering in low voices. It was really hard not to imagine the meeting between the two four emperors. After walking for a while, the group finally arrived at the most magnificent palace on Cake Island, a giant building made of cream cakes. There were 2 rows of solemn chairs inside, and at the end of the chairs were 2 things similar to thrones. A plump woman, wearing a pink dress that was extremely inconsistent with her age, was lying on the throne on the right, holding a large cake and eating it with relish, as if she had not noticed the crowd that had arrived at all. Old woman, is this how you treat guests, hiding here and eating alone? Kaido said loudly and unhappily as soon as he arrived. Hearing this, the fat figure on the throne finally raised his head from the cake and let out a shrill laugh. Advertisement, Mom. Mom, I haven't seen you for so many years, but you still speak as harshly as ever. I'm absolutely disgusted when I see that face of yours. As soon as the two met, there was a smell of fire. Parasparrow and his group, as well as Jin and his group, all looked at this scene calmly, as if they had already expected it. The relationship between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin is a bit weird, like enemies but not enemies, like friends but not friends. Sure enough, as soon as the two met, they looked at each other with indignation, and then the next moment, they both took out their weapons. Kaido held a mace in his hand, and Conqueror's haki swept in all directions. Charlotte Linlin also sneered, and waved her hand. The hat on her head flew into her hand as if it had life, and then turned into a several-meter-long sword in the blink of an eye. Conqueror's haki is instantly entangled in it, then the two of them pointed their toes and quickly rushed towards each other. Thundering 8 trigrams. Thunder slash. The two of them roared at the same time, and their attacks with ultimate power collided with each other in an instant. In an instant. The banquet cake that had been prepared in the palace was blown away in an instant, and the whole place was instantly in a mess. After a long time, the storm subsided. Kaido and Big Mom stood opposite each other as if nothing had happened, and said in a deep voice. Long time no see, old lady. Long time no see, old man. Chapter 71 Kaido and Big Mom's official alliance. The communication between Kaido and Big Mom was so strange yet natural. After the collision, the two sat on the throne as if nothing had happened. They laughed and started chatting, but from their expressions it looked like they were cursing at someone. Old lady, I haven't seen you for so many years, but your strength is still the same. Mom. You too, old woman, old thing. Parasparrow and his group and Jin and his group looked at each other in bewilderment at the scene, and began to sit casually on the somewhat messy seats. Fortunately, the two people just now controlled their strength a little, otherwise no one would be able to sit in this venue today. For the next half hour, the entire palace was filled with a joyous atmosphere. The Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates were both at the 4 emperors level, so there was almost no barrier between them. According to the attitude of their respective bosses, the people below quickly became busy with each other. Paraspe and Lola ate a lot with Jin. The latter did not refuse either, and they all accepted everyone who came. The think tanks of the 4 emperors level forces seemed to have fallen in love with each other at first sight. Quinn, the second of the 3 calamities, approached Charlotte and started chatting with the 2 brothers, Dafu and Charlotte Owen. The 3 of them quickly got along well with each other because of their heroic personalities, and it seemed like they had met too late. Jack, the last of the 3 disasters, saw that his 2 brothers had both approached the other side's senior executives to build relationships, so he couldn't just sit there doing nothing. So he quickly approached a quiet guy on Big Mom's side. The man was carrying a trident-like weapon on his back, and his face was covered with a scarf so that no one could see his expression. He was leaning against his seat, and he looked very much like someone who wanted to keep away from strangers. Jack knew the other person. That person seemed to be the most outstanding one among Big Mom's pirate sons, one of the 3 generals, Katakuri. Quinn and Jin know me well. I am the highest ranking person in the Beast's pirates besides the boss. I should be the one to deal with the other party's top leaders. Jack was secretly happy, then walked up to Katakuri with a smile on his face and greeted him. Brother, you must be Katakuri, right? Do you want a drink? Jack raised the wine flask in his hand confidently and spoke, but Katakuri, who had been pretending to squint, raised his eyes and asked a heart-wrenching question after seeing Jack's appearance. You are, Jack, one of the 3 calamities? Where's your arm? Arm. Jack's face turned bitter at that time. How could his arm be broken? It was all because of that damn Bai Ze. Thinking of this, he looked at Katakuri fiercely again. Why are you bringing up such irrelevant issues? I was in a peak battle and was accidentally injured by the opponent. Jack suppressed Kaido's impatience. Oh, the one who answered him was Katakuri's meaningful. Oh. That voice contained a lot of disdain, sarcasm and a hint of contempt. After Katakuri finished speaking, he crossed his arms and pretended to squint. Advertisement. UF ********* G. Jack was so angry at the moment. Damn it, he shouldn't have come. Quinn and Jin, who were far away, shook their heads helplessly when they saw this scene. After reminiscing about the past for half an hour, Kaido and the ant finally put away their smiles and replaced them with a dignified expression. Everyone knew. The reminiscing was over and it was time to get down to business. Both sides fell silent at the same time, looking quietly at the owners of the 2 thrones. Old woman, what did you think about what I told you on Den Den Mushi? Kaido shrugged and looked at the woman beside him with a pair of majestic eyes. This was his real purpose today, to seek an alliance. However, the ant was obviously a bit confused by this absurd request. Why form an alliance? In fact, she did not want the Wan Kingdom she created to be involved with other forces, even if the other party was a force of the same level. Wanokuni. The unhappy ant squeezed her chubby face into a ball and sneered. Is that marine kid named Bai Ze really that scary? Even a proud guy like you, Kaido, is afraid of him? You dared to come to my territory? This is how the two of them communicated, and it was like this back in the Rock's pirate days, so the ant's words sounded extremely harsh. When the three calamities heard this, their faces looked a little ugly, but Jin and Quinn were still able to control their facial expressions, and they just slightly adjusted their amplitude to recreate a smiling face. But Jack was different. He was already in a bad mood because of his broken arm and being ridiculed. When he heard these words, his expression suddenly twisted. FK, you old woman, what are you pretending for? Jack cursed madly in his heart, including the whole group of ant pirates. Katakuri raised his eyebrows slightly with a fake squint. The excellent observation Haki knew Jack's malicious intentions. He secretly thought about finding an opportunity to teach the other party a lesson. Kaido frowned as he listened to the constant ridicule and abuse from the ant beside him. His instinct made him want to leave immediately and have a big fight with Big Mom, but he was also worried about the future. That is, the marine boy. He glanced at his brothers in the audience. He didn't want to lose the foundation he had built with great difficulty. He took a deep breath and put on an extremely serious face, as if he didn't hear the ant's abuse at him just now. That marine kid named Bai Ze is really strong. 3 months ago, he might not even be able to defeat any one of Jack and the other two. But his growth rate is too terrifying. He reminds me of Roger and our former captain. That man rocks. I, Kaido, have never been afraid of anyone in my life, but I am afraid of the speed at which that boy is growing. Spies are almost impossible to eradicate, so the Marine knows the news about the Beast's pirates, and Kaido also knows the news about the naval headquarters. He knew that the young pirates was growing rapidly, and he also had a hunch about the coming storm in the future. The ant put away her smile and listened to her old friend's chatter with a serious face. The more she listened, the more solemn her expression became. Advertisement. She took a deep look at Kaido's face. Kaido at this moment was so different from the one she knew. When he talked about the marine boy, there was not a trace of pride on his face, only deep fear. The ant knew how proud the man in front of her was, but could someone who could make him change so much be really a simple person? If Bai Ze grows up, will he destroy the current situation and turn his knife against her pirates? Fear? Even at this point, the ant still felt a little afraid of Bai Ze, whom she had never met before, but when she thought of the terrible possibility, the ant's expression became solemn. A few minutes later, Kaido fell silent. The same thing happened to Big Mom, whose plump body rose and fell violently with her deep breathing. The entire palace was so quiet that it was depressing. Parasparrow and his group, as well as Jin and his group, looked at this scene with solemn but conflicted expressions. What will happen next? It is a true alliance of the four emperors level. Or is it the peak battle after being angry and humiliated? Silence. Silence. The mixed emotions of the people in the palace continued for a long time. Finally, the Lord of all nations, the woman who exuded great majesty, stood up, and her indifferent eyes swept over each of her children. Then he said in a deep voice, "From now on, the Big Mom pirates will officially form an alliance with the Beast's pirates. The two sides will share intelligence, in times of war." The ant talked about a lot of rules and regulations about the alliance, and finally let out a light shout. "Anyone who dares to disobey will die." Kaido also stood up at this moment. He carried the mace on his shoulder and came to the right side of Big Mom. The ultimate pressure released by his broad body made it difficult for many people to raise their heads. "Those who disobey, die." Parasparrow and Jin stood up at the same time and shouted softly. "Yes." Then the people below stood up straight one by one and shouted together. "Yes. Yes." Many ordinary people on Cake Island listened to these voices and looked up at the sky with serious expressions. They murmured, "The world is going to change." Chapter 72. The situation changes again. Inside the top floor office of Naval Headquarters Marineford. Poor Sengoku is already very busy because of the affairs with Mihawk and Hancock. Just a few days ago, 2 warships sailed to these 2 waters according to the orders of the conservative leaders. According to the conservatives, they were going to prepare to release the goodwill of the Marine first. After all, as the original 7 warlords of the sea, they are also official pirates recognized by the world government. It is understandable that they were scared by Bai Ze's killing spree and set up their own faction. In order to ease the situation, the conservatives sent dozens of Marines led by a captain to negotiate. When Sengoku heard this idea, he disagreed, but when he thought about how he helped Bai Ze suppress them in the meeting room a few days ago, he had to turn a blind eye and watch them do it. So the 2 warships set off, and then, nothing happened. The 2 warships lost contact after entering those 2 sea areas, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. But even with eyes closed, one could tell it was the work of the 2 7 warlords of the sea. At that time, the conservative group within the Marine Corps was furious and wanted to ask the other party for an explanation. But the other party had no intention of giving any explanation and just pretended to be dead. And today, what made Sengoku even more speechless was that the conservative group sent out 2 warships again without notifying him, this time led by 2 rear admirals from the naval headquarters. I thought that my sincerity was great enough and the other party would definitely not easily break up with me. Sengoku, who knew this information at this moment, twitched his mouth. What the hell are these guys doing? Seeking peace with the pirates? Are they crazy? Sengoku was really furious. He really didn't understand what was going on in the minds of these conservatives at the moment. Are our Marines so weak? Is it necessary to show goodwill to the pirates? Sengoku doesn't understand them, just like those conservative people don't understand Sengoku and his group. To them, it doesn't matter whether they're pirates or not. They're willing to kill when they have absolute advantage. But when the situation is bad, what they think about is how to save their lives and how to protect their hard-earned official positions. Advertisement: fight the pirates. What good would that do? Protect the civilians? That's none of their business. That's something the Marshal and the Admiral should consider. Boom. 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 A sharp knock on the door interrupted Sengoku's thoughts, and he took a deep breath and put on a calm demeanor again. Come in. As the door creaked open, the messenger rushed over in a hurry. He spoke to Sengoku with a grim expression. It's bad, Marshal. The 2 warships we sent out have lost contact again. Sengoku listened to the other party's story with a twitch on his lips. It was just as he had predicted. The 2 forces of Empress Hancock and Hokage Mahawk had completely torn their relations with their marine. As for the reason, Sengoku shook his head. He had no intention of blaming Bai Ze. What those 7 warlords of the sea did was too vicious. If he had been there, he would have taken action too. Marshal, Queen Boa Hancock said, we Marines are not allowed to enter her territory, or we will die. Mahawk said that he doesn't want to see Marines within a 20 nautical mile radius of his island. The messenger said with a twitch in his mouth, those 2 former 7 warlords of the sea were going to muddy the waters completely. Their trust in the Marine had already dissipated. Sengoku took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. His eyes narrowed slightly. I wonder what he was thinking. The messenger thought to himself that Marshal Sengoku was indeed not panicking at all despite such a big event. Boom. 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 There was another rapid knock on the door and Sengoku said without changing his expression. Come in, soon. The door creaked open and a higher-ranking intelligence officer walked in. His handsome face was filled with worry, as if something extremely bad had happened. Advertisement: Sengoku took a drag on his cigar and looked at the man with a grim expression. He was tired. Mahawk and Hancock were such big things that had happened before. Could anything be worse than this? Marshal, the Beast's pirates and BIGMOM pirates have formed an alliance today. The intelligence officer took a deep breath and spoke concisely. Alliance? Sengoku listened to the information with disdain. 3 seconds later, the cigar at the corner of his mouth fell to the ground with a snap, and his tiger eyes stared at the man. What did you say? Zhang said in a trembling voice, and the man's mouth twitched and he repeated it. Marshal, the Beast's pirates and the BIGMOM pirates have officially formed an alliance today. The field was still for a few seconds. FK. Sengoku took a deep breath and spoke with a bitter look on his face. He couldn't understand why the situation changed so quickly. Why on earth was this happening? Why? After the 2 left, Sengoku lay alone in the chair for a long time. Until the sunset, Sengoku muttered only 2 words to himself. Bai Ze. Chapter 73. The goal is to kill Empress Hancock and Hokage Mahawk. The situation in the New World may change again faster than Sengoku imagined. As news of the 4 Emperors alliance spread quickly, a corresponding chain reaction occurred after the 2 merged. Because the 2 of them were originally top-notch forces among the pirates, most of them united, which led to the birth of an absolute force among the pirates, and for a time they were the most powerful. No other pirates dared to mess with them, not even red-haired Shanks, who were also 4 emperors, and Whitebeard Newgate. The 2 4 emperors groups seemed to have tacitly agreed not to clash with them and just defended their current territories. Without the checks and balances of these 2 4 emperors, Kaido and the Big Mom pirates developed as rapidly as a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. So during this period of time, Sengoku often heard battle reports from below. It is said that the Beast's pirates and BIGMOM pirates have annexed so much territory and controlled so many ports, and are encroaching on some surrounding areas at a very fast speed. The speed of expansion is extremely fast, as if something big is being planned. There was a lot of discussion on the marine side for a while. Some people said that Big Mom and Kaido joined forces to dominate the pirates' world and become the uncrowned king of pirates. Some people also said that the 2 of them joined forces simply to expand their power and invade. Only at this moment, Marine Marshal Sengoku might understand what the other party's purpose is. That means they are preparing for war, and who are they preparing for war against? Naturally, the current Marine. Its recruitment of new troops during expansion also proves this point. Sengoku was a little sad. What happened these days? Marines haven't even declared war on new pirates yet? Pirates are ready to do this first? Who is the thief? As for the other party's purpose of starting a war, Sengoku shook his head with a smile. It turned out to be because of a young boy. This is the first time in all these years. A Marine boy scared so many people, including 2 4 emperors. It seems that Marine also needs to prepare for war. Sengoku thought to himself, and soon began to synchronize steps with Aunt Kaido, starting to transfer some Marines from the 4 seas where the risk was relatively low, and began some personnel adjustments in the naval headquarters. He wanted to station heavy troops between the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates to hinder the other side's development speed. At this time, some conservative fools wanted to jump out and obstruct it. Marshal, you must be overthinking it. How could those pirates openly want to start a war with us? Let's take a long-term view first. The Marines from all over the world cannot be dispatched here at will. They complain a lot because they don't want their power to be lost, because when the war breaks out, it will no longer be these civil servants who are in charge. It is the world of the war faction, advertisement. For this reason, they would rather bow to the pirates as long as war can be avoided. But Akainu, who happened to be returning from work, heard what the conservatives said. At that time, Akainu couldn't help but slap him, and the latter turned around 3 times on the spot. If you're scared of death, you can just stop being a Marine and go back to your mother's womb. Others are about to shit on your face, and you're still cowardly. The man who was scolded like a dog could only run away in shame. Of course, his expression was very sinister before he left. This is the current Marine. It looks harmonious on the surface, but actually it has become a bit corrupt on the inside. In the meeting room, Akainu took a seat where Sengoku should be sitting, smoking a cigar, and crossed his legs. Sengoku stood aside and glanced at this guy without saying anything. The relationship between the two was originally a simple superior-subordinate relationship. But because of some people, things have changed, and now the two of them have become friends on a united front. What do you say? Why don't we just start a war? I've wanted to deal with those guys for a long time. The 4 emperors. They're just a bunch of slightly more powerful trash. Akainu spoke in an arrogant tone as soon as he opened his mouth. This is his usual style. He is not afraid of fighting. Sengoku rolled his eyes and waved his hand before speaking. No, it's not time yet, but seeing Akainu's ugly expression, Sengoku immediately explained. I'm waiting. Akainu frowned, waiting for what? Wait for someone. Who? As soon as these words were spoken, the two looked at each other and smiled playfully as if they had thought of something. But soon Sengoku stopped laughing again, because it was really weird for Akainu, a cold person, to laugh. Boom. 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 There was a knock on the door, and the next moment, a slender figure walked into the office as if no one was around. The man had a sword on his waist and a clown mask with a half-crying, half-smiling look on his face. It was Bai Ze, who had been training in Marine for 2 months. Advertisement. Hello, Uncle Akainu. Hello, Marshal Sengoku. After Bai Ze entered the room, he took off his mask, revealing a young but angular face. In 2 months, Bai Ze's aura changed drastically. He no longer has the brutality he had before but has become more restrained. His pair of deep eyes looked very eye-catching and also add a different kind of momentum to Bai Ze. Sengoku and Akainu looked at Bai Ze and exchanged a speechless look. It is hard to imagine that this boy was just an ordinary boy half a year ago, even when he arrived at the naval headquarters, although Bai Ze still had a little strength at that time. But in the final analysis, they are still somewhat afraid of a behemoth like the naval headquarters, otherwise they would not be so eager to prove themselves. But, now, it's completely different now. Sengoku only knew that in the past 2 months, Bai Ze had visited many Marines, and made full use of the Marine education resources he had promised before. He knew that Bai Ze was practicing very hard, but what level of strength he had reached at the moment, Sengoku didn't know. Little guy, have you heard about the current situation in New World? What do you think? Sengoku looked at Bai Ze and spoke with a serious face. He was a little eager to know Bai Ze's current attitude towards this. Hearing this, Bai Ze looked at Sengoku deeply, and he spoke word by word. Wait a little longer. Sengoku frowned and his face turned ugly. Wait a minute? Is Bai Ze's current strength still not enough? Sengoku is a little worried. Time is running out. The current situation in the Marine Corps means there is no time to wait. Who knows, the other side might start a war. Seeing Sengoku's grim expression, Bai Ze chuckled at this moment. Once I finish one thing, I can bring you Kaido of the Beast's head soon. Akainu and Sengoku's pupils trembled at the same time, especially the belligerent Akainu, who took a step forward and grabbed Bai Ze's shoulders and asked. What's up? Sengoku also looked at Bai Ze seriously, only to see Bai Ze take a deep breath and speak in a deep voice. Kill Empress Hancock and Hawkeye Mahawk. Chapter 74 The Proud Empress, Boa Hancock. Kill Empress Hancock and Hawkeye Mahawk. When Bai Ze said this, Sengoku and Akainu's eyes were full of shock. These are the 2 most active 7 warlords of the sea at the moment. The Marine has sent several waves of warships to try to establish friendly relations with them. But the other party seemed to be completely oblivious, and taking advantage of the big commotion caused by the alliance of Big Mom and Kaido, 2 4 Emperors level pirates, they seemed to have predicted that Marine would not dare to do anything to them. And that is true. The new world is too big, and the current chaotic situation makes it almost impossible for the 3 Marine admirals to get away. Even the lazy Kizaru and Aokiji have been sent to the front lines to keep a close eye on every move of Aunt Kaido and the other 2. Akainu also has to keep an eye on Whitebeard and the red-haired Shanks. Not to mention Sengoku and Garp, they also have to guard the naval headquarters Marineford. In short, those who can beat them are in trouble, and those who can't beat them will just die if they go, so Sengoku has been holding a grudge in his heart. Killing these 2 will give you the power to kill Kaido and the others, right? Sengoku asked solemnly, and Bai Ze nodded honestly. He was in desperate need of a slaughter point. Akainu, You should accompany Bai Ze this time, there's no need for a quick victory. Sengoku pondered for a moment and issued the order directly. He did not ask Bai Ze's motive for killing the 2 7 warlords of the sea, but chose to agree directly and help. Kill these 2 7 warlords of the sea to vent Marine's anger? Sengoku doesn't think Bai Ze would have such an idea, so Bai Ze probably has his own secret. And this secret may also be related to his rapid increase in strength. Sengoku didn't want to care about this kind of thing. To him, Bai Ze was his own man. It was enough for them to kill the pirates together. He didn't want to care about other things. With Sengoku's approval, Shirazawa and Akainu didn't hesitate at all and walked out of the conference room door and headed straight for the port. Uncle, don't you want to ask me why I was so eager to kill those 2 guys? Along the way, Bai Ze couldn't help but joke to Akainu, but Akainu didn't seem to care about it. He laughed and patted Bai Ze on the shoulder. What do you want to ask? When I recruited you to be a marine, I knew that your goal was the same as mine, to kill all the pirates in this world and bring true peace to this sea. So I won't ask about the process, I only look at the results. Akainu's words again moved Bai Ze a little. It feels really good to be completely trusted by someone. Advertisement, little guy, you are better than I thought. I seem to have seen the scenery of the sea in a few years. Akainu seemed to have thought of something and sneered. The 4 emperors will only serve as your foil. This era belongs to you and the Marines. Akainu, who was previously worried about the future situation, had completely disappeared when he met Bai Ze today and was replaced by absolute confidence. In his opinion, the alliance between the 4 emperors is just a group of clowns. This era does not belong to them. Akainu looked at Bai Ze with sharp eyes. Bai Ze, let me see your true strength. Okay. Bai Ze smiled, and his aura changed again, becoming completely sharp. The sword was waiting to be unsheathed. Soon the 2 arrived at the port, but the 2 did not take the same ship. According to Bai Ze, time was tight. The 2 needed to act separately, and Bai Ze went to the territory of Empress Hancock. Akainu's target is the island of Mahawk, the world's #1 swordsman. The 2 warships quickly left the port and disappeared into the distant sea horizon. Sengoku stood on a distant rooftop and watched the 2 of them set off. At this moment, his deeply frown slowly relaxed and he looked expectant. Sengoku muttered as he remembered Shirazawa's confident words. Kaido of the Beast's Head, I'm really looking forward to it. Daughter Island. The former territory of Empress Hancock, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. This island is also one of the most special islands in the world, just because. This island is full of women, without a single man. This single SX island is the first of its kind in the world. Not only that, this island also has many cruel rules regarding men. For example, you can't talk to men, you can't make friends with men, you can't. Anyway, all the rules and regulations revolve around one theme. Advertisement: anyone who approaches a man, will die. The reason why such a strange island has been able to survive until now is because of its ruler, Boa Hancock, the leader of the 9 Snakes Pirates. Her title of 7 Warlords of the Sea has avoided a lot of trouble. But things are different now. Empress Hancock has turned against Marine, so the Kingdom of Women seems a little depressed at the moment. Several women of different body shapes and appearances gathered together and whispered during their work breaks. Have you heard? Another group of Marines came to the port outside and were killed by Her Majesty the Empress. They're so unlucky. Of course, there are men among them. All men deserve to die. But, that's a Marine. Won't this cause big trouble? Ah. Her Majesty, why did you abandon your status as the 7 Warlords of the Sea? Someone spoke with concern, but was quickly interrupted with disdain. So what if it's Marine? Our ruler is Boa Hancock. Her Majesty the Queen is strong enough to protect us. Yes, that's right. Her Majesty is the most powerful, she is always right. Marine should die, men should die too. Most of the citizens of the Kingdom of Women are very devout to the rule of Empress Hancock. In their eyes, Empress Hancock is God. Everything she did was right, even asking them to kill Marine. Only a small number of women with their own thoughts were a little worried that the decision made by that woman would drag everyone in the Kingdom of Women into the abyss. After all, that woman was too arrogant, so arrogant that she looked down on everyone. But killing so many Marines might come at a price. If Empress Hancock heard this, she would definitely execute this woman. She didn't understand the concept of price. Because she is so beautiful, everyone should forgive her disrespect because of her beauty. If she kills someone, it proves that person deserves to be killed and she herself is innocent. Chapter 75. Everyone should forgive me because of my beauty. Now, Daughter Island symbolizes the imperial palace of the highest power. Empress Boa Hancock is having one of the happiest moments of the day, which is bathing. In the huge bathing pool, hot air carrying fragrance was rising up over a large area, making the entire bathroom misty and foggy, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Only the rustling sound of water and a lazy but slightly charming female voice could be heard faintly. I am indeed the most beautiful woman in the world, hee. A slender figure emerged from the water, and the water slowly flowed down the person's jade-white body. Hancock looked at his reflection in the water and gave a confident smile. Beautiful, so beautiful. Even she herself felt touched when she saw her own perfect face. I am so beautiful that I feel everything will be right, they should all forgive me. Hancock seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly raised the corner of his mouth and said something without a beginning or an end. At this moment, the door of the bathroom opened. Hancock turned around and saw two familiar figures walking towards her. They were huge in size, like a mighty man. But the two lumps of sediment on her chest proved her identity as a woman. They are none other than the high-ranking officers of the Nine Snakes Pirates, Boa, Sandersonia and Boa, Marigold. The two are not only high-ranking cadres of the Nine Snakes Pirates, but also sisters of Empress Hancock. What outsiders don't know is that the three of them escaped from the territory of celestial dragons. Their previous miserable identities were slaves. Therefore, the bond between the three is very deep, and they have become three sisters. Empress Hancock is the eldest sister, Boa, Sandersonia is the second sister, and the third sister is Boa, Marigold. What's wrong? Seeing that the expressions of the two people were not right, the Empress frowned and asked. The two sisters looked at each other, and finally the middle sister, Boa, Sandersonia, stepped forward and spoke. Your Majesty, I would like to ask what to do with the Marines captured a few days ago. Empress Hancock frowned slightly and thought for a while before she remembered this trivial matter which was insignificant to her. That is, the Marines sent another group of Marines a few days ago to test her bottom line. Counting the previous two groups, this is the third group. The Empress said a little angrily, I told those Marines not to approach my waters again, why didn't they listen? The Queen didn't understand. She thought her orders were natural. The deaths of the 7 warlords of the sea made her sense a different kind of crisis. The 7 warlords of the sea, which have protected Daughter Island for many years, seem to be unable to protect the island anymore, so the Queen decides to strike first. Divide the sea and rule it separately. I don't want to bother with the Marine anymore. Advertisement, but the Marine actually dared to step into her territory, so it was no wonder she did that. Twice in a row, she directly took action and almost wiped out the group of Marines, leaving only a small number as prisoners at sea. I thought First had given Marine enough face, but he actually came a third time. Yes, the Tsunere Empress always believed that it was Marine who was ungrateful, not her own problem. Kill all of his Marines along with them. The Empress spoke coldly, deciding the life and death of dozens of people in an instant. Kill them all? Boa, Sandersonia asked with an unpleasant expression. Will this cause dissatisfaction from the naval headquarters? What if they send troops to attack us? Boa, before Sandersonia could finish her words, she felt a cold gaze staring at her. Empress Hancock stood up from the bathtub, leaving her uncovered body exposed to the air. Are you questioning my decision? The Empress's words were full of indifference, as if the person standing in front of her was not her sister, but a stranger. This is the Empress, Boa Hancock, a woman who is proud to the core. No one can oppose her decision because she is the absolute center. No, no, Boa, Sandersonia lowered her head tightly, for fear of making this good sister angry again. And sure enough, after not being rejected, Boa Hancock smiled again, completely losing his murderous intent. That's right, my decision won't be wrong, even if it is wrong. Empress Hancock paused and then struck her special pose, tilting her head back. So much so that she was looking at people through her nostrils, then she pointed with her right hand and spoke confidently. Because I am so beautiful, they will definitely forgive me. The two sisters looked at each other as they watched this scene, and thought that they shouldn't think too much about it, they couldn't influence their captain's decision anyway. Besides, the two of them actually have a little hidden pride and think that Marine is just so let's kill him. What can they do to themselves? Soon the two sisters issued the Empress order, and more than a dozen female crew members of the Nine Snakes Pirates were immediately excited when they heard it. The Empress is their belief, and they are so happy to help her. Soon a group of people came to the cell where the Marines were held. In the dark and cold cell, the leading Marine Rear Admiral Bai Ze felt something was wrong when he saw the group of women coming in with laughter. Advertisement, what are you going to do? He was answered with a cold laugh, and several busty women immediately put their knives to his face. The cold touch made the latter's face even uglier. Of course I'm going to kill you Marines. It's your fault for making His Majesty angry. The leading woman laughed loudly, wanting to see these ugly men show their ugly faces because of death, especially the kind of begging for mercy. To her, men deserve to die, and male Marines deserve to die even more. But what he didn't expect was that Bai Ze didn't show any fear of the impending death. He just looked at the group of pirates coldly and sneered. Let me beg for mercy first, you ugly pirates are worthy of it? Bah! Bai Ze spat a mouthful of water directly on the woman's face. He was not a fool. There was no need for him to beg for mercy meaninglessly as he was going to die today. It's better to maintain the dignity of Marine before dying. Take away. The woman wiped her saliva and sneered. She wanted to make these Marines die in pain. Swish. Clank. Soon the dark and cold cell was empty. Dozens of seriously injured Marines were tied up in a row and dragged away by the women as if they were being paraded through the streets. Their target is the seaside, where it would be easier to deal with the bodies. Some girls on the street who had just joined the Kingdom of Daughters were looking at this scene and muttering to themselves in disbelief. Why did they want to kill Uncle Marine? Isn't Marine a good person? In the little girl's perception, Marine represents justice. But just as she said this, a loud slap rang out beside her ear. She covered her face in disbelief and turned her head to look. A crew member of the Nine Snakes Pirates put a long knife to her face with a cold face. Your Majesty is the righteous one. This is a land of women. There are no Marines here, only pirates. Then, under the shocked gaze of the little girl, the female crew member raised her long knife fiercely, and then brought it down swiftly. Snap. The little girl's arm fell off, blood spurted out, and the tragic wail echoed throughout the street. The surrounding citizens of the Kingdom of Daughters watched this in a numb manner. No one tried to stop it and no one felt sorry for the little girl. Because Her Majesty the Empress is watching everything here. Although I am a citizen of the Kingdom of Daughters and am imprisoned on this small island, as long as I can survive, it's enough. Even if it's an ignorant life. Chapter 76 Bai Ze's Arrival, Slaughter and Being Slaughtered. On the coastline of Daughter Island, the setting sun hangs beautifully in the sky, the warm sea breeze gently blows on the coast, and the whole coast looks quiet and beautiful. But with the rows of kneeling figures and the bloody broken limbs all around, it starts to look a bit weird. Kill. The leading crew member of the Nine Snakes Pirates shouted softly, and the next moment, the other members who had been prepared immediately swung their butcher knives. Laugh. Blood flew everywhere, and a good head fell to the ground. The young Marine's face was full of resentment until his death. The teeth of the other Marines who were still forced to kneel were about to break. Their eyes were half filled with anger and half with despair. It was outrageous that they were Marines but were executed by pirates. If they had known this, they should have died in battle. Bai Ze, who was originally sent to release Marine's goodwill with Empress Hancock, watched all this with lifeless eyes, watching his comrades fall down one after another. He is actually a conservative Marine. He believes that the current Marines should not go to war with pirates at will. He also believes that some pirates do not deserve to die. Maybe they have some unspeakable secrets. Yes, Bai Ze was still a little naive at that time. With the support of conservative military leaders and his own talent, he was promoted to the position of Marine Rear Admiral easily, and he hardly experienced any major wars. His understanding of pirates is still limited to some ordinary sea robbers and robbers. It was not until he met the extremely proud female emperor during this period that he realized what lawlessness meant. The latter killed half of their comrades without saying a word to them. I was also captured by the other party. Bai Ze smiled sadly at his current situation. Damn it, if he was given another chance, he would never show mercy to the pirates again. The female crew member of the Nine Snakes Pirates, who was in the lead, laughed disdainfully when she saw Bai Ze's defiant look. Why, you don't accept it, Marine? She shook her head and slapped his cheek with the big knife again. This is the fate of angering our queen. Dozens of Marines had been slaughtered more than half, and at this moment the woman raised her hand slightly. The speed of execution increased again. I believe it will be Bai Ze's turn soon. Feeling death approaching, Bai Ze looked at the woman and shouted. Advertisement, damn pirates. You'd better not let Lousy have an afterlife, otherwise Lousy will definitely slaughter all of you damn pirates. Must. Bai Ze roared at the hyenas like a dying lion, but the woman who had followed the Empress for a long time, and thought deeply about the impact of this just sneered. Then he raised his sword and slashed at Bai Ze's neck. The speed is as fast as lightning, bringing gusts of breaking wind sounds. Bai Ze closed his eyes resignedly, hoping for death in his heart, but he didn't feel that kind of pain for a long time. Moreover, the originally noisy coastline was now extremely quiet, as if it was just a precursor to the coming of great terror. Am I dead? Bai Ze opened his eyes with confusion on his face, and then he saw a figure in front of him. The figure was not tall and a little thin. A long sword was slung across the man's waist, adding a unique aura to him. The large marine justice uniform on the figure was blown by the sea breeze and hit his face. You said you wanted to kill all the pirates, does that still mean anything? A somewhat childish and cold voice came from a strange figure. Bai Ze was a little puzzled. The owner of this voice sounded as if he was not very old. But Bai Ze quickly shook off his chaotic thoughts and nodded his head. For the record, I have only one goal in the future, and that is to kill all the pirates in the world. Bai Ze said loudly, and the man nodded Kaido, seemingly satisfied with what he said. Okay. Then remember what you said today. The man turned around and revealed a mask, half crying and half smiling, which was extremely weird. White Demon Vice Admiral. Looking at this familiar mask, Bai Ze exclaimed that he was very familiar with this mask. He was the most powerful man in the Marine in recent times, although he was young. He killed 7 warlords of the sea within 3 months. Advertisement and became the youngest Marine Vice Admiral. Bai Ze's bloodshot pupil spoke to Bai Ze, kill these pirates. Cut off their heads and bury them with our dead comrades. Bai Ze looked around in surprise, and saw that the coastal scene at this moment was a bit weird. More than a dozen female crew members of the Nine Snakes Pirates have all been controlled at this moment. Thick trees emerged from the ground and coiled around all of them. Wood-style ninjutsu. Bai Ze saw all this on the sea several miles away, and immediately used Kamui to speed up and rushed here. After hearing the words of the Marine Rear Admiral, then he controlled everyone with a wood style. Good. At this moment, Bai Ze, who had escaped death, was surrounded by anger. He picked up the big knife beside him and walked towards the women. At this moment, all the members of the Nine Snakes Pirates were looking at him with horror. Don't. He wanted to beg for mercy but it was too late. Bai Ze raised his sword without hesitation and chopped him down. Snap. 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 One after another, heads rolled to the ground with unwilling looks on their faces, and the blood dyed the area red. Not only that, Bai Ze seemed to be killing madly. Not only did they chop off their heads, but they also chopped off their surroundings, leaving them to howl in despair. After 10 minutes of processing, all the people were dead. With bloodshot eyes, Bai Ze turned to look at the young man. only to see the latter with his arms folded across his chest, seemingly not taking this hellish scene seriously at all. Tisk, tisk. Finally the boy moved. He turned around and walked straight inside. White Mage Vice Admiral, what are you going to do? Bai Ze answered without even turning his head. There are too few heads to commemorate them. I'll go add some more. Chapter 77. The Empress Hancock's defense is broken. Seeing Marine being slaughtered like pigs and dogs by the pirates with his own eyes, it felt like Bai Ze was back to the past. His own village was also like that at that time. At that time, the people in the village were kneeling on the ground in rows, waiting for death to come in despair. It's just that the village was even more unfortunate at that time, and not even a savior appeared, so more than half of the villagers died that day. The killers today are still those damn pirates, but the killed are indeed Marines. It's a bit ridiculous and a bit destined. Bai Ze walked while looking at the boundless sky with a bit of sigh. When that group of pirates slaughtered the Marine just now, he was actually a little angry. Did he know why? This means that Marine's efforts over the past period of time have finally smoothed over his resentment towards Marine, and now Bai Ze has finally established a bond with Marine. He, Bai Ze, is already a real Marine. His comrades were killed. How could Bai Ze not be angry? Of course, another reason is the oath sworn by the Rear Admiral to kill all the pirates in the world. The same thing he said at the beginning. Uncle Akainu, Marshal Sengoku, Grandpa Garp, Aokiji. Oh, and that lazy Kizaru. Bai Ze whispered the names of the people who had given him great help over the past few months. Although Bai Ze knew that this was partly due to the privileges given to him by Sengoku and the overall tilt of Marine educational resources. But the majority of the reason was due to people like Kizaru Aokiji who regarded Bai Ze as the future hope of Marine, and taught him with all their might. Bai Ze is not a fool, nor is he the kind of ungrateful person. He will repay all these favors one by one, so. Bai Ze narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the crew members of the Nine Snakes pirates who were coming one after another. The noise just now was quite loud, and it had attracted them all. This damn Marine actually dared to kill our people. Let's go together, sisters. Kill this Marine and avenge our sisters. Kill. Kill. A group of women rushed towards Bai Ze holding various weapons. Bai Ze saw this scene and shook his head slightly, then spoke meaningfully. Repaying a favor. Starts from now. Bai Ze put his hands together and quickly began to make seals. Bai Ze then shouted softly. Wood style. The girls looked at Bai Ze making seals with his hands in confusion. Having never seen ninjutsu before, they thought Bai Ze was going crazy. What's the point of all this dancing? Advertisement. But, the next moment, several green sprouts appeared on the ground, and then grew wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, in front of the women's shocked gazes, they were tied up. And these trees seemed to be alive as Bai Ze raised his hand. The buds at the top of the tree pierced directly into their heads like sharp thorns, taking away their lives in an instant. Rows of female corpses were hanging on the trees. It was like hell on earth. The familiar sound of the kill announcement soon rang in Bai Ze's mind. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a pirates with a bounty of 5 million Baileys, and you will be rewarded with 5 killing points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a pirates with a bounty of 8 million Baileys, and the reward is 8 killing points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host. Close hollow lens bracket. Bai Ze continued walking forward with a cold face and without saying a word, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. The Nine Snakes pirates, who came from afar, looked at this horrifying scene with their lips trembling. There is a big question in their minds, which is this guy really a Marine? He seems even more cruel than the pirates. And is Marine's revenge finally coming? Except for the Empress, most of the crew members of the Nine Snakes pirates are normal people. They know that Marine's revenge will come sooner or later. I just didn't expect it would be today. But despite their fear, they still rushed forward one after another. Because the Nine Snakes pirates have never been a good group. If the Empress knew that they dared to run, they would most likely die, and their relatives and friends might even be implicated. Rather than this, it's better to just die like this. Kill. A group of crew members from the Nine Snakes pirates rushed towards Bai Ze, and then, just like before, their bodies were hung on the trees, drifting in the wind. Bai Ze just kept killing while walking towards the palace. Even when they reached the town, the Empress still hadn't appeared, and not even a single senior official had taken action, which made Bai Ze a little confused. Is this Boa Hancock not here? Or does she not know that she is killing people? Inside the palace of the Kingdom of Women at this moment. Contrary to Bai Ze's expectations, the Empress was inside the palace, but at that moment she was still immersed in the joy of taking a bath. Advertisement once in the morning, once in the afternoon. At the moment, she is taking an afternoon bath. She needs to take good care of her beautiful body. Your Majesty, a Marine has killed many of our sisters and is really heading our way. That Marine seems very powerful. The Empress' two sisters, Boa, Sandersonia and Boa, Marigold are reporting to the Empress, and are also hinting that the other party should act quickly. But the Empress didn't seem to stop, still lying in the bathtub, admiring her beautiful body. Some female crew members died, so what? How could their lives be more important than what I have to do now? The Empress, who was a slave before, had already become extremely cold-hearted. To her, she is the most important. Other people's affairs, including their lives, are not even 1/10,000th as important as hers. She is just a marine who came for revenge. After I finish taking a shower, I will get rid of the other person and turn him into an eternal stone sculpture. Boa, Sandersonia, Boa, and Marigold looked at each other and gave up the idea of persuading them, and the two pushed the door open and walked out. Decided to deal with the ill-intentioned marine by myself. Soon, the huge bathroom returned to silence, with only the rustling sound of Empress Boa Hancock playing with water as she strolled in the bathtub. With a beautiful face and a sexy body, she is like the most perfect work of art in the world. She is the most beautiful woman in the world, Boa Hancock. I am truly so beautiful. Ha ha ha. Boa Hancock laughed out loud and kept laughing for several minutes. When she felt that she was almost done washing, she finally decided to deal with that damn marine. Revenge on her, Boa Hancock. Why? How could Marine harbor resentment against her, no matter how beautiful she was? The Empress chuckled twice and was about to turn around to put on her clothes, but halfway through her turn, her eyes froze. I saw a young man in a Marine Justice uniform standing by the bathtub without knowing when, under the strange mask, only a pair of blood-red eyes were revealed, emitting a heart-pounding light. What was most terrifying was that there were two human heads under the boy's feet. Two female heads, one with green hair like a waterfall, and the other with orange hair. Their hair looked strange, like little snakes. And the two women's faces were full of reluctance and confusion, as if they were wondering about something before they died. The two of them are none other than Boa Hancock's two sisters, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold. They had only been out for a few minutes, but now their heads and bodies were separated. The Empress stared at the heads of the two sisters in shock for a long while, then a cold murderous intent instantly spread around. Marine. The Empress let out a shrill roar. Chapter 78 Bai Ze. You are worthy? Marine. The Empress was so furious at this moment that she didn't care that she was still in a ketosis body and kicked out directly to attack Bai Ze. But how could an attack of this magnitude be effective against Bai Ze? Bai Ze didn't even move and directly used hollow, making the opponent's attack ineffective. But it was inevitable to see a glimpse of spring, but Bai Ze's expression did not change at all. But the Empress seemed to have expected this. After her kick in the air, she had already reached the gate. She grabbed the clothes next to her with her right hand and rolled them up. She covered up the beautiful spring scenery again, because the mark on her back must not be exposed. Damn Marine. Where are my crew members? The Empress, feeling something was wrong, questioned Bai Ze, but the answer she got was naturally. Bai Ze raised his eyebrows, pointed at the two heads on the ground and spoke. You're dead just like these two guys. You're the last of the 9 snake pirates. For Bai Ze at this moment, it is really not easy to kill any member of the 9 snakes pirates except the Empress. It's almost like killing a chicken. Even the two Empresses Hancock paused in their sisters, Boa, Sandersonia and Boa, Marigold, the two fighters with bounties of tens of millions, were not able to survive a single move at the hands of Bai Ze. Bai Ze teleported in front of them, and when the opponent used the power of the devil fruit, he cut them down with one sword. Bai Ze still remembers how surprised the people's eyes were just now. They had been imprisoned on this island. The members of the 9 snakes pirates were their heaven, not to mention that they were the strongest fighters of the 9 snakes pirates. They were so powerful, but were killed so easily by Bai Ze. It made some of the beliefs in their hearts shattered. Whoosh! Hearing this, Empress Hancock's pupils trembled in shock, and her violent panting showed her unrest at the moment. She stared at Bai Ze with her beautiful eyes and spoke with a puzzled look on her face. You actually killed so many of my people? Why? Bai Ze found it funny when he heard this. You killed so many of my marines, now it's only natural for me to kill you. But I am so beautiful, shouldn't you forgive my mistakes? Advertisement Empress Hancock asked back directly, with a look of great confusion on her face, as if Bai Ze had done something wrong. Hearing such a heaven-defying speech, Bai Ze took a deep look at this woman who was said to be the most beautiful in the world. She was really more arrogant and ridiculous than Bai Ze had imagined. As a time traveler, Bai Ze had a deep impression of the Empress Hancock. A few years later, she fell deeply in love with Luffy for some reason. It sounds like a beautiful love story. But in fact, this woman doesn't treat anyone else as a human being except Luffy. Bai Ze looked at the Empress with a sarcastic expression and said, Your beauty is as dirty and smelly as dog shit in my eyes. Rubbish. Just one sentence brought the Empress's anger to a new level. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Ultimate's murderous intent burst out along with her conqueror's haki. He directly crushed Bai Ze. This marine will die today. This is what the Empress is thinking now, but obviously she is overthinking it. Bai Ze just stomped his feet lightly, and his extremely domineering conqueror's haki burst out immediately along with black thunder. It directly forced the Empress Conqueror's haki back, and even pressed it in the opposite direction. The Empress's Conqueror's haki was pitifully weak in front of Bai Ze. After all, Bai Ze's Conqueror's haki can compete with pervert haki masters like Shanks. Hateful. Seeing this, the Queen's face turned ugly. This marine was more difficult to deal with than she had imagined, if that was the case. The corners of the Empress' mouth slightly raised to reveal a charming smile, and then her pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes emitting a strange light shot directly towards Bai Ze. In an instant, rows of heart-shaped lights suddenly appeared and pointed directly at Bai Ze. This is one of the Empress's biggest trump cards, the sweet fruit. She can turn her abilities into arrows and shoot them out. Anyone hit by the arrow will be petrified if they have the slightest crush on her. Even cannonballs are not immune, even if they are dead objects. It's because the Empress is so beautiful that she looks fake. Her appearance combined with the ability of this fruit makes her look like a bug. Advertisement. The Empress confidently watched her love attack Bai Ze, but the imagined petrification did not happen. How is this possible? How could he not be attracted to me at all? The Empress didn't believe it and launched many love attacks again, but the result was the same. Bai Ze was not affected at all. A pair of blood-red pupils without any emotion stared at her. Being attracted to the Empress. Maybe it's inevitable for a man, after all, desire is human instinct, but Bai Ze is different. Bai Ze, who had been unfortunate all his life in his previous life, traveled to this get up world. In addition to gaining the family love he had always dreamed of, he also met love. The love that Bai Ze has for him is with a little girl who is the same age as Bai Ze. Her name is Xiaolan. A sweet smile is always on the face of this lovely and strong little girl. She is one of the few orphans in the village without parents because her parents died while going to sea. The little girl, like Bai Ze, grew up eating at many people's homes, but unlike others, so many setbacks did not affect the little girl's innocence and kindness. She often brought wild fruits she picked to share with Bai Ze, and spoke to the sad-looking Bai Ze with a smile. Brother Bai Ze, you should smile more. Isn't this world a beautiful place? Look at how beautiful the trees and flowers are, and how kind the people in the village are. The little girl is very capable of discovering the beauty and kindness of this world, and gradually she infects Bai Ze, making him also have high expectations for this world. But the arrival of that day ruined everything. Bai Ze clearly remembered the little girl who called him Brother Bai Ze every day and rushed over to help him block the fatal knife from the pirates. Then he lay in his arms, caressing his tears, still smiling. Brother Bai Ze, why are you crying again? Didn't we agree to smile more? But the girl who said she wanted to smile more started crying, with big tears streaming down her face. She spoke hoarsely. Brother Bai Ze, I really can't bear to leave you. Can you marry me in the next life? The girl just kept repeating this sentence and then closed her eyes forever. Is this love? Bai Ze himself is not sure. But Bai Ze knows that after the little girl died, no one will ever enter his heart again. Bai Ze looked at the beautiful Empress in front of him with indifference. His eyes seemed to be saying, are you worthy? Chapter 79. The Death of Empress Boa Hancock? Are you worthy? Bai Ze smiled sarcastically. After the girl died, Bai Ze would never be attracted to a woman again in his life. The Conqueror's Hokage, with its boundless murderous intent mixed with brutality, crushed the Empress. Her hair flew everywhere, and she was no longer as calm as before. How could this be possible? The Empress was really panicked this time. It was ridiculous that there was actually someone in this world who was not affected by her beauty. The confidence she had accumulated over the years was torn to pieces by Bai Ze this time. But what made the Empress even more desperate was yet to come. Bai Ze tiptoed towards her face. He was about to launch a real attack. The magic sword Devil's Cry, which was wrapped with Conqueror's Hokage, slashed down with huge power. Seeing this, the Empress, who was unable to dodge, also used one of her signature skills. Her exaggerated long legs carried a huge force and went straight forward. Big perfume femur. The huge sonic boom produced by the collision between the two resounded through the sky, and the citizens of the entire kingdom of women turned their heads to look over here. What happened? Was it that Marine who made the noise? Impossible. How could that Marine possibly reach the Imperial Palace? Our Empress is right there. Some people shook their heads in disbelief, not daring to imagine what was to come, but some young women were struggling with their thoughts. For those who have been imprisoned on Daughter Island, they don't really want to see the outside world, even though their lives can be guaranteed to be safe in this small place. But they want freedom more. Man, what exactly is this magical creature that many people talk about? But no matter how they thought about it, they had to face reality. The next moment, that was the place where the highest power in the Kingdom of Women was located. The towering palace collapsed. A figure broke through the roof and rushed up, and it seemed that he was knocked away. Yes, it's Her Majesty the Empress. People with good eyesight saw the figure being knocked away and their faces suddenly changed and they exclaimed. Their queen was beaten so badly, how is it possible? But that was the fact. At this moment, the Empress flew backwards with blood oozing from the corner of her mouth, and her eyes were full of anger. Damn Marine. How dare you do this to me? This was the first time that the Empress had seen a guy like Bai Ze. It seemed that he didn't treat her as a woman at all. He even fought her in hand-to-hand combat just now. But close combat is not her strong point, and that D Marine's Conqueror's Hokage is too strong. Close combat gives the opponent a great advantage, and she is no match for him at all. After dozens of rounds, Bai Ze kicked him in the abdomen and sent him flying. Conqueror's Hokage was crushed. The ability of the sweet fruit was ineffective against the opponent, and physical skills were also suppressed. The arrogant Empress couldn't help but feel a little desperate at this moment. This Marine has almost no shortcomings, it's a pervert. But she had no regrets about her decision to kill those Marines. After finally landing on a roof somewhere, the Empress wiped the corner of her mouth and muttered to herself with a bit of indignation. Those Marines broke my rules, they deserved to die. Advertisement, how can I be wrong about how beautiful I am? I will never be wrong. She, the pirate's queen Boa Hancock, will never admit her mistakes in this life, even if it means death. This was the oath she swore after escaping from those miserable days of slavery. I don't care whether you are right or wrong, I just want you to die here today. Bai Ze walked out of the Kamui space behind the Empress and spoke coldly. Tsunere. What does Bai Ze have to do with it? Today, he only wants to kill the Empress and seize the killing point, as well as to avenge those innocent Marines who died. The Empress wanted something else, but Bai Ze didn't tolerate him at all and drew his sword to fight him again. Bang. 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 The Empress tried her best to resist, but how could she, who was already seriously injured, not be able to defeat Bai Ze? Soon, another big flaw was revealed. Bai Ze swung and chopped wherever he went. Even though the Empress used armament hockey to protect herself, a big gash was still left on her. And the whole person was cut down by Bai Ze with one blow, and this time he fell directly on the street. Bang. The group of citizens of the Kingdom of Daughters who were watching the battle immediately scattered like birds and fled. They ran a long way before they dared to look back, and the scene they saw at this moment absolutely shocked everyone's eyes. Their queen was lying on the ground in a mess, and that Marine boy stepped on her. All her pride and beauty were gone at this moment. The Empress wanted to get up, but Bai Ze stepped on her again. Bang. The entire ground instantly cracked like a spider web, spreading out in all directions. The Empress spat out a mouthful of blood. She wanted to say something else, but she couldn't. Trample. Trample. However, the sound of heavy footsteps coming in front of her made her look up again, and saw that the Marine Rear Admiral who was casually subdued by him a few days ago had come to her sight. Different from the panic of the man a few days ago, the expression he showed when he looked at himself at this moment was not filled with fear at all but full of disdain, sarcasm and of course hatred. The Empress looked at the other party with a bit of resentment. She wanted to say, "This powerful Marine boy can look at her like this, but how dare you, are you worthy of it? Sir White Mage Vice Admiral. I have already dealt with the bodies of the comrades who just died, and the remaining brothers have also boarded the ship." Bai Ze ignored the Empress's angry eyes and continued reporting to the young man in front of him, as if the Empress's existence meant nothing to him. "Oh, are you ready? In that case." Bai Ze nodded and said in a very calm tone. "Then let's go." Then he raised the knife with an expressionless face, and the knife came down without any hesitation. Snap. All of a sudden, the confused Empress felt a chill on her neck, and then, nothing happened. Advertisement: a beautiful head just rolled to the ground. The most beautiful woman in the pirates' world died at this moment. Her death was so casual. And killing him seemed just like killing an ordinary person. A group of citizens from the Kingdom of Women watched all this with dazed eyes. Open HoloLens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 80 million Baileys. You will be rewarded with 80 killing points. Close HoloLens bracket. Current killing point. 1030. Bai Ze listened to the system's broadcast in his mind with an expressionless face, and only smiled when he realized that the killing point had exceeded 1000. Because this means Bai Ze can choose any forbidden ninjutsu to exchange. 1000 massacre points can be exchanged for any existing ninjutsu. After all, the massacre points required for the last extra reward exchange have been halved. But which one should I exchange? Bai Ze narrowed his eyes slightly and hesitated for a moment. It could be the Impure World Reincarnation, which is a pervert, the Flying Thunder God technique, which is suitable for assassination, or the large-scale lethal ninjutsu Planetary Devastation. Of course there is also the resurrection skill Rinne Tensai. White Mage Vice Admiral? Can we go back to Naval Headquarters to report? At this time, Bai Ze, who had been in a daze after seeing Bai Ze killing the Empress, spoke up. This White Demon Vice Admiral is such a weird guy. Killing this Empress Hancock feels like killing a chicken. She is so mysterious. In Bai Ze's heart, the young Marine Vice Admiral Bai Ze has been placed on the same level as Marine bosses like Sengoku, Garp and Akainu. Go back. Bai Ze's voice interrupted Bai Ze's thoughts. Bai Ze came back to his senses and asked with a puzzled look on his face. What are you going back for? Bai Ze laughed dryly. After killing Empress Hancock, don't you want to report back to Naval Headquarters? Killing Empress Hancock was a great achievement, but Bai Ze did not see any joy on the face of the young man in front of him, only taking it for granted. Bai Ze waved his hand and issued an order directly. Send a few people to take over here, and the rest of you accompany me to Sharingan Island. When he heard the name of this island, Bai Ze's scalp tingled. That was the territory of the world's #1 swordsman, Hokage Mihawk. So he wants to. Bai Ze's expression was excited. Since he was going to hunt down pirates of Mihawk's level, how could he miss it? He immediately took a shot. Yes. He swore to kill all the pirates in the world, but now he no longer had any respect for those legendary pirates. It was just death, wasn't it? For him, he had already died once, so whatever he did now was a gain. And Bai Ze took a look at the young man in front of him. For some reason, he felt that this young man was invincible, no matter who he faced. Bai Ze stepped forward with a hint of excitement in his eyes. If you are short of killing points, then just kill Mihawk the Hokage. Chapter 80: Akainu vs Hokage Mihawk, Sharingan Island. The territory of Hokage Mihawk, one of the former 7 warlords of the sea, this seemingly ordinary island deep in the second half of the Grand Line has become a restricted area for many forces because of one person. This is because the owner of this island is Mihawk the Hokage, who is known as the best swordsman in the world. His title of the best swordsman in the world is not self-proclaimed, but is earned through countless battles involving blood and life. Ever since he became famous, he has become the absolute benchmark for countless sword wielders. As long as you defeat him, you will definitely become one of the most powerful people in the world. But obviously no one has been able to do it over the years. This means that no one can fathom his true strength. But today, the arrival of an uninvited guest made this mysterious man stand up from the throne of the castle with a serious expression. Maybe today is the toughest battle in his life. Mihawk the Eagle Eye stepped out of the castle and looked at the newcomer in the night. He drew out his sword, one of the supreme swords. Black knife, knight. Armament Haki instantly covered the blade, a sign of his respect for the man in front of him. Akainu, what brings you to my territory? For, kill you. Akainu answered concisely with his hands behind his back. Mihawk, the eagle-eyed man, remained silent because he knew why the other party came to kill him. Of course, it was because she casually killed a few marine warships that were coming to his territory some time ago. He almost forgot about this little thing. But he just did it casually. After hearing that 7 warlords of the sea were killed by the marine in succession that day, Mihawk knew that his identity as the 7th warlord of the sea would be invalidated. In that case, he didn't care anymore. And it would be perfect if Marine wanted to take revenge. After all, he hadn't had a satisfying fight in a long time. The opponent in front of me seems just right, advertisement. Then let's fight. I also want to see how strong you are, who is known as the Marine's top fighter. Mihawk the Hawkeye spoke with high fighting spirit, and Akainu in front of him also chuckled. How strong? Strong enough to kill you. Akainu is also a warmonger, otherwise he would not have discussed with Bai Ze to let him fight Hawkeye Mihawk first. As for the Empress, Akainu thought that the Empress Hancock was also a tough one, and that the little guy Bai Ze would have a hard time fighting him. After he finished dealing with her, he would definitely rush over to taunt her. Oh no. I would support that little guy. Akainu felt excited when he thought of this scene. This little guy Bai Ze was getting stronger so quickly, he could hardly help him. Let's fight. After he finished speaking, the eyes of Mihawk and Akainu became sharp almost at the same time. Buzz. The battle between the strong men broke out in just a moment. Mihawk, the Eagle Eye, drew his sword and slashed immediately. In an instant, an extremely huge blade light attacked Akainu. As fast as lightning, but Akainu just punched out without changing his expression, and the hot lava wrapped around his fist and shattered it instantly. Bang! The huge sonic boom resounded throughout the entire Cry-Con Island. One strike determines the winner, however, the expressions of both of them showed that they felt the other was difficult to deal with at the moment of collision, and it might take a long time to determine the winner of this battle. Advertisement Akainu and Mihawk fought without hesitation, and the whole island was shaking. Compared to the grand battle between top warriors like Mihawk and Akainu, the battle between Marine brought by Akainu and the baboons on Mihawk's island whom he taught a little swordsmanship seems a bit childish. FK. How can these baboons use swords? How is this possible? Damn, he can even use a knife. Wait, what's that thing the biggest baboon is carrying? Why does it look so familiar? Dozens of Marine soldiers were almost dumbfounded when they saw hundreds of baboons holding various weapons walking towards them. This world is really absurd, even baboons can wield swords. They are just beasts who can wield a sword a little bit, there is no need to panic, let me take care of them. At that moment, a young Marine Rear Admiral wearing a Marine Justice cloak rushed towards the group of baboons. But after just a few encounters, he was beaten back by the baboon carrying a big knife on his back. The scene was very embarrassing. Everyone stared at each other, and finally the young Marine Rear Admiral took the lead and shouted again. Let's go together, let's just start a group fight. Just like that, a chaotic battle on one side and a solitary battle on the other side broke out on Cry-Con Island. From day to night, and from night to day, the Sea Kings and other creatures in the surrounding seas all retreated, fearing that they would be affected. Chapter 81 Pirates Raid. While Akainu and Mihawk are fighting fiercely, other places in New World are also in turmoil. In the middle of New World, on a small island where the Marine forces and the 4 Emperors' forces meet. The soldiers of the Marine branch stationed here have been doing the same thing for decades, which is patrolling around the island. This is the main job of marginal Marines like them. After all, the Marine is still the absolute king of this ocean. Under normal circumstances, no one would actively attack the Marine. On the island coastline at this moment, several Marine soldiers are walking. Oh, it's so boring. I'm tired of seeing every place on this island. When will it end? One of the Marines, who looked a bit bloated and was wearing an old Marine uniform, complained. I'm tired of seeing it. I'm tired of seeing this little island of lousy. When can I go to the naval headquarters, or go somewhere else? Boring, boring. His words also aroused complaints from the other people. After all, the lack of achievements on this small island over the years had already wiped out their earlier ambitions. But the Marine in the lead, who had a stern face, interrupted with a cough. Okay. Stop talking and work hard. Sooner or later, you'll have the chance to go to naval headquarters or get promoted. In order to change the subject, the Marine officer continued. And the New World has been even more unstable recently. 4 Emperors Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have formed an alliance recently. Who knows, they might go to war with our Marines someday. Everyone, please be careful. The Marine officer said this, but it was obvious that the others didn't care at all, as they were hearing these words against their will. They continued to tease the Marine and complain. But as they were talking, they all stopped tacitly. Look. What is that? Is it a ship? A marine with good eyesight pointed at a black dot on the distant coast and spoke. That shouldn't be the case. If it is, it should be our marine's warship. How could the pirates come here? Let's go over and take a look first. Finally, it was the leading marine officer who made up the decision, and their team immediately rushed over without stopping. When they got closer and saw the huge ship. Advertisement, several people were stunned for a moment, because this was actually a pirate's ship. A striking pirate's ship flag caught the eyes of several people, and they were dazed, because the flag of the pirate's ship belonged to the beast's pirates. Now, the pirates with vicious faces slashed at them with swords in their hands, and they looked excited. Hey, I ran into a group of marines as soon as I landed on the island. Lousy is really lucky. Don't fight with me. These people are mine. Get lost. Whoever kills him owns it, then let's see who's faster. Seeing a group of pirates attacking, these marines who were inexperienced in fighting instantly became a mess. Quickly notify headquarters, there is an enemy attack. Several people ran away without any hesitation, but the marine officer in the lead was quite tough. He drew his sword and faced the enemy directly. He wants to buy some time for his teammates, but he was obviously overthinking it. A huge figure suddenly appeared from the pirate's ship and smashed towards him with a sledgehammer in his hand. Bang! Blood spurted out. It was so tragic. The sledgehammer smashed him into a meat pie without any hindrance. Blue Ogre, one of the top 10 beasts pirates, spat and said. Hurry up. Don't let those guys take all the credit. Yes. Everyone responded and killed the fleeing marine soldiers at an extremely fast speed. Blue Ogre squinted his eyes and looked behind him, only to see several similar pirate ships approaching this side on the distant sea. Blue Ogre licked the corner of his scarlet mouth, and looked towards the marine branch far away, his eyes full of bloodthirstiness. Similar situations to this marginal island occurred several times on that day. Pirates attacked marine. Their attack seemed to be premeditated, and it was particularly sudden. They barely gave the marine a chance to react, and after killing the marine stationed on the island, they immediately retreated, leaving the marine's support in vain. By the time the bad news got back to naval headquarters, it was already the next day. At this moment, in the marshal's office at naval headquarters Marineford. Advertisement. The messenger stood still. The poor Sengoku looked at another bad news of the day with a grim expression. The marine branch was attacked by the beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates. Although the casualties were not heavy, it was a bit like a test from the other side. But this also confirms one piece of information, that the alliance of beasts pirates and Big Mom pirates is really going to go to war with marine. Why? Sengoku frowned and sighed. What a mess. The things with Bai Ze and Akainu are not over yet, and here comes another one. Sengoku is really a bit annoyed. The opponent is so arrogant that he is about to hit his face with damage, and he also wants to start a fight directly at this moment. But considering that he is not ready now, he gave up. The four emperors formed an alliance, and the current marine could still destroy them. But the question was whether the other four emperors would intervene. If the four emperors all declared war on the marine, and if these guys responded in the New World and even in the remote four seas, marine may not win, unless... Sengoku narrowed his eyes and thought of other forces. The world government is not just about the marines. The air force and army are also strong. But the three of them usually keep to themselves. Sengoku couldn't draw his attention to his opponent, so he had to rely on himself. Bai Ze. Sengoku thought of Bai Ze, the magical little guy, again. Maybe he will really have a solution when he comes back this time. Thinking of this, Sengoku suddenly became confident. Marshal Sengoku. What should we do this time? Should we keep quiet? The messenger looked at Sengoku's face, spoke hesitantly, and spoke in a cowardly tone as soon as he opened his mouth. This is also the current tradition of the Marine Admiral. They don't dare to fight, they try to make big things small and small things disappear. They are so cowardly. This is not the will of one person but the portrayal of most Marines. But this time the messenger obviously miscalculated, as Sengoku leaned back with an arrogant attitude. Calm down. The matter? Sengoku sneered, patted the table and stood up. That's all in the past. If those pirates dare to attack our marines now, they will have to pay a heavy price. Notify the nearest Kizaru stationed in the border area and have him go to the territories of the beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates. We have to kill as many people as they kill us. You want to fight? Come on. Chapter 82. Kizaru's raid and encounter? Kizaru on the other side quickly received orders from Sengoku. When Kizaru saw that he was asked to do such a thankless task, he was a little unhappy. With the attitude of getting rid of it if possible, he directly told Sengoku to let Aokiji go. That guy has more free time than him. But Sengoku, who knew Kizaru, only said one sentence and made him agree. After the matter is done, I'll give you a vacation. Kizaru smiled at that moment. This was exactly what he wanted. Then he turned into a beam of yellow light and shot towards the sky. Welfare is in place. I will crush all four emperors for you. Buzz. Buzz. The marine soldiers below almost d themselves laughing when they saw this scene. Kizaru Admiral. You're really eclectic. This work attitude deserves recognition. Kizaru didn't bother to pay attention to what everyone said. At the moment, he was hurrying on his way while thinking about where to go to cause trouble first. After thinking for a while, Kizaru had a plan. Now, On a small island called Georgia Island on the edge of the Beast's Pirates territory, some crew members led by Blue Ogre, who successfully attacked the Marine branch a few days ago, are now happily having a party. They were singing and dancing, running around with wine glasses in their hands. It was so lively. At this moment, they were all very happy because they had been rewarded for their military achievements. Ha ha ha. I said that those Marines who are not good at fighting are just paper tigers. They are so weak that they are just walking military merits. That's right, you don't know that Marine captain. That guy couldn't even last 10 rounds with me before I chopped off his head. Marine is a piece of shit. They don't even dare to say anything when I bully them. A group of Beast's Pirates members were drinking together with their glasses. Their laughter was deafening. Some low-level pirate groups might run away when they saw a Marine, but these top-level Pirates team members were not afraid of a Marine at all. They even dared to attack actively. Needless to say, that feeling, it's just one word, awesome. Everyone just laughed, but the next moment a cool breeze blew, and a slightly fat, scar-faced pirate shrank his neck and muttered. Why is it a bit cold? He wanted to go back to the spy in the room next door to cover the situation, but when he stood up and looked up, he saw a tall figure that stopped him instantly, his big eyes filled with fear. You are, advertisement. He wanted to speak, but the tall figure didn't give her the chance to speak. He just stretched out his finger and pointed slightly. In an instant, a burst of lasers shot towards him instantly and pierced his heart directly. Bang! The body fell to the ground. Kizaru stepped on the body and spoke lazily while looking at the dazed people. Marine is a bunch of losers, right? Then I'll let you run for a minute. If you can run away, I'll let you go. A group of Beast's Pirates members including Blue Ogre looked at each other and ran away. Damn. Why did this old guy Kizaru get here? Damn it. The group of people had no intention of fighting him at all. It was so funny. Were they going to hit a Marine Admiral with his head? Kizaru crossed his arms and looked at everyone running in all directions with a playful smile on his face. He whispered to himself. 60, 59, 58, 30, 10, 1. After muttering for a while, Kizaru stretched and began his hunting moment. He pointed his toes and turned into a stream of light, shooting towards everyone. Then seeing a Beast's Pirates member running away in panic, Kizaru simply shook his head and shot out a laser. Bang! The opponent's head was pierced directly, liquids of various colors flowed all over the floor, and then he fell down weakly. Seeing this, the others ran faster, but how could they compare to Kizaru, who had the ability of sparkling fruit? In just a few tens of seconds, Kizaru caught up with most of them. Whoosh! 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 Snap! 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 The bodies fell to the ground one after another, and the smile from before was completely gone, replaced by a deep look of fear. You pirates are really scary, but why did you stop moving so quickly? Kizaru's lazy eyes flashed with a very hard-to-detect sharpness. Even though he, Kizaru, was playing badly, he was still Marine, and the leader of Marine at this stage. Did you really think that he, Kizaru, had no temper at all? A few minutes later, almost all the Beast's Pirates members on the island were wiped out, leaving only Blue Ogre kneeling on the ground in despair. His chest and arms were full of holes, and blood was all over the ground. Advertisement. Knowing that he had no chance of survival, he was not afraid. He looked at Kizaru arrogantly and spoke. All of you Marines, just wait. This ocean will eventually belong to us. Must. Blue Ogre is also one of the cadres of Beast's Pirates. He has some understanding of his boss's purpose. They, the Marines, must not forget that they, the Beast's Pirates, are the real winners. Kizaru was too lazy to argue with him and just smashed his head with one blow. After killing him, Kizaru looked at the vast night sky and then began to think about what he said. Is the war really about to start? It's really faster than I expected. Kizaru shook his head and muttered to himself, if a big battle really came to pass, he wouldn't be able to be lazy. It was really a bit annoying. But Kizaru was not a sentimental person. He just waved his hand casually and turned into a stream of light and flew away. He is also rushing to the BIGMOM Pirates territory to take revenge. The good news from Kizaru was quickly passed on to the Marine camp on the second day, instantly making those who were previously furious feel relieved. They, the Marine, are the only masters of this ocean. As the shining demon fruit power, Kizaru's speed is second to none. It only took a few hours for Kizaru to avoid the patrol ships of the BIGMOM Pirates with his absolute speed and arrived at an extremely remote island on the edge of them. Similar to the Beast's Pirates, this island is also home to a fairly strong group of pirates, and they seem to be led by some Ant's 30th born kid. Kizaru couldn't remember clearly. After all, the old woman, Ant, had too many children. This battle was unexpectedly successful. It only took Kizaru a short time to wipe out all the pirates on the island. Kizaru stood with his hands behind him and looked at the corpses all over the ground. His brows subconsciously frowned. It's going a bit too smoothly. Maybe he was overthinking it. Kizaru shook his head and was about to transform into a stream of light and leave this place of trouble. But just when he was halfway up in the air, a figure suddenly shot towards him from nowhere and stopped him with one blow. Bang! The man was huge, with his signature smirk on his face, and his bloated body proved his identity. One of the three plagues, Plague Quinn. Not only that, more and more powerful aura began to emerge. Seeing this, Garu's eyelids twitched and he muttered to himself. Ouch. This is a bit troublesome. Chapter 83 Akainu's Conqueror's Hockey. Ouch. This is a bit troublesome. Seeing more and more people appearing, Kizaru, who always faced the world with a lazy attitude, couldn't help but frown at this moment. He tried to move backwards, but another heavy blow stopped him. This time it was a figure with flames all over his body. It was Big Mom's fourth son, Charlotte Owen. He sneered at Kizaru. "You want to leave after killing so many of us? You are dreaming?" Kizaru said nothing and looked directly to the left this time. As expected, someone stopped him there. This time it was a muscular man dressed in blue, and it was the aunt's third son Charlotte, Daifuku. He took out a jar, and instantly a huge monster emerged from it and chopped Kizaru. The latter looked at Kizaru with a sarcastic smile on his face, as if saying, "Go ahead and run." Kizaru looked at these people without changing his expression and shrugged his shoulders, feeling a little surprised and a little bit as if it was a matter of course. He said that this time things went a little too smoothly. "It seems like they are all waiting for me here." The lineup including Quinn, one of the three calamities, and Big Mom's third and fourth sons is really huge. In fact, Kizaru is not worried with just these guys, but... Mom, Kizaru, you came to my territory without saying hello to me? Trample. An extremely large figure walked out from Kizaru's right side with her standard ugly laughter. One of the four emperors, the lord of all nations, Charlotte Linlin actually appeared at this moment. This guy's arrival is the fundamental reason why Kizaru is a little helpless. 3 top fighters plus a 4 emperors level peak fighter, it seemed as if they had been prepared in advance to show up on this small island. You know, Kizaru had only a short time to kill the beast's pirates and then arrive at this island. So I really fell into the other party's trap. This is a game targeting the admiral level. Kizaru looked at the 4 people who were coming at him aggressively, spread his hands out a bit, and spoke as if it was a matter of course. "Do you believe me when I say that everything just now was just a misunderstanding? How about we both take a step back? If you let me go, I can promise to say hello next time I come." Kizaru told a bad joke, but Big Mom and the other 4 who were determined to kill Kizaru were obviously not in the mood to laugh. The old lady's wrinkled face was laughing. "Leaving your head here, we can discuss it." The atmosphere in the field gradually became solemn. It seemed as if the air was about to solidify. Advertisement. Kizaru sighed at this. "I hope I can still use the vacation Sengoku promised me." Then he pointed his toes and rushed towards everyone, with the sword of aim Murakami instantly condensed in his hand. Since it is difficult to run, he might as well strike first. The ant stretched out her hand, and the Napoleon on her head instantly turned into a big sword, carrying the conqueror's haki and went straight forward. Quinn, one of the 3 calamities, and Big Mom's third son Daifuku and fourth son Owen looked at each other and attacked together. "I want that old man Kizaru's head, peeved, that guy is mine." Roll. All kinds of attacks are launched at Kizaru. Bang. 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 Next moment, the overwhelming sound of fighting rang out from the field, and the entire island trembled again and again, as if it was about to be shattered. No one could have imagined that a war of this magnitude would happen. What consequences would it bring? No one could know. At the same time, the thrilling battle on Kraikon Island, far in the second half of the Grand Line, is almost coming to an end. Akainu and Mahawk have been fighting for 5 days without a clear winner. Now their battle is almost over and no one has intervened. The battle between the Baboon group and the Marine brought by Akainu ended with the Marine winning by a narrow margin with heavy casualties. Some seriously injured Marines were watching this epic battle from a distance. Who is better, Marine Admiral Akainu or the world's #1 swordsman, Hokage Mahawk? After so many days of fighting, there's still no winner. That Hokage Mahawk is really amazing. A Marine watching the battle from a distance stroked his beard and sighed. Of course, otherwise how could that guy be called the best swordsman in the world? This is one of the most powerful pirates. Someone explained that they had nothing to do these days, so the only thing they could do was chat. After all, it was too late to ask for support now, and of course they couldn't bring themselves to do that. If Akainu finds out, they will be in big trouble after the war. Who will win? It should be Akainu Admiral, of course. Akainu Admiral is invincible. But that Hokage Mahawk is not weak either. Everyone discussed for a while, and finally the sharp-eyed young Marine Rear Admiral spoke with his eyes slightly narrowed in a calm look. Akainu Admiral has the upper hand. If they keep fighting, Akainu Admiral will definitely win. Advertisement, on the battlefield at this moment. Akainu and Mahawk had a tacit break after a big battle, and now the two sides are standing opposite each other. Mahawk the eagle-eyed held the sword in one hand. 5 days of fierce fighting had consumed most of his strength, and at this moment he no longer lived up to the elegance he had a few days ago. Instead, he looked naturally embarrassed. The long tuxedo had been almost burned by Akainu's scorching lava. Not only that, even the skin on his chest was burnt in several places, looking quite tragic. At this moment, Hokage Mahawk was panting but full of fighting spirit. This was truly the most enjoyable fight I've had in such a long time. The last one was with that red-haired guy Shanks. Unfortunately, that guy lost an arm for some unknown reason, so I can't fight him again, for fear that others would accuse me of winning unfairly. But it's different now. Akainu, one of the 3 Marine Admirals, is really strong. So strong that even Mahawk, the Hokage, may think he will lose. Will die. But Mahawk the Hokage was not panicked at all and was even a little excited. It was glorious for a swordsman to die in a real battle. Mahawk's eyes were filled with burning flames. Let's fight. On the other side, although Akainu's condition is slightly better than Hokage's, it is not much better. At this moment, his marine justice cloak has been torn to pieces after being hit by countless sword beams in the battle. There were even several knife wounds on his chest, with blood flowing slowly. Akainu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn. This guy is really a bit difficult to deal with. The strength of Hokage Mihawk was a little beyond his expectations. He originally thought that he could easily deal with the opponent, but now it seems a bit hasty. The pirates' camp is really full of talented people, and Akainu felt a little sad. 5 days of fierce fighting. Akainu has never fought with anyone for so long. This guy is the first, and hopefully the last. Even if it costs some price today, I must keep this guy's life here forever. He couldn't leave such a time bomb to his comrades, let alone to that little guy. Think of this. Akainu took a sudden step forward, his violent momentum rising to its peak in an instant. Next moment, Akainu suddenly felt a crisp sound in his body, as if a switch was turned on. An indescribable power is emerging from my body. The scorching flames accompanied by red thunder suddenly burst out from his body. Everyone watching the fight, including Mihawk the Hokage who was standing on the opposite side, muttered in a daze. This is Conqueror's Haki, Chapter 84 Mihawk, the Hokage who lives for death. This is Conqueror's Haki. Seeing Akainu's current state, everyone exclaimed in surprise, and a group of Marines' faces flushed with excitement. Conqueror's Haki. Their Akainu Admiral actually awakened Conqueror's Haki. This is such a pleasant surprise. The Marines should be very happy. Damn it, if the news that Admiral Akainu awakened Conqueror's Haki gets back to headquarters, it will definitely scare the old conservatives out of their wits. Of course. After all, those old guys always use the fact that Akainu Admiral didn't awaken Conqueror's Haki to bully him. Now they're going to get slapped in the face. As Akainu's personal guards, they have already begun to excitedly imagine the glorious days ahead. That means Akainu might be able to use this opportunity to compete for the position of Marshal. Marine Marshal, the real head of naval headquarters. If Akainu becomes the commander, the Marine will have to follow his will. Everyone looked excited, but they all tacitly agreed not to discuss this taboo. After all, the most important thing right now was that the problem had not been resolved yet. If it works, of course, the most significant effect of the awakening of Akainu, the Conqueror's Haki, is to determine the outcome of today's battle. Originally, Akainu already had a certain advantage in the battle against Hokage Mihawk, and now Akainu has added the Conqueror's Haki. It can be said that the balance of victory has completely tipped towards Akainu. I didn't expect this guy to accidentally awaken Conqueror's Haki during the battle with me. My luck is really a bit bad. Mihawk murmured to himself. He was just surprised by Akainu's sudden awakening of Conqueror's Haki, but he didn't feel unfair. After all, this thing was the other party's ability. Am I finally going to lose? Mihawk the Hokage suddenly laughed at himself. The absolute intuition of a strong man let him know how powerful Akainu was at the moment. It seemed that the outcome of his battle was already doomed. But after so many years of endless failures, it's still a bit strange to finally experience the feeling of failure today. Mihawk, the eagle-eyed man, looked at the black knife in his hand at night, his eyes lost in thought. This old friend who had been with him for so many years might have to part ways with him after today. Maybe after today there will no longer be Mihawk the Hokage. Advertisement. But Hokage Mihawk suddenly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing an extremely satisfied smile. Mihawk, I'm going to die in a real battle. Today's opportunity is great. Although he knew he might lose, Mihawk would not be afraid of a fight. Today, Hyuga is reborn from the dead. Mihawk the Hokage shook his sword, and the extremely domineering armament Haki instantly permeated the blade, releasing bursts of thick fog like magic energy. This was the upgraded armament Haki that belonged to Mihawk the Hokage alone. Much more domineering than the average armament Haki. And now, domineering, tyrannical, shown off one's edge. This was Mihawk's prime moment. He looked at Akainu with his eagle-like eyes narrowed. Let's fight, then. He pointed his toes and shot out, and the ground cracked like a spider web. Hokage Mihawk slashed down with his sword, and suddenly a shocking sword light appeared, and the huge momentum seemed to split the sky in two. Come, Akainu shrugged, and without any nonsense, he went straight forward and blasted out with a pair of lava iron fists. Instantly fought with Hokage Mihawk. Bang, bang, bang. Endless explosions resounded throughout the entire island. Large areas of trees began to collapse because they could not withstand the shockwaves. The violence of this collision was far greater than the battles of the previous few days. Both sides had lost all their reserve at this moment. What we want is a fight to the death, but at this moment, Akainu, who had awakened Conqueror's Haki, had a clear advantage over before the collision. Each of his moves had a touch more charm than before. The increase in Conqueror's Haki was subversive for a fight of their level. Advertisement. Even Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman known for his killing power, was forced to retreat step by step by Akainu. Each of Akainu's heavy blows could push him back 7 or 8 steps. The scorching wind made his face hurt, but Mihawk remained calm. He just kept swinging his sword and stared at Akainu. He was looking for a flaw that could truly turn the tide of defeat. Swordsmen were also natural assassins, and as long as they discovered a flaw, the battle would often end in an instant. Compared to the difficult battle against Hokage Mihawk, Akainu at this moment really felt what it meant to be refreshed. He had never felt so much power at this moment. Conqueror's Haki. He didn't expect that Akainu's conqueror's haki would awaken in this way. Even the extremely proud Akainu felt a little sad at this moment. Things that were so difficult to obtain in the past now come so easily. Is God playing a joke on him or something? If Akainu were to say what the only variable was, he would subconsciously think of that little guy. He really wanted to tell the other party this good news, to let him know his uncle Akainu was not a bad guy either. Watching a kid performing in New World, Akainu thought, it should be his turn to be on the next stage. Read this. Akainu shook his head and smiled. Then let's end this battle quickly and welcome my stage, Akainu. Meteor volcano. Akainu shouted softly, and the devil fruit's ability suddenly activated to the maximum. In an instant, an astonishingly high temperature began to spread throughout the venue. Bang. 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 Pillars of magma with ultimate power began to erupt from below, and the field instantly turned into a hellish scene. Die, Mahawk, Akainu said in his heart, but as Akainu used his ultimate move, Mahawk's eyes moved slightly. He muttered to himself with a slightly excited expression. I found the flaw. Chapter 85 Bai Ze arrives at the critical moment. The flaw. I found it, Mahawk the Hokage said secretly in his heart. He changed his previous aggressive fighting style and suddenly put away his knife, and then took a few steps forward. While Akainu was attacking with all his strength, Mahawk, the eagle-eyed man, grasped the black knife with both hands and stabbed forward at an extremely fast speed. P********K. This is a swordsman's special method of killing with one blow. This move is a complete killing move, and it leaves no room for maneuver. Either you succeed or you die. Mahawk the Hokage knew that as a swordsman who relied mainly on killing power, he could not fight a protracted battle against Akainu, a guy with the blessing of conqueror's haki. So he kept waiting, until this guy, who was as proud as himself, would make an arrogant mistake. When the opponent wants to kill him with one blow, it is also a chance for Mahawk to make a one-for-one or even turn defeat into victory. Obviously at this moment. He waited. In a split second, Akainu instantly discovered Mahawk's intention, but it was too late to retract his move. He realized the thrilling murderous intent at this moment. Damn it. Akainu cursed inwardly, but he also made a prompt decision and did not hold back. Instead, he punched Mahawk in the chest, and then tried his best to swing his body to avoid being fatally injured. Life for life. Will Akainu be afraid? It's just that Akainu still feels a little regretful. He could have won without paying such a huge price just now. But now he has to pay a terrible price because of his arrogance. Ah, what a pity. In a flash, the eagle-eyed Mahawk noticed Akainu's decisive decision, and he felt a little more respect for this tough guy. Although I still can't kill the opponent, at least I can cripple him. It's not a loss. As he thought about it, the speed of the knife in his hand stabbed forward faster again. Advertisement and Akainu's lava fist also blasted forward at the same time. Buzz. Buzz. The atmosphere in the field became somewhat quiet due to this strange incident. A group of Marines watching the battle were all looking at this horrifying scene with shocked expressions. No, however, not everything can be regretted. Mahawk's knife finally sank into Akainu's chest, making a strange sound, and Akainu's lava iron fist also punched through Mahawk's body. So tragic. The two of them just stood facing each other, as if petrified. The battle between Akainu and Hokage Mahawk seems to end in a loss for both sides. But at this moment, Mahawk the Eagle Eye was staring at the front with an expression of disbelief. That is, his knife. Big mouthfuls of blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth, and Hokage Mahawk spoke in confusion. Why? Although his knife had pierced into Akainu's body, it seemed like it wasn't. He felt as if he had stabbed a wisp of air, and Akainu in front of him was almost fine. But Akainu's answer to him was a sentence without a beginning or an end. Little guy. You're here. Advertisement. Akainu, who had just experienced a life and death crisis, suddenly smiled, as if something great had happened. Mahawk, the Eagle Eye, had confused eyes, and his stern expression was particularly weird at this moment. Who's coming? Next moment, following a wave of spatial fluctuations, the young man that Akainu had been thinking about slowly walked out of the black hole-like thing with a knife in hand. He smiled and greeted Akainu. Yeah, here I come, Uncle Akainu. Using Kamui at a distance, at a crucial moment during the battle between the two, he blocked the fatal blow that Hokage Mahawk launched against Akainu. Bai Ze finally arrived, otherwise he would never be able to forgive himself again. There are some things he really doesn't want to lose again. Mahawk, with eagle eyes, saw that the two looked so familiar, and then looked at Bai Ze's signature outfit and recognized that Bai Ze was the young Marine who had become famous in recent times. The strange situation just now, Hokage Mahawk also understood it instantly. He smiled a bit self-deprecatingly, and in his heart he felt deep contempt for guys like Bai Ze who launched sneak attacks. He even looked down on Akainu. Hey, it's such a shame that my life was taken by a Marine like you. Mahawk the Hokage suddenly gave Bai Ze and Akainu a sarcastic smile. Hearing this, Bai Ze's smile gradually faded. He tilted his head and looked at Hokage Mahawk with disdain and said. Chapter 86 The Tragic Death of Hokage Mahawk. After hearing what Hokage Mahawk said, Bai Ze looked at the other party's disdainful expression again, and immediately understood what Hokage Mahawk was thinking at the moment. Outnumbered? Sneak attack? Unfair victory? Bai Ze looked at Mahawk with sarcasm and said. You are pirates, we are Marines. It is our Marines' duty to destroy you. To achieve this goal, we can use any means, even despicable ones. Just to kill you as quickly and steadily as possible. Did we come all this way just to fight you? How can we be worthy of those dead comrades? Bai Ze's heart-piercing words made the already hurt Mihawk's face even paler. He wanted to refute but couldn't. Yes, I am a pirate and the other party is a marine, they should do their best to kill me. Akainu, who was standing by, looked at Bai Ze with admiration, thinking that Bai Ze had really grown up. There was more than just hatred in his eyes, which was good, very good, just like when I met my first master. After he walked out of Ultimate's hatred and became a person who could live for himself, Akainu clearly remembered how satisfied his master's effort was with him at that time. Sakazuki, I believe you will become a better marine than me. It's just that the current teacher's effort has changed a little. Akainu hasn't talked to this teacher for a long time. He only knows that something bad seems to have happened to him. On the other side, Bai Ze still didn't let Hokage Mihawk go. He raised his right hand and the ghostly god cry on his waist immediately appeared in his hand. Then he pointed at Hokage Mihawk with an indifferent face and continued. You want a real samurai duel, it's ridiculous to us. So today, please bear the guilt for the innocent deaths of so many of our comrades, go to hell. Bai Ze's words not only angered Mihawk, but also aroused the bloodlust of the surrounding marines. Thinking about how those hard-working compatriots were killed simply because they were passing through the enemy's territory, this group of people were filled with rage that they could not vent. White Mage Vice Admiral, kill that righteous guy, let him die with his pride. Kill him and avenge our comrades, kill him, advertisement. Some hot-tempered marines ignored the dangers of the battlefield and rushed towards Hokage Mihawk with swords in hand. One of his good friends of more than 10 years was one of the marines killed by Hokage. He must not give up such a good opportunity for revenge today. Damn it. You bunch of weak ants. Mihawk, whose body was beaten to pieces by Akainu and who could only hold on with his extraordinary physique, looked at these guys, whom he regarded as ants, with an uncontrollable rage as they rushed towards him and wanted to take his life. For him who is extremely proud, this is unforgivable. He was about to swing the black knife and chop these ants to death, but Bai Ze who was standing beside him suddenly raised his knife and chopped. Hokage Mihawk was forced to block. Clang. The black knife made a trembling sound at night, and the eagle-eyed Mihawk looked at Bai Ze with murderous intent. What on earth does this guy want to do? The answer to him was Bai Ze's ruthlessness, when he was fighting with Hokage Mihawk with a knife. Bai Ze's pupils turned blood red and Kamui used irresistible spatial force to act on Hokage Mihawk's right arm holding the knife. And then, click. Click. How could Hokage Mihawk, who couldn't even use armament hockey at this moment, resist the powerful power of Kamui? Soon his right arm was sucked into the Kamui space. The black knife that had always accompanied him fell to the ground with a bang. Mihawk the Hokage looked at all this in disbelief, but before he could react, the marine soldiers who were rushing over had already killed him. One of them even punched him directly in the face, deforming his face. Akainu and Bai Zexian looked at each other and took a few steps back to make way for the battlefield. FKU, the greatest swordsman in the world. Give me back my life, brother lousy. Kill. Several marine soldiers directly launched an attack towards Hokage Mihawk. Hokage Mihawk wanted to resist or even fight back. But at every critical moment, Bai Ze would use Kamui to attack, leaving Hokage Mihawk with no choice but to passively take the beating. In just a few minutes, Mihawk experienced the greatest humiliation of his life. He was defeated by the guys he regarded as ants. Advertisement. Not only that, the other people watching the game saw that Mihawk the Hokage really couldn't cause them any harm and they all rushed over to beat the fallen dog. Damn it, at this moment, Mihawk the Hokage has completely lost his previous elegant demeanor. His defense has been completely broken. It would be better if he had just died. Bai Ze and Akainu both looked at all this with indifference. They were not stupid enough to empathize with someone like Hokage Mihawk. Especially Bai Ze, who would be more than happy to let some pirates die at the most painful moment. Empress Boa Hancock loves beauty and thinks her appearance is more important than anything else. Bai Ze lets her die in such a miserable state that everyone can see her. Mihawk the Hokage, the self-proclaimed greatest swordsman in the world, is the most arrogant person. Let him enjoy the pleasure of being defeated by those guys he regards as ants before dying. At this moment, Hokage Mihawk was being beaten by a group of people. He lost too much blood and couldn't even stand up. He looked at the sky with a dazed look and ignored the people who were still attacking him. His mind was filled with memories of his life. He had been a genius since childhood, traversing various seas, seeking out countless powerful enemies and then defeating them, and eventually achieved his current reputation as the greatest swordsman in the world. When did all this start to happen? Was it because I just killed a bunch of ants that I didn't like? Hokage Mihawk actually felt a little regretful at this moment, regretting that he was too arrogant and did not show any mercy to the other party. But this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before it was crushed, because he thought of Bai Ze. If this guy hadn't intervened, even if he really lost, he would have died gloriously. Hokage Mihawk turned his head with great effort, stretched out the only usable hand of his left hand and pointed at Bai Ze, wanting to say something, but the next moment, Bai Ze's blood-red pupils trembled. Kamui attacked again, and came directly in front of him. Without waiting for his last words, Bai Ze raised the magic sword Ghost God weeping with an expressionless face, and then chopped off his head with one blow. Blood spurted out high. It also indicates that the life of the world's greatest swordsman has finally ended at this moment. The last battle of his life was both glorious and tragic. He first fought with Akainu with all his strength for 5 days without losing, but before he died, he was humiliated to the extreme. Bai Ze didn't want to think so much, he just listened to Hua's voice in his mind with a little excitement in his eyes. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Successfully kill a big pirate with a bounty of 3 billion berries, and get 3,000 massacre points as a reward. Close hollow lens bracket. Mihawk's 7 warlords of the sea didn't get the original bounty from the official. I just set one directly, don't worry too much about it. 3FA Chapter 87 Kizaru and Aokiji were seriously injured? 3,000 massacre points. When Bai Ze heard this number, even though he was usually calm, he got goosebumps with excitement. This is the largest harvest so far. With these 3,000 slaughter points plus the previous slaughter points, Bai Ze's slaughter points have now exceeded 4,000. This is the real level of getting rich quickly. Even those forbidden ninjutsu can be exchanged by Bai Ze for several. At this moment, Bai Ze has already started brainstorming and calculating which exchange to make in order to truly maximize his benefits. First of all, reanimation jutsu, it must be redeemed. This can revive the dead and regain their full combat power. It is a true pervert level ninjutsu. Of course, this thing has high consumption and requirements. First of all, it needs to have an almost complete corpse, and its soul must not be destroyed, for example. Bai Ze looked at the corpse of someone under his feet. Mihawk the Hokage, but he also needed some living people to use as tools for his magic. It's almost a vicious ninjutsu that costs one life for another, but Bai Ze is not a saint. He won't feel any pain if he captures some pirates to serve as performers. As for other ninjutsu, Bai Ze suddenly had an idea, which was the amplification skill of 8 inner gates technique. Because Bai Ze thought of Akainu who was standing next to him. If a strong man of his level with extremely strong physical fitness practiced this skill, how much would his strength be improved? He immediately asked the voice in his head, "System, can these ninjutsu I exchanged be taught to others?" Open hollow lens bracket ding. The ownership of the ninjutsu exchanged by you, host, has completely belonged to you, and the system will no longer ask. But if you want to pass on the ninjutsu to others, the system can turn it into a physical scroll for learning, but a handling fee of 10% of the value of the ninjutsu skill will be charged. Close hollow lens bracket. When Bai Ze heard that a 10% handling fee was required, he felt a little heartbroken. It was only a 50% handling fee, not a loss. After all, did Mihawk's head come from Uncle Akainu himself? Bai Ze immediately spent 500 massacre points to learn the 8 inner gates technique, and then spent another 1,000 massacre points to exchange for the reanimation jutsu. He spent a few minutes admiring the pervert of this ninjutsu. There is no need to talk about impure world reincarnation, it can only be understood but not expressed in words. As for the 8 inner gates technique, Bai Ze could really feel its pervert. Advertisement. It greatly improves physical fitness, even dozens of times. It is ridiculously powerful, but this thing actually has limited improvement on Bai Ze. After all, he is not good at physical fitness and can't open many doors at all. Then he spent another 50 massacre points to exchange it for a physical object. A jet black scroll appeared out of thin air in Bai Ze's hand. Bai Ze thought for a moment and spoke to Akainu who was cleaning up the battlefield with everyone else. Uncle Akainu, why don't you guys go back to the headquarters first? I won't go back with you, I still have some things to finish. What, little guy, are you going to go alone again? Akainu walked over with a disappointed look on his face. Bai Ze was really busy, but Akainu knew that Bai Ze must be busy slaughtering pirates and working for the Marine's career. Such a heavy burden of the Marine was placed on a young man. Oh. So Akainu was just a little disappointed but recovered quickly. Bai Ze smiled slightly and stated his purpose. Uncle Akainu, I want to give you a present. Gift? You're actually going to give me a gift, little guy, what is it? Upon hearing this, Akainu's mouth was grinning widely, completely living up to his God of War look when he just fought against Hokage Mihawk. The Marines were all shaking their heads. It turned out that all of their personal soldiers were picked up, and Bai Ze was their real one. Soon everyone cleaned up the battlefield and left tactfully, leaving the place to the two of them. Is it some special little item you brought from another island? Akainu poked his hand, looking expectant. Seeing this, Bai Ze smiled bitterly, shook his head, handed over the scroll in his hand, and spoke. No. It's a secret technique that can raise your strength to a higher level. I believe it can truly blossom in your hands. Advertisement? A secret technique that can improve my strength? Akainu took the thing from Bai Ze's hand with a look of shock. With his absolute trust in Bai Ze, he instantly believed that this magical little guy Bai Ze really had such magical means. After all, Bai Ze himself is a freak and a miracle. And looking at Bai Ze's serious expression, Akainu also knew the importance of this thing. Regarding this, Akainu quickly spoke with a serious face. I will go back and study it and destroy it so it won't leak out. Bai Ze nodded, and had new expectations for Akainu who had the 8 inner gates technique. At that moment, the two of them did not act like reluctant children. Bai Ze said goodbye to everyone and left alone on the warship. Of course, he did not forget to take away Hokage Mihawk's body. A group of Akainu's personal soldiers all watched this powerful marine boy leave and gave him a standard military salute. Obviously, Bai Ze's actions just now were recognized by all of them. They sighed as they looked at Bai Ze's back. The white mage vice admiral has really grown up so fast. I still remember that he was just a young boy a few months ago. When the village was first destroyed, this guy was like a hedgehog, stabbing everyone he saw. Who says it's not true? He was not in a good mood towards Commander Akainu at that time. Who knew that their relationship would become like this now? It's really fate. A group of people including Akainu were laughing, but their happiness didn't last long. A messenger ran out with a panicked look on his face and yelled at everyone. It's bad, it's bad. We had a big battle on the border with the four emperors' territory, and Admiral Kizaru and Admiral Aokiji were both seriously injured. Headquarters asked us to return immediately. The weight of these words from the messenger is no less than the killing of Hokage Mihawk just now. Akainu stepped into the cabin with a serious expression, took the special Den Mushi and spoke to the other end. I'm Akainu. Chapter 88 Four Emperors Form an Alliance? I'm Akainu. Akainu held the Den Mushi and spoke calmly to the other end. A steady but tired voice soon came back from the other end of the line. It was Sengoku, the Marine Marshal. At this moment, he was sitting in the office, his face looked haggard as if he had been ruined by something, but he still calmed himself and asked as much as possible. How's the situation over there? Sengoku looked very nervous at the moment, fearing that he would hear some bad news again. But Akainu's reply still made him a little happy. Akainu simply described the results of the battles in the past few days. Mihawk the Hokage, the Empress, Boa Hancock and others have been killed. We have casualties. The other side. That little fellow Bai Ze has left temporarily. I think that little fellow might give us another surprise next time we meet. Akainu said everything he could, but he kept the 8 inner gates technique hidden. He also didn't mention Conqueror's Haki, because it would be exposed sooner or later anyway. On the other end of the Den Mushi, Sengoku nodded with an excited expression. That's good, that's one of the few good news in these days. The death of these 7 warlords of the sea who were the leaders of the trouble had a great impact on the subsequent war situation. The Marines no longer had to spend manpower to guard against them. As for the 4 emperors, Sengoku finally put on a serious face and started talking to Akainu about business. Aokiji and Kizaru are both seriously injured, and they won't be healed anytime soon. Although he had just learned the news, Akainu's heart sank when he heard Sengoku say it in person. He asked with a grim expression. What's going on? Sengoku also simply began to tell Akainu about the major events that had happened during this period of time, as well as the reasons for what had just happened. That is, more than 2 months since the Beast's pirates and BIGMOM pirates formed an alliance, this group of guys finally occupied the surrounding territories and even maximized the strength of the 2 pirates groups. The number of pirates members reached its peak. With their reputation and strength reaching this point, they finally began to test the marine. First, more than 10 pirates' ships were sent out to launch a surprise attack on the marginal islands where Marine was stationed, causing considerable damage to Marine. This was a test of Marine's bottom line. If Marine did not respond, the other side would only become more arrogant. So Sengoku immediately sent Kizaru to the opponent's territory to retaliate. Everything went smoothly before. But in BIGMOM's Bankoku, Kizaru was ambushed by the opponent that had been prepared long ago. It seemed as if the other party had already thought of this. The 4 emperors, led by Big Mom and her 2 extremely powerful sons, plus Quinn, one of the 3 disasters of the Beast's pirates, directly launched a siege on Kizaru. Charlotte Linlin, plus those 3 guys? Advertisement? Akainu felt a little scalp tingling when he heard Sengoku say this. It is really possible to kill a Marine Admiral with this level of lineup. But what about Aokiji? Akainu was a little curious but still subconsciously asked about Kizaru. So, Kizaru was seriously injured by these guys? No, Sengoku shook his head and said, he managed to kill a big ant's son despite the combined efforts of 4 people. The other 2 guys besides the big ant were also seriously injured. Although Kizaru was slightly injured, he still managed to escape from the Bankoku area with the ability of the sparkling fruit. Hiss, at this point, Sengoku and Akainu's mouth corners twitched strangely at the same time. This old guy Kizaru has never used his full strength. It seems that this guy's real strength is indeed much stronger than what he showed. One person took on the offensive of 4 emperors and several pirates above 500 million level, fought 1 against 4 and killed 1 in the end and escaped. This is really amazing. Then why is this guy so seriously injured? And Aokiji is also injured. Akainu asked a little puzzled, didn't Kizaru, lousy, escape? Hearing this, Sengoku's face darkened, because what he was about to say next was the key point. Because just when he was about to leave Wonguo, he met Kaido of the Beasts. Sengoku continued with a grim expression, Kaido of the Beasts, along with one of the 3 calamities, Jin, plus Big Mom's eldest son Charlotte, Parasparrow, and several other Big Mom children seem to have been waiting there for a long time, in order to kill a Marine Admiral without a doubt. After Sengoku finished speaking, Akainu closed his eyes solemnly. He knew what this situation meant. He adjusted himself for a while before continuing. Go on. The conversation between the 2 lasted for a long time, so long that the guard Marine who had been standing outside felt a little sleepy, but he still managed to stay awake and did not collapse or ask for a shift change. He was just a little puzzled as to what was going on inside. Why is there the sound of B********* G tables one moment, and cursing the next? But after a while it becomes extremely quiet again, and at this moment there is only the sound of heavy breathing. It was as if the people inside were trying their best to suppress something. Squeak. Finally, the door opened with a creak, and Akainu walked out with an undisguised solemn expression. Then he walked to the deck, leaned against the railing, took out a cigar, lit it, and enjoyed the sea breeze. I wonder what he was thinking. What's wrong with Commander Akainu? What happened? Advertisement, I don't know, probably because Aokiji and Admiral Kizaru were seriously injured. Alas, the two admirals were seriously injured. Our marines will have a hard time in the future. Akainu was smoking a cigar and had no time to care about what other people thought. At this moment, his face was solemn as he was still thinking about the secret information Sengoku had just told him. One is the fact that Kizaru and Aokiji were seriously injured. It turned out that after Kizaru had to face the two four emperors, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts, and a group of strong men, he still relied on the sparkling fruit ability to hold on until the nearest support. That is Aokiji. The two fought fiercely with this group of strong men on this small island for a whole day and night. In the end, Aokiji and Kizaru were seriously injured and fled. Several children on Big Mom's side died in the battle, and two of the three disasters of the Beast's pirates were all seriously injured. In fact, it is not certain that Kizaru and Aokiji can escape, mainly because Garp, who was far away in the naval headquarters, finally came over on the last day. He took away two seriously injured admirals with his absolute strength, but he also paid a heavy price. Akainu's scalp went numb when he heard the news. He couldn't imagine if Aokiji and Kizaru were really left there. Even if he took some of the other party away, it would be a huge loss. Marine was definitely really hit hard at that time. In addition, there is another hidden message. There's a hidden traitor in the Marine high level, otherwise Kizaru's whereabouts would not be leaked so easily. A big-name traitor can at least be someone who can sit at the most important table. Only this kind of guy can have access to first-hand information. Akainu sighed helplessly. He looked at the vast sea and felt powerless for the first time. Internal and external troubles. The pirates on the opposite side all know that they need to unite at this time, so why can't those damn guys on the Marine understand such a simple truth? They're still fighting among themselves at this time, aren't they dying of boredom fast enough? Of course, these are not the things that bother Akainu the most. The most important thing is the last thing Sengoku said. Charlotte Linlin's second son, Charlotte, Katakuri, appears in the Whitebeard pirates' territory and meets with them. Jack, one of the three calamities of the Beast's pirates, appears in the Red Hair pirates' territory and meets with the red-haired Shanks. Suspected of seeking an alliance, four emperors form an alliance. Thinking of the terrible consequence, Akainu sighed deeply, but after subconsciously thinking of a certain young figure, his brows slowly relaxed and regained color. There is also a variable on Marine's side. Everything is possible. Chapter 89. Katakuri is shown a humiliation. In the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby DK, the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, had a somewhat strange and uninvited guest today. The man carried a halberd on his shoulder, and something like a long gray scarf covered most of his face, leaving only a pair of cold eyes. The man walked very steadily, but with unimaginable momentum. His name is Charlotte, Katakuri, the son of Charlotte Linlin, one of the four emperors, and also the most unique one among Charlotte Linlin's many children. As the second son, he actually has his own ideas. He doesn't have a very good relationship with other brothers and sisters, but his talent and strength are recognized by his aunt. Even though his aunt doesn't like this child very much, she still gives this difficult task to him. And this arduous task is nothing else but to form an alliance with the Whitebeard pirates and attack Marine together. Not long after he entered the Whitebeard pirates' territory, he was discovered by them. He also stated his purpose very frankly, which was to meet their father Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Several members of the Whitebeard pirates knew that a high-ranking official from one of the four emperors was not someone to be trifled with, so they quickly reported the matter. And a reply came quickly from Whitebeard. He allowed Katakuri to come on board to see him, so the current scene came into being. The mighty and huge Moby DK was now gathering many high-ranking officials of the Whitebeard pirates who loved to watch the fun, such as some squad leaders and some powerful fighters. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, was among them. He crossed his legs and supported his head with one hand, and spoke as he looked at Katakuri in the distance with a laziness on his face. This guy is the old woman's second child, Katakuri. I heard that this guy is different from the old woman's other children. He is a guy that people really look up to. In the eyes of some real masters, Katakuri is still very famous. Diamond Joe's on the side curled his lips and retorted. Strong? I don't think so. I feel like that guy isn't as strong as you, Marco. Diamond Joe's slightly chubby face broke into a grin, which was full of flattery, and several other team captains also followed suit in making jokes. That's right, that's right. No matter how powerful the guy is, he's not as powerful as our Captain Marco, nicknamed the Phoenix Bird. That's right, I also can't stand that guy's arrogant attitude. He is definitely not as good as our captain. Advertisement, me too. The members of the Whitebeard pirates are like family and brothers, so they like to laugh and play a lot, but after laughing for a while, Marco began to calm down. He began to think about the purpose of Katakuri's coming here, thinking of the big moves of the BIGMOM pirates and the Beast's pirates in recent times. Marco had a bold guess. This guy is not going to. While everyone was laughing, Katakuri had already boarded the ship with steady steps. But as soon as they met, the group of people around him gave him a vague sense of majesty and looked not very friendly. Katakuri did not tolerate them either. He suddenly released the Conqueror's haki in his body, instantly crushing the opponent's momentum. It also made several people look bad. In some places, they just ate a lot. A group of people looked at this uninvited guest with anger on their faces. If their teammates hadn't stopped them, they would have gone up and beaten him. Oh, Katakuri snorted coldly. Even though he came here today to seek an alliance, he couldn't weaken the momentum of his own pirates group. Finally, Katakuri walked to the center of the Moby DK and met the real owner of this pirate's ship. The guy known as the strongest man on the sea, Whitebeard, Edward, Newgate. At this moment, he was still supporting his head with one hand, as if he was sleeping soundly. This white-haired old man had tubes inserted all over his body and looked very weak. As this Whitebeard, known as the strongest man on the sea? He seems. Just like that, nothing special. Katakuri looked at the other person and said secretly in his heart that he felt a little less respect for this legendary man. But the next moment, the man who had been sleeping soundly suddenly opened his eyes. His old eyes emitted a strange color, and he suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Advertisement, young man, do you drink? Katakuri, who instantly felt the enormous pressure, frowned and spoke. Sorry, I don't drink. As soon as these words came out, the old man broke free from the restraint of the syringe and stood up. He spoke with unparalleled depression. I don't really like guys who can't drink. Young man, you'd better stay away from me. After saying that, he actually picked up the Kong Yunki beside him and chopped towards him directly. Katakuri was shocked and was forced to take out the halberd behind him to meet the attack. Bang! The two conquerors' haki were suddenly released at the same time. Several members of the Whitebeard pirates who were watching the battle lost their balance for a moment and were directly shocked back several steps. The fierce wind caused pain on many people's faces. And here, Katakuri struggled to resist the old man's attack, and all the contempt he had just felt disappeared. The old man in front of him was really terrifying. Laugh. After fighting for a while, Whitebeard pressed the sword down without changing his expression, causing Katakuri to lose his balance and retreat several steps, almost falling down. Whitebeard finally put away his aura and spoke in a deep voice. You should put away your pride in my territory. This was his way of showing his power in response to Katakuri's recent actions towards his family. Got it. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Katakuri finally put away his proud look and spoke with a serious face. Chapter 90 Whitebeard Rejects Alliance. After a little bit of twists and turns, Katakuri and the Whitebeard pirates began to calm down and put on serious expressions. Obviously, it's time to start discussing serious business. What did that old woman ask you to do on my territory? Whitebeard sat down with great determination and spoke slowly. Katakuri also sat on the ground. He adjusted his tone and spoke straight to the point. Alliance. This sentence moved all the Whitebeard pirates present. Because they all know that the current Big Mom pirates and Beasts pirates are in an alliance, and now they are looking for them to form an alliance. What on earth do these guys want to do? The Big Mom pirates have formed an alliance with the Beasts pirates, and now they're dragging us in. What are these lunatics planning to do? Damn, if we form an alliance here, who can stop this sea? Will Dad agree? This is the first time. Everyone was talking about it, and their faces were filled with shock that could not be concealed. Whitebeard didn't say anything at first. He looked Katakuri up and down for a while, then he took a sip from a huge wine glass in his right hand and spoke. Alliance. As far as I know, your pirates have already formed an alliance with Kaido's pirates. Why are you looking for an alliance with me now? Can you give me a reason? During this period of time, the actions of the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates have been very abnormal. For a force of their level, they have to consider the chain reactions that will be caused by every step they take. And these two guys actually formed an alliance directly, and became the most powerful force among the pirates at the moment. Even the Whitebeard pirates are afraid of them. Today they come to them to form an alliance again. What on earth do these guys want to do? Because we feel threatened. Katakuri answered with a serious face, which made Whitebeard a little surprised. Threat? What do you mean? Katakuri was silent for a moment before saying, Marine. When Whitebeard heard Katakuri mention Marine, he was a little confused. Marine is a threat. Nonsense, they're three-part pirates, aren't Marine guys always a threat to them? The question is, it has been so many years, why is there such a big reaction now, and why are people so eager to form an alliance and so eager to start a war? As soon as Katakuri saw Whitebeard's expression, he knew what the other party was thinking, so he said all the words he had prepared. Senior, do you know a young Marine who has become famous recently? Young Marine. Advertisement. Whitebeard frowned. As he was old, he really didn't care about what was happening on the sea except in special circumstances, so he didn't really know Bai Ze's name. However, Marco stood up at this moment. He jumped lightly to his father's side and spoke. It's the Marine named Bai Ze, the one who killed 7 warlords of the sea in a row within 3 months. The one that Sengoku and the others regarded as their successor. Marco tilted his head and said with a bit of contempt, it seems that he is now called the White Devil Vice Admiral. That guy seems to have grown up quite fast. He seems to be the youngest Marine Vice Admiral now. Oh. Are the younger generation of Marines so strong now? Old Sengoku must be so happy, ha ha ha. When Whitebeard heard this, he laughed without seeming to care. Obviously, he didn't take this young Marine who had recently become famous seriously. Actually, this is normal, after all. Bai Ze had never had any conflict with the Whitebeard pirates. Besides, Bai Ze's rise was too short. There are so many things going on in the sea, who would care about so many things? Katakuri looked at the expressions of the two and immediately felt that this journey to seek an alliance might fail, but he still explained it with gritted teeth. Old Senior, the reason why we formed an alliance with the Beast's pirates is because of Bai Ze. This young Marine Admiral has grown so fast. In just a few months, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Besides, that guy has an unimaginable hatred for the pirates. If he grows up, the current situation may be broken by him alone. Katakuri kept speaking in a serious tone. In fact, these words were what Kaido meant. But as Katakuri analyzed the information about Bai Ze over this period of time, he quickly agreed with Kaido's point of view. The growth rate of this young Marine Bai Ze is too heaven-defying. If they are not dealt with, they will be in danger. Therefore, the best solution is to get rid of the boy together with Marine before he fully grows up. Katakuri looked calm, and after he finished speaking, he stepped aside and looked at Whitebeard quietly. In fact, there are some reasons for the alliance at this moment. That is ambition. All the four emperors together will definitely have the strength to dominate all the seas. Silence. After Katakuri said this, a rare silence fell in the entire venue. Is this Bai Ze really that powerful? So powerful that Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin are so timid that they have to seek external help. Marines and pirates normally never rest from death, so they really have to think about this. Whitebeard half closed his eyes and shook the huge wineglass, not knowing what he was thinking. Marco, who was standing beside him, crossed his arms and frowned, his face full of hesitancy. The same went for the other Whitebeard Pirates members. They looked at their captain quietly, waiting for him to make a choice that could change the history of the entire pirates group. After 5 full minutes of silence, Whitebeard finally stopped shaking the wineglass, and his tiger eyes gradually became sharp. Katakuri stood up straight and waited for the answer from this powerful old man. I refuse. Advertisement. Whitebeard spoke lightly. The sound was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear. Some people were relieved because they did not need a large-scale war, but some felt disappointed. After all, as members of the four emperors, some of them were still warlike. Marco and other squad captains all looked calm, as if they had expected this answer. Katakuri was just slightly disappointed for a moment and then he returned to his normal expression. He waved his hand slightly and spoke directly. Sorry to bother you, Senior. If you have any other ideas in the future, you can contact us. Katakuri didn't say anything final. He stood up and walked out. It was obvious that he didn't want to waste any more time. After all, the old man's answer was a well-thought-out one. You also sent someone to contact the red-haired Shanks, right? Whitebeard suddenly spoke. Katakuri stopped. He turned around, didn't say anything, just gave a look. But everyone knows that this means yes, after Katakuri really leaves. All the members of the Whitebeard Pirates became active again. They gathered around Whitebeard and watched silently. It was obvious that they were also curious about the reason why their father refused. I don't want you kids getting involved in a war of this magnitude. Whitebeard smiled gently, like a calm old parent. This era no longer belongs to me. My duty is to try my best to protect you children through this journey. When Whitebeard said this, everyone's eyes turned red and they screamed. Dad, the threat from Bai Ze that Katakuri mentioned might be real, and it might really affect me in time, but so what? Can an old man like him really lead everyone to win this war against Marine? As one of the oldest pirates, he knew some of the Marine's terrible cards. If a real fight broke out, even if all the pirates joined forces, their victory would only be a Pyrrhic one. Whitebeard, who does not have much aggressive intentions, only wants to protect his children in the last stage of his life. He believes that if that terrible day really comes, he has the ability to protect most of his branch house people. Even if they can't win. Whitebeard's eyes moved slightly, and he thought of a final method, which is to disband the entire pirates group just like Roger did. He imagined that the Marine who believed himself to be righteous would not massacre everyone. I hope the thing I'm worried about won't happen. Whitebeard muttered with his eyes a little dull. Chapter 91 confused Jack. Just like Katakuri said, they did send people to contact red-haired Shanks to seek an alliance. This time they sent out Jack, one of the 3 disasters of Beast's pirates. Now, Jack has arrived at the edge of the red-haired territory on his own pirate ship, the Beast's Pirates. This place is located in the second half of the Grand Line. Red-hair's territory is not actually very large, but it has strong allies. The giants seem to have a good relationship with Red Hair. Facing the sea breeze, Jack, who had lost one arm, looked at the beautiful sea scenery with a bit of gloom. In fact, since he lost an arm, his status in the Beast's Pirates has declined during this period of time. This opportunity to come to the territory of red-haired Shanks was something he fought for himself. Survival of the fittest, he understands the cruelty of his own pirates group, so he doesn't intend to be a waste. I hope that red-haired Shanks won't be so disrespectful. Lousy has come to this guy's territory in person to seek an alliance. This guy shouldn't be stupid enough to refuse. As the youngest of the 4 emperors, Jack, who is proud of himself, actually doesn't take Red Hair seriously, thinking that this guy is just lucky. The strength of their pirates group is still far behind that of their own pirates group. They are willing to form an alliance with Red Hair, which is giving enough face to the other party. If the other party doesn't want to. A cold light flashed in Jack's eyes. He didn't mind showing the other party a lesson. While Jack was thinking, a black dot appeared in the distance on the sea level. A huge pirate ship was heading towards this side. Jack stood up and stared at it intently until the ship came to his side a few minutes later. The appearance of several figures made Jack narrow his eyes. A fat man gnawing on a chicken leg, and a guy with an unusually long nose. Jack tilted his head and looked at the two men. He knew these two senior officials of the Red Hair Pirates. A fat man gnawing on a chicken drumstick started talking loudly. Advertisement, you are Jack, right? My boss wants to see you, please come with us. Come along. Usopp on the side spoke with a cold face, and then he reminded. Remember to follow our rules on the island later. Don't destroy the flowers and plants on the island casually. That's our friend's favorite place. It seemed like neither of them took Jack seriously. If Kaido hadn't personally greeted the red-haired guy, they would really not have been willing to come to pick him up. After all, it delayed their drinking, eating meat and having a banquet. Is this how you treat guests? Jack's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He felt that these two guys had no respect for him at all. Huh? What's this guy doing? Lucky, Lou, don't worry, G2, he said a little confusedly. He didn't understand why the guy in front of him was angry. Have no idea. Usopp shook his head calmly, not understanding the other party's train of thought. But, they are not without temper. When a powerful momentum suddenly appeared, Usopp looked at Jack sideways and spoke. Friend, are you going to fight with us? Lachi, Lou also showed a momentum that was no less than Usopp. He looked at Jack with half-squinted eyes. If you want to fight, then do it quickly so as not to delay Laozi's banquet later. Calm down. Calm down. Jack took a few deep breaths and kept reminding himself that he was here for business. If he missed the business, Kaido would definitely make him suffer when he returned. After a few seconds of silence, Jack finally showed a big smile. Of course, he was wearing a mask so the other party could not see him. Advertisement, but Lakilu and Usopp could still feel the kindness in it. This storm passed quickly, and Jack obediently let Lakilu and Usopp lead the way for him. 1 hour later, on the scenic coastline of an island, Usopp and Lakilu looked at each other and jumped off the pirate's ship with laughter. Those guys probably didn't finish eating everything. That's bad enough. Anyway, as long as there's wine to drink. Usopp and Lakilu walked forward while laughing. When they had walked halfway, Lou suddenly remembered something and hurriedly shouted to Jack, who had a gloomy face in the distance. Brother, hurry up and come here. If you're any later, there won't be anything to eat. Good, Jack replied weakly, okay, and followed. My impression of the Red Hair Pirates became even worse. Why are these guys only concerned with holding banquets, drinking and eating meat? Don't they have anything else to do? Jack doesn't understand. Soon, Jack, with a puzzled look in his eyes, finally arrived at the Red Hair Pirates base camp under the guidance of Usopp and the others. Under the cliff, dozens of Red Hair Pirates members were sitting together, eating barbecue and singing songs. A group of men were drinking naked. It was extremely lively. The one-armed man in the center, with red cheeks, raised a glass of wine and waved to Jack. Brother, what are you standing there for? Come over here and have a drink. Jack walked over in a daze, speechless. Is this the red-haired Shanks? Why is he so different from the rumors? Chapter 92, Sad Red-Haired Shanks. Jack has been in a state of confusion since he came to the red-haired Shanks trump card, because he found that this group of pirates are not the same as he knew. A little too late. Especially the one-armed man in the lead. Jack drank the wine subconsciously while looking at this strange man. The red-haired Shanks. The youngest of the 4 emperors had actually visited the Beast's pirates, but he was not there at the time. And after he left, their extremely proud eldest brother Kaido reminded himself not to provoke him. This was the first time that his boss spoke to him like this, and the same went for Jin and Quinn. But Jack, who was also extremely proud, still had some doubts in his heart. He didn't think that this one-armed man was stronger than his boss, so he still looked down on the man in front of him. Drink, brother. Now that you are here, just relax and don't think too much. Drink, drink. Shank's face was red and he was talking nonsense like a drunk. The others were similar, all greeting Jack enthusiastically, as if Jack was also a fellow member of their pirates group. Drink it. Don't you even know how to drink? You're not a man at all. Hey, are the guys from Beast's Pirates like this too? Everyone was laughing and joking, as if they had no idea that serious things were about to happen. There was only one man with a stern face leaning against a stone. He was looking at everyone with a smile and was very quiet. Well, let's see who can drink more than whom. Jack snorted coldly upon seeing this, and directly picked up the wine barrel next to him and poured it into his own mouth. It caused a round of applause. This strange scene continued until night fell, when a group of Red Hair Pirates members all got drunk and lay down casually. The few others who were still awake were also talking drunkenly. Even the red-haired Shanks was holding a wine barrel and snoring loudly, not looking like a strong man at all. Jack was almost drunk at this moment, and he accidentally hit a stone beside him. The pain finally made him sober up. Damn. Laozi is here to discuss an alliance. Jack was a little speechless as he looked at the guys lying around him. What kind of pirates group is this? Thinking that today's task has not been completed yet. Jack shrugged and hesitated for a while before walking directly towards the red-haired Shanks. He wanted to wake this guy up to discuss business. Advertisement trample. But just after taking 2 steps, Jack suddenly felt a chill next to him, and his hair stood on end with shock. He turned around and saw that the stern man who had been silent since the beginning of the banquet was holding a gun in his right hand almost to his forehead. Don't move. Beckman tilted his head and said indifferently, "My captain is resting, don't disturb him." While speaking, Beckman's expressionless face looked as if he would kill Jack casually. This made Jack, whose self-esteem was fragile, immediately angry. "What the hell do you want to do? Do you know what Lousy is here for?" Jack was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Why were these guys acting like lunatics and not following common sense? "I know. Wasn't it that Kaido, that guy who sent you to form an alliance with us to fight Marine together?" As soon as these words came out, Jack's face changed drastically. "You? How do you know?" Beckman, the brain trust of the Red Hair Pirates, glanced speechlessly at this guy with a missing string in his head. He put away his pistol, lay down on a rock beside him with a bit of boredom and said softly, "If you just want to discuss this with us, then please go back, because our decision is to refuse. We, the Red Hair Pirates, will not form an alliance with any of your families, nor will we go to war with the Marine." "Why?" Jack said with a grim expression, "and can you make this decision on behalf of your captain?" Beckman said nonchalantly, "Of course, that lazy B************** D would love for me to ask him to do more." But Jack also wanted to talk to Beckman about the problem of the young Marine Bai Ze. That damn guy had chopped off one of his arms. Although he didn't want to admit it, Bai Ze's growth rate was indeed too fast, and he might not be his opponent now. But Beckman seemed to be able to guess what Jack would say. He slowly lit a cigar and spoke lazily. "You mean a Marine named Bai Ze? He is very powerful and may threaten us in the future, so we should get rid of him as soon as possible." Beckman smiled sarcastically. "Unfortunately, we know that guy and almost fought him, so we know how powerful that young Marine is." Hearing this, Jack asked with some confusion, "Then why are you still refusing the alliance? If that troublesome kid really grows up, we'll all be finished." Advertisement Bai Ze. Bai Ze. Now this guy is almost becoming the nightmare of the Beast's pirates. The stronger the opponent is, the more nervous they get, because they know that they are real enemies. The kind of either you or I. That's why Kaido is so impatient. Beckman glanced at Jack and said, "We have our own considerations. You don't need to know the reasons, and we know better than you how powerful the Marine boy is." Beckman narrowed his eyes slightly, obviously dissatisfied with Jack's tone and attitude. Jack took a deep look at Beckman, then looked at the drunk guys nearby. He opened his mouth and said, "You will definitely regret your decision today." After that, Jack turned around and walked away without hesitation. He knew that staying here any longer would be a waste of time. This trip to form an alliance failed. Jack was thinking as he walked, could the alliance of the 2-4 Emperors level pirates really defeat the Marine? Sadness. When did the Beast's pirates become so dangerous? Was it the battle that day? No, it might have happened even earlier. One of their senior officials accidentally had his men kill the entire village of that young man. They were the ones who created such a terrifying young man. Jack took a few deep breaths and his pace gradually became chaotic. After Jack leaves, at this moment, in the originally silent banquet hall, Beckman was smoking a cigar and looking at the moonlight. I wonder what he was thinking. "Beckman. Don't think too much, just let it go." A steady voice sounded from the field. Beckman turned around and saw, and met the eyes of the owner of that voice. The owner of the voice has only one arm, and he is naturally the owner of the Red Hair Pirates, the red-haired Shanks. At this moment, he was still as drunk as before, and his deep eyes seemed to contain everything. And at the same time, the Red Hair Pirates members who were just sleeping all stood up one by one. They tilted their necks, and the drunkenness they had just felt disappeared instantly. They looked at Shanks with a slightly worried expression and spoke. "Captain." Chapter 93 Excited Bai Ze. "Captain." Many people shouted with hesitant expressions. In fact, those who were already accustomed to banquets already had the ability to sober up instantly. After all, they are worried about their companions, so they always think that they should keep an eye on everyone. So after hearing the conversation between Beckman and Jack just now, everyone had complicated expressions. Form an alliance with the royal forces? They really couldn't imagine that there would be such a day, and all this was because that boy. Everyone recalled the day a few months ago, when that slim boy was so calm when he met their group. Red-haired Shanks looked at the brothers around him helplessly, wanting to say something but stopping himself. He looked at Beckman beside him, and after getting the other's nod, Shanks slowly spoke. "The current situation in the sea is indeed very complicated. First, the 7 warlords of the sea were destroyed one by one, then the 4 emperors were formed, and now the 4 emperors are broken. The alliance of the 2 emperors, and even now the alliance of more emperor-level forces. It's really unusual to see such a big change in a few months, and..." Shanks looked at everyone calmly and said, "I also know the root cause." "What's the reason?" someone asked. Shanks nodded and continued. "That's the boy we met a few months ago. Do you remember the scene when I met that guy?" Everyone looked at each other without saying a word. It was obviously a shameful moment that they did not want to recall. After all, the red-haired pirates actually got scared when facing that young man. Shanks glanced at everyone's faces and spoke with a serious face. "That boy is stronger than I thought. Yamato is weird. After that chance encounter, Beckman and I actually studied that guy carefully." Shanks began to analyze his guess with everyone word by word, making everyone's faces even more serious. Simply put, so many changes in the maritime situation were caused by that young marine, and his strength has recently been able to kill a strong man like Hawkeye Mahawk. This situation has already shown that the latter's rise is unstoppable. Advertisement, it's even more perverted than the rise of Roger, the former pirate's king. After Shanks finished speaking, the whole place fell into a long silence. After a long time, Shanks then revealed his signature heartless smile, clapped his hands and laughed. Iya. Why are you all so depressed? Don't you still trust me, your captain? No matter what the future holds, follow me. Absolutely. Ha ha ha. Shanks's cackle made the heavy atmosphere in the field much lighter, and a group of people smiled at Shanks again. That's right, there are many more people following the captain. There's no point in panicking. The captain is the most powerful one, no one else can help him. Hey, Shanks looked at the smiling faces of the crowd and also laughed out loud, but Beckman, who was most familiar with them, knew that this guy's frown had never fallen. Because during this period of time, ever since Shanks' accidental encounter with Bai Ze, he has become a different person after coming back, becoming very irritable. Beckman knew the reason, because that boy finally made his captain, who was in control of everything, finally realized that there were things he couldn't control. So, Shanks told Beckman about his concerns, and he said he saw a scary glimpse of the future. In that corner of the future, he saw the slim young marine killing everyone like a devil, and he also saw an incredible scene. I saw many powerful people who had passed away appear in that battle. In that battle, many people were no match for that young man. This terrifying glimpse of the future made Shanks a little defensive, and he only calmed down recently. It seemed like he had thought of a way out of the situation. Beckman once asked if they could join forces with other forces to kill Bai Ze in advance, but the red-haired man shook his head and showed a bitter smile. When that day comes, you will know. I hope you won't blame me. Advertisement. Beckman put away his messy thoughts, turned around and joined everyone in having fun again. There was no other reason. He believed that his captain would not let him down. And the other side, Bai Ze, who is the target of attention of many forces, is probably in a place no one could imagine. At this moment, he is driving his boat in a fog. The fog here is so thick that you can hardly see anything around you. This is a particularly strange place on the Grand Line, the Triangle of Horror. Bai Ze's target this time is exactly the place he has been to before, the terrifying 3 strange sailboats. The territory of Gecko Moria, one of the original 7 warlords of the sea. Of course, the new owner of the terrifying Sangui sailboat is almost Bai Ze. After all, Gecko Moria had been killed by him, and his purpose this time was very simple, which was to collect corpses. Gecko Moria is a corpse collector. Because of his special devil fruit ability and research needs, this guy has gone to many places and brought back the corpses of many strong people. With Bai Ze of reanimation jutsu, this terrifying 3-gway sailboat is almost equivalent to his treasure land. There are countless corpses of powerful men here for him to use, and he can easily build an army of corpses. On the deck of the ship at this moment, Bai Ze stood with his hands behind his back, watching a black figure slowly appear in front of him. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a suppressed smile of excitement. My home turf is finally here. Bai Ze knew that when he left this place and appeared again, he would appear in a brand new form. 4 emperors? Bai Ze narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he felt that he was almost achieving his goal. At that time, his childish vow to kill all the pirates in the world seemed to be really achievable. Chapter 94. Bai Ze. Are you worthy? Thriller bark? After Bai Ze killed Gecko Moria, he started to make plans here. In order to prevent this place from being destroyed, Bai Ze also lowered his bottom line and asked Brook, who was a pirate in his previous life, to guard this place. After all, there are still many good things in Gecko Moria's castle, and Bai Ze is afraid that some fearless pirates will come and destroy the corpses here. Of course, before Bai Ze left, he also told the other party a secret, that is, the whale that he had made an agreement with was still waiting for them in the original place. After exchanging interests, Bai Ze doesn't want to have anything to do with Brook anymore. I hope there won't be any blind guys. Bai Ze stood on the deck, his eyes slightly narrowed, and he murmured coldly. The familiar huge hull of the terrifying 3-ghost sailboat slowly appeared in front of Bai Ze. The marine warship that Bai Ze was on gradually approached. But as soon as he got closer, Bai Ze's brows suddenly frowned. Bai Ze's face twitched under the mask, and his right hand clenched into a fist. There are enemies. At this moment, the 3 terrifying ghost sailboats are on top. Because of the battle between Bai Ze and Gecko Moria a few months ago, the originally majestic castle here has become a bit dilapidated and is filled with a smell of decay. But the originally dilapidated castle is now crowded with people. Dozens of fierce pirates holding various weapons are confronting one person. Oh no, it's a skeleton. That's right, a skeleton. That skeleton was wearing a light blue tuxedo and looked elegant, but it could actually speak. It was simply a monster. And look at the messy area and bumpy ground around. It seemed as if a big battle had just taken place between the two sides. The leader of the pirates, a scarred man, pointed a big knife at Brook and yelled. You damn skull, you'd better get out of the way of Lousy. Don't stop Lousy from doing his job. Otherwise, believe it or not, Lousy will kill you. However, faced with the threat from the big man, the monster, whose entire body was made of skeleton and without a trace of flesh, let out bursts of strange laughter. Yo-ho-ho-ho, you want to kill me? I'm so scared, but I've already been dead. Brook covered his mouth and laughed. He slowly took out his nose and said to the intruders who had come in this period of time. Sorry, I have an agreement with a guy. You can't touch anything on this island. Advertisement. After hearing what Brook said, everyone shook their heads, obviously not believing him. They all thought that this monster Brook wanted to take the treasure here for himself. And even if it's for someone else to see, they'll still grab it. After all, that's what pirates do. Brook was a little helpless. This small island containing Gecko Moria's wisdom and treasures was really an irresistible temptation for many people. When I killed Gecko Moria in Bai Ze, in fact, there were originally many unlucky pirates whose shadows were stolen by Gecko Moria gathered on the island, but after Bai Ze killed Gecko Moria, these pirates just accepted the fact that they were free. And because Bai Ze was very busy at that time and didn't bother to care about these low-end pirates, this led to these guys either leaving happily to celebrate their freedom or revealing their ambitions. Want to take advantage of the chaos to rob Bai Ze of his victory. Brook has encountered dozens of pirate groups of all sizes coming to grab treasures in the past few months, and today's one seems to be the biggest one. Brook looked around helplessly at the dark corners. He knew that this time there was a group of more powerful guys waiting in the dark for an opportunity to strike. Just wait to kill yourself and then take the treasure. Brook felt helpless. Was he going to break his promise with his benefactor Marine? That person has freed him and allowed him to go find Laboon. So, I must not lose. Brook's breath began to rise. Bai Ze slowly revealed the ultimate cold aura, causing everyone on the opposite side to shudder. However, the motivation of greed made all of them overcome resistance and take action together. Superior. The scarred leader yelled and rushed straight towards Brook with the sword in his hand, the swords colliding with each other and making a hissing sound. The two fought directly together. The remaining dozens of people let out a cold cry and joined the battle together, showing that they were planning to fight in a group. Bang! 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 A fierce battle soon broke out in the field. Brook fought alone against a group of dozens of sea shark pirates. He shuttled among the dozens of people with his sword like a fish. Everyone's faces turned ugly. Their pirates group has two powerful men with bounties of over 10 million, namely their captain and vice-captain. They are not a small force here. So they challenged Brook when there were orders where many people lost. But something seems to be wrong now. Finally, after dozens of minutes of fierce fighting, Brook realized that the time had come, and he restrained himself. He stepped on his toes and passed by everyone with a nose in his hand. Then he walked behind everyone, put the sword back into the scabbard and said softly. Advertisement, Nisuga Sanding. The voice fell. Tisk, tisk, tisk. All the members of the sea shark pirates had dazed eyes and then fell down with a scream. All of them were killed in one blow. Brook was also exhausted at this moment. Just when he was about to take a short break, a group of people slowly walked out from the dark corners around him. They all wore clothes similar to the animal skins that savages wore, and even the women were topless. They all looked at Brook with playful smiles, which made Brook's heart sink. These guys are all extremely strong. They are the wild ape pirates who have been waiting for the opportunity. They are a well-known pirate group in the nearby waters. The strength of its captain and vice-captain has reached the level of 50 million berries in bounty. The relics of Gecko Moria are too tempting for pirates of their level. And in line with the mentality of being cautious in making the 10,000 years ship, they deliberately waited for others to consume some of Brook's energy before going on board, just to kill him with one blow. If Brook had a face at this moment, it would be extremely ugly. I'm sorry, benefactor. Maybe I can't wait for you anymore. I may have to break the promise. Brook felt a little sad. He might really die here today. In fact, he could retreat now. After all, they only came to steal the treasure. But his instinct made him stay. Brook sighed inwardly, then rushed towards the crowd with Bai Ze in hand. Without hesitation, he directly used the nose song Sanding this time. The members of the wild ape pirates greeted them with a sneer, especially their leader, the demon ape. He used his devil fruit ability to transform into a giant monster and fought with Brook. Let's all work together to tear down this troublesome skull. All the treasures here will be ours. Kill. Bang. 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 This battle was far better than the previous one. The crew of the wild ape pirates were like a bunch of madmen, smashing and hitting everything, and turning the battlefield into a mess. Many of the corpses underground were smashed to pieces by them. Even though Brook fought desperately, he was no match for four hands. After fighting for hundreds of rounds, he was hit by a monster transformed by Helen, the captain of the wild ape pirates, and his ribs were broken with one punch, sending him flying backwards. Announced the victory of this battle. Helen looked at Brook, who was lying on the ground with a sneer on her face, and said, "Everything here belongs to Lousy. A half-dead guy like you wants to compete with me. Are you worthy?" As soon as Helen finished speaking, he felt a chill on his neck, and then an irresistible force followed. A young man wearing a strange mask lifted him up with one hand, and a voice as cold as the underworld rang in his ears. "You are worthy of snatching things from me." Bai Ze spoke coldly, and the violent conqueror's haki surged out, causing the legs of everyone present to go weak. And they all collapsed to the ground. Chapter 95 Reanimation Jutsu. "You are worthy of snatching things from me." Bai Ze looked coldly at the guy who was struggling in his hands. His eyes were full of murderous intent. After he boarded the ship and found that some of the corpses here had been destroyed, Bai Ze even wanted to torture himself to death. Helen wanted to speak with horror in her eyes. Who on earth was this guy? How could he pervert so quickly that she couldn't react at all? Moreover, this power was so amazing that I couldn't resist at all. "You want to talk?" Bai Ze looked at the man with cold eyes, and gradually increased the strength in his hands. The latter's tongue was forced to stick out, and he was about to suffocate to death. Bai Ze changed his mind. He just combined everything, and cut off the man's tongue, then broke his leg with a kick so that he could only wail on the ground. Bai Ze looked around at the other people who fainted because of his conqueror's haki, and suddenly grinned. In a few minutes, a group of people wearing animal skins knelt down in front of the decaying castle. They were all the members of the Wild Ape Pirates. However, unlike their previous arrogant attitude, they were now extremely embarrassed and even miserable. Their faces were covered in blood and they whimpered from time to time. It was obvious that their tongues were gone. Not only that, their legs were also broken and they were forced to kneel, supported by the wooden boards behind them. Miserable and cruel, at this moment, they really regretted their actions. Why were they so greedy? Why did they come here? Bai Ze did not choose to kill them. Of course, it was not because Bai Ze suddenly became kind-hearted, but because Bai Ze found that these guys were still useful. After all, reanimation jutsu requires living people as carriers, and these guys in front of us are pretty good. Bai Ze looked at the scene he had created with his own hands expressionlessly, without even a trace of pity in his heart. Advertisement cruel. Maybe. But Bai Ze doesn't care. After all, he is not a good person. He is just an avenger. For revenge, he can do whatever it takes, even go to hell. Brook, who had recovered a little, looked at Bai Ze with a little palpitation and sighed slightly in his heart. I don't know why this young man in front of me has such strong hostility towards pirates. Brook still has a good impression of the young marine in front of him, and secretly hopes that he will not be blinded by hatred. Little brother, since you are here, then the agreement between us is fulfilled. Brook looked at Bai Ze and said, I have to go fulfill my other promise. Bai Ze didn't say anything, but just nodded coldly, obviously not wanting to communicate more with Brook, but Brook was not annoyed. He walked forward a few steps and suddenly turned back and laughed foolishly a few times. By the way, these past few days I have thought carefully about what you said to me at that time. You were right, a thief is a thief. No matter how much I don't want to admit it, I can't avoid the fact that I have invaded others in the past. Brook recalled the old days with some regret. Freedom. It seemed like they were free, but the civilians who met them along the way seemed unhappy to see them. Of course, Brook doesn't think his pirates group is so evil and, that's all in the past. So, what do you want to say? Bai Ze finally spoke. He frowned slightly and looked at Brook, not quite understanding this first future member of the Straw Hat Pirates he had met so far. I said. Brook smiled and said, I don't plan to be a pirate anymore. I will stay with Laboon forever in the Twin Gorges. I will never set foot on this sea again. Yes, Brook gave up his pirate's identity. After Bai Ze shattered his pirate's dream, he no longer planned to pursue any dreams. He only wanted to fulfill the promise now, and after the promise was fulfilled. Brook looked at his immortal body, and at that time he might consider sinking into the sea forever and accompanying everyone. Advertisement hearing that Brook was going to give up his identity as a pirate, Bai Ze's eyes finally showed a hint of tenderness, but he still spoke in a cold tone. It has nothing to do with me, whatever you want. What a proud little brat. Brook shook his head and laughed, then turned around and walked away. Bai Ze stared at Brook's receding back for a long time, wondering what he was thinking. Give up the identity of pirates. Thinking of this, an idea suddenly flashed through Bai Ze's mind. Would it really be possible to eliminate pirates from the world by just killing all the pirates? No, it wouldn't. As long as they have the idea, there will be civilians who become new pirates. Bai Ze cannot kill them all. So the way to eradicate them is to eliminate the idea of becoming a pirate. But it must be difficult. Why? Bai Ze sighed and temporarily dispelled these messy thoughts. He tilted his head, stood up and looked at the terrifying three strange sailboats full of the smell of decay. Bai Ze saw a lot of naked corpses at a glance, and then he looked at the sacrifices kneeling in a row. Bai Ze grinned. Reanimation Jutsu. It's time to appear in this otherworld. Chapter 96 A Strange Group of Five. While Bai Ze was working hard on the reanimation jutsu, Akainu finally returned to the naval headquarters Marineford after several days of sailing. As soon as he got off the boat, he noticed that Marineford smelled a bit lifeless at the moment. Captain Akainu. Good. A row of marine soldiers guarding the gate greeted Akainu by cheering for him, but their voices were low and seemed a little weak. Not only that, Akainu looked at the marine soldiers in other places. They who were originally full of energy in the naval headquarters were now lowering their heads, like a stupid quail. Because of the defeat of Kizaru and Aokiji on the front line, they have lost some confidence. But this absurd scene made Akainu so angry that he pulled the corners of his mouth and cursed loudly. What a bunch of useless guys. Isn't it just a small loss on the front line? Is it necessary to be so dejected? It's as if others will think that the marine will be destroyed tomorrow. Ah, you are the most elite marines in the naval headquarters. Can't you even stand this little bit of frustration? After Akainu criticized him, he stepped forward and patted the other person on the shoulder and continued. Besides, even if the sky falls, there are people like Lousy to hold it up. Why are you guys panicking? Be more alert, Lousy, hold your heads high and stand tall. Yes. Hearing Akainu's heroic voice, everyone perked up a little and looked up at Kaido. Yes, Commander Akainu is still here. He is the marine god of war who has never been defeated. Soon. Akainu frowned and strode away, heading straight for the meeting room on the top floor of naval headquarters. However, the further he walked in, the gloomier his expression became. Because he found that not only the Marines just now were a little depressed, but some of the Marine generals inside were even more depressed. Akainu's inner sigh was understandable. After all, as generals, they are well aware of how powerful Aokiji and Kizaru are. Now that they are ambushed on the front line and the Marine has temporarily lost two such combat forces, it is impossible for them not to panic. Aokiji and Kizaru are just as unreliable as ever. Looks like I still have to rely on Lousy. As if he had thought of something, Akainu's gloomy face gradually began to relax, because during the few days of the voyage he had fully studied the 8 inner gates technique given by Bai Ze. At first, Akainu just studied it based on his trust in Bai Ze, thinking that it would be effective but the effect would not be great. However, after he started to study it, he found out how perverted this secret technique given by Bai Ze was. Burn your strength and break through your limits. This thing is almost perfect for those strong men who are suitable for hand-to-hand combat. In a few days, Akainu had already mastered the skills and could easily open the first few doors. With this increase in strength and the recently awakened conqueror's haki, Akainu was confident that his strength could definitely rank among the top in the world. Kaido, the strongest creature on land, Whitebeard, the strongest man on the sea. They're no longer on the same level as him. I, Akainu, am invincible. Akainu exhaled and murmured something subconsciously, then confidently pushed open the door of the conference room in front of him. The door opened with a creak. Advertisement just like that day, a bunch of real bigwigs from the naval headquarters had gathered in the conference room. At this moment, everyone was arguing over something, their faces red and their necks thick. But with Akainu's arrival, they all looked towards Akainu, and just as they were about to speak, they saw Akainu sitting down in his seat with great force. He crossed his legs and lit a cigar, acting like he was the boss here. Akainu, what the hell are you doing? Some big guys who disliked Akainu immediately scolded him. But the next moment, Akainu actually stood up and walked in front of him, grabbed his collar and said in a deep voice. What, Kaki, are you going to fight Lousy, you? The middle-aged man called Kaki suddenly looked unhappy, and cursed Akainu thousands of times in his heart. Is this old guy really angry? He has such a bad temper. Other people in the field also looked at Akainu with confusion, wondering why Akainu suddenly went crazy. Okay, Akainu. Just sit down. Finally, it was Sengoku, who was sitting at the top, who spoke, and Akainu slowly sat back in his seat. Following Akainu's commotion just now, the atmosphere in the field became a little strange. The quarrel stopped, and both the conservatives and the pro-war factions looked at each other in silence. See this? Sengoku coughed twice and happily continued the previous topic. This is the situation now. Our front line is beginning to have more and more conflicts with the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates. It seems that the other side really intends to provoke an all-out war. This battle may not be something we Marines can fight whenever we want. It depends on what the other side is going to do. Sengoku calmly began to analyze the current situation. Akainu, who was sitting with his legs crossed, looked arrogant, but he was actually listening carefully. Because what Sengoku talks about now is more detailed than what he talked about in Den Den Mushi before. In fact, we Marines are not afraid of the Twin Emperor's alliance, but... Sengoku said this, and looked at the corner of the long table with a somewhat melancholy expression. There were two people wrapped in bandages. The others also followed Sengoku's gaze and looked at the two people. Aokiji and Kizaru, who were wrapped in bandages, also gave everyone a somewhat bitter smile. I'm sorry, everyone. I may not be able to act freely for the next month. Aokiji said in a calm tone, while Kizaru on the side seemed a little casual. He spread his hands and spoke. Oh no. I'm so sorry. I'm injured now. I'll leave my work to you. There seemed to be a hint of smile in his tone, which made everyone's face suddenly darken. This old guy is seriously injured and needs to rest, but why does he seem a little happy? That's too much. Advertisement. Sengoku waved his hand to interrupt the discussion and said in a deep voice. That's right. Because of the mistake in the last decision, 2 of our Marines' combat forces are temporarily unavailable. So this period of time may be the most dangerous for our Marines. But, Sengoku put on an angry look. He put his hands on the table and yelled at everyone. There are still some guys who want to sell out the Marines and work with the pirates to get what they want, and hurt their own comrades. Are you crazy? Bang! Sengoku punched the table, creating a deep hole. This was the topic of his meeting today. Catch the traitor. Sengoku closed his eyes in disappointment and spoke. Those who betrayed that event, I hope you will take the initiative to stand up. I guarantee with the reputation of Marine Marshal that I can give you a lenient sentence. Otherwise, Sengoku didn't say anything, but everyone knew the consequences. Hearing that Sengoku wanted to catch the traitor, everyone in the field had different expressions. Some people seemed indignant, as if they were angry about why there was a traitor among the people present. Some people don't care, as if these things have nothing to do with them. Some people's faces change, but they quickly return to normal. Of course, the most special person is Akainu, who is sitting with his legs crossed and staring at someone, with a very playful smile. The field fell into silence for 5 minutes, during which no one stood up. Apparently no one was willing to step forward and admit it. This is normal. Since he has been identified as a traitor, who would be willing to come out and admit it like this? The only thing they are betting on is that Sengoku has no evidence. Let's all go. Sengoku seemed to have lost all his strength. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, then sat down in his seat with his eyes closed as if he didn't want to see everyone anymore. Da. Da. And everyone in the field did not hesitate, they all stood up and started walking towards the door, of course not forgetting to say goodbye to Sengoku. Marshal, take a good rest and don't get hurt by anger. There's no need to get angry over those bastards. Just like that, almost everyone left in the strange atmosphere, leaving only 5 people. 2 idiots wrapped in bandages, a stupid old man who keeps picking his nose, a cool guy smoking a cigar and crossing his legs, and an autistic Sengoku with his eyes closed. After everyone left and only 5 people were left, they looked at each other and suddenly smiled together. Hey, Chapter 97. Akainu is unwilling to give in. It was hard to imagine that the meeting room, which was lifeless just now, would have such a strange atmosphere after everyone left. Those guys should have all left, right? Garp yawned and said. Yeah, let's go. Sengoku nodded, and everyone instantly relaxed after this statement. Akainu smiled sarcastically. I'm really tired of acting with a bunch of guys who betrayed Marine. If it wasn't for the greater good, Lousy would have just blown the guy's head off. Ahem. Kizaru, who was wrapped in bandages, said speechlessly. I'm not that angry even after being beaten like this. Why are you so anxious? Aokiji interrupted Kizaru and said unhappily, you simply don't want to put in any effort. Now you're getting hurt a little, aren't you happy about that? Kizaru curled his lips and did not refute. If the group of people who just left heard the conversation between these people, they would definitely be shocked, because there is a piece of information revealed in their conversation, which is, they seem to have known for a long time that there is a traitor in the Marine high level, and they also know who it is. It turned out that the 5 of them were acting just now. How scary. Advertisement. Sengoku coughed twice and spoke to everyone. Although we know the identity of the traitor because of that little guy Bai Ze, and we have made some preparations. But in order to really collect evidence of their collusion with the enemy, Aokiji and Kizaru still suffered considerable injuries, which still makes the current situation of our Marine very difficult. After hearing this, everyone nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the current situation is still unfavorable to Marine. But compared to the more terrible consequences, everyone is still very satisfied, and the reason for all this is because of Bai Ze. Everyone looked at each other in silence, and they all had a little respect for this interesting little guy who was not present. If it weren't for the other party's reminder, Marine might really be in trouble this time. Akainu grinned, remembering the first time Bai Ze and he came to this conference room. After some conflicts, Bai Ze mentioned this to Akainu. He said, there are several traitors in the field, who might cause trouble when Marine makes a big move, so they should be careful, and he even named a few people directly. With absolute trust in Bai Ze, Akainu immediately found Sengoku and told him Bai Ze's guess, but Sengoku didn't quite believe it at first. He didn't want to believe that these people who had dedicated most of their lives to Marine would choose to betray. Then the following happened. After the attack on the front line broke out, Sengoku thought of Akainu's reminder. After hesitating for a while, he sent Kizaru to retaliate against the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates, but at the same time he secretly sent Aokiji and Garp to support them. Otherwise, how could the 2 of them arrive so in time to save Kizaru? The final result also confirmed his guess that there was a traitor in the Marine high level. I have already got a clue about the identities of those traitors during this period of investigation. When the time comes, I will kill all the people behind them. Sengoku said with some disappointment, those people are actually veterans of our Marine, and have made great contributions to our Marine. Asking them to confess just now was the last chance I gave them. Since they didn't cherish it, don't blame me, Sengoku, for being cruel. The last action was exposed, and it almost cost their Marine the Admiral. Sengoku was completely disappointed in them. No one responded, they just looked at Sengoku quietly, because what he was going to say next would determine the true direction of Marine. Advertisement. Garp yawned and spoke to Akainu and the others. Whitebeard and Red Hair probably won't form an alliance with them, so we can transfer some troops to the battlefield over there. I'll leave the matters over there to you guys to handle. Sengoku and I will be in charge of watching over Red Hair and Whitebeard. Sengoku nodded and agreed to Garp's proposal. Although red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard did not agree to form an alliance with them, they had to be on guard. He and Garp, the 2 top fighters, would be responsible for watching them. So the remaining Big Mom and the Beast's pirates will be in charge of the 3 Marine Admirals Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu who are present. And because Aokiji and Kizaru really temporarily lost their fighting ability, Akainu was the only one left to fight against Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. The pressure is not too great. Akainu, you are in charge of the battlefield on the front line. You just need to wait until the 2 of them recover their fighting strength, and then you can launch a counterattack. Remember, don't rush into anything. Delay as long as possible. Sengoku looked at Akainu and said solemnly, it is unrealistic for Akainu to fight 2 emperors alone. In the case of an imbalance in the top combat power, I can only be forced to be a little timid. Sengoku felt a little sad. If it weren't for that group of traitors causing trouble, the current Marine wouldn't be so passive. Drag? Akainu sneered as if he heard something funny, but when Sengoku looked at him puzzledly, Akainu immediately returned to his original expression. There is no rush to expose it now. Wait until the 8 inner gates technique is stable, and then give everyone a surprise. Akainu is not willing to give in. Not at all. Chapter 98. Beast's Pirate Strategy. In the conference room, after discussing the plan for another half an hour, everyone finally ended all the meetings for the day. Akainu took the lead and left the meeting room directly. He didn't stay in Marineford for long before he went to the marine warship and headed straight for the front line. He, Akainu, will lead the war this time. Standing on the deck of the warship, Akainu put his hands behind his back and let the sea breeze blow on his wrinkled face. His thoughts began to become confused. Fighting, but Akainu's favorite thing, because it makes him feel excited and gives his life meaning. Ever since he joined the Marine when his family was accidentally massacred at a young age, Akainu has been striving for the Marine as his own career. And this struggle has lasted for decades, from a Marine to the current Admiral. He might even have a chance to become the Marshal in the future. By then, he will carry out his will and bring true justice to this world. Akainu is not completely unaware that his justice may be a little biased, but his justice is definitely better than the current system. So when the current Big Mom Pirates and Beasts Pirates wanted to destroy Marine's foundation, Akainu was furious. Whoever wants to destroy Marine must step over my dead body. When Akainu thought about the current alliance of the two emperors, the ultimate murderous intent emerged in his eyes. These guys are simply looking for death. Marine hasn't even destroyed them yet. These guys jumped up first. Go to war with Marine? Haha. Lousy will destroy you first. With the 8 inner gates technique given by Bai Ze, Akainu has become more confident than ever. If there was an opportunity, he would have wanted to challenge Kaido to a duel and kill him directly. Put an end to it all and solve the problem fundamentally. 8 inner gates technique, Akainu murmured. If the secret technique that Bai Ze casually gave was so powerful, how powerful must the most powerful secret technique that Bai Ze himself controlled be? Akainu's expectations for Bai Ze were unprecedentedly high at this moment. He suddenly recalled Bai Ze's big talk a few months ago, that he would bring back the head of Kaido of the Beasts for everyone to see. Then let Marine launch a total war against all pirates. Yes, the total war is not only against the 4 emperors or those powerful pirates in the New World, but all. Destroy all the pirates in this world in one fell swoop. Akainu grinned, thinking that maybe this day might not be far away. Little guy, I'm looking forward to the day when you fulfill your dream. Advertisement 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. At the moment, things on Wano Kuni Kaido's side were not as smooth as Marine had thought, inside the magnificent palace. Kaido sat opposite to the 3 calamities, whom he trusted the most, but no matter who they were. Their faces did not look very good, even though they had just won a battle. This opportunity was so perfect, but Kizaru still let it go. What a pity. On the throne of the palace, Kaido let out a heavy sigh to everyone, because he truly felt that the chance to kill Kizaru was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With the ambush by the Twin Emperors Alliance and the leak from the insider at the naval headquarters, there was no reason why this plan would fail. Jin and Quinn, who participated in the ambush with Kaido, also spoke with a puzzled look on their faces. Indeed, with you and that old woman working together, plus us blocking the road, Kizaru should be doomed, but... Quinn said with a grim expression. Another Aokiji showed up halfway through, and the two of them actually managed to hold on until that old man Garp's support again. This luck is really **********. Luck. They were unaware that the high-ranking spy in the naval headquarters had been discovered, and instinctively regarded Aokiji and Garp's rescue as Marine's luck. Thinking of that time, the saving punch from that Marine who always looked like a kind old man, Quinn felt a little embarrassed. That old man named Garp is really something. If it weren't for his arrival, Kizaru and Aokiji really wouldn't be able to escape. Moreover, he seriously doubted that his own boss might not be the opponent's match. Kaido waved his hands and didn't want to talk about this issue anymore. He turned to look at Jack, who was standing there like a stupid quail, and said unhappily. Didn't you say that there would be no problem if you went? How come you still failed? You really can't do anything successfully. You won't have to go to any important events in the future. At the beginning, Jack took the initiative to volunteer to seek out the alliance with red-haired Shanks. In fact, Kaido knew that red-haired Shanks would most likely refuse, so he just went with the flow and let Jack give it a try, just in case he succeeded. Now that the latter has failed as previously speculated, Kaido can just vent his anger on Jack. Jack, who was scolded by Kaido as worthless, could only refute with a red face and laughter. Those guys are nothing like pirates. No matter who you replace them with, they won't agree to form an alliance. How dare you quibble? Kaido glared and raised his big hand as if to hit, and Jack immediately hid aside in fear. As one of the 3 disasters, the eldest brother Jin walked out of the warm-up. Advertisement, alright boss, now that we have made up our minds, let's discuss how to deal with Marine next. Now that the Red Hair Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates have both rejected our alliance, we can only use the combined forces of the 2 royal pirates to fight the Marines. This is not to our advantage. Kaido nodded in agreement after hearing what Jin said. It would be difficult for the 2 kings to fight against all the Marines, but... Jin and Kaido looked at each other, and they both understood each other's thoughts. Jin smiled and continued speaking. But now that Kizaru and Aokiji have lost their combat effectiveness, the Marines have to split their forces to look after the Whitebeard Pirates and the Red Hair Pirates, so we have the upper hand in the high-end battlefield. In this case, we must make full use of this advantage. Jin, the think tank of Beasts Pirates, suddenly smiled cruelly. As pirates, they know very well what their natural advantage is when facing the Marines, and that is to use any means necessary. They don't mind bullying the weak and killing at will. The Marines who claim to be righteous usually advocate the somewhat childish idea of generals versus generals, soldiers versus soldiers. The pirates will never do that. If there is a chance for their senior officers to face some ordinary marine soldiers, they will be willing to do so. Everyone understood this idea tacitly, and they all smiled playfully. Kaido tilted his head and spoke with a gloomy expression. I'll discuss this with the old woman. One of us will go and stop that guy Akainu, and the other one can be free to join the frontal battlefield. Tear right through their defenses. Quinn immediately responded, I can be responsible for sneak attacks on their weakly defended strongholds and try to wipe out all their manpower. Me too. Lousy just killed those worthless marines. Jack echoed. Finally, Jin crossed his arms and said, I will try my best to hold back their marines so that they have no time to come back for help, and buy you time to kill them. In a short period of time, they finalized the next battle plan. That is, a small number of strong men on their side will hold back as many strong men on the marine side as possible without the intention of killing them, and then the remaining strong men on their side will directly attack the ordinary marines without any moral principles. Reduce the enemy's manpower as much as possible, especially when there are 4 Emperor's-level combat forces directly attacking ordinary marines. It is simply outrageous. This is a tactic that can only be used by the pirates. It is a shameless and unethical fight. This is an open conspiracy, but Marine has no choice but to accept it. At the same time, this reflects a problem, that is, the Double Emperor Alliance is really going to officially declare war on Marine. A war that may change history is about to happen. Chapter 99 Akainu's Strategy. Kaido had discussed it, and without any hesitation, he immediately called the ant using a Den Den Mushi. The other party was also quite supportive of this tactic. After all, she had many children and they were quite strong, so she wouldn't feel bad even if some of them died. So the two sides quickly began to discuss the most rigorous plan, and it took only half a day to finalize the final plan. That was the peak game. Big Mom held Akainu back without trying to defeat him, but simply held him back, and Kaido, who was good at large-scale attacks, was responsible for attacking the marine camp, tearing the opponent's defenses apart with absolute strength. In addition to the confrontation between the Marine Admiral-level forces and the Pirates' Emperor-level forces, the remaining top forces of both sides are arranged by Big Mom's second son Charlotte. Katakuri is responsible for intercepting at least 5 Vice Admirals, and King from the Beast's Pirates is also responsible for intercepting at least 5 Marine Vice Admirals. To be honest, if the 5 Marine Vice Admirals continue to fight, maybe no one can hold on, but if they just need to delay the battle, they can still do it. Apart from these two, the rest of Big Mom's eldest son, Charlotte, Perisparrow and others are responsible for fighting sieges and dealing with other Marine Vice Admirals. However, it is different for the Beast's Pirates. Except Quinn and Jack, other senior cadres will cooperate with Big Mom Pirates. But Jack and Quinn are going to use the most cruel poison gas tactics, which is the only way to really cause heavy damage to Marine. In short, the Twin Emperors Alliance decided to launch the first battle of the all-out war and vowed to directly defeat the Marine and greatly weaken its manpower. Because they know very well that the Marines have more troops than them, even without the intervention of Kizaru and Aokiji. So the longer the war drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. I really can't imagine that I will lose this battle. Kaido, who had just finished discussing the real combat method with Big Mom and others, walked out of the room and burst into laughter. Kaido has analyzed all the situations. As long as Aokiji and Kizaru don't recover their fighting strength immediately, he will not lose this first battle. As for the future, Kaido thought of the young Marine who had become his nightmare, and he said with a frown. So what if he's a genius? Lousy will just wipe out Marine, and nip you in the bud. Advertisement. Kaido thought, no matter how talented Bai Ze was, it was impossible for him to improve his strength in such a short period of time to affect the outcome of the battle. I don't think so. Kaido suddenly frowned and muttered. While Kaido was preparing for the battle, Akainu, who had already arrived at the front line, was also busy, in addition to practicing the 8 inner gates technique at night. During the day, he even lived directly in the military camp on the front line, eating and living together with all the Marines, without any airs of an admiral at all. His arrival also boosted the morale of all the soldiers on the front line. After all, in their eyes, Akainu now symbolizes invincibility. And all the generals will be called to a meeting every other day to discuss the deployment of troops at the current stage. And Akainu's strategy is also very simple. That is to be tough to the end. The kind that is not afraid at all. He directly deployed more than half of the Marine Vice Admirals to the front line, not to mention the Marine Rear Admirals. He pulled all the Marine Rear Admirals who were idle in the naval headquarters in the rear to join the battle. The Marine generals under the Marine Rear Admiral were also deployed to the second front, leaving no room for them at all. Just go all in. The pirates want to fight, right? Then we'll defeat them and scare them away all at once. Captain Akainu, isn't it a bad idea to risk everything like this? All our strong men have gone to the front, and our rear is a bit too empty. What if the enemy suddenly attacks our rear? Advertisement. Marshal Sengoku and Lord Garp are responsible for monitoring the movements of the Red Hair Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates, so they may not be able to get here in a while. Some more conservative people raised their concerns and gained the support of a group of people. Yes, Commander Akainu, let's reconsider this. The overall situation is more important. Those who dared to go to the front line were not afraid of death, they just felt that Akainu was a bit too aggressive and too confident. After all, their Aokiji and Kizaru Admiral were still recovering from injuries and could not go into battle. What if something unexpected happened? But the one who answered them was Akainu's expressionless face. He knocked on the table with one hand, making a heavy thumping sound. What is a soldier's duty? Akainu looked at everyone and said. Everyone in the room was silent for a moment and then said in unison. Obey orders. Seeing this, Akainu smiled with satisfaction. Then everyone should listen to my arrangements. Unless someone is absolutely confident that they can do better than me, or defeat me to gain the authority to command the war, don't raise any objections to me. After that, Akainu suddenly shouted loudly, now, follow my orders. Yes. Everyone filed out and began the exciting preparations for battle. Since they couldn't change the fact, they could only obey orders. As Marine generals, they just need to do their job well. After everyone left, Akainu smoked a cigar and looked at the empty conference room with a playful smile and spoke. The rear is empty. If those guys are really so stupid as to attack us, then I, Akainu, will take the victory of this war. The tone was very calm, but full of confidence. I don't know who gave Akainu such confidence. Chapter 100. The war begins. It is a fact known to almost the entire New World that there will be a war between Marine and the Twin Emperors Alliance. Therefore, during this period of time, all the pirate groups, big and small, and some kingdoms in the New World were keeping a close eye on the actions of both sides. Afraid of missing something, but for a few days in a row, it was surprisingly calm. The border area between Marine and the Twin Emperors Alliance coexisted peacefully as if nothing had happened. There was no war, and there seemed to be no tendency for war to break out. Marine and the Twin Emperors Alliance actually tacitly retreated their front line of defense by dozens of nautical miles, as if they were showing goodwill to each other. It was such a big fuss before, is it just not that big now? Many civilians in New World who were watching the fun felt a little confused. After all, the commotion in recent days shouldn't have had this result. But there are also some who are very satisfied with this result. After all, war means death. What if they are affected? Not fighting is best. Different from the naive ideas of ordinary civilians, all the strong people with a little strength in the New World know that the current calm is just the last peace before the storm. When the present tranquility is gone, what will come is bound to be a storm that is enough to destroy everything. Now, Whitebeard Pirates territory, aboard the Moby DK. Dad, many of the ships of the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates have been missing in the past few days. The last time they were spotted was in. Marco reported the most important information to the old man lying beside him with a serious expression. The movements of the Beast's pirates and Big Mom pirates. What about the Marine? The old man lying on the chair spoke slowly. Marco hesitated for a while and said, it's still the same as before. They still deployed all the main forces directly in the front, and only left a small number of people in the back. It seems that they are going to fight them to the death. Marco was able to grasp the Marine's deployment so easily, which was enough to prove that the Whitebeard pirates had also planted a lot of people inside the Marine. When Marco said this, he was a little speechless about Marine's layout. Are these guys so confident? What if there is a surprise attack from the rear? Thinking of this, Marco looked at Whitebeard beside him tentatively and spoke. Dad, should we intervene? Marine's rear is so vulnerable. If the Whitebeard pirates were to intervene, it would probably cause great trouble to the other side. Hearing Marco's idea, the old man who had been lying on the chair sat up directly this time, looked at Marco with a pair of majestic tiger eyes and said in a deep voice. I told you that the Whitebeard pirates would not participate in this war, didn't you know that, Marco? Seeing Whitebeard looking a little angry, Marco suddenly became timid and quickly lowered his head to apologize. I'm sorry, Dad, I was wrong. Advertisement. Whitebeard sighed, patted Marco's shoulder with his big hand and spoke in a low voice. You are young and hot-tempered, I understand, but you have to know that unless there are special circumstances, war should not be fought. Because it can only bring disaster, but this is true for both sides of the war. Whitebeard began to teach Marco a lesson, and seemed eager to pass on all his decades of experience to him. Marco also listened carefully and nodded patiently. Actually, Whitebeard's obsession with being a pirate in this life was simply to recruit a group of family members to sail on the sea. Now, so many years have passed, he has found so many family members, and the size of the pirates group has expanded to this extent, which is a bit beyond his expectations. So now that he's old, he just wants to protect his own little piece of land. He won't attack the Marine on his own initiative, but if the other party calls. He will not surrender without a fight, and he will make full use of his remaining energy. And, Whitebeard frowned slightly when he heard the news, but with decades of experience, he subconsciously felt that there was something fishy on the Marine's side. The Beast's pirates and Big Mom pirates are very likely to fail. Thinking of this, Whitebeard narrowed his eyes and spoke. Pass on my order. Have our people retreat 20 nautical miles to give those guys room to fight. Tell everyone not to interfere. On the other hand, the Red Hair Pirates, also one of the 4 emperors, have the same idea about the upcoming war. Red Hair Shanks personally ordered the Allied Pirates regiments stationed on the front line of the Red Hair Pirates to retreat 30 nautical miles and not to participate in the battle. Who will win this battle? I'm really curious. On the coast of a small island, Shanks drank a glass of wine and murmured while looking at the sea. Nightfall. Marine Front, Tianyan Island. This small island, which belongs to the Marine front line with the strictest defense and the strongest lineup, is brightly lit even though it is late at night. Team after team of Marines walked neatly from one end of the coastline to the other. The Marine soldiers on patrol all had cold expressions, as if they were not tired at all even in this late night. We'll have Team 5 after one more round of inspections, so cheer up everyone. Bell, the captain of Team 4, who was formerly a Marine captain but was now assigned to be an ordinary patrol captain, reminded his teammates behind him. No. Everyone answered loudly that the Marines who could be on Tianyan Island at this time were all top-notch elite Marines. How could they not know how serious the current situation was? You never know when the Double Emperor Alliance will attack from the other side of the sea. Everyone shrugged slightly and continued to patrol along the coast. There were 5 teams doing similar work on the entire island. Some were patrolling the sea, some were inspecting the coastline like them, and some were in the highest watchtower on Tianyan Island, monitoring every move in the distant sea. Advertisement trample. 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 All the Marines on the entire Tianyan Island were operating as tightly as machine parts, fearing the slightest mistake. Phew, I've been a Marine for 13 years, and I'm finally going to encounter a war of this magnitude. Hee. I'm really lucky. Bell, who was about to complete today's patrol mission, finally had time to joke with everyone. War. For Marines like them who want to be promoted, it is the fastest and best way. As long as they can make contributions in this war, they can also become a high-ranking officer in the naval headquarters in the future. When I return to my hometown in the future, I will definitely make my parents proud in the whole village. He praised them for having a good son, and that he was now qualified to propose marriage to the woman from the neighboring village whom he had always admired. The others also smiled as they listened to their boss's words. Obviously, he is also looking forward to the coming of war. Military merit. They want military merit. Those damn pirates, come quickly. Your head is the best stepping stone for our success. The group of people were secretly excited when they were about to reach the designated handover location. Suddenly, a huge noise came from the distance, as if it was going to shake the heaven and earth to pieces. Everyone turned their heads in astonishment and saw an unclear black dot on the sea level in the distance, speeding towards them. The warships from the Marine side also rushed over immediately. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire, along with other thunder-like sounds, came into their minds from a very far distance. Has the war finally begun? A group of people murmured with flushed faces. Bell took the lead and ran to the nearest Marine warship, shouting excitedly as he ran. Damn it! Those pirates are finally here. Lousy's chance to make the first contribution is here. Boss Bell, wait for us, we want to go too. After reporting the enemy attack to their superiors, they quickly boarded the warship. Buzz. Buzz. Without any hesitation, they drove this ordinary Marine warship towards the battlefield. And there are many who did the same thing as them on the Marine front. Late at night that day, hundreds of Marine ships with military flags set out and headed straight into the distance. At the same time, on the side of the Twin Emperors Alliance, the fleet composed of the Big Mom Pirates and the Beasts Pirates took the lead and went straight to meet them. The battle between Marine and the Twin Emperors Alliance officially begins today. Chapter 101 Let's fight, on the battlefield. Bang. 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 Boom. Boom. Endless artillery fire exploded on the originally calm sea surface, causing black smoke to rise directly from the sea surface. Countless fish in the sea, including sea kings, were scared and fled everywhere. The destructive power of humans is still too great for them. There wasn't anything fancy. In the early stages of the war, dozens of Marine warships and dozens of pirate ships were bombarding each other at a distance of hundreds or even kilometers. After all, the destructive power of artillery shells in this kind of naval battle is still extremely huge. Fire. Whoosh. Bang. On the side of the Twin Emperors Alliance, a group of fierce pirates roared towards the Marine. The dark gun barrels immediately emitted huge flames, and rows of shells were fired out at the same time. Fighting in the dark night, the accuracy was still a little lacking. Although most of the shells fell into the sea and splashed huge water, some shells still hit the Marine warships. The Marine that was hit was thrown into chaos. Damn pirates. Everyone, calm down and fire back. The leading Marine general immediately ordered a counterattack. Fire, fire. Whoosh, whoosh, bang, bang. The next moment, a barrage of artillery fire that was obviously more orderly than that of the pirates was launched, causing heavy losses to the Twin Emperors Alliance. As the regular army, the Marines are better than the pirates in naval battles. Damn it. Lousy sank a pirate's ship. Ha 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 ha. Military merit secured. Bell stood on the deck of the foremost Marine warship and laughed excitedly. Because just now, several shells fired by their warships hit a pirate's ship on the opposite side and sank it. This is real credit. Advertisement, Boss Bell is awesome, awesome. A group of people let out deafening exclamations, and everyone's faces were terribly flushed. This kind of large-scale battle will really make your adrenaline surge, and your brain will be completely filled with excitement. Maybe you will only start to feel scared after the war is over. At this moment, their minds are filled with only one thing, and that is killing. Kill more pirates and achieve greater merit. After the Twin Emperors Alliance lost some troops, they did not get scared but fought more bravely and fought back desperately. The war continues. The endless artillery fire continued to bombard each other. The bombardment lasted for half an hour. When both sides ran out of ammunition, the Marine side sank 15 warships and the Pirates side sank 21 pirate ships. The Marine side gained a considerable advantage, causing all the Marines to shout with excitement. It seemed that they were going to win this battle. Tisk. Tisk. After both sides ran out of ammunition, a very strange period of silence appeared in both camps. Dozens of warships or pirate ships were just staring at each other from a distance of hundreds of meters. Everyone knows that the next battle will be the most brutal. Once the ammunition is used up, it will be time for real one-on-one fighting. In this battle, neither side has any way to retreat. When two brave men meet on a narrow road, the brave one wins. Both sides blew the attack horns at the same time, accompanied by the bright night. Dozens of marine warships and dozens of pirates' ships rushed towards each other, and their real battle on the first battlefield began. Kill everyone, charge at lousy, cut off the heads of those marines and use them as snacks. Anyone who dares to retreat will be killed without mercy. Kill. All the pirates roared loudly and rushed forward in their pirate ships. When they encountered a warship, they crashed into it without hesitation. Advertisement bang. Then all the pirates took out their weapons and fought with the marines. The same is true for marine. For example, the marines on Bel's side, who were already mad with anger, took the lead and headed straight for the pirates' fleet. They were driving the most ordinary marine warship, but that didn't mean they were ordinary. They were not afraid of death and decided to be the pioneers. Only by daring to be the first can you succeed. Kill all these pirates who dared to attack us. Use their blood to exchange for Lousy's military merits. Kill. Bel stood on the deck and roared angrily at the approaching pirates' battlefield. At this moment, their minds were filled with excitement and fearlessness. But the next moment, from behind the battlefield of dozens of pirates, a huge black shadow suddenly leapt up, accompanied by the bright moonlight. The huge figure slammed towards them fiercely. A violent force like thunder instantly poured out towards them, and the huge figure slowly uttered a few words. Thundering 8 trigrams. Bel and others' faces changed drastically and they wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Kaido's powerful blow hit their warship hard, bang. With just one strike, the entire marine warship suddenly shattered, like a porcelain bottle smashing on the ground and exploding. Bel and dozens of marine soldiers could only watch it fall in despair under this attack, and then, it took their lives easily. How could a group of people eager for military merit die so easily on the battlefield? They hadn't even come into close contact with the enemy. Kaido of the Beasts stood on the abandoned ship floating on the sea, holding a huge mace and pointing it at everyone with a grin. Let's fight. Chapter 102 Hidden Quinn and Jack, let's fight. Kaido carries a huge mace on his shoulder and stands on the abandoned marine ship that has just been sunk. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki instantly covers the surroundings. 4 Emperor's Kaido can destroy a warship with just one hit. Kaido's appearance excited all the members of the Double Emperor Alliance. Boss is awesome. Kill them all. Kill all these guys. A group of pirates were waving their weapons and shouting at the top of their lungs, but halfway through, the figure who was shouting the loudest in the crowd suddenly stopped. A huge lava boulder that covered the sky and the sun fell directly towards them. Meteor Volcano. A man in a red suit with a marine cloak of justice on his shoulders walked out with a stern face, and he raised his hand slightly. Countless boulders of lava began to fall, and the largest one hit directly onto a pirate's ship. Bang! The entire pirate's ship was sunk directly, and countless pirates members died under this blow. A bunch of weaklings. Akainu sneered while smoking a cigar and looking at the sunken pirate's ship. The entire battlefield fell into a brief silence as these two men walked out, because the battle between them could change the course of the war. Akainu tilted his head and looked at Kaido, who had just threatened to fight him, and exhaled a strong breath. His eyes were full of disdain. Kaido did the same, grinning at Akainu nonchalantly. Akainu whispered, "Come and fight." Kaido dots. The two looked at each other, smiled, and took a step forward to rush towards each other. Let's fight. Bang. 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 The two of them started a hand-to-hand fight directly, and the momentum was so loud that the seawater continued to explode, as if it was the end of the world. In order to avoid hurting their teammates, strong men of their level also tacitly began to move the battlefield. The two of them fought while moving away. They came to the nearest uninhabited island and started fighting with all their might. Kaido showed no reservations this time, and used his ultimate move right from the start, the thunderous 8 trigrams with his unique Conqueror's Haki, vowing to let Akainu understand why he can be called the strongest creature. Advertisement. Not only that, his Conqueror's Haki also put pressure on Akainu. In a war, momentum is very important. The strength of momentum can even affect the combat effectiveness. Therefore, the Conqueror's Haki that belongs only to the strong is so precious. Die. Kaido's body was covered with lightning, and the mace in his hand smashed down like a pillar of heaven. Akainu's face was indifferent, and he clenched his right fist slightly. In an instant, a strange power surged out from his body, and the Conqueror's Haki around him began to surge. The extremely violent Conqueror's Haki belonging to Akainu actually pressed back directly. Although it is the Conqueror's Haki that has just awakened, Akainu's Conqueror's Haki is not inferior to Kaido and other strong people who have possessed Conqueror's Haki a long time ago. Maybe this is talent. Akainu's sudden appearance of Conqueror's Haki startled Kaido, who was about to attack. Damn it. When did Akainu have Conqueror's Haki? He had made many plans but had not thought of this. It was a bit of a miscalculation. Kaido's face was gloomy. In response, Akainu threw a powerful punch, which also carried the unique power of Akainu's Conqueror's Haki and lava fruit. Bang! The entire island began to tremble as the two men's attacks collided. Countless trees turned to ashes in an instant. Animals that were close were directly blown into pieces. The battle between the strong is so terrifying, and when Akainu and Kaido were at their peak of battle, the two forces started a war at the same time. On the Marine camp side, a group of Marine vice admirals led by Mole rushed forward first. The Mole raised his sword and started to chop. In an instant, a sword beam suddenly appeared and rushed towards the pirates' camp. Admiral Akainu is away, so I am temporarily in command. Now a Marine vice admiral and 3 Marine rear admirals are teaming up. Captain level ones are encircling the 2 wings to contain the lone ones. Don't let the strong men on the other side get into our rear. The Mole quickly repeated the strategy he had prepared long ago, and finally shouted, "Kill," and joined the battlefield completely. The group of Marine vice admirals behind him immediately followed. The war on the pirate side is led by Big Mom's eldest daughter Charlotte, Parasparrow, and Jin, one of the 3 calamities. Parasparrow said solemnly, according to the plan. Jin on the side nodded, then grew a pair of wings behind him and turned into a ball of fire and rushed into the battlefield. Beasts pirates. Kill them at my will. Parasparrow raised his knife and shouted loudly. Big MOM pirates, follow me and kill them. This battle, which may be the largest in decades, has begun. Advertisement. While the fighting was intense on the first battlefield where the high-end combat forces of both sides gathered, the fighting was also equally intense on the second battlefield in the west and the third battlefield in the east. But compared to the cruelty of the first battlefield, these 2 battlefields seem to be a bit of a minor fight. The Marines on the western battlefield are led by one of the most powerful vice admirals in the Marines. Her name is Momosagi. And the enemy he encountered was none other than one of the generals of the BIGMOM pirates, Big Mom's 3rd son Charlotte, Daifuku. He is worthy of fighting in the sea. Hold them back with all your strength. Don't let these guys go to support other places. Charlotte coldly ordered the pirates next to her. According to the plan, their mission was to hold back the Marines and bring them back for support. Yes, go back to support. Charlotte Dafu seemed to have thought of something and a cruel sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Foolish Marine, if you return and find that everyone in your rear has been slaughtered, how would you feel? Ha ha ha. On the third battlefield on the other side. While dozens of Marine warships were engaged in a battle with the pirate ships of the Twin Emperors Alliance, an extremely inconspicuous pirate ship was taking advantage of the battle to slowly escape to the side. The direction seemed to be behind the Marines. The pirate's ship was extremely small but extremely fast, and it escaped from the meat grinder of the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Just when they were about to break through the Marine defense line, they heard sword beams and the strange power of devil fruit attacking the pirate's ship. Apparently, their pirate ship was discovered by the Marines, and the warships rushing to their side included 2 vice admirals. But when those powerful attacks were about to fall on the pirate's ship, a huge yellow tail suddenly appeared from the pirate's ship. Bang! Bang! Just block these attacks. Not only that, another huge figure jumped out from the pirate's ship and slammed into the warships of the 2 vice admirals who came to intercept. The huge figure was wearing a heavy iron mask with 2 extremely long tusks sticking out of it. As soon as he arrived, his tyrannical aura pressed towards the 2 vice admirals. Quinn, Jack. The 2 vice admirals looked at the figure on the pirate's ship, then looked at the guy with a strong aura in front of them. Their faces looked extremely ugly. Because this was beyond their expectations. The second of the 3 calamities has come to this battlefield. Aren't you afraid that you will lose the frontal battle? One of the vice admirals asked Jack, but Kaido responded with Jack's cold words. Haha. You guys should just take care of yourselves first. After saying that, he threw a punch. Chapter 103 confused Kaido. On the front battlefield between Marine and the Twin Emperors Alliance. The war is still going on and is getting more and more intense. The seawater within a radius of several thousand meters has turned a faint red, and the strong smell of blood is spread throughout the battlefield. Ordinary people might faint if they get close to it. This is the horror of war. Death, countless deaths. Life here is unimaginably fragile. Some weaker pirates or Marines might be hit by a casual attack from a stronger one during a fight and lose their lives immediately. Here, the death of one person would not affect anything at all. The Marines and pirates who were already bloodthirsty at the moment watched their brothers and comrades fall one by one, and began to slaughter the opponents frantically for revenge. This makes the casualty rate higher and higher. Some of the injured may not be taken care of by anyone. At this moment, at the back of the first battlefield, the messenger's face changed drastically after hearing the news from Den Den Mushi. He immediately rushed out of the warship, regardless of the danger, came to the center of the battlefield and yelled at the mole. Not good, sir. Urgent report. The mole, who was fighting fiercely with Big Mom's eldest son Parasparrow, heard this and slashed with his sword, forcing the opponent to retreat, and then hurried to the messenger. What's wrong? The mole wiped the bleeding corner of his mouth. Damn, these pirates are really crazy. They are not afraid of death at all. Report to the commander, the defense line of the third battlefield Dar East has been breached. The messenger spoke with a grim expression. What? The mole's face changed drastically, and he grabbed the messenger and asked him a bunch of details. When the mole learned that 2 of the 3 calamities were hiding over there, he was instantly shocked. He asked why he hadn't seen their figures just now, and it turned out that the other party was on the battlefield on the other side. That's it. The mole made a prompt decision and directly called on several Marine vice admirals, one of whom was extremely powerful, and asked them to return for support quickly. At their current speed, they should be able to make it in time. However, the opposing Double Emperor Alliance seemed to have anticipated this, and several hidden strong men appeared again and stopped them directly. Katakuri used the power of his fruit to arrive in front of several vice admirals who were going to provide support in a few moments. He raised his right hand, and the halberd behind him appeared directly in his hand. Katakuri said coldly to everyone, "Everyone, please stay here." Advertisement as Conqueror's Haki said this, he crushed the men. Clang. But a sword beam directly stopped him, and a thin man wearing a gray hat walked out. He spoke with a cold and indifferent face. Katakuri, Big Mom's most outstanding child, you want to defeat so many of us by yourself? Isn't it a bit? The man named Bogart, who was Garp's most trusted lieutenant, spoke up. What about a wild idea? To be honest, even Katakuri may not be able to defeat him alone, not to mention that there are several other vice admirals around. Katakuri's expression remained unchanged, he just spoke as a matter of course. I just want to stop you, I didn't say I would defeat you all. After saying that, Katakuri stepped on the ground with one foot and the ability of the Mochi Mochi fruit was suddenly activated, instantly covering several people together. Bogart swung his sword and started to chop, but he soon discovered a bad fact. The opponent really seemed to not want to decide the outcome, he just wanted to delay them. Bogart looked towards other parts of the battlefield with a somewhat grim expression. At this moment, the strategy of the Double Emperor Alliance seemed to be unable to change the moment Jack and Quinn broke out. The strong ones among them began to deliberately find the strong ones of the same level on the Marine side to start a battle. It's pure procrastination, regardless of life or death. With the same level of combat power, it is really difficult to determine life or death. Damn it. These guys are trying to stop us from coming back for reinforcements, and are going to attack us while our rear is empty. Bogart had a grim look on his face and wanted to break out, but Katakuri was like a piece of taffy and he couldn't get rid of him. Not only that, when everyone was in a stalemate, a huge figure suddenly jumped out from an inconspicuous pirate ship of the Twin Emperors Alliance. Immediately, a blade of light attacked them and then flew straight towards an island. Mom. Bogart and others blocked the attack and looked at the receding figure with extremely ugly expressions. Damn it, Charlotte Linlin, he's going to attack Akainu-sama. Advertisement. Damn, this is trouble. Top Marines like Bogart were all fighting hard, trying to break through the defenses here and rush to provide support, but it was really not possible in a short time. They could only pray in their hearts that Akainu could hold on a little longer. They never thought that Akainu would win. After all, who in the world could compare to the combined strength of the two four emperors? On the other side of the island, the battle between Kaido and Akainu is still going on, and at this moment the entire island is almost flattened to the ground because of the violent fight between the two. It's so terrifying. Not only that, countless huge deep pits appeared on the battlefield where the two were. This is the destructive power of the pirates, the world's top strong men. In fact, whether it is the pirates or the Marines, the battle between Akainu and Kaido should be evenly matched. After all, as the top combat forces on both sides, it will be difficult to tell the winner in a short time. But the fact is, what is hard to accept is that Kaido is at a disadvantage at the moment. After fighting with Akainu for nearly half a day, Kaido's perverted body was now covered with burnt smoke, while Akainu's breath was just a little disordered, and the wounds on his body were almost gone. Damn it. How come this guy suddenly became so strong? Kaido looked at Akainu in the distance and spoke with a grim expression. He really couldn't understand how Akainu's strength had skyrocketed to this level in just a few months. It's outrageous, but Akainu, who was hundreds of meters away with a violent aura rising from his body, would not tell the other party what ability he had used. Akainu felt the unimaginable power filling his body and smiled knowingly. The 8 inner gates technique is really amazing. It has reached this point after only opening 2 gates. Akainu said as suddenly there was a bright light in the distance and the huge aura of the man who hadn't arrived yet began to approach. It's finally here. Kaido's face lit up with joy. He looked up at Akainu, expecting to see Akainu showing signs of panic, but he didn't expect Akainu to be completely fearless and even a little excited. Why? Chapter 104. Will the Double Emperor Alliance win? Why? Kaido looked at Akainu a little confused, wondering if this guy was sick. You know, the one coming now is Charlotte Linlin, who is also one of the 4 emperors. The 2 emperors joined forces to fight the enemy, and this guy can still laugh? Ridiculous, too ridiculous. But in the midst of the absurdity, Kaido inexplicably felt a little uneasy. Mom, you old thing are really useless. You haven't finished the battle after fighting for so long, and you are even at a disadvantage. It's really making me laugh to death, Mom. With the mentality of having a sure win, Big Mom didn't attack Akainu directly or even launch a sneak attack. She just walked over with a swagger, laughing and teasing Kaido. Kaido felt a little embarrassed by what the ant said, so he had to speak to the ant with a sullen face. I'm weak? Then go ahead and give it a try. Their plan A is to join forces to defeat Akainu when the opponent's peak combat power is missing, so there is no rush now, because the final outcome of Akainu will be the same anyway. As he said that, Kaido actually put away the mace, found a huge rock and sat down on it, as if he was waiting for your performance. Mom, let me give it a try. I also want to see how much Marine has improved over the years. See this? The ant's mouth grinned and she let out a deafening laugh. She opened her right hand, and the hat on her head immediately turned into a big knife and appeared in her hand. The powerful Conqueror's Haki was released instantly, making the sky change color. A pair of sharp eyes stared directly at the silent Akainu, as if he completely regarded Akainu as his prey. This made Akainu laugh. Does Lousy look so weak? Aw. Akainu looked at his hands helplessly and found that he was indeed not as oppressive as the other party, which made Akainu sigh. But, Akainu shrugged and once again mobilized the power of the second gate of the 8 inner gates technique. His bones made a creaking sound as if he was in pleasure. But after thinking about it carefully, Akainu narrowed his eyes slightly, suddenly stepped on one foot and whispered. The gate of life, open, snap. Akainu actually chose to open the third gate of the 8 inner gates technique. Aren't these guys crazy? Then they should pay the price for their madness. In an instant, a wave of dark green energy mixed with the blood-red energy of lava fruit began to swirl around Akainu, then paused, and then suddenly exploded. The fierce gale spread directly in all directions, making it impossible to open one's eyes. Oh no, why did this guy's aura suddenly become so powerful? Advertisement. The sixth sense of a strong person made her feel something was wrong, so she chose to take action now. This guy can't be allowed to continue to improve, but as soon as the ant took the first step, she saw Akainu's figure disappeared from the spot, leaving only an exaggerated deep pit in the field. And the next moment, the ant was horrified to find that Akainu had actually come in front of her, and her face changed drastically. What speed is this? Akainu said nothing, but used the ultimate power that had already been gathered in his right hand to punch out directly, hitting the ant in the stomach before she could react. Bang! As soon as the two touched, the old lady flew backwards. With a crash and a crack, she hit several hilltops. The second Akainu did not retreat even a single step. In the fight just now, Akainu won. What on earth did this guy do? How did he become so much stronger? Kaido, who was watching the show, looked even gloomier. Akainu's condition was a little beyond his expectations. He continued to observe the battle with a gloomy face, only to see the old lady in the distance stand up again. Boom! Countless pieces of rubble flew into the air. Big Mom, with her hair flying, was holding a large sword with Conqueror's Haki attached. She walked towards Akainu like a demon, whispering as she walked. Mom! Mom! You actually hurt me, I'm going to eat you today. Eat you? As she spoke, the old lady licked the corner of her mouth with her scarlet tongue and looked at Akainu with murderous intent. Although Akainu's attack just now did not cause much damage to her, it still really angered her. Oh, Akainu looked at the furious old lady helplessly. Did this girl think that she had used all her strength just now? She didn't use her full strength in that punch. And, eat me? Are you worthy? Akainu sneered, and finally got a lot of anger, and shot out directly with the point of his toes. And the same goes for Auntie. Bang, bang, bang. A battle between the two of them soon broke out in the field, and it was a fight that was so fierce that the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Big Mom uses a knife, while Akainu is just as powerful with his bare hands, and he becomes more and more courageous as the battle goes on. The increase of the third gate of the 8 inner gates technique is really too powerful. At this moment, his combat power has surpassed that of 4 emperors like Big Mom or Kaido. As soon as the fight started, Big Mom secretly felt that things were not good, because Akainu's strength was too great and too heavy. Even though she was also good at defense, she still felt a little uncomfortable after being hit by several heavy punches. Finally, after fighting for hundreds of rounds, Big Mom was hit in the stomach by Akainu's heavy punch as expected, and she was directly knocked back. It hit the ground heavily, raising a cloud of dust. Advertisement snap. But the next moment, the ant broke out of the ground again, looked at her belly which was already bleeding bloodline. The ant finally chose to ask for help. She turned to look at Kaido who was still watching the game and cursed directly. You old man, you're still looking there. I'm leaving now. Go fight Marine and the others by yourself. It was Kaido who came to the alliance in the first place, and now the other party is just watching her, which makes her very angry. Hearing this, Kaido laughed and stood up. What are you talking about? Kaido said, then he raised the huge mace and smiled at Akainu with a sinister look on his face. I didn't expect a monster like you to appear in this generation of Marine, but fortunately, you're still going to die here today. Damn this. I don't think so. Akainu, who was driving the third gate, exuded a strong aura and looked at Kaido and the ant with disdain, and then waved directly. He said with murderous intent, come and fight. Lousy will fight both of you alone. When Akainu said this, he looked extremely confident, but it also made Kaido and the ant look very unhappy. The two looked at each other, and then pointed their toes and shot directly towards Akainu. Damn it, Marine, you're looking for death. The three of them shouted in unison and released their ultimate moves. Thundering 8 trigrams. Shatter the sky, meteor volcano. Bang. The three of them immediately engaged in a melee, and the huge sonic boom was heard by Marine Vice Admiral Mole and Big Mom's eldest son Perisparrow, who were far away on the first battlefield. The Mole's expression is full of worry and confusion at this moment. Damn it, Akainu Admiral was beaten up by 4 emperors, this is really troublesome. As he said this, he looked at the Marine camp which was in a clear advantage. If Akainu was defeated, the battle situation here would be reversed in an instant. But they really can't help Akainu. The pirates are holding them back, even at the cost of their lives. This battle is really painful. Different from the discomfort on the Marine side, Perisparrow and others on the pirates' camp were very excited. Mom and that Kaido guy have finally teamed up. It looks like the winner will be decided soon. Perisparrow's face flushed. He seemed to have seen victory waving at him. Their double emperor alliance is going to win. Chapter 105 The incredibly powerful Akainu. When everyone thought that the battle between Ant Kaido and Akainu would end with Akainu being defeated quickly, the result was actually quite different. Because Akainu actually fought 1 against 2 and the two of them were evenly matched. Kaido hit Akainu in the face, but Akainu punched Kaido in the stomach and knocked him out. The ant chopped at him with a knife, but Akainu raised his foot to block it, and then they fought again. Fighting 1 against 2, Akainu was not at much of a disadvantage. It's because Akainu has now reached the 4th gate of the 8 inner gates technique, which is a big deal. At this moment, Akainu's whole body was emitting steam, and his face looked hideous and terrifying. It was obvious that opening the 4th gate was still a big burden for him. Kaido and Big Mom, who were outnumbered by Akainu, looked very unhappy. Akainu was getting stronger and stronger as if it was fake. The two who did not understand the 8 inner gates technique simply believed that Akainu was the reason for the fruit's awakening. But with Akainu's current combat power, it is still unrealistic to kill them by fighting 2 at a time. Kaido and Big Mom could sense that Akainu was using a very physically demanding tactic. If they continued to drag on, Akainu would be defeated sooner or later. And Akainu also felt the current predicament. He carefully felt his own injuries and looked at the injuries of the 2 people opposite him. I sighed in my heart. These 2 guys are really tough, I can't drag it on any longer, so that's the case. Akainu concentrated slightly, and the forbidden power in his body was released again, and he shouted again. Duman. Open. Akainu directly chose to open the 5th gate. The huge momentum made the entire sea level tremble. Countless flying birds were frightened and fell. Kaido and the ant both gasped when they saw this scene. Why did this guy's aura surge again? Will it ever end? It turns out, it's not over yet. The powerful aura around Akainu, who had opened the 5th gate of the 8 inner gates technique, suddenly surged again, but the next moment, an aura that was even more powerful than before rose up. Akainu's face was terribly distorted and he roared suddenly. Jingmun. Open. This time Akainu did not hold back and directly activated the current limit, the 6th gate of the 8 inner gates technique. Advertisement at this moment, his power was unprecedentedly strong. His emotionless eyes instantly stared at the dazed Kaido and Big Mom. Then the next moment his figure instantly disappeared from the spot, and then appeared beside the 2 of them. Akainu's seemingly simple punch hit Kaido directly in the face. Bang! Without any hindrance, Kaido fell directly to the ground at a high speed. Akainu kicked again, this time hitting the ant in the face. Bang! It also fell down without a doubt. Damn it, damn it. Big Mom and Kaido were furious and wanted to fight back, but they found that they were no match for Akainu at this moment. Bang! 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 The 2 would be knocked down almost every 10 rounds or so. Without any surprise, at this moment Akainu's speed and strength were both 1 level higher than theirs. Seeing that the 2 of them were getting more and more injured during the fight, Kaido finally couldn't bear it anymore. He directly used the power of the fruit, and transformed into a giant dragon hundreds of feet long and soared into the sky. Akainu was knocked away by force. As he fled away, Kaido's roar that resounded through the heavens and earth was heard. Old woman, proceed as planned. You are responsible for stopping this guy. I will go over there and deal with their rear first. Plan B was also one of their original plans. They didn't think they could kill Akainu in a short time. So one person would hold the opponent back, and the other would go to their rear and kill them. Now that Akainu is so powerful, he has no choice but to use this plan. A-hole. Stop him for me. Seeing Kaido fleeing, Big Mom was a little upset. The current strength of Akainu is completely different from what was planned. This guy can really kill himself now. Seeing that he couldn't stop Kaido from escaping, Akainu simply focused his attention on Big Mom. Advertisement, today, you have to die here. The ant was being beaten unilaterally, and this was just the beginning. Kaido, who transformed into a green dragon and fled at high speed, also made a dull sound. I thought that among the Marines, only Bai Ze was my biggest concern, but I didn't expect that Akainu was also a big threat to me. Damn it. How come these Marine guys have become so much stronger recently, as if they took some medicine? Kaido was really shocked and secretly happy at this moment. He was shocked that Akainu's terrifying fighting power was discovered by them, but he was happy that he had started to take action early. First, Aokiji and Kizaru were defeated. Then Akainu was held back. Now all he had to do was to attack their rear. Then, he united his 3 disasters to deal with the Marines in the first battlefield. As for Akainu, by the time everyone is free, no matter how strong he is, he won't be enough for them to beat. Kaido exclaimed that the plan in his mind was perfect, but he felt something was wrong. It seemed like he had forgotten something. Never mind. Let's go according to the plan. Kaido, who is not good at thinking, waved the dragon head, and accelerated directly to the back of the Marine. Everyone in the first battlefield who noticed this scene changed their expressions drastically. Why did Kaido fly over there? Could it be that Admiral Akainu attacked and the battle is over? The mole and the others spoke with grim expressions, and when they looked towards the pirates again, there was already death in their eyes. If he loses this battle, he, the mole, might as well die on the battlefield. He doesn't want to bear the name of Marine Sinner. Think like this. The mole gathered up his maximum momentum and charged directly towards Jin. Die. The pirates were also very happy to accept it. As victory was in sight, they fought more and more vigorously. They seem to be making history today. Chapter 106 Bai Ze appears. In addition to the desperate fighting of soldiers on the front line, Another extremely important component that determines the success or failure of a war is the support from the rear. Not only do they have to take on the role of covering the rear after a defeat, but they also have to coordinate with various battle zones. However, even in such an important place, the Marines' rear area is facing extremely serious threats at this moment. Now, the 5 Marine Vice Admirals stationed in the rear all looked grimly at the people pouring down from a small pirate's ship in front of them one after another. And the aura of those guys was stronger than the other. Especially the 2 huge guys with ferocious faces in the lead, who looked at everyone with extremely ferocious smiles. Hey, Quinn and Jack finally broke through the Marines' defense line and reached their rear. The main force that was supposed to be fighting on the front line suddenly appeared here at this moment. This really made the Marines here feel a little scalp tingling. Especially some ordinary Marines have started to panic. The Marines took various weapons to try to scare them away, but were frightened by their momentum instead. Every time the other party took a step forward, they took a step back. Shit. Isn't this Quinn, one of the 3 disasters of the Beast's pirates? Why is he here? Did they lose the battle ahead? And Jack the Drow, why the hell is he here? Sigh, what are these guys dragging? Some Marine soldiers pointed at the green bottles dragged behind Quinn and the others and suddenly shouted, attracting everyone's attention. Green bottle, could it be? Someone murmured. When they carefully recognized what was being dragged behind the pirates led by Jack and Quinn, several Marine Vice Admirals were overwhelmed with dismay. Is this poison gas? A middle-aged Marine Vice Admiral who looked to be in his 40s or 50s spoke in a deep voice. Yeah, it's poison gas. These guys want to start a gas war. The tall and thin man who was also the Marine Vice Admiral at the side said with a grim expression that he was familiar with the Beast's pirates' infamous poison gas tactics. But I didn't expect that today. The Beast's pirates wanted to use this vicious tactic here. If the poison gas spreads, how many Marines will die? The kind that can't be saved. We must not let these guys release the poison gas. The young Marine Vice Admiral who just spoke directly drew out the knife at his waist, and his armament hockey was instantly covered. He was ready to go up and fight with Jack and Quinn. But after he had taken a few steps, a big hand stopped him. Dalmisia, what are you doing? Marine Vice Admiral, whose real name is Giant, glared at the man in the doghead hat in front of him. Advertisement the latter was not angry, but just crossed his arms and looked at a short old woman who was slowly walking towards him. The short old woman's face was full of wrinkles left by the years, and the large marine cloak of justice seemed extremely ill-fitting on her. Crane Vice Admiral. Giant hurriedly saluted respectfully to the old woman, because this old woman named he is a living fossil in the Marine. She has experienced the rise and fall of the Marine, so her status in the Marine is exceptionally high. And she is famous for being a wise demon. Many pirates are terrified when they see her. The short old woman raised her old eyes and spoke in a calm voice. Don't worry, I had anticipated this situation before the war started, and I've discussed it with Sakazuki. Giant interrupted a little bluntly. Why, will there be support? When will they arrive? As a person who has just been promoted to Marine Vice Admiral, my blood is still hot and I am extremely concerned about the casualties of the Marine soldiers. Vice Admiral Crane ignored Giant's impatience and spoke slowly. Just take care of your own responsibilities, and someone will take care of the rest. After saying that, Vice Admiral he turned around and went back to his camp without even glancing at Quinn and Jack who were about to come over there, as if their arrival was totally unimportant. Giant got anxious instantly. What the hell was going on? Dalmisia, who had been following Vice Admiral he for a long time, patted him on the shoulder and advised him. Don't worry. Just listen to Vice Admiral he's arrangements. I've never seen her miscalculate in all these years. If she tells us to rest assured, then we can rest assured. Go, do your own thing. As Dalmisia said this, she dragged the other 2 Marine Vice Admirals away, and Giant was also dragged away. In an instant, several Vice Admirals left together, which not only dumbfounded some Marine soldiers who didn't know the real benefit, but also confused Jack and Quinn who were about to slaughter them. Damn it. Do these guys look down on us? Why are they all leaving one by one? Jack pointed at them with his only remaining right hand and shouted, damn. Why are there so many weird things happening every time during this period of time? Is God targeting me? Quinn was also shocked by this abnormal scene, but after hesitating for a long time, he still spoke loudly to the Beast's Pirates members behind him. No matter what these guys are up to, everyone should wear masks. As long as Lousy's poison gas explodes, no one will be able to help. Quinn said this with a cruel smile and shouted, Lousy is going to annihilate all of these guys today. Let them go, don't hold back. Yes. Boss. A dozen Beast's Pirates members carrying large green cans smiled grimly, and all put on special gas masks. Let's get into a carnival. Everyone. As they said this, they all turned on the switch to start the antivirus program. Advertisement. It's not a good habit to poison someone else's territory. It's something that only a bunch of evil pirates like you can do. Suddenly, an extremely abrupt voice sounded from the scene. The voice was not loud, but it was so clear and terrifying in everyone's ears. Who's talking? A dozen or so pirates carrying gas bottles subconsciously stopped what they were doing. They all looked up to find the owner of the voice, but they couldn't find anyone at all. The Marines were also confused, but some of them felt that the voice sounded familiar, as if they had heard it somewhere before. Jack and Quinn looked at each other, both with terribly gloomy expressions. They knew this voice, and then they looked almost simultaneously towards a tall tower in front of them. Everyone followed Quinn and Jack's gaze and looked, only to see a figure on top of the tall tower looking at them. Judging from his body size, he looks like a boy of 12 or 13 years old. The man was wearing a Marine Justice uniform and a signature half-crying, half-smiling clown mask that only revealed a pair of blood-red eyes that were particularly eye-catching. He had a dark long sword slung around his waist. At this moment, this person was lying on the top of the tower. Even through the mask, one could tell that this person seemed to be smiling. Jack and Quinn stared at the man for several seconds and finally squeezed out 2 words from between their teeth. Bai Ze, and some Marines who recognized people also murmured in unison. White Devil Vice Admiral, the White Devil Vice Admiral is here. Bai Ze, White Devil, the most famous Marine in the past few months, he rose like a comet, eclipsing all other Marines of the same generation. Simply because his achievements are so exaggerated. He fought against Beast's pirates together with Akainu and finally escaped unscathed. Then he killed 3-7 warlords of the sea in 3 months. Recently, he seemed to have defeated the world's #1 swordsman, Hokage, and killed the most beautiful female empress in the world, Boa Hancock. This young Marine boy seemed to have a unique aura, that of miracle. He is a man of miracles. His appearance alone made all the Marines breathe a sigh of relief, because their crisis for today was resolved. So what if you were the second of the 3 disasters? You still have to kneel before this young man. Quinn seemed to realize this as well, and he roared at the stunned group of people. What are you standing there for? Quickly release the poison gas for me. When Quinn said this, his tone was flustered. Bai Ze's arrival really made him feel uneasy. No one knew how strong this guy who hadn't been seen for several months was now. Okay. A dozen Beast's Pirates members carrying gas bottles answered and were about to start releasing the gas. But as soon as he stretched out his hand, he felt a huge pulling force, and then, his hand was torn off, and blood spurted out. The man who was in pain half knelt on the ground, and there were more than a dozen people who had the same experience as him. On top of the tower, the figure had already stood up, his eyes emitting a dazzling red light, clearly visible even in this dark night. Chapter 107 The Powerful Bai Ze. A group of Beast's Pirates members struggled to continue releasing poison, but the next moment, the force of space suddenly increased. Even their gas cylinders disappeared on the spot. The gas war that was about to begin ended so hastily without even causing any trouble, and the reason for all this was the arrival of a young man. There was a deafening cheer from Marine, White Mage Vice Admiral is invincible. Invincible, even the Marine Vice Admiral who had walked away smiled with relief when he saw this scene. Only then did they understand why Vice Admiral he had just told them to just mind their own business. Someone will take care of the rest of the problems, and it turns out to be Bai Ze. With this young man who can be called a pervert, how could their rear be unstable? In an instant, only Jack and Quinn were left in the pirates' assault team. At this moment, both of them were looking at Bai Ze on the top of the tower with uncontrollable anger. The violent rise and fall of their chests was enough to prove how uneasy they were at the moment. Damn B***************. Lousy will kill you. Die. Jack, whose defense was almost broken, rushed towards Bai Ze like a madman. He activated his devil fruit ability in an instant and turned into a mammoth-like monster. The noise was so loud that some Marine soldiers who were very close to it didn't even have time to dodge and could only scream in fear. Okay, stop shouting. Advertisement Bai Ze, who had already rushed over using Kamui, spoke to the man speechlessly while holding up a knife to block Jack's attack. Okay. The man nodded stupidly. Bai Ze sighed and shouted at everyone. Everyone, retreat 1,000 meters. Leave this to me. As Bai Ze spoke, his momentum rose, and he actually slashed Jack, who was in mammoth form, back with one sword. He promised Uncle Akainu to minimize the casualties here. Bai Ze must fulfill this request. Not only must it be done, but it must be exceeded, just like. Bai Ze looked at Jack and Quinn who were glaring at him. He could take the lives of these 2 guys. I told you, next time we meet, I will kill you. Bai Ze spoke to the 2 of them seriously, as if this was a matter of course. As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 people who were already on the verge of breaking down completely. Quinn and Jack are both top-notch warriors in the world, and they have never suffered such injustice in all these years. You are the most arrogant brat I have ever seen. Barely one of them. You will pay the price for your arrogance today. Quinn roared, then took a step forward, and the next moment his body suddenly swelled, and his head, tail and body began to undergo drastic changes. In just a few seconds, he turned into a dinosaur-like monster. His momentum is even stronger than Jack's mammoth form just now. Jack, who had just been knocked away, also got up. There was no words between the 2, but the next moment they rushed forward in tacit understanding, as fast as a cannonball, one to the left, the other to the right. What few people know is that before they were called the 3 disasters, they relied on joint attacks to fight their enemies. With their tacit understanding, they even defeated many people who were stronger than them. Advertisement they thought, today's Bai Ze would be no exception. But, obviously they thought too much. Bai Ze's strength at this moment is really not comparable to that of a few months ago. Bai Ze's eyes trembled slightly, and Susanoo, the symbol of the economic strength of Mangekyo Sharingan, suddenly appeared. A half-light blue skeleton several dozen meters high, with Bai Ze's unique Conqueror's Haki attached to it, let out a terrifying roar towards the sky. Bang! Bang. Then, Bai Ze just threw out 2 punches, directly colliding with Jack and Quinn. After a moment of stalemate, both of them flew backwards. Fighting 1 against 2, Bai Ze still has the upper hand. And Bai Ze didn't pause at all, carrying the power of Susanoo pervert and rushed forward again, without giving Jack and Quinn any time to breathe. Bang. 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 Snap. 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 Soon, the land with a radius of nearly 1,000 meters became Bai Ze's solo show. Even though Jack and Quinn tried their best, they were still no match for Bai Ze. The two were beaten up by Bai Ze like a ball. Damn it. Damn it, how is this possible? Quinn, who was beaten violently by Bai Ze, had a look of disbelief in his eyes. How could Bai Ze be so powerful? How could this be possible? But that's the truth. Another heavy blow. This time Quinn only heard a crackling sound in his ears. His left arm was chopped off by Bai Ze, and he tragically became a one-armed man like Jack. Chapter 108 Kaido's Arrival. Bai Ze came in second and was able to cut off one of Quinn's arms. This feat accomplished in such a short time really shocked everyone again. Admiral. Bai Ze definitely has the strength of an admiral at this moment. The first group of marine soldiers who came into contact with Bai Ze were all very sad when they saw this scene. Not long ago, this young man was crying in despair because his village was massacred like a miserable little wolf. But at this moment, he has become a fierce tiger that can dominate an area. My hand. At this moment on the battlefield, Quinn's pupils shrank into a point and he looked at his empty sleeves in disbelief. Quinn had lived for so many years and had fought thousands of battles, big and small, but he had never been injured. He didn't even know what injury was. But today his arm was broken. It was cut off by a young man. Haha, he. Quinn was silent for a while, then suddenly laughed out loud towards the sky. The laughter was so unpleasant that it gave people goosebumps. Bai Ze, I want you to die. I must make you die. I will soak your body in my poison gas pool. I want you to experience the ultimate pain in this world. Ah! Quinn let out a shocking scream, and his huge momentum created a huge gust of wind that made the ordinary marine soldiers watching the battle 1,000 meters away feel a little uncomfortable. Everyone! Retreat another 500 meters. The Marine Vice Admiral in the lead didn't waste any words and directly ordered to postpone it. It's not that they don't want to contribute, but they really feel that Bai Ze can handle this situation alone, so they should just stop causing trouble for that young man. Boom. The Marines retreated another 500 meters in unison, leaving more fighting space for Bai Ze and his men. I didn't expect Lousy to worry about whether you would cause trouble for a teenager. This is really... Dalmija gave a bitter smile, and Giant beside him also sniffed. It's a little awkward to be protected by a teenager. At this moment, war is on the horizon. Jack frowned at the mad Quinn. He had known Quinn for a long time, but this was the first time he saw Quinn so angry. It's so horrible, but for some reason, seeing that Quinn was also missing an arm, Jack actually felt a little secretly happy deep in his heart. After all, it would be a bit too embarrassing for him to be alone with one arm. It would be nice to have someone to accompany him. Now, Bai Ze, Jack and Quinn stood facing each other. Because Quinn's arm had just been cut off, the battle was in a very delicate situation. Bai Ze was not in a hurry to resolve the battle. Advertisement. He crossed his arms and looked at the furious Quinn and Jack calmly, as if these two guys didn't exist. After hesitating for a while, Bai Ze spoke sincerely to Jack and Quinn. We are not saying this, you are really weak. You haven't made any progress in such a long time. Bai Ze shook his head as he spoke, as if he was doing it for the good of both of them. How could it be enough to just kill the two of them? Bai Ze wanted them to die in agony. Kill people and destroy their hearts. Aren't Jack and Quinn proud of their strength and their identity? Sure enough, after hearing what Bai Ze said, Quinn and Jack became even angrier, but they did not break through their defense and rushed towards him as Bai Ze had expected. Even Quinn returned to his normal state and was no longer as crazy as he was just now. This made Bai Ze a little surprised. He frowned and looked at the two guys. What were these two guys doing? Buzz. Hiss. After hesitating for a while, Bai Ze tentatively used the power of Kamui to launch an attack, but Jack and Quinn, abnormally, did not fight back and instead began to dodge. The two giants, about 10 meters tall, were indeed incredibly fast, making it difficult for Bai Ze's Kamui to aim. But no matter how well they hid, Kamui still tore off large pieces of flesh, and the two men soon became extremely miserable and covered in blood. But he still didn't attack Bai Ze, he just dodged again and again, as if he was waiting for something. The two of them were doing their best to dodge, which made the battle seem a bit stalemate for a while. It was a bit troublesome for Bai Ze to kill these pirates with a bounty of billions. After all, their vitality was too tenacious. Why are Quinn and Jack hiding? What are they trying to do? Seeing this scene, Dalmija frowned and said, Jack the Drow and Plague Queen are famous for their brutality. How could they suffer such a great loss and still choke? No, there is definitely something fishy. Just when Dalmija was thinking hard about the motives of Jack and Quinn, Giant's face suddenly changed. He pointed at a black spot in the distant sky and shouted. Look. Damn, what is that? It seems like something is coming towards us very quickly. Dalmija quickly shifted his gaze over there. When he gradually saw the figure clearly, his expression suddenly turned extremely pale. He murmured with a trembling mouth, that is. Quinn and Jack, who had been avoiding fighting, finally smiled when they noticed the familiar breath was getting closer. Ha ha ha, he's coming, all of you guys, including you damn brat, will die today, all of you will die. Quinn showed his crazy attitude again, as if he had gained some confidence again. Advertisement like him, Jack was also looking at Bai Ze with a sarcastic expression, as if saying, just wait to die. That's right, they were waiting for Kaido's arrival. From the previous fight, they already knew deeply that they were no match for the young man, so they could only wait for Kaido's arrival according to the plan. Kaido's strength. Based on Jack and Quinn's absolute confidence in their boss, they believed that Kaido would definitely be able to deal with Bai Ze, the arrogant brat. And any marine who saw their embarrassing situation today must die. As the figure gets closer and closer, boom, a deafening dragon roar was heard from the distant sky, and it was accompanied by an extremely terrifying momentum that made people breathless. Seeing the terrifying dragon getting closer, some marines finally shouted out this scary name. This is Kaido. Kaido is here. Damn it, why is Kaido of the beasts here? Could it be Admiral Akainu? Get lost. Akainu Admiral will never lose. Bai Ze also looked up at this moment, but when he recognized that it was the figure of Kaido of the beasts, one of the four emperors, he did not show the slightest panic. Even through the mask, Jack and Quinn could feel that the boy in front of them didn't seem shocked at all, and even had a hint of excitement and anticipation. He was actually excited. What was he looking forward to? Under the mask, Bai Ze had a big smile on his face. Kaido, you're finally here. The young man's sinister laughter actually made Jack and Quinn, two top warriors, tremble, as if they had seen something terrible. And now, in the distant sky, Kaido hasn't arrived yet, but his solemn and murderous voice has been heard from the sky. Today, all marines present must die. The sound was so loud that it echoed through the sky. The marines all looked shocked, their eyes fixed on the skinny boy at the front. Can he defeat Kaido? Kaido's voice was so loud that even Vice Admiral he, who had been handling matters in the barracks, had to stick his head out helplessly. However, the old woman just gave a sarcastic smile after seeing the figure from afar. Then he drilled back in. Chapter 109 Reanimation Jutsu. Today, all marines present must die. The hundreds-foot-long blue dragon that Kaido transformed into had not arrived yet, but Kaido was already shouting impatiently. It's simple. Kaido, who just suffered a defeat at the hands of Akainu and even managed to escape, is eager to get back some ground, so the rear area of Marine is a good place to start. He wants to use Marine's blood to atone for the humiliation Kaido suffered. Boom. Boom. When they were about to reach the island, Kaido had an idea. He opened his huge dragon mouth and suddenly gathered strength. Then he fired two consecutive energy cannons containing huge energy. This is his gift to Marine. Imagine that many people on Marine's side will die from this attack. But before Kaido could think about it for long, just as his energy shell was about to hit the island, an imperceptible figure teleported into the air. Then the young man drew his sword and swung again. Tisk. Tisk. The two shells actually split into two and then exploded behind the young man, but they did not affect him at all. They only made the cloak of justice behind him rustle. Bai Ze. Kaido looked at the familiar figure and squeezed out these words from between his teeth. How could this guy who was like his nightmare appear here? Damn it. Damn it. Kaido roared angrily twice, but his expression gradually turned into a cold smile. Since he happened to meet this young man here, he might as well kill him directly. Kill him here. It's not scary if a genius who hasn't grown up yet dies. Kaido thought so and then fired several consecutive shells, then turned into a human form and landed in front of Quinn and Jack. Boss. Captain. Quinn and Jack looked at Kaido with flushed faces, their eyes excited as if they were someone who had just been bullied and went home to report it to their parents. Advertisement. You. Kaido's face twisted when he saw the miserable looks of Quinn and Jack. Damn. I asked them to come and kill Marine, why were they beaten like this? What a waste. But thinking of what happened to Bai Ze just now, Kaido was no longer angry. Instead, he felt that it was natural. It was normal that Jack and Quinn couldn't beat the boy well. Right now, I'm the only one who can subdue that Marine boy. When Quinn, Jack and Kaido met up, Bai Ze also dealt with the energy shell that Kaido had just fired. He flashed and landed directly on the opposite side of the three. Holding the magic knife, Guishenki exudes a frightening aura, which is not weaker than the power generated by the three of them. However, Marine's years of fear of Kaido's reputation still made many people pale. It was obvious that they had denied whether Bai Ze could win. After all, that was the four emperors Kaido. Even if Bai Ze was a genius, he could not defeat him now. But the Marines' instinctive sense of responsibility prevented them from retreating. Many of them had already made up their minds that if Bai Ze couldn't win, they would go up even if they had to be cannon fodder. I would rather die on the way to charge. Giant and Vice Admiral Dalmesia all smiled knowingly when they saw this. This was the momentum that the Marine they were fighting for should have. So what if he is four emperors? He is also a human being. Anyone who is a human being will be killed. On the battlefield at this moment, Quinn, Jack, Kaido and Bai Ze stared at each other nervously for half a minute. No one spoke during that time, but everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. I never thought that you, who was just a little kid 6 months ago, have grown to this point now. I should have killed you sooner. Finally, Kaido took a step forward and stood in front of Quinn and Jack, displaying the aura of a strong man to the fullest. He looked at Bai Ze and said in a deep voice. Just one sentence revealed how much Kaido values Bai Ze. He has already placed Bai Ze on the same level as himself. Hey, if you could have killed me then, would you not have? Advertisement, so don't act like you were the one who let me off the hook. You pirates, you hypocritical lousy, are the most annoying. Bai Ze directly retorted, and Kaido's expression immediately turned gloomy. That's right, in their first fight 6 months ago, Kaido was also defeated by Bai Ze. Bai Ze tilted his head and listened to the crisp and pleasant creaking sound of the bones moving. Bai Ze smiled with satisfaction. I said at the time that I would kill you the next time we meet. Now it just so happens that all of you are here. Oh no, there is also one Jin, but it doesn't matter. After you go down, he will soon go down to accompany you. So, Bai Ze's blood-red pupils revealed a bloodthirsty light, and Bai Ze's sharp voice like a devil exploded in the ears of Kaido and others. Are you ready to die? The sound is not loud, but it is very clear. Arrogant. Kaido clenched his mace in his right hand, and the powerful conqueror's haki burst out instantly. He looked at Bai Ze with an angry face and spoke word by word. I'll tear your mouth apart, you damn arrogant brat. At the same time, Jack and Quinn's momentum burst out instantly. They all looked at Bai Ze with murderous intent. It was obvious that they were planning to fight in a group. Together with Kaido, 3 against 1. Kaido actually condoned this behavior that he used to despise, but now he doesn't want to think too much about it, he just wants to kill Bai Ze. Damn it. These guys are actually planning a gang fight. Damn it, I'm going to go down and help that kid. Giant exploded when he saw this scene, and hurried to help, but he soon stopped, and stared at the field with dull eyes. Bai Ze, who was standing in front of the 3 people, suddenly clasped his hands together and then leaned over, and slapped the ground hard. Group fight. You need more people, right? Sorry, but the last thing I need right now is people. A fierce look flashed in Bai Ze's eyes, and then he roared softly. Reanimation jutsu. Snap, snap, as his voice fell, the ground in front of Bai Ze suddenly began to crack. Chapter 110 Hokage Mihawk and Empress Hancock. Reanimation jutsu. A ruthless look flashed in Bai Ze's eyes, and then he slapped the ground hard. The next moment, the ground in front of Bai Ze began to crack. Crack. Crack, as if something was about to break out of the ground. Not only that, Bai Ze's expression under the mask was also a little ferocious, as if he was enduring something. Kaido frowned even deeper when he saw this, because he actually felt a hint of threat from it. What on earth is this kid doing? Snap. Snap. While Kaido was puzzled, the ground in front of Bai Ze had completely cracked, and 2 rectangular objects actually emerged from the morning, exuding an ancient and strange atmosphere. Just standing there straight, this is, Kaido frowned in confusion, but Quinn beside him had already explained it. He suppressed his inner uneasiness and spoke. This is a coffin. This is a G coffin. What on earth does he want to do? Coffin? When the Marine camp saw Bai Ze summon 2 coffins, they also cried out in surprise. The White Mage Vice Admiral actually summoned 2 coffins. What is he doing? Is this the power of the fruit? That should be the case, but this is the first time I've seen this type of devil fruit ability. As expected of the White Mage Vice Admiral. That is, the scene where the White Demon used the reanimation jutsu to summon 2 coffins was quickly believed by people who didn't know the truth to be the ability of the devil fruit. After all, this is the only reasonable explanation. For so long, Bai Ze's devil fruit ability has not been exposed, which just satisfies their speculation, and Bai Ze will not explain it. He looked at the 2 coffins in front of him with a bit of sigh, and a hint of excitement on his expression. It was worth the time that he practiced reanimation jutsu on the Horror 3 Ghost sailboat. The corpses he summoned at this moment all had 100% of their original combat power, and they would not die. Even if my body is beaten to pieces, immortality. Don't you want to fight 3 against 1? Haha, but I still prefer 1 against 1. Bai Ze suddenly smiled and looked at Kaido and the other 2, leaving them confused. 1-on-1? Where did this guy get the help from? Another Marine Vice Admiral, or? Quinn looked at the 2 coffins standing there with an extremely solemn expression. Realizing that something was wrong, he wanted to step forward and destroy the coffin, but it was too late. Bai Ze once again formed seals with his hands, and the boards in front of the 2 coffins suddenly loosened and then fell down heavily. Bang! Bang! Advertisement dust and smoke flew all over the ground, and 2 figures finally appeared inside. Standing in the coffin on the left is a middle-aged man in a tuxedo. He has a stern face and a big knife on his back. His whole aura is like a sharp sword that makes people dare not look directly at him. The one standing in the coffin on the right is missing a woman, with long black hair draped over her beautiful face like a waterfall, which makes her look even more charming. Her devilish figure is so charming that one can easily fall in love with her at a glance. They both stepped out of the coffin with their eyes closed, then opened their eyes and looked at this somewhat strange place. This is, the stern man and the beautiful woman almost subconsciously looked at their own hands, and then murmured in confusion. Aren't they dead? So now, what's going on? It's the former 7 warlords of the sea, Empress Boa Hancock, and the world's greatest swordsman, Hokage Mihawk. Aren't they dead? Why can they appear here? Resurrect. The White Mage Vice Admiral can actually resurrect others. It's terrible, so terrible. When Marines saw the appearance of Empress Hancock and Hokage Mihawk, they were all shocked, because these 2 people were already dead. Now he actually stood up alive. It's so scary. The appearance of the Empress and Hawkeye also shocked Kaido and the other two. Kaido looked at Bai Ze with a gloomy face, and thought to himself, how many abilities does this damn kid Bai Ze have? It seems like he can never use them all. First, this strange power of space, and then this secret technique of resurrecting the dead? Kaido racked his brains but couldn't figure out which devil fruit had such ability. Hawkeye Mahawk, Empress Hancock, damn, playing tricks. Quinn cursed with a livid face, then rushed towards the nearest Hawkeye Mahawk. He wants to kill this mysterious guy. The newly resurrected Hawkeye Mahawk still had a little consciousness, so when he saw Quinn rushing towards him, he simply drew his sword and slashed to stop the opponent's attack. What on earth is going on? Mahawk, the eagle-eyed man, looked around in great confusion, and finally noticed Bai Ze smiling at him from behind. It's you, Mahawk. The Hawkeye was furious. It was this damned brat who made his family suffer. Die in humiliation. Mahawk the Hawkeye could die in battle, but he could never die in such shame. I'm going to kill you. Mahawk the Hawkeye was about to kill Bai Ze as he spoke, and the Empress did the same. She also recognized Bai Ze who had killed her, and the murderous intent in her heart also condensed into substance. But facing the attack from the two, Bai Ze just said it calmly. Quiet. Then the two of them immediately stopped moving, unable to move at all. They were horrified but there was nothing they could do. I originally wanted to preserve a bit of your sanity, but now that this is the case, then there's no need for that. Bai Ze shook his head and made another complicated seal. The next moment, the color in the pupils of the two completely disappeared, replaced by a pair of numb eyes. Advertisement dead silence, no expression at all. Their will has been completely wiped out by Bai Ze, and they have completely become killing machines that only obey Bai Ze's orders. Owner. The two of them said to Bai Ze in unison, which made everyone amazed. The methods of the White Demon Vice Admiral were truly horrifying, but there were almost no saints among the people. So I don't think there's anything wrong with this. The soul is imprisoned, and will be suppressed forever without Bai Ze's permission. This is a punishment more horrible than death. But Bai Ze does not have the slightest bit of pity in his heart. Because he is not a good person to begin with, in his mind, pirates can either be used as tools by him or die without any problems. There is no second choice. Under the gaze of everyone, Mahawk the Hawkeye and the Empress turned around and looked at Quinn and Jack. Without any eye contact, the two of them tiptoed directly towards Quinn and Jack. Mahawk, the Hawkeye, found Quinn, and Hancock, the Queen, found Jack. Quinn and Jack gritted their teeth and rushed forward. They just didn't believe that they couldn't beat these two dead guys. Bang. 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 A battle between the four of them soon broke out, and the intensity of the battle was no less than the one they had just had with Bai Ze. Kaido and Bai Ze stood opposite each other, both tacitly not intervening. Especially Kaido, he watched their fight carefully, but the more he watched, the more solemn his expression became. Because he discovered that Mahawk the Hawkeye and Hancock the Empress, who were resurrected by Bai Ze, actually possessed all the strength they had in their lifetime, and even had some other characteristics. This is simply terrifying and absurd. How to fight this? Kaido still has a bad guess in his heart, that is, whether Bai Ze can revive other people to help. How to play this, and in the fierce battle between Quinn Jack and Hawkeye Queen. Soon, Quinn and Jack, who were already injured, fell into a disadvantage under the attack of the two, and their injuries continued to worsen. It seemed that they were in danger of being killed. If the two of them were killed, it would be Kaido's turn to be faced with 3 against 1. Damn it. Thinking of this, Kaido cursed angrily and wanted to intervene in the battle directly, but as soon as he took a step, he felt the familiar terrifying power of space. Kaido looked at Bai Ze who had just used Kamui with a gloomy face. Bai Ze just smiled faintly and looked at Kaido. Don't forget, your opponent is me, Kaido. Kaido was silent for 2 seconds, then rushed directly towards Bai Ze. Then I'll kill you first. Bang, bang, bang. Soon a fight between the two broke out on the field. Chapter 111 Kaido lost. 4 Emperors Kaido, known as Kaido of the Beasts, is so powerful. Similarly, Quinn and Jack, 2 of the 3 calamities, are so invincible, but even the combination of these 3 people was stopped by a boy who just turned 13. Is this really possible? Believe it or not, but it's true. The Marines who had retreated more than 2,000 meters away to watch the battle were all looking at this scene with their mouths wide open. It was because the impact of this scene on them was too exaggerated. It is so exciting that the youngest Marine Vice Admiral in their Marine Corps can actually accomplish something that has never been done before and will never be repeated. White Demon. I believe this name will leave a strong mark in the history of Marines. I believe that Marines in the years to come will also be yearning to hear this name. Because he is really too powerful. Dalmija looked at Bai Ze and Kaido fighting without losing and showed a gratified smile. When he was at the naval headquarters, Bai Ze had also asked him for advice on combat techniques. He still clearly remembered that the young man was still a little unfamiliar with combat at that time, but now. Just a few months passed and the young boy had left him far behind, and he could no longer see his back. Yes, this boy is really powerful. No wonder Admiral Akainu and Vice Admiral Crane trust him so much. Giant, who considered himself a genius, smiled self-deprecatingly. His self-confidence disappeared after meeting Bai Ze, but he was not jealous but smiled happily instead. I feel like we might be witnessing history. Yeah, I think I'm about to see the glorious history of Marine. Row after row of Marines subconsciously straightened their chests and looked up at this scene, their faces grim. Marine is in the spotlight, advertisement. At this moment, the battle between Bai Ze and Kaido had only lasted for a few minutes and it had already reached a white-hot stage. Bai Ze used reanimation jutsu and had fought with Quinn and Jack, so he was quite exhausted, but Kaido had just fought with a Kainu. So the two were in a relatively fair state at the moment. Kaido continued swinging his mace, striking at Bai Ze with all his might, and the Conqueror's haki attached to it produced dark black lightning. Every collision produced a huge sonic boom, as if it was going to tear the ninjutsu apart. Bai Ze was also doing his utmost. He was not simply using Susanoo and Kaido to fight at this moment. After all, this was not the complete form of Susanoo and was still slightly weaker than Kaido. So Bai Ze directly used wood-style, wooden golem jutsu. This wood-style forbidden ninjutsu is not weaker than Susanoo in another Hokage world. Hashirama used this ninjutsu to fight against Madara's complete form Susanoo without losing. At this moment, Bai Ze is standing on such a wood-style giant that is hundreds of meters tall. Not only that, Bai Ze also adds a layer of Susanoo fighting shell and Conqueror's haki to it. The three combined into one. Its strength and defense have reached a terrifying level. Even Kaido, the strongest creature known as the best in the world, cannot take advantage of it. But Kaido was obviously more impatient, constantly waving his weapon like a trapped lion, because at this moment the battlefield between Hokage Mihawk, the Empress and Quinn had reached the final stage. After seeing Quinn and Jack being beaten to the point of being almost unrecognizable, Kaido knew that they were really going to lose. And after they are defeated, Kaido may face the siege of three top powerhouses. No matter how confident he is, he does not think he can win. After another full-strength attack was blocked by Bai Ze, Kaido seemed to have aged by more than 10 years. His fighting spirit faded away in an instant. Advertisement because it's too late, snap, snap. Almost at the same time, Mihawk and the Empress cut off Quinn and Jack's heads. With unwillingness on their faces, their huge heads fell heavily to the ground. Blood sprayed high in the air, but the headless corpse still did not fall. Two of the three calamities, Quinn and Jack, died. Completely dead, at the hands of the two resurrected people, although the Empress and Hawkeye also paid a hefty price. But for those who were so deep in immortality that they couldn't even feel pain, it had no effect at all. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a pirates with a bounty of 1.32 billion Baileys. The reward is 1320 killing points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a pirates with a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. You will be rewarded with 1000 killing points. Close hollow lens bracket. The system's voice sounded in Bai Ze's mind, which surprised Bai Ze. It turned out that the pirates killed by the people from Impure World reincarnation he summoned were also counted on him. At this moment, after killing Quinn and Jack, Hawkeye Mihawk and Empress Hancock stood on both sides of Bai Ze, and the three of them stood opposite Kaido. The powerful momentum is terrifying. Hey, I didn't expect that I was still a step too late. You finally grew up. It's time and fate. I never thought that after roaming this sea for decades, I, Kaido, would be defeated by you in the end. Kaido looked at this scene and gave a bitter smile with a bit of boredom. He raised the mace back onto his shoulders and looked at Bai Ze standing in front of him without any fear at all. Chapter 112. Kaido is shocked. Ryoma appears. The deaths of Jack and Quinn, two of the three calamities, still had a great impact on the marine side. After all, these were the two people who were the foundation of the Beast's pirates. It was really sad that 2 billion level pirates died now. But as marines from different camps, they just sighed. The marines on their side were still very satisfied and excited about their deaths. In particular, some vice admirals were so excited that they almost shouted. In previous wars, they, the marines, had suffered a lot at the hands of Quinn and Jack, especially their poison gas warfare, which was simply disgusting. Good death. White Mage Vice Admiral is invincible. When they saw Mihawk, Hancock and Bai Ze standing in front of Kaido, they instinctively brought themselves into it. Excited, so excited. And at this moment on the battlefield, Kaido witnessed the death of Quinn and Jack with his own eyes, and there was indeed no sadness on his face, as if the dead had nothing to do with him. He just carried the mace on his shoulder and stared at Bai Ze with his tiger eyes. But after staring for a while, he just laughed bitterly. Kid, you really are the most talented person I have ever seen, bar none. Even Roger and Rox from decades ago are not as good as you. You've grown up too fast, and your abilities are too strange, as if you're not from this world. It's such a huge irony that you were born in Marine. In decades, you are the first person who convinced me and you will be the last one. I don't think I have anything to complain about losing to you. Kaido was chattering like an old man at the end of his life at this moment, because he knew very well that after Jack and Quinn died, he would no longer have any chance of winning. If I fight Bai Ze alone, maybe I can win. At worst we can die together, but now it's different. He was going to lose. The sixth sense of a strong man told him that he would die here today. Just like Quinn and Jack who just died here, Kaido did not show any sadness because of their deaths, because he was going to die too. He, Kaido of the Beasts, was really going to die today. Facing Kaido's self-pitying words, Bai Ze did not relax at all. He directly ordered Hawkeye Mihawk and Empress Hancock to go to Kaido's left and right rear to form a triangle encirclement and killing formation. After ensuring that Kaido would not be able to escape, Bai Ze finally spoke and took off his mask. A somewhat childish face appeared in everyone's sight. Bai Ze said softly with no expression on his face. Why was I born in a marine camp? As a pirate, don't you know? Kaido. Bai Ze's words made Kaido a little surprised. Yes, Bai Ze was forced to become a marine by Beckman and the pirates. Originally, Bai Ze was just an ordinary fisherman and even yearned for pirates. It was the pirates who massacred the boys' village. They themselves created a powerful enemy, advertisement. Thinking of this, Kaido's mouth became even more bitter. Yes, this powerful little devil was one of their pirates' people who had come out a long time ago. Kaido's sadness was instantly gone. Looking at the eyes of most of the marines on the opposite side who were expecting his death, Kaido's fighting spirit soared. It's nothing, he is the four emperors Kaido of the beasts. Even if he has to die, he must die tragically, and the legend of Kaido's single combat will continue to spread in this endless sea. Kaido held the mace, and released Conqueror's Hokage to ultimate, and he let his hair fly. Kaido pointed at Shirazawa and laughed. Bai Ze, let me see your full strength. The sound was so loud that it covered the sky. Countless marine soldiers looked at the majestic figure. This was Kaido of the beasts. Although they were in different camps, they could feel each other's tragic temperament. Bai Ze stood on the huge wooden golem that was 100 meters tall, looked at Kaido with emotionless eyes and spoke softly. Good. After saying that, Bai Ze suddenly formed a seal. Huge energy began to condense, and Bai Ze shouted softly. Wood style. The flower art world is coming. Bai Ze directly used another forbidden technique, as Bai Ze's voice fell. Snap. 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 The ground around Kaido began to shake wildly. Flower buds began to appear from the ground one after another, and then grew rapidly into huge strange plants. Some grew into huge flowers and emitted a terrifying fragrance. Kaido lost his sight immediately. It was poisonous. This was Kaido's first feeling in the duel. Not only that, some plants also launched a fierce attack on them. The area of nearly 1,000 meters in radius turned into a terrifying hellish scene. Kaido was no longer surprised by Bai Ze's terrifying power ability, because he had already been numb. Without further ado, Kaido swung his mace and used thundering 8 trigrams to try to break open this place. Bang, 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 snap, snap, snap. Kaido was like a madman. After spending a full 10 minutes at a huge cost, Kaido finally broke Bai Ze's wood-style ninjutsu, and the flower tree world descended. With a bleeding chest, he looked at Bai Ze with a murderous look on his face, as if to say that it was not enough. Bai Ze also showed a big smile, but it was a little cold. Advertisement. Bai Ze clapped his hands downwards and muttered softly again. Reanimation jutsu, snap, snap, snap. There were cracking sounds coming from the ground, and then coffins similar to the one that just appeared one after another. 1, 2, 3, click, click. This time Bai Ze summoned out 4 coffins. Then, under everyone's shocked expressions and Kaido's gloomy face. Bang, 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 bang. The coffin lids fell one after another, and then people with powerful auras walked out one after another from left to right. A man was wearing a big black coat, dressed like a gangster. What was particularly eye-catching was that there was a horizontal scar on his face where his nose was, and there was a golden hook on his left hand. The next person who came over was a man with a huge figure, wearing an ill-fitting black tuxedo, and with devil-like horns. And his aura was nothing like the man just now, and it even had a unique kind of evil. The third one is a man wearing a pink sweater, his signature pink shoes, his signature red sunglasses and his signature playful smile. Sand crocodile, and Gecko Moria and Doflamingo. Kaido looked at the somewhat familiar figures and muttered their names in a daze. 3 more of the long-dead 7 warlords of the sea. Together with Mihawk the Hawkeye and Hancock the Empress, there are now 5 former 7 warlords of the sea gathered here. It is so terrifying. Of course, what shocked Kaido the most was not the appearance of these 3 people but a man who walked out of the 4th coffin after it was opened. The man was wearing an ancient warrior costume, with long black hair tied behind his head and a long sword slung over his waist. His face was grim. He looked like a sword about to be unsheathed. Almost everyone present knew that they didn't know this man, but Kaido knew his name. His name is Ryoma, and he is a descendant of the previous Wano Kuni, known as the Dragon Slayer. Kaido, who knew the history of Wano Kuni, knew how powerful this Dragon Slayer was. This man who almost disappeared in history appeared here, and Kaido really didn't know what to say. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the 5 former 7 warlords of the sea plus a dragon horse spoke to Bai Ze in unison. Owner. The voice carries a unique kind of respect. Chapter 113 Kaido's Death. Owner. The 6 people shouted in unison, their faces full of respect. Because their minds had been completely wiped out by Bai Ze. Seeing Kaido looking at him, Bai Ze took a step forward and spoke softly. Kill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 of them pointed their toes and shot towards Kaido. Didn't Kaido want to see their full strength? Then let him see enough. The first to attack were the current number 1 swordsman, Mihawk the Hawkeye, and the former number 1 swordsman, Ryoma the Dragon Slayer. Even though they had lost their minds, the 2 seemed to subconsciously compete with each other. Clang. Clang. Almost at the same time, 2 blade beams containing ultimate power shot out towards Kaido. Kaido gritted his teeth, shouted, and launched a thunderous 8 trigrams, but other attacks soon followed. They were responsible for clearing the way, while the other 4 also launched desperate attacks on Kaido from 4 angles. Bang! 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 The entire island shook in an instant, as if the world was ending. Several Marine vice-admirals gritted their teeth and retreated nearly 8,000 meters. After arriving in a safe area, Doflamingo and several other Marine vice-admirals began to watch this battle of the century. 5-7 warlords of the sea plus 1 Ryoma against today's 4 emperors. Such a grand scene is rare in a century. Originally everyone thought that this was an evenly matched battle. After all, Kaido's reputation was so great, but as the fight went on it quickly became a one-sided situation. Doflamingo took a closer look and found that there were 2 people whose fighting power was too outstanding. Those 2 people were the world's #1 swordsman, Hokage Mihawk. His sword seemed to be able to break Kaido's defense. There's also the mysterious warrior in ancient samurai clothing, whose every attack can also cause damage to Kaido. Doflamingo feels that they can defeat Kaido with just the 2 of them, and now there are a few powerful 7 warlords of the sea. Kaido was defeated even faster. After fighting hard for dozens of minutes, Kaido's injuries became more serious. Advertisement, he roared like a dying lion. I am Kaido. Kaido of the beasts. But Bai Ze didn't want to see Kaido like this. He raised his hand slightly, gathered his strength and slashed down with a knife. Clang. At an extremely tricky angle, while Kaido was dealing with the attacks of the other men, Bai Ze's blade directly hit Kaido's already severely injured shoulder. Then Bai Ze's eyes trembled slightly, and Kamui suddenly started moving. Crack. There was almost no obstruction. Kaido's left arm broke immediately, and a big hand fell heavily on the ground. Kaido glared at Bai Ze and was about to say something, but was quickly interrupted by the continuous attacks from several people. Having lost an arm, he was no match for the others. Almost every time they fought, Kaido would have a wound on his body, and his blood began to flow out in large areas. He turned into a bloody man. Even the Marines who were watching the battle from a distance mourned for Kaido. It was too tragic. This man, who was known as the 4 Emperors and had reached the pinnacle of power, was in such a miserable state at this moment. And all this was because everyone looked up at the expressionless boy. It was because of this boy that all this happened. His arrival reversed the defeat of Marine. He is the hardest part of Marine and the devil of pirates. Bai Ze looked at the dying Kaido indifferently, his mind a little confused. Not long ago, pirates of this level were a dream and untouchable to him, but now, he hardly even had to make a move and the other party would be defeated. 4 Emperors. Haha. Bai Ze thought that he could indeed end this era. Kaido was the first, but he would not be the last. He clenched his fist slightly, as if he was in control of the whole world. The time is coming when there will be no more pirates in this world. While Bai Ze was thinking, the melee on Kaido's side seemed to be finally coming to an end. At this moment, Kaido had lost both arms, but he was still fighting hard. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not escape the fact that he was about to die. Advertisement finally, after Kaido received attacks from Ryoma and Mihawk, he could no longer bear it. He knelt on the ground, his eyes were dull, and he wanted to get up but he couldn't. Trample. Trample. Following a familiar sound of footsteps, Bai Ze slowly walked in front of him. Kaido tried his best to open his eyes and finally saw the figure in front of him. He wanted to speak, but after hesitating for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Say the loser's quotes, or express your dissatisfaction or angry insults. In the end, all the emotions turned into a deep sigh. You win, Kaido whispered. What responded to him was Bai Ze's clean and sharp knife strike, with the knife flashing. Kaido's huge head falls to the ground. I know. Bai Ze said to himself. Open hollow lens bracket enemy. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 4.4 billion Baileys, and a reward of 4,600 massacre points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task of killing any 4 emperors. The rewards are now being distributed. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket. Awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Close hollow lens bracket. The moment Bai Ze killed Kaido, a series of system broadcasts began to sound. Bai Ze stood there and closed his eyes for a moment, then when he opened his eyes again. Blood red. Ultimate blood red, as if the blood red that could only be condensed after tens of thousands of people died. Even the Marine watching the battle from thousands of meters away could feel Bai Ze's huge murderous intent. If they looked closely, they would find that Bai Ze's pupil symbol had changed into another shape. So weird. Chapter 114 Zoo, Gaizan. Open hollow lens bracket host. Bai Ze close hollow lens bracket. Physique. 960, spiritual power. 3,250, open hollow lens bracket talents. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui, advanced, observation haki, armament haki, conqueror's haki, Hashirama cells. Close hollow lens bracket. Ninjutsu. Wood style wooden golem jutsu. Wood style 4-pillar prison. Wood style 4-pillar house. Wood style wood clone. Wood style wooden stand. Wood style, flower tree world advent. Wood style, wooden golem jutsu, reanimation jutsu. 8 inner gates technique. Slaughter point. 8,560. This is Bai Ze's current data panel, which is another huge improvement. Especially the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Now that Bai Ze has it, he can use the complete form of Susanoo. This kind of creation-level power can almost suppress the pirates for an entire era. Even if a 4 Emperors level fighter like Kaido is resurrected, Bai Ze is confident that he can kill him by himself. As for the shocking number of massacre points, it also hit a new high. 8,560 was enough for him to exchange most of the forbidden ninjutsu that could be exchanged so far. Bai Ze made his choice after only thinking for a few seconds. He directly exchanged for the planetary devastation technique, Shinra Tensai technique, spending 1,000 massacre points. This was a skill that could truly destroy the world, and there was no reason for Bai Ze to miss it. After thinking about it, Bai Ze exchanged for Flying Thunder God technique for 500. This instant body-changing ninjutsu can be called a pervert. If it is combined with his Kamui, no one can hit him as long as he doesn't want to be hit. These 3 skills cost Bai Ze 1,500 massacre points, but this was only a small part of it. What to exchange for the rest? Bai Ze was still thinking about it. Although he had a lot of massacre points, he didn't want to spend them indiscriminately. After hesitating for a while, Bai Ze spent more than 1,000 massacre points to increase his physique to 2,000, which is almost 200 times that of an ordinary person. This physique is no weaker than some indigenous strongmen in the pirates' world. Of course, it's still some distance away from Garp and Kaido's physical fitness, but it's not bad either. And the mental strength is even pulled up to 5,000, almost 500 times that of ordinary people, which is enough to support Bai Ze to use most of the ninjutsu. Bai Ze doesn't feel sorry for spending these 2,000 or 3,000 massacre points to improve his physical fitness and mental strength. After all, physical fitness and mental strength are the foundation of everything. Otherwise, when he releases some powerful ninjutsu, he might not be able to hold on. After spending so many massacre points, Bai Ze also spent several hundred massacre points to pick some fire-related ninjutsu for Akainu, such as Fire Style, Great Fire Extinguishment. There was no other reason. Bai Ze was happy with it. When he saw that there was only about 3,000 balance left at the slaughter point, Bai Ze finally stopped. Haha. I never thought that one day I would be worried because of too many massacre sites. Bai Ze laughed at himself. He had worked so hard before to get those few killing points, but now, sometimes life is just like this. When your strength reaches a certain level, it will be much easier to get anything than before. Advertisement. While Bai Ze was thinking, the people watching the battle from a distance had already arrived not far from Bai Ze. They almost surrounded Bai Ze and the people from Impure World Reincarnation in a circle. Many people looked at Bai Ze with fanaticism, as if they were looking at a god. White Demon Vice Admiral, you are so amazing, you actually killed Kaido, he is the 4 Emperors. This is something that even other admirals can't do, you are so strong. If you hadn't come, we would have been doomed, you are our hero, hero. Marine hero. Thousands of Marines with flushed faces shouted, hero, to Bai Ze. They shouted at the top of their lungs as if they were going to tear their vocal cords. There was nothing they could do as they were too excited. They actually witnessed the death of 4 Emperors. It seems like witnessing an era, that era is called Marine. Several vice admirals from Dalmesia also looked at Bai Ze with smiles on their faces. At this moment, they no longer regarded Bai Ze as a junior. Especially Dalmesia, he took a step forward, his somewhat heroic face flushed a little at the moment. He looked at Bai Ze and said softly, on behalf of all the Marine officers and soldiers at Forward Base No. 1, I sincerely thank you, Vice Admiral White Mage. As Dalmesia spoke, he took off his hat and saluted Bai Ze in a Marine salute. The remaining Vice Admirals also saluted. Their eyes were solemn and filled with sincere gratitude. And as they saluted, thousands of Marine soldiers behind them also took off their hats and saluted Bai Ze. Vice Admiral he also walked out of the camp at this time. She looked at this scene with a gentle smile and looked at Bai Ze with great relief. Marine has Bai Ze, so it will be a great success. You guys, the fierce man who had just killed one of the 4 Emperors felt a little embarrassed looking at this scene. After hesitating for a while, Bai Ze could only put on the mask again to hide his inner unrest. A pair of blood-red eyes looked at all the people who bowed their heads, Marine's gratitude. Bai Ze was still a teenager after all, and he had experienced so many years of wandering and tragedy. Bai Ze's heart is always full of thorns, unwilling to trust others. It was Akainu who forced Bai Ze to believe that there is still kindness towards him in this world. At this moment, when Bai Ze looks at these weak but not timid Marines, there seems to be something more in his heart. Sense of belonging. Bai Ze has a stronger sense of belonging to the Marine. Although the current Marine still has flaws, such as some of its systems, it can also be changed, right? Advertisement. Bai Ze raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Becoming the Marine Marshal and running the world according to Bai Ze's will is probably Bai Ze's next goal after destroying the remaining 4 Emperors. Open hollow lens bracket ding. The final mission of the Massacre Pirates quest line is now released. Kill all 4 Emperors and completely crush the 4 Emperors pirates. Reward. 6 paths Rinnegan, close hollow lens bracket. Almost as soon as Bai Ze had that thought, the system's voice sounded, and Bai Ze smiled slightly, as expected. Bai Ze collected his chaotic thoughts and began to call everyone to stand up. Then he pulled a few Marine Vice Admirals over and informed them of the real arrangements for this battle against Akainu. After learning about some of Akainu's secret operations and arrangements, several Marine Vice Admirals exclaimed that Admiral Akainu was a very capable person. They originally thought that Akainu could only charge into battle, but they didn't expect that his strategy was also first-rate. Bai Ze just sniffed and smiled without saying anything. Although a lot of things here were his own attention, it would be the same to give the credit to Akainu. After all, they both share the same honor and disgrace. Then I'll leave this place to you all to continue guarding. The longer the battle line ahead drags on, the greater the importance of this place will become. After the chat, Bai Ze spoke to several Marine Vice Admirals before leaving. After thinking for a while, Bai Ze asked Crocodile and Doflamingo, who were reborn from Imperial World reincarnation, to come up. They will work with you to ensure safety here. Bai Ze said to the others that he didn't intend to hide anything. If they asked, he would just blame it on Devil Fruit, since Devil Fruit had all kinds of abilities. But to Bai Ze's surprise, the Marine Vice Admirals did not ask too many questions. They just smiled and spoke to Bai Ze. The battle ahead is dangerous. The White Mage Vice Admiral must return safely. That's right, we are waiting here for you and your Akainu Admiral to return victoriously. Wish, Gaizan. Dalmesia forced a gentle smile on his fierce and silly face. After all, Bai Ze was still a teenager. It was a bit embarrassing for him to say such embarrassing words. Bai Ze was stunned for a moment and then smiled, okay. Then he strode away. He was going to the front line, where there were some tough battles to be fought. Chapter 115 The Fleeing Ant. At this moment, on the front line of the first battlefield. They were still fighting fiercely, unaware that the situation in the Marine rear had undergone a shocking reversal. Dozens of Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral level fighters from the Marine side and the senior cadres who were the backbone of the Beast's pirates and Big Mom pirates were in a complete melee. Countless sword beams and various devil fruit powers suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The scene was astonishing. It was no weaker than the Emperor-level battle in intensity. Especially Big Mom's second son, Katakuri, who faced off against 5 Marine Vice Admirals including Garp's Lieutenant Bogart alone. The melee among the 6 of them left no living people within a radius of nearly hundreds of meters, including both Marines and pirates. It's really an exaggeration. But Katakuri, who had dragged 5 powerful Marines, was not feeling well at the moment. Even though he had the top-level observation haki, he still had many wounds on his body, some of which were so deep that the bones could be seen. There's no way. The weakest Marine Vice Admiral can fight against some pirates with bounties over 100 million. As for the stronger ones, there's no need to mention them. It's already outrageous that Katakuri can fight 5 people alone and remain undefeated for a long time. Now, after Bogart's slashing attack was narrowly avoided by Katakuri, there was a hint of helplessness on his stern face. Damn it, this guy is like a sticky candy. He hits and immune to death, and I can't get rid of him. It's disgusting. As Garp's lieutenant, Bogart's swordsmanship can actually be ranked among the top 3 in the Marine, but Katakuri keeps dodging. How disgusting. Otherwise, I can deal with Katakuri by myself, but there is no point in talking nonsense. Bogart can only keep increasing his offensive in the hope of getting rid of this sticky person as soon as possible. Because he was rushing to provide support, he didn't know that the turmoil in the rear had been settled, but he was very worried about the safety of the rear. The people stationed in the rear were no match for the pirates, and Bogart looked at an inconspicuous island far away with worried eyes. He was also worried about the battle over there. After all, Akainu had just faced 2 admirals alone. He must be in a difficult situation now, even though Kaido left first for some unknown reason. While Bogart was daydreaming, Katakuri was still dealing with the attacks of several people without saying a word. He was a very serious person. Normally, when he is doing one thing, he won't think about other things. Just like now, his goal is simply to hold back enough strong Marines, so he did that. Advertisement war. He didn't like it very much, but there was nothing he could do as he was not strong enough to shake his mother's decision, so for the sake of his other brothers and sisters he could only follow his mother's orders. Bang. 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 Clang. 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 Katakuri relied on his powerful observation haki to dodge attack after attack. During this period, he saw one of his brothers and sisters in danger, and he directly used the Devil Fruit ability to help the other party resolve the crisis. Katakuri. One of Big Mom's daughters who was rescued by Katakuri just looked at her unlikable brother with a little surprise. Without a word of thanks, she returned to other battlefields again. Katakuri was not annoyed, he just smiled self-deprecatingly. He is the older brother, and he doesn't need any reason or thanks to protect his younger brothers and sisters. However, Bogart found a flaw in his attack just now, and hit him heavily on the back with the huge force of his sword. Blood spurted out at once. Katakuri fell heavily backwards, but at the last moment he forced himself to stand up. He didn't want to fall. Kill him. Seeing that Katakuri suffered a great loss, Bogart did not miss this opportunity and once again called on everyone to launch a fierce attack on him. Imagine that it won't be long before he can kill the second son of 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin. On the other side of the battlefield, Jin and Big Mom's eldest son Perisparrow also noticed this scene. Katakuri is going to lose, and after he loses, Bogart and the others will be able to free up their hands and feet, which will be very bad for them. Damn it. What's wrong with Kaido and his group? Weren't they going to attack the Marines' weak rear? Why haven't they succeeded in so long? Perisparrow cursed while fighting the enemy. The high-level combat power of the Twin Emperors was originally not as good as that of the Marines, not to mention that the second of the 3 calamities was gone. If they didn't adopt this tactic, they would be defeated even faster on the front battlefield. That's why they took a risky move, attacking the rear and then cooperating inside and outside. If successful, This battle could directly cause serious damage to the Marines' side. But now it has been so long and there is no sign of Kaido and the other two of the three calamities. Advertisement Parasparrow was really panicking. Did something happen? This shouldn't be the case. Parasparrow racked his brains but couldn't figure out where the unexpected point was. Abandoning his messy thoughts, Parasparrow once again devoted himself to the battle. He could only pray in his heart for the success of his plan. Come here, Kaido. Come here, mommy. Bang, bang, bang. The battle is still going on. After the Marine and pirates fought for a while on the first battlefield, the pirates finally began to lose the upper hand due to Katakuri's defeat. The situation seems to be getting clearer and clearer. The pirates began to lose ground, which made Parasparrow and others start to think about retreating. But just when the pirates were about to give up, a figure rushing over from a distance seemed to give them hope. Mom, it's Mom, Parasparrow shouted in surprise in a certain direction because he saw a familiar figure. Just then his mother, Charlotte Linlin, was rushing over here while Zeus was flying. What does her arrival mean? It means that the mother should have won the battle just now. Marine Admiral Akainu died, and the pirates won the battle after all. Mom, but as the figure got closer, Parasparrow's eyes gradually changed. Why does my mother's expression look a little frightened? Why is her left hand empty? It seems like she is avoiding something. Retreat. The ant who finally escaped here let out a shocking roar, shattering the fantasies of many people. They lost. Chapter 116 The Defeated Alliance of Two Emperors. They lost. A group of high-ranking pirates officers who were fighting the Marines all looked up at the figure that was getting closer and closer. One of the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin, the Lord of all nations, this terrible woman is so embarrassed at the moment. Her face was covered in blood, her hair was messy and covered in burnt smoke as if it had been burned by something, and of course the most important thing was her empty left arm sleeve. Only a little flesh and blood was left, as if it had been pulled out by someone. The arms of four emperors were ripped out? Is this something a human can do? Mom. What's going on? Why are you like this? Parasparrow managed to get away and came to Big Mom. He spoke in a hurried tone, eager to hear the answer he wanted to hear. That means they didn't lose, they won. However, what answered him was Big Mom's angry roar. She slapped Parasparrow and sent him flying. Roll. What a joke. After Kaido left, I was left alone to face Akainu who opened the sixth gate. How could I possibly defeat him? After fighting for several hours. She escaped at the cost of losing an arm. Is her eldest son blind? He is looking for death by asking in such a miserable state. Suppressing her anger, the ant still announced loudly to everyone. All nations. Retreat. The sound was so loud that it resounded through the sky. As the ant's hammer sounded, the pirates' eyes were dazed. They couldn't accept this fact. They lost. How could they lose? They had planned it so perfectly. After the ant shouted this, she seemed to have sensed something and immediately ran away, taking advantage of Zeus's lead. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Charlotte Linlin knows she is no match for her opponent, so she is able to let go. Going back to recuperate is the most important thing at this moment. As for her children, just escape as many as you can. After all, you can still have children if you die. The ant's escape action once again ignited the atmosphere of the entire battlefield. The senior officials of the Beast's pirates, such as Jin, who were still fighting hard on the pirates' side, were all green in the face. FKU. You were the one who was most excited during the fight before, and now you are also the first one to run away. At this moment, Jin wanted to kill Big Mom, but he still had a big question in his mind. There was an accident with the ant, so, where is Kaido, the boss? And why haven't we heard from those two unlucky brothers for so long? Advertisement Jin began to feel uneasy in his heart, and had a bad suspicion. In contrast to the pirates, the Marines were even more excited at the moment. We won. We won. What did I see? Charlotte Linlin, one of the four emperors, actually ran away. She looked so miserable, like a drunk dog, ha 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 ha. We defeated the Twin Emperors Alliance, and Lousy said that the pirates were vulnerable, and we, the Akainu Admiral, are invincible. Akainu Admiral is invincible. A group of Marines roared with excitement, including Bogart and Mole, several top Marine fighters who were fighting fiercely. I actually won like this. A smile appeared on Bogart's stern face. It seems that Admiral Akainu has some secrets that we don't know. Of course, the clever Bogart only thought that Akainu had hidden his own strength, and did not think that it was Bai Ze who brought changes to Akainu. But it's not a big problem. Winning is good. Everyone follow me and kill. Looking at the fleet of pirates of the Twin Emperors Alliance preparing to escape from the battle, Bogart draws his sword and is ready to keep them. The same goes for the Mole and others. They are very happy to give someone a beating when he is down. In a flash, the battle situation became one-sided. The Marines attacked with high morale, while the pirates were in low morale, fighting and running at the same time in a chaotic scene. Especially since the Double Emperor Alliance was not a solid alliance to begin with, and at this moment, in order to prioritize protecting their own people, a fierce dispute broke out. Parasparrow. What the hell are you doing? Stop these Marines first. The usually calm Jin couldn't suppress his anger when he saw the Big Mom pirates running around in disarray. This bunch of trash can do more harm than good. Parasparrow was also angry when facing Jin's accusations, and he directly attacked Jin at his feet. FKU. It was you who wanted the alliance to fight Marine Admiral. Now you want us to take the blame for the loss. How shameless are you beasts pirates? Damn you be asterisk 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 d. UF asterisk 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 g. Advertisement. Jin was also furious, and he ignored the offensive from Marine and started fighting with Perospero. And relying on his high fighting power, he suppressed Perospero in an instant, and the fight between the two made the situation on the pirates' side a mess. Bang. 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 The remaining dozens of pirates' ships fled to avoid the Marine attack while attacking their allies. In fact, running away does not necessarily have to be fast. All you have to do is be faster than your teammates who are running away with you. The stupid behavior of the pirates almost made the Marines laugh. They're pirates after all. They only care about their own lord and everything. Since you don't want to run away, then just stay. Suddenly, a majestic voice sounded in the field, and everyone looked back. It turned out that Akainu had arrived without them noticing. It's just that his face was a little pale at the moment. After all, opening the 6th gate with the 8 inner gates technique was still quite a burden for him now. But other than this, Akainu didn't have any serious injuries. No more nonsense. Akainu gathered his strength and fired a meteor volcano directly at the fleeing pirates' fleet. The terrifying power of the hot lava fell towards the pirates' camp like a meteor. For a moment, wailing was everywhere. Jin, Perospero and others looked at each other and immediately stopped the civil war. Each side can leave 3 pirate ships behind to cover the retreat. Is that okay? If not, then just stay here. Jin spoke first, and Perospero agreed without hesitation. Soon, both sides each selected 3 pirate ships to stay behind as cover, and each pirate ship had a senior officer stationed there. Perospero and Jin followed the main force in retreating, dealing with Akainu's meteor volcano, while evacuating everyone. Almost all the crew members of the 6 pirate ships left behind will die, but someone has to sacrifice at the critical moment. If no one volunteers, then they will be forced to volunteer. And relying on this ruthless method, the pirates really quickly opened up a gap with the Marines. Hateful, Akainu's face turned pale, and he looked at this group of guys helplessly as they began to evacuate. Almost half of them had already run away, and most of their combat power was still alive. If they didn't run away, they might have been wiped out by their Marines. What a pity, but he really doesn't have much strength now, and can't stop them from escaping. Just when Akainu had no choice but to wipe out the remaining troops. A familiar voice sounded in his ears, Uncle Akainu, now watch me. Bai Ze finally arrived and stood beside Akainu with a smile. Chapter 117 Powerful Planetary Devastation Technique. Uncle Akainu, just leave the rest to me. Bai Ze, who finally arrived, gave Akainu a confident smile. Without waiting for Akainu to answer, Bai Ze took a step and rushed straight into the sky. The Marines, including the pirates, couldn't figure out what Bai Ze wanted to do. The pirates had already run several miles away. How could they stop them? Bai Ze ignored everyone's doubts. He just formed seals with his hands, and then shouted softly. Planetary devastation. The sound was not loud, but it still fell clearly into the ears of many people. The ground is full of stars. What is that? Some of the fleeing pirates sneered at Bai Ze from a long distance, trying to stop them. How could it be possible? But the next moment after Bai Ze's voice fell, the sea within a radius of dozens of miles began to surge and tremble violently, as if something was about to break out of the sea. Then someone shouted in fear, Look! Look at that, it's stones. Lots of stones. At this moment, an extremely terrifying scene occurred within a radius of dozens of miles. Huge rocks or mud on the seabed hundreds or even thousands of meters away began to break through the sea and fly into the sky. Then they began to converge and converge again. Bai Ze held up the sky with one hand, and suddenly a terrifying meteorite huge enough to cover the sky and the sun appeared in his hand, and its size kept expanding. Ah, this? What is this? The fleeing pirates all looked at this scene in shock, including Jin and Perospero whose eyeballs were bulging out of shock. What the hell was this? What the hell? Even if Kaido were here, he wouldn't dare to say that he could withstand this blow. They wanted to continue fleeing, but the next moment Bai Ze had already thrown this huge meteorite at them. In an instant, the huge meteorite struck the fleeing fleet of dozens of pirate ships like a shooting star, as if it was going to destroy the world. Advertisement, run, run quickly, everyone disperse. Don't stop me. There were a lot of chaotic sounds, but it still couldn't stop the attack of this huge meteorite. Almost instantly, all the pirate ships that came into contact with the huge meteorite were instantly shattered. Bang! Waves as high as 1,000 meters exploded, and even the marine in the far distance was affected and was forced to retreat continuously. After the huge waves subsided, all the marines were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths, because at this moment, the bombed area was full of floating limbs of pirates' ships, and many pirates' bodies were floating on the sea. There are even some bulges in the center, like the meteorite just now. This thing is so big that it seems it can't even cover the sea, as if it has turned into a small island. Throwing a meteorite as big as an island. Is this really something a human can do? Everyone stared blankly at the young man standing in the air, their eyes full of respect and a hint of fear. Fortunately, he was one of them. The attack just now at least killed the fleeing pirates' fleet. More than 80% of the people who were able to escape were all strong pirates. It can be said that Bai Ze's attack just now directly destroyed the 2 Emperor-level pirate groups. Open HoloLens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 30 million. You will be awarded 30 killing points. Close HoloLens bracket. Open HoloLens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 25 million, and get 25 killing points as a reward. Close HoloLens bracket. Open HoloLens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing. Close HoloLens bracket. As the blow landed, Bai Ze's mind was filled with dense and numerous system kill broadcasts. The number was terrifying. Although the slaughter points of each reward were not very large, the amount was huge. With just this one strike, Bai Ze's slaughter points soared by more than 5,000 again. The slaughter point value increased by a huge 8,000 again. One strike, just one strike, and he got a reward that was almost equivalent to killing one of the 4 emperors. It was a bit beyond Bai Ze's expectations, but it didn't make Bai Ze too excited. After carefully feeling the consumption, Bai Ze tilted his head. As expected of a group attack type forbidden ninjutsu, it consumes a lot of energy. Even I can't use it many times now. Advertisement. Although it consumes a lot of energy, the effect is worth it. Bai Ze looked at the remnants of the soldiers who were struggling to escape in the distance, and temporarily lost interest in chasing them. He flashed and came directly to the side of Uncle Akainu. As soon as he came over, Akainu immediately laughed and hit Bai Ze's shoulder. Good boy. You still have some tricks up your sleeve. Now most of their 2-4 emperors groups are destroyed. With such a huge loss, I'm sure Kaido must be having a headache. By the way, how is Kaido doing? Akainu suddenly remembered the previous layout and hurriedly asked about Bai Ze. And Bai Ze also smiled slightly. Kaido, I killed that guy. When Bai Ze said this, his expression was as calm as if he had just killed a pig or a dog. You have to know that these are the 4 emperors. But Akainu, who knew Bai Ze well, was only shocked for a few seconds and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, the laughter was deafening. Akainu had probably never been so happy in his life. He could feel that the goal he had been working for all his life seemed to be coming true. But it's different for others. They all look at Bai Ze like he is a god. Kill Kaido, and then destroy most of the pirates of the Double Emperor Alliance with one strike. If this isn't God, then what is it? The same goes for Bogart and others. Today's battle was simply a dream. They fought for most of the day, from darkness to day, but the outcome was still undecided. However, the young man's arrival immediately reversed the situation. Bogart and others were also proud people, but after Bai Ze arrived, they put away their pride, because in front of this young man they had no capital to be proud at all. Invincible. They seemed to see these 2 words on the back of the young boy. Chapter 118. Battle of Loneliness. The end of the war may come in an instant. In fact, the moment Kaido and others faced Bai Ze, their failure was doomed. At this moment, after the victory of the Marine in the first battlefield, there was no hesitation and it was directly divided into 2 teams to support the second and third battlefields. The first fleet is led by Bai Ze, and the second fleet is led by Akainu. If the Marines led by the 2 of them encounter powerful pirates who cannot contend with them, then victory is inevitable. When the Marine fleet led by Akainu came to support the second battlefield, the pirates' camp had already received the news and began to retreat. But they were unable to escape despite the desperate efforts of the Marines. When several high-ranking officials from the Beast's pirates saw Akainu coming, they also roared in unwillingness. Why? Why did we lose? This is impossible. Why do you Marines win? We pirates are invincible. Faced with the coming of death, several people talked nonsense, but Akainu just picked his ears helplessly after listening, and then gave orders with a majestic face. Everyone, attack! Get rid of these filthy pirates. Revenge for all the dead comrades. Following Akainu's order, the Marine fleet that had been suppressed for a long time rushed towards the pirates like crazy. Death. The war brought death to both sides. Many Marines also died in this battle. It was unavoidable. But the dead cannot be resurrected. All they can do is avenge their dead brothers. Soon, with the support of top warriors like Akainu, the situation on the entire battlefield became completely one-sided, and pirates began to die in large numbers. At the beginning, they could still resist a few, but as their morale collapsed, the resistance became smaller and smaller. Just 3 hours later, the entire sea area of the second battlefield was filled with only the Marine fleet, while the pirates' side was littered with burning pirate ships. It was in such a dilapidated state that there was really no one left alive in the pirates' camp. No one escaped, and all died in this sea. It was already daytime, and when the beautiful sunshine sprinkled on the sea level, the true hideous face of the battlefield was slowly revealed. Blood red, a ferocious blood red. The originally deep blue seawater was now dyed a light blood red due to the deaths of tens of thousands of people, and the strong smell of blood was piercing to the ears and nose. But even in this hellish scene, almost no Marine soldier who had been fighting for a long time was afraid. However, many of them watched it all with numb eyes, and muttered something from time to time. Jack. I have avenged you, you can rest in peace. But how can you, D, die? We agreed that we would travel the sea together in the future. Jim, you D, didn't you say you were the strongest? Why aren't you moving now? D. Damn B D. Advertisement, brother, it doesn't hurt anymore, it doesn't hurt anymore, I'll take you home, let's go home. Why? This is a brutal war. There are no real winners in war and everyone is a loser. Akainu, whose clothes were already stained with blood, sat on the deck without a care in the world, looking at this horrific scene from afar. This is real war. Akainu is not actually a war-loving madman, nor does he like war. But in order to avoid wars in the future, today's battle is worth it, even if he has to bear some infamy. Eternal peace. I seem to have seen him, Akainu murmured, an inexplicable smile on his face. He knew why all this happened, it was all because of the child he met by coincidence. How is Bai Ze doing now? Asterisk a caret asterisk dollar asterisk caret Akainu suddenly became curious. At this moment, the situation on the third battlefield on the other side is actually very similar to that on Akainu's side. And the battle on Bai Ze's side ended even faster than that on Akainu's side. After all, Bai Ze had a bug-level ninjutsu like planetary devastation for group fights. He could end it by just throwing 2 of them. Therefore, the pirates here have also been completely wiped out. Just like the second battlefield, this place is also a sea of blood and corpses, and the smell of blood is extremely strong. The only difference from Akainu's side is that Bai Ze's current state is different. He doesn't stay in one place like Akainu and think about life. Instead, he kept strolling around every corner of the battlefield. Fishing for corpses, yes, fishing for corpses. He had no reason to waste the corpses of so many powerful pirates. This thing might be a burden to others. But for me who has reanimation jutsu, it is a treasure. Therefore, a rather strange scene soon appeared on the battlefield. Bai Ze, who had just killed so many pirates, was now like a large-scale corpse collector for these pirates. It's so absurd, advertisement, but all the Marines present didn't say anything. After all, Bai Ze was weird to begin with. It didn't matter if he was a little weirder. Just like that, Bai Ze spent more than an hour collecting all the corpses he wanted, but some of them were too damaged to be used. Bai Ze thought it was a pity. Don't release such a cruel planetary devastation casually next time. But, after putting all the corpses into the Kamui space, Bai Ze finally had time to look at the battlefield at the moment. Of course. The battlefield full of burnt smoke did not give Bai Ze a very tragic feeling. After all, for Bai Ze, there is no scene more terrifying than that day. So many pirates were wiped out in a snap. Things seem to be moving faster than I expected. I wonder what kind of reaction the remaining 4 emperors will have when they hear about this battle. Bai Ze supported his chin with both hands, looking at the sea of corpses and blood he had created, and thought with a bit of evil taste. Whitebeard Newgate. Red-haired Shanks. Bai Ze whispered the 2 names, and he would take the lives of these 2 guys himself. Once upon a time, these 2 were the ones I had a good impression of in the original drama, but now they're just enemies to me. To overthrow this absurd era of pirates, these 4 emperors must disappear. So you have to take their lives too. Thinking of this, Bai Ze's cold eyes turned again. Oh, by the way, he almost forgot that there was still 4 emperors who had not been killed by him. Lord of all nations, Charlotte Linlin. This prodigal son of AB*ch should have already fled back to his own territory in disgrace, right? Bai Ze thought about it and looked at the people who were very tired after fighting a tough battle, and decided to go to Wan Guo himself. Cut the grass without leaving any roots, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Bai Ze knows very well the principle of letting the tiger return to the mountains, so Bai Ze does not intend to give the ant a chance to breathe, he wants to kill her directly. Read this. While everyone was busy cleaning up the battlefield, Bai Ze disappeared from the spot in a flash. Chapter 119 Sad Whitebeard. As the battle between the Twin Emperors Alliance and the Marine ended that day, the outcome of the Marines' victory and the Twin Emperors Alliance's defeat spread quickly around the world. Countless carrier pigeons carried the newspaper containing the shocking news to all parts of the world. Citizens of every country looked at the countless newspapers falling like heavy rain in shock when they received the newspaper and saw the shocking news. Everyone's pupils were shocked, and their throats seemed to be strangled. The Twin Emperors Alliance was defeated. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, died. Oh my god, is this true? Was that peerless pirates really killed by the pirates? Charlotte Linlin, the Lord of all nations, was defeated and fled, and more than half of her pirates died. Is this really true? And Quinn and Jack, 2 of the 3 calamities, are also dead. Those 2 damn devils who slaughtered my hometown are finally dead. Ha 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 ha. Dead, all the pirates are dead. That's great, that's great. Some people cried with joy. After all, the beast's pirates had done so many evil things. They had really relied on their own strength to bully others in many seas over the years, and many people had suffered from it for a long time. Ha 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 ha. The Twin Emperors Alliance lost, and Marine won. That's great, that's great. Marine is invincible, invincible. The White Mage Vice Admiral is invincible, the White Mage Vice Admiral is invincible. Marine did not hide Bai Ze's contribution in this event, so the battle in which he killed Kaido of the Beasts alone was specially marked. This amazing record certainly made everyone know more about this terrifying genius Marine. In fact, most people in this pirate's world are not stupid. They can distinguish between good and evil. They know who is righteous and who will protect them in this world, and they also know who is evil. Marine's victory at this moment has undoubtedly made more than 90% of the people in the world excited. After all, the death of 4 emperors is the first time in so many years. It seems to be predicting something. Could it be that the next era is about to begin? And on the other side, the other 2 emperors, advertisement. The reactions of the Whitebeard pirates and the Shanks pirates after hearing the news were actually quite different from what Bai Ze expected. As if they had anticipated this ending, the Whitebeard pirates were doing fine, there was hardly any big action, and everything was normal. They continued to do what they were supposed to do, as if the defeat in the war had nothing to do with them. But many people in the New World who had a little bit of common sense knew that with the death of Kaido and Big Mom's broken arm and defeat, the delicate balance between the Marines and the pirates had been broken. After the Marine has rested, the next target will definitely be them, who are also part of the Four Emperors group. Dad, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were defeated, and their defeat was particularly tragic. The entire pirates lost nearly 70% of their main force, most of the strong ones died. Especially the Beast's pirates, almost all of their top leaders died. Their Four Emperors pirates are dead in name only. The pirates weren't much better, almost all of her children died. At this moment, in the Whitebeard pirates group, after Marco learned the information, he went directly to the old man lying on the chair and reported anxiously. There is no other reason. When he learned this information, he was shocked. Although his father had predicted that the Double Emperor alliance of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin might suffer a great loss. But it was still beyond Marco's expectation that the loss would be so great. Especially when Marco learned about Bai Ze, who performed brilliantly in this battle, this young man who had been listening to him for some time. When Marco learned that he had killed Kaido single-handedly, he was dumbfounded. Killing Kaido and competing with Kaido are not the same concept. Although he didn't want to admit that Kaido's combat power was actually similar to that of his father, which meant that if Bai Ze could kill Kaido, he also had the strength to kill his own father. That's why he is so impatient. Yeah, I know, the old man lying on the chair answered calmly as always, as if the shocking information just now did not exist at all. Dad, what should we do now? When Marco saw his father like this, he couldn't help but get anxious, because he was really panicked. Advertisement Whitebeard raised his eyebrows and looked at Marco helplessly. The die is cast, the tide has turned. This time it's Marine and his gang that are in power, we can't stop them, so we can only take care of ourselves. Give them the order and let them continue with their work. Don't pay attention to other things. What is supposed to happen will happen sooner or later. There is no point in panicking. Whitebeard said calmly, his tone neither anxious nor upset. Seeing that his father seemed to be confident, Marco calmed down and hurried down to report his father's orders. After Marco left, Whitebeard's calm face finally changed, and his brows shrank into a ball. His breath was shaking uncontrollably, which was enough to prove how unsettled he was at the moment. As a strong man from the previous era, he knows that he no longer belongs to this era now that he is old, so he has been retreating from the limelight. And everyone should pay attention to the movements of Marine. In fact, Whitebeard had noticed Bai Ze, the talented Marine boy, a long time ago and was extremely concerned about him. He saw that the other party was rising so fast and he couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. He had a glimmer of understanding in his mind. This guy was just like Roger back then. No matter what, he was a man favored by heaven who could reach the pinnacle. That was why Roger could become the king of pirates. The appearance of such a man in the Marine at this moment proved that the situation was about to change. Whitebeard couldn't change, so he kept thinking about how to protect himself. Self-preservation. I really can't bear to part with my children. Whitebeard gradually stood up and murmured while looking at the boundless sea. He already had an idea in his mind and hoped it would succeed. Chapter 125 Elders. Even calmer than Whitebeard was the red-haired Shanks, who was also one of the Four Emperors. Because he had close contact with Bai Ze, he understood Bai Ze's strength better than Whitebeard, not to mention that he had also seen a glimpse of the terrifying future. So for the disastrous defeat of the Double Emperor Alliance, Shanks had already been prepared, even if it was a little more outrageous, it didn't matter. On the red-haired pirate's ship at this moment, Beckman and red-haired Shanks sat opposite each other. After discussing the current situation and deducing the future, they were both silent. Because no matter how they deduce, the only thing that awaits them is defeat. 99% of the speculation results are total annihilation, and all members of the red-haired pirates will die. When red-haired Shanks and Beckman came to this conclusion, their faces turned grim for a moment. Captain, perhaps the best chance to kill that boy was when we first met him. Now, it's really too late to do anything. Beckman took a sip of his wine and spoke in a calm tone. I know, but you will all die. Shanks answered quickly, and Beckman was silent. Yes, they are all going to die anyway, the captain's perception is not wrong. Ever since that young man appeared out of nowhere, the ending at this moment seemed to have been doomed. It happened too fast. The young man's rise was really too fast, so fast that people couldn't react at all. Even if I react, I don't dare to gamble with my life. There is no solution. This young man stands against all the pirates. For them, there is no solution. After another moment of silence, Shanks suddenly stood up and spoke softly. It seems. It's time to make some changes. Beckman didn't stand up but just looked at Shanks back and shouted, Where are you going? Shanks didn't look back but just said, I'm going to find someone. Someone who might be able to change the current situation. After that, Shanks strode away, and Beckman stared at his back for a long time in silence. His face was grim as he had a very bad idea in mind. The captain was not going to. He stood up suddenly and wanted to stop his captain, but stopped after taking a few steps, because he knew that the decision made by his captain must be the best, and it would not be changed by anyone. Why, Beckman, who claims to be extremely intelligent, can only sigh deeply at this moment. Advertisement. The news of the Twin Emperors' alliance's crushing defeat and Marine's great victory was not only heard by the other four emperors. This shocking news. There was one place that was also very concerned. That's world government. This nominally the highest authority, even if the naval headquarters is just their inferior, they represent the pinnacle of power in this world. Because they represent the true king of this world, the celestial dragons. Monitoring the entire ocean in the name of the king. Hundreds of years have planted a seed in the hearts of many people, that is, the world government is invincible. If he really sends his troops with all his strength, even the four emperors might not be able to stop him. At this moment, in the deepest part of the world government, inside the most magnificent meeting hall, the five old men who stand at the top of the world have some disagreements because of this matter. Yes, there are differences. Logically speaking, the pirates who stood against the world government lost, and depending on the situation, the other four emperors will also be destroyed. In the near future, perhaps all the pirates will be cleared from the sea. As the person in charge of the world government, he should be very happy, but in fact he is not. Because where there are people there are disputes, and those in power know this truth very well. When water overflows, it will be full. Everything requires a balance. Previously, the marine camp, the pirates' four emperors, and the seven warlords of the sea were on par. Although there were frequent wars, they were actually harmless. It's just a few deaths. It won't have any impact on people like them who are sitting on the Diaudai. But if there is only one force in this world, it will be easy for something to go wrong. The five of them are the ones who know best what problems exist in the world system today. A noble who has ruled this world for 800 years has many people who want to bring him down, just like rocks in the past and the leader of the revolutionary army now. Inside the hall, they all had calm expressions and no one knew what they were thinking after learning the complete information of this battle. Finally, after a long silence, someone finally broke the silence in the hall. I heard that Kaido's beast's pirates were destroyed in this battle, and even he himself was defeated. I didn't expect that one of the strongest people left over from the previous era would be gone. Marine victory, that sounds good. And it seems that the Marines are well prepared this time, especially Akainu, who seems to have become much stronger. Oh, and there is also a young Marine named Bai Ze. This guy also plays a huge role in this war. Maybe there won't be any annoying guys like pirates in this ocean anymore. Do you think we should send some troops to support the Marines? The old man, who was wearing a black suit, had white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, a flat hat, and a scar on the left side of his face, smiled and spoke. He is the one in charge of law among the five, so he is quite open-minded about the Marine defeating the pirates. After all, it is just him. As long as there are sound laws, no matter how the world develops, it will proceed in an orderly manner. Advertisement. There were two old men beside him, one wearing a black suit but no tie, with blonde hair, beard, and a scar on his chest. The other wearing a black suit but no tie, with blonde hair, beard, and a scar on his chest. Neither of them expressed any opinion when they heard this. Because they are in charge of intelligence and handling historical events respectively, they are not too interested in such people and things. It seems like it has nothing to do with me, but, not long after he finished speaking, an old man sitting in the center of the five people suddenly spoke, and his first words were rebuttal. Not having the pirates is the best thing for the current situation. You're dreaming. An old man with a bald head, two mustaches and a birthmark on his forehead said sarcastically. Without pirates, there might be other thieves. You want permanent peace. Haha, if this world is too comfortable, someone will definitely come up with other ideas, and even dream of getting their hands on the world's highest power. Just like that damn revolutionary army. Fighting is necessary. Without an opponent, those Marines may have other ideas. Politics is bloody, and some sacrifices are necessary to maintain rule. The people who had just fought fiercely overseas would never have imagined that after their bloody battle, the people behind them not only did not feel sorry for them, but instead wanted to suppress them. This old man is the one in charge of politics and diplomacy, and his status is unique among the five. The former was not annoyed when being refuted, he just sniffed and spoke softly. So what do you think? The old man with a mustache stood up and said in a deep voice. The four emperors can be destroyed, but one of them must be retained. Even if the pirates are weakened, they can still barely check and balance the Marines. Over the years, the Marines have been increasingly disobeying the orders of our world government. They must be restrained by someone. The other five elders immediately understood what he meant, which was to make the sea a little chaotic but not too chaotic, to find a balance. The four emperors cannot be too powerful, and neither can the Marines. Now that the balance has been broken, they must take action to maintain it. Which one? Someone spoke up, and the old man with a mustache sitting in the main seat spoke without thinking. Let's keep Shanks. Having him as the pirates' representative will also help us maintain the Celestial Dragon's rule. Red-haired Shanks. Upon hearing this name, the old men remained calm as if they had expected it. After all, this name was a bit of a surprise to them. Because that man's identity is different. After all, he is also. Soon, these five old men who represented the pinnacle of world power made a decision that was enough to change the situation in the sea. That is, the four emperors could be destroyed but not all of them. The red-haired Shanks pirates are staying, and this order was quickly delivered to Sengoku by a special person. Chapter 121 The Absurd Order of the Five Elders. Sengoku, who was thousands of miles away from the world government, also quickly received this secret report. A secret report that only the Marine Marshal could receive. This secret report can only be a one-way communication between the world government and the Marine Marshal. Whenever he receives this order, it means that the 5 old men of the world government have discussed an absolute order for the Marine to execute. Do not disobey, execute it 100%. At this moment, Sengoku, who was at the edge of the territory of red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors and was responsible for guarding the other side, became very upset after reading my secret report. Because this secret report is all about one thing, that is, asking their Marines not to declare a full-scale war on all pirates. Of course, the most important point is, not to attack the territory of the red-haired Shanks pirates. When seeing these, the experienced Sengoku immediately knew what those old guys in the world government were up to. These guys are just here to watch the fun and don't mind making trouble. They just want the Marine and pirates to fight endlessly so that they can maintain their ridiculous rule. Sengoku tore the secret report into pieces and threw it directly into the trash can. He was so angry that he was shaking all over. A bunch of damn bastards. Are our Marines' lives not lives? After finally winning a great victory, our own people are starting to stab us in the back. Sengoku cursed at the empty room. He had been a Marine Marshal for a long time and had already seen some things clearly. The rule of the world government was actually rotten to the core. After all, these guys were only loyal to the celestial dragons. They don't see that the people below are too comfortable and that those in power must oppress those below in order to achieve the goal of consolidating their rule. After all, everyone is living in dire straits but just barely alive. They have no mood to think about rebellion because it's too tiring. But what can he do? A deep feeling of powerlessness welled up in Sengoku's heart. Now he could defeat the 4 emperors with the general trend, but he was really not sure if he could face the world government, otherwise he would not have done nothing in all these years. Advertisement powerful, those guys are too powerful, and they possess unimaginable terrifying power. Sengoku couldn't imagine what the consequences would be if he disobeyed, but Sengoku thought of the face of a stubborn boy again. He had promised him that after killing one of the 4 emperors, the Marine would declare war on all the pirates until all the pirates in the world were wiped out. After so long, he knew how deep the boy's obsession was. If he knew that his plan was blocked, there would definitely be extremely serious consequences. After a long time, Sengoku was silent for a while and then sighed. Forget it, let's just take it one step at a time, let's deal with the other 4 emperors first. Since this problem can't be solved, we can only delay it. I hope Bai Ze won't lose control after knowing the truth. And now, Bai Ze, whom Sengoku was most worried about, was already thousands of miles away. He had already arrived in Wangguo, the territory of Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. Of course, he still came back later than Ant and the others. After all, Bai Ze led his men to support the 3rd battlefield, while Ant and the others in the 1st battlefield opened fire immediately. Advertisement Bai Ze restrained his breath at this moment, wearing casual clothes and walking on this miracle cake island. Looking at the houses made of food all around, even Bai Ze couldn't help but take a few more glances. 10,000 nations. To create a place where all nations can live in harmony. I have to say that this is a very beautiful idea of the only female among the 4 emperors, but it's a really bad implementation. Bai Ze belittled mercilessly. He didn't feel any equality here along the way. On the contrary, he saw a lot of class solidification and the strong races bullying the weak races everywhere. Is this also called equality? Bai Ze knows very well that Big Ant, the promoter, is the biggest representative of inequality, because everyone in her territory must hand over some of her favorite food on time, otherwise the country will be destroyed. Equality, is that ridiculous? True equality must be based on perfect laws and regulations, and the executors must have absolute force to enforce them, and they must also practice it themselves to succeed. Bai Ze couldn't help but think of the country where he lived before he traveled through time. The laws and regulations in that country were very complete. Although some unsolvable drawbacks cannot be ruled out, it is still good overall. Bai Ze thought that maybe after he destroyed all the pirates, he would lead the Marines to improve such a system. He doesn't dare to guarantee peace, but he must guarantee fairness, so that the weak can have a place to appeal, and the strong will not dare to oppress the weak at will without any punishment. Although it is difficult to do these things, but if you don't do it, it will never be achieved. As he walked and thought all the way, Bai Ze finally arrived at the most magnificent building on the Cake Island, and felt the disgusting atmosphere from inside. Let's start with you. Chapter 122 Life or Die, then let's start with you. Bai Ze murmured, and the next moment his figure disappeared into the Kamui space. At this moment, the ant and others who fled back to Cake Island had no idea that Bai Ze had already chased them here. At this moment, they were still gathered together and discussing a way to break the deadlock a little irritably. On the main seat, the ant who smashed everything in sight sat on the throne and cursed angrily. Why? Why is Akainu so strong? Even if Kaido and I use our full strength, we can only compete with him. How can someone in this world have such great power? Impossible. This is impossible. At this moment, Big Mom, who lost her arm and fled in defeat, is a little broken, because the battle with Akainu has shattered her worldview. She has always believed that she is one of the strongest people in the world. Even if someone is stronger than him, he can only be slightly stronger, but Akainu is different. He can really suppress her. If she hadn't sacrificed an arm as a price, she would have really been defeated. She didn't understand, she really didn't understand how Akainu could suddenly become so strong. Bang! Bang! Big Mom let out a terrifying roar, and the terrifying power of Conqueror's Haki exploded, crushing many things on the scene again. Parasparrow, Katakuri and others, who were already seriously injured, felt a sweetness in their throats again and were about to spit out blood, but they finally held it back. Mom. Don't be impatient, I think I know why Akainu has become so strong. Parasparrow spoke to Big Mom while enduring his injuries, and after hearing this, Big Mom finally calmed down. She stared at Parasparrow with her crazy eyes and spoke quickly. Tell me quickly. What's the reason? It's that Bai Ze. It must be because of that marine boy. Parasparrow, who is extremely intelligent, has not stopped for a moment since his failure and escape, and has hurriedly begun to analyze all the important information inside and out. Combined with the various powerful abilities that Shirazawa used to kill Kaido, plus the unusual movements of Akainu described by his mother, all impossible possibilities are eliminated. There is only one possibility, that is, Akainu, whom Bai Ze led, possesses a secret technique that can enhance his own strength. After all, this is the only variable in the past few months. The aunt's face looked grim, and it was obvious that she had also thought of this possibility. Bai Ze. The dozen or so aunt's children who were left at the scene murmured this name with grim expressions. They had never fought with the owner of this name, but there were more and more legends about him. No wonder Kaido wanted to start a war at all costs to prevent the boy from growing up. Now it seems that Kaido was right, but it's too late. It was too late, so late that Kaido was already dead. Their individual four emperors group was no match for Marine at this moment. Now, what should we do? Still go to war with Marine. Suddenly, someone among the dozen or so children spoke up. His voice sounded a little timid, and he was obviously a little scared. He didn't want to fight anymore. Advertisement. He doesn't care about the reckoning in the future, he just wants to survive now. This disastrous defeat has made him lose his courage. Many people present are thinking the same thing. But, as the strongest people who survived the old era, they are all ultimate lunatics. How could they not seek revenge after being beaten so badly? Just a moment. The aunt flashed and came to the front of her son whose name she could not remember. The majestic body directly enveloped the man's body, and even pulled him into a different space, where the ant was like a devil. Life or die. The devil's low moan rang in the man's ears, making him tremble with fear. He could only half kneel on the ground. He kept shaking and couldn't utter a word. Then, he was eaten by the ant. Snap, snap. Parasparrow and the others didn't find this scene strange. They just swallowed and took a step back. Crazy. My mother is really crazy at this moment. Even if she had symptoms because she didn't eat the cake, she was not as crazy as she is now. The ant's devilishly majestic eyes scanned everyone present, and she spoke softly. That annoying old woman died in battle. There is no reason for me to be inferior to her. I have been in this sea for so many years. I will die in battle even if it means death. Listen to my orders, everyone. Take revenge on the Marines like crazy. Kill them by any means necessary. Kill as many as you can. I want those Marines to feel the same pain as I did. Kill. Few people know how deep the strange friendship between Big Mom and Kaido in Rock's Pirate is. He is the kind of person who can kill the other but does not allow the other to kill him. It's a contradictory emotion. At that time, I lost an arm and fled. If I had known that Kaido had died in a duel, I might have turned back to help Kaido get revenge. The ant, who had calmed down a little at the moment, had a strong desire to kill Marine. She was ready to take revenge at all costs. If a strong person like her planned to retreat after one strike, she would not be able to be stopped even if Akainu attacked again. The people who received the ant's order began to turn around and leave one by one, because they could not resist. Although they were the ant's children, they were just some useful tools. They just wanted to prepare before the next attack from the Marine Admiral arrived. Tisk. Tisk. But the next moment, the children of the two aunts who walked in the door the fastest stopped and stood there in a daze. Two huge heads popped up in response. Blood spurted out like a fountain. A young man slowly walked out from the shadows. While wiping the blood off the demonic knife ghostly weeping, he glanced at everyone and spoke in a low voice. Today, all of you will stay here, so don't think about revenge. As he spoke, Bai Ze stomped his foot, and the terrifying Conqueror's Haki instantly crushed over everyone. Some people who were already seriously injured simply couldn't fight anymore, and they collapsed directly after losing their balance. Fortunately, he came here early, otherwise if these guys were allowed to retaliate in this unscrupulous way, more Marines would have to sacrifice. Advertisement, Bai Ze. Parasparrow gritted his teeth and roared. He never thought that Bai Ze would be so unethical and rush over now. Wouldn't he be tired? Was he really not afraid of dying here alone? Bai Ze. The ant looked at the person who came and screamed subconsciously, is this guy the weird boy who killed Kaido and then made Akainu's strength soar? Huff, the ant suppressed her inner throbbing, and the terrifying Conqueror's Haki also crushed past, barely competing with Bai Ze's Conqueror's Haki. So that most people are not restricted. Then her eyes trembled slightly, and she looked into Bai Ze's eyes and activated the power of the soul fruit. She had thought that there would be some obstacles. But he directly pulled Bai Ze's soul into his own domain. Life or die. A devilish moan rang in Bai Ze's ears, and the ant also used all her strength. As long as Bai Ze showed weakness, he would die today no matter how strong Bai Ze was. The ability of the soul fruit is so pervert. Soul. Illusion? Bai Ze felt his situation with a bit of amusement. Wasn't it funny to compare the illusion with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Bai Ze's blood-red pupils met the old lady's eyes, and then the strange symbol trembled slightly. Next moment, the soul illusion created by the ant suddenly stood still, and then a blood-red mist began to spread from Bai Ze's body, and instantly filled the entire field. Bai Ze was like a demon, staring at the old lady in the sky and said in a deep voice, "Life or die." Boom. The force that seemed like the collapse of heaven directly pressed back towards the ant, making her extremely stunned. Beads of sweat the size of beans began to drop down involuntarily. "Life or die." Bai Ze spoke again, and this time the ant took a step back, and the dream was shattered. She fell heavily to the ground. Even one of the areas she was best at was now defeated by Bai Ze. And at this moment Bai Ze did not hold back at all. He just slapped the ground with one hand and spoke. Reanimation Jutsu, snap, snap, Chapter 123 The Terrifying Bai Ze. On the way here, Bai Ze had already used up more than 8,000 killing points. At this moment, both Bai Ze's physical strength and mental strength had reached a terrifying level. Not only that, Bai Ze also exchanged the remaining forbidden ninjutsu. Of course, Bai Ze did not exchange the remaining ninjutsu that came with the Six Paths Rinnegan. He exchanged for the planetary devastation before because it was useful, but now there is no need for him to waste massacre points. The current ninjutsu is enough to crush this group of people. Generally speaking, Bai Ze is almost invincible now. He is no longer on the same level as the four emperors. Unless all the four emperors unite to attack Bai Ze, perhaps they can compete with Bai Ze. After all, Bai Ze is getting stronger the more he fights. Snap, snap, as Bai Ze's reanimation jutsu of this life fell, the ground quickly exploded and two coffins protruded. Two tall men holding knives walked out of them. The two are none other than Hokage Mahawk and Wanokuni ancient warrior Ryoma. The strength of these two people is enough to easily deal with everyone except Big Mom. No waste. Ryoma and Mahawk raised their swords and attacked the seriously injured Katakuri, Parasparrow and others directly, and soon they were crushed. I believe the winner will be decided soon. Bai Ze, I will kill you. The ant who was suppressed by Bai Ze at this moment stood up and yelled at Bai Ze in frustration. She could not tolerate the fact that someone could crush her in the field she was good at. How can this young marine be so powerful? Why? Why? The ant strode towards Bai Ze as if she didn't believe in evil, and then she used her only remaining right hand to hold Napoleon and Conqueror's haki and slashed down with the sword. Boom. As fast as lightning. But Bai Ze did not dodge, but drew his sword and slashed directly, also including Conqueror's haki. Bai Ze relied on the pervert physical strength improved by the system and did not retreat even a single step under this attack. Bang. Advertisement as the swords clashed, a huge roar resounded throughout the entire Cake Island, splitting the sky above the island directly into two halves. It was so gloomy and terrifying, as if it was the end of the world. A group of people who didn't know the truth looked up at the sky with wide eyes. What? What an amazing aura. Who is it? Did someone attack Cake Island? Ah. What happened? Why did the sky split in two? Is this the end of the world? A group of people were talking nonsense and saying different things. Only a few strong men could sense a different smell. With their amazing sixth sense, they chose. He just ran away without any intention of watching the fun. Watching too much excitement these days can really kill you. Although they don't know what kind of fight would produce such an aftermath of an attack, all they need to do is run. And now, Bai Ze and Big Mom, the instigators of this incident, are still in a stalemate. The only difference is that Big Mom's expression is a little distorted, and it is obvious that she is somewhat defeated. There is no way, she is also seriously injured at the moment. You know, one of her arms was pulled out by Akainu. Even at full strength, he might not be able to defeat Bai Ze, let alone now. Damn it. Damn it, why did this kid come here now? If only I could recover a little more. The old lady was muttering with a distorted expression. She was so upset, she thought Bai Ze won unfairly. Regarding this, Bai Ze suddenly exerted force and blasted the old lady away, and he himself retreated dozens of steps. But as soon as Bai Ze landed, he immediately put his hands together and started to make seals. Under the mask, a sarcastic smile appeared on Bai Ze's lips. This is an unfair victory. How can a pirate like you be worthy of Lao Ze's treatment? If that's the case, then. Bai Ze quickly formed seals and then shouted loudly. Advertisement, 8 inner gates technique, open the door, open. Boom. A layer of energy flames began to emerge from Bai Ze's body, and the sudden powerful aura on his body made the ant stand still on the spot. This is, how come the familiar movements and breath made the ant immediately recall those bad memories? Wasn't that the secret technique used by that guy Akainu? It turned out that it was really because of this kid Bai Ze. Thinking of this, the ant's mentality collapsed again. It's no wonder, anyone would collapse seeing this. She thought she was on top of the world but was easily surpassed by the other party. How can others play with this person? But after Bai Ze opened a door, he had no intention of stopping. After all, if he was going to show off, he would show it to his heart's content. Today, he was going to hammer and kill one of the 4 emperors. 8 inner gates technique. Hush gate, open. Open the gate of life. Injury gate, open. Duman, open. Finally, Bai Ze spoke softly. Open the Jingmun. Boom. A blood-red flame of energy ignited from Bai Ze's body, and his entire aura instantly reached its peak. This was the limit of his physical fitness after spending thousands of massacre points to activate the 8 inner gates technique. Any more, it would really hurt his body. You will die today. Bai Ze looked at the ant with cold eyes, then he pointed his toes and shot out. Chapter 124 Death of Ant, Today, you will die. Bai Ze murmured, then pointed his toes and shot out towards the ant as fast as thunder, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. Then Bai Ze clenched his fist with one hand and punched out. Bai Ze's physical fitness, which was already 800 times stronger than that of a human, and with the help of the 8 inner gates technique, has now reached an unimaginable level. So fast. The ant only had time to say 2 words when she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. The next moment, she felt her feet leave the ground, and her whole body kept moving backwards. Bang, 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 it broke countless walls and was finally buried deep in the ruins. With this blow, Bai Ze directly knocked him out of the palace, and many people on Cake Island saw this scene. But when they saw that it was Big Mom who was knocked away, they were so scared that they closed their eyes and dared not look. It was because the people here had their fear of Big Mom ingrained in their bones. They don't want to anger the auntie. Even if the other party seems to be at a disadvantage now, it is none of their business as the lower class people. Cough. Cough. But soon the old lady crawled out from the ruins, but she covered her stomach with one hand and coughed hard, with bloodline at the corners of her mouth. It was obvious that Bai Ze's attack just now had caused her considerable damage. Damn little devil. I'm going to eat you, eat you. The ant was extremely angry at this moment, and she turned directly into a terrifying state of madness, with her pupils emitting a terrifying white light. She had become a monster that only knew how to destroy. Snap. Snap. The ant's conqueror's haki was subconsciously revealed, causing the people around her to collapse to the ground in pain. Bai Ze. Bai Ze. Where are you? The old lady was yelling crazily, her head spinning around, but she couldn't sense Bai Ze's presence or see his figure at all. About this, she became even crazier. Bang, bang, bang. The mad old lady started smashing things around, causing the surrounding houses to collapse. Not only that, her gluttony also broke out, and she started to put everything she saw into her mouth in big mouthfuls. A true monster. Run. Everyone, run. The innocent residents of the nearby Cake Island ran everywhere, fearing that they would run slower than others, but some unlucky ones still ran slower, and were accidentally caught by the ant. Then put it into your mouth. Advertisement, don't eat me. Dad. Dad, save me. The one who was caught was a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old. She had a very cute little braid. As she was about to enter the ant's big mouth, she could only utter a terrified cry for help. But no one was willing to stop for this innocent child, not even her father. A middle-aged man simply stopped for a moment to take a look at his daughter, his expression changed, and then he immediately turned around and continued running. She was just a daughter. If she was gone, he could go back and have another one. I hope she doesn't blame herself. The little girl, who didn't know she was abandoned, continued to scream in fear, and just when she was about to fall into the old lady's mouth, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. It was Bai Ze. He picked up the little girl and then left. Snap. The ant's bite was in vain, but when she saw Bai Ze appear, she immediately rushed towards Bai Ze like crazy. Don't eat me. The little girl in Bai Ze's arms was still screaming in fear, which made Bai Ze feel helpless. When he happened to rush over, he discovered a scene in which it seemed that the little girl's father had abandoned the child. My heart was throbbing fiercely. It turned out that in this world, even biological parents would not protect their children without reservation. However, Bai Ze subconsciously thought of the people in the village and his adoptive parents. They had no blood relationship with him at all, but they still protected him unreservedly. In this respect, I seem to be a little luckier than most people. Bai Ze looked around again, originally wanting to look for the other person's father, but after discovering that the unlucky guy had been smashed to death, Bai Ze sighed. Then I will adopt this little guy for Marine. Bai Ze was thinking about how to use Kamui to teleport the little girl into the Kamui space. When Bai Ze came to his senses, Mad Auntie had already arrived in front of Bai Ze and attacked him directly. There was a flash of murderous intent in Bai Ze's eyes, and he took it head on without dodging. Bang! After catching it with one hand, he punched it directly at close range, and after punching it, he didn't hesitate at all and threw another punch. Bang! 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 After repeating this over and over again, Bai Ze's punches were so fast that they almost left afterimages. Even though Big Mom was in a crazy state and her defense had increased dramatically, she was still beaten back by Bai Ze. The ant could only vent her impotent rage. She wanted to fight back, but she was already seriously injured and couldn't catch up with Bai Ze at all. Crush, absolute crush. The ant was beaten like a ball by Bai Ze, and her body began to bleed. This means that the ant might really be beaten to death by Bai Ze. Advertisement. Some brave people actually stopped to watch while running. Ah, who is this person? He can actually beat that monster. Who else could it be? This guy must be the young man Marine Bai Ze who has become famous recently. I heard that Kaido died at his hands. Great, that monster is finally going to die. The old lady who was continuously beaten finally regained some consciousness. She could clearly hear the words of the guys around her. How much they hoped that her body would die. This made her angry and sad. She was clearly trying to create a nation where all races could live in harmony. Wasn't this a good thing for them? And she only needed a little tribute and food from them to protect them. Why do they wish for themselves to die? Why? The auntie didn't understand. Her long-held beliefs began to crumble. Bai Ze seemed to sense that something was wrong with the expressions of the aunt and the others. He looked at the eyes of the people around him and then looked at the aunt who had come to her senses. Bai Ze spoke calmly. The world you created where all races can live in harmony is fake. There is no protection for the weak and no restrictions on the strong. If you bring them together, it will be a pure disaster. Stop deceiving yourself. They want you dead. Don't they? Bai Ze's heart-piercing words hit the aunt's heart heavily. Hypocrisy. In fact, she also knew that there was something wrong with the 10,000 kingdoms she established. When she was young, she really put all her efforts into building the world in her mind, but as time went by, she gradually changed. That is, as a creator, why can't she have privileges? That's why the world has gradually developed to this point. The old lady who was beaten to death by Bai Ze opened her mouth and wanted to refute something, but she couldn't say anything. At this moment, Bai Ze whispered. First, Marine, we'll create a world where all races can live in harmony, and we will do it better than you. Hearing this, the aunt's pupils were shocked. She didn't expect Bai Ze to have such an idea. Can you really do better than me? The aunt wanted to ask and see it with her own eyes, but Bai Ze would not give her this opportunity. He aimed at the heart of the aunt and others and struck with all his strength. Boom! It hit the old lady directly. The air seemed to be still because of the blow. There was no huge explosion. The old lady's pupils just gradually lost their color, and she fell to the ground powerlessly. Boom! Bai Ze put away the 8 inner gates technique and watched another 4 emperors fall because of him. His eyes were half closed and no one knew what he was thinking. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a pirate with a bounty of 4.3 billion, and the reward is 4,300 slaughter points. Close hollow lens bracket. Open hollow lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a 4 emperors. The current mission completion rate is 2/4. Close hollow lens bracket. Chapter 125 Bai Ze's worries. Yim, looking at Big Mom's body falling beside him, Bai Ze looked excited no matter how calm he was normally. Killing 4 emperors in one day. I am probably the only one who can do this throughout history. Even if Roger or Rox were alive, they could not accomplish such a feat. At this moment, I may be truly invincible. Looking at the 4,300 massacre points he had just obtained, Bai Ze added them all to his physical and mental strength. In an instant, Bai Ze felt a terrifying force in his body again. After calming down, Bai Ze clenched his fist. At this moment, his strength was really indescribable. Because at this moment his physical fitness and mental strength have both broken through the 10,000 mark, reaching a level 1,000 times that of ordinary people. Even if Kaido, who is known for his strong physique, is resurrected, he will only be as strong as Bai Ze. Open hollow lens bracket host. Bai Ze close hollow lens bracket, physique. 10,000, spiritual power, 10,000. Open hollow lens bracket talents. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui, Advanced, Observation Haki, Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, Hashirama Cells. Close hollow lens bracket. Ninjutsu. Wood style wooden ingot wall. Wood style 4-pillar prison. Wood style 4-pillar house. Wood style wood clone. Wood style wooden stand. Wood style, flower tree world advent. Wood style, wooden golem jutsu. Reanimation jutsu. 8 inner gates technique. Planetary devastation technique, universal pull technique, Shinra Tensai technique. The current data panel can be described as luxurious plus pervert. Bai Ze has almost mastered the peak combat power of the pirates world plus all the powerful forces in the Hokage world. With the combination of the two, Bai Ze's power has reached the point where it is almost touching another realm. That realm is called God. No one can defeat him. Am I invincible now? Bai Ze murmured with a sigh, but as if he remembered something, Bai Ze shook his head. No. It seems that there is another guy in this world who has the power to threaten me, or even, can kill me. Advertisement King of Celestial Dragons, Master of the Void Throne, Yim. As a time traveler, Bai Ze knows how powerful this most mysterious guy is. If there is really something in the pirates world, then this person must be him without a doubt. Now that Bai Ze has the power to kill all the pirates on a large scale, he has already anticipated that if he wants to reform in the future, there will be a group of people he cannot get around, and that is the Celestial Dragons. This is the absolute aristocracy in the pirates world that has existed for 800 years. Even the Marines serve them. This is one of the things that Bai Ze is most dissatisfied with the current Marine. If he becomes a Marine Marshal in the future, he will definitely have conflicts with Celestial Dragons, and his temper cannot stand those Celestial Dragons. So, Celestial Dragons must die. This was a decision Bai Ze had already made. After destroying the pirates, the next step would be the Celestial Dragons. He wanted to clean up this world and clear away all obstacles on his road to reform. I am. Bai Ze murmured the name twice with a serious expression. He didn't know how strong this guy was. He would only know after he faced him. But Bai Ze didn't want to think so much at the moment, because the crowd watching at this moment saw that the old lady had been killed by him, and some brave ones were about to run over. Bai Ze didn't have time to deal with this group of people for the time being. So he directly escaped into the Kamui space. He wanted to see what the battle situation was like on the other side. Almost instantly, Bai Ze relied on Kamui to come to another battlefield, which was the battle between Hokage Mihawk of Impure World reincarnation and the dozen or so children born to Ryoma and Big Mom. When Bai Ze appeared on the battlefield, he smelled a strong smell of blood. As far as he could see, more than a dozen corpses of various kinds had fallen to the ground, with blood all over the ground. Their bodies were covered with knife and sword wounds, obviously killed by Hokage and Mihawk, and their eyes were full of unwillingness. The battle on the field is not over yet. Big Mom's last two sons are still struggling to support the family. One is the eldest son Perisparrow and the other is the second son Katakuri. Advertisement, but the situation of the two was not good either. They were in danger under the attack of Longma and Mihawk. The injuries on their bodies had reached an unimaginable level. They were not far from death. It's you. Perisparrow blocked the attack of Hokage Mihawk and looked at Bai Ze and shouted in disbelief. If Bai Ze comes back safe and sound, then what about Mom? Perisparrow instantly thought of the terrible result. His mother, Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, died just like that. He died at the hands of a young boy in such a short time. Perisparrow, whose defense was broken on the spot, revealed a big flaw. Impure World Reincarnation's Hokage Mihawk seized this opportunity, and directly attacked. Snap. How could Perisparrow, who was already seriously injured, withstand this fatal blow? Blood spurted out. His body shook and then fell to the ground with a bang. Bang. Charlotte, Perisparrow, the eldest son of Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, died today. The system's kill broadcast immediately sounded in Bai Ze's ears. Open hollow lens bracket drop, close hollow lens bracket PS. Well, can you shamelessly ask for some gifts? Everyone, Leek covered his face.